Hello, horror lover. Are you ready for a long night of nightmares? Before we begin, I want to ask you to subscribe to the channel, and especially leave a comment telling me which city you're watching from. I'd love to know. Click the like button, all of this because the dense canopy of the Adirondack forest loomed over us as Jake and I trudged along the narrow, overgrown trail. The late afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced across our path. Despite the warmth of the day, a persistent chill ran down my spine, causing me to shiver involuntarily. "You cold, Mike?" Jake asked, glancing back at me with a raised eyebrow. I shook my head, adjusting the straps of my heavy backpack. "Nah, just got a weird feeling, that's all." Jake chuckled, his voice echoing slightly in the eerily quiet forest. "Don't tell me you're getting spooked already. We haven't even set up camp yet." I forced a smile, trying to shake off the unsettling sensation that had been growing since we entered this particular stretch of wilderness. "I'm fine. Let's just find a good spot to pitch the tent before it gets dark." We continued our hike, the only sounds being the crunch of leaves and twigs beneath our boots and the occasional call of a distant bird. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle in the underbrush, every shadow that seemed to move in the corner of my eye, set my nerves on edge. After another 15 minutes of hiking, we came upon a small clearing that seemed perfect for our campsite. A ring of ancient trees surrounded the area, their gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like grasping fingers. "This looks good," Jake said, dropping his backpack with a heavy thud. "Let's get set up." We worked in silence, falling into the familiar routine of pitching our tent and organizing our gear. As I hammered the stakes into the surprisingly soft earth, I couldn't help but notice how the ground seemed to give way too easily, as if it had been recently disturbed. "Hey, Jake," I called out. "Does the soil seem weird to you?" He looked up from where he was unpacking our cooking supplies. "Weird how?" "I don't know. Just soft, I guess. Like it's been dug up recently." Jake shrugged. "Probably just some animal activity. Lots of critters out here, you know." I nodded, not entirely convinced, but willing to accept the explanation. As we finished setting up camp, the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long shadows across our clearing. "We should gather some firewood before it gets too dark," Jake suggested. I nodded, grateful for the task to keep my mind occupied. We ventured into the surrounding forest, picking up fallen branches and dry kindling. As we worked, the shadows seemed to deepen, and the forest grew unnaturally quiet. "Jake," I whispered, "do you hear that?" He paused, an armful of branches clutched to his chest. "Hear what?" "Exactly. Nothing. Where are all the animals?" Jake listened for a moment, then shrugged. "Probably just spooked by us being here. Stop being so jumpy, Mike, it's just the woods." He laughed, the sound jarring in the silent forest. I flinched, then forced a weak chuckle of my own. "Yeah, you're right, I'm just being paranoid." We returned to the campsite with our haul of firewood and set about building a fire. As the flames flickered to life, I felt some of my unease dissipate. The warm glow pushed back the encroaching darkness, and the crackle of burning wood filled the oppressive silence. As night fell in earnest, Jake and I sat around the fire, roasting hot dogs on long sticks and reminiscing about camping trips from our childhood. For a while, I almost forgot about my earlier apprehension. "Remember that time Dad took us fishing, and you fell out of the boat?" Jake grinned, poking at the fire with a stick. I groaned at the memory. How could I forget? I smelled like lake water for days. We laughed, the sound echoing through the trees, but as our laughter faded, I could have sworn I heard something else. A faint whisper carried on the breeze. "Did you hear that?" I asked, sitting up straighter. Jake rolled his eyes. "Come on, Mike, not this again." "I'm serious," I insisted. It sounded like voices. "It's probably just the wind in the trees," Jake said, but I noticed him glancing around the clearing with a bit more attention. As if on cue, a gust of wind swept through the campsite, causing the fire to flicker and dance. The whispers seemed to grow louder, unintelligible words just on the edge of hearing. Okay, Jake admitted, his voice low. That is a little creepy. We sat in tense silence for a few moments, straining our ears to catch any other sounds. But the forest had gone quiet again, save for the crackling of our fire. Maybe we should turn in for the night, I suggested, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Jake nodded, his earlier bravado somewhat diminished. Yeah, good idea. We've got a long hike planned for tomorrow anyway. We doused the fire and retreated to our tent, zipping ourselves securely inside. As we settled into our sleeping bags, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong with this place. Night, Mike, Jake mumbled, already half asleep. Night, I replied, staring up at the tent ceiling. I lay awake for what felt like hours, listening to Jake's steady breathing and the occasional rustle of leaves outside. Just as I was finally drifting off, a sound jolted me back to full alertness. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps circling our tent. My heart pounding, I reached over and shook Jake's shoulder. Jake, I whispered urgently, wake up. He stirred groggily. What's wrong? Shh, listen. We both held our breath, straining to hear. The footsteps continued their slow circuit around our tent, accompanied by a soft rhythmic chanting in a language I didn't recognize. Jake's eyes widened in the darkness. What the hell is that? He breathed. I don't know, I whispered back, but I think we should... My words were cut off by a sudden piercing shriek that echoed through the forest. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, not quite human, not quite animal, but filled with an otherworldly anguish that made my blood run cold. Jake and I both scrambled for the tent zipper, our earlier skepticism forgotten in the face of genuine terror. As we burst out of the tent, flashlights in hand, we were met with nothing. The clearing was empty, the surrounding forest still and silent once more. Our beams of light swept across the trees, revealing no sign of whatever had been circling our tent moments before. Did you see anything? I asked, my voice shaky. Jake shook his head, his face pale in the moonlight. No, but I sure as hell heard it. What was that scream? We stood there for several long minutes, backs pressed together, flashlights scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. But the forest remained eerily calm as if nothing had happened. Finally, Jake spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. Maybe we should try to get some sleep. It could have been an animal or something. I nodded, not believing it for a second, but too scared to argue. We retreated to our tent, zipping it closed with shaking hands. Neither of us spoke as we lay back down, both pretending to sleep while remaining painfully alert to every sound outside. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the tent fabric, I finally drifted into an uneasy slumber. My last conscious thought was a fervent wish that the morning would bring rational explanations for the night's terrifying events. Little did I know, our ordeal was only beginning, and the horrors that awaited us would make this first night seem like a pleasant dream in comparison. The pale light of dawn filtered through the trees as Jake and I emerged from our tent, bleary-eyed and on edge. Neither of us had slept well after the unsettling events of the previous night, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to happen. We should get some water, Jake mumbled, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Maybe a drink will help clear our heads. I nodded, grateful for a task to focus on. Yeah, good idea. The creek's not far, right? We gathered our canteens and water purification tablets, then set off towards the sound of running water. As we walked, the events of the night before played on a loop in my mind. The whispers, the footsteps, that bone-chilling scream. It all seemed like a bad dream in the light of day, but the lingering unease in my gut told me it had been all too real. So, Jake began, breaking the silence. About last night. I glanced at him, noting the dark circles under his eyes. Yeah? He hesitated, then shook his head. Never mind, it was probably just our imaginations running wild, right? I mean, there's gotta be a logical explanation. Right, I agreed, not believing it for a second. Logical explanation. We reached the creek, a narrow ribbon of water that gurgled cheerfully over smooth stones. It looked innocent enough in the morning light, crystal clear and inviting. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness that had been building since we arrived in this forest. Jake knelt by the water's edge, dipping his canteen into the stream. I hung back, my own canteen clutched tightly in my trembling hands. "Come on, Mike," Jake called over his shoulder. "The water's fine. Stop being so jumpy." Swallowing hard, I forced myself to approach the creek. The water did look refreshing, and my throat was parched from our restless night. Slowly, I knelt beside Jake and submerged my canteen in the cool stream. Jake lifted his canteen to his lips, taking a long swallow. For a moment, everything seemed normal. Then, his eyes widened, and he began to sputter and cough. "Jake?" I asked, alarmed. "What's wrong?" He didn't answer, just continued to gag and retch, spitting out mouthfuls of water. As I watched in horror, the liquid that splashed from his mouth onto the rocks wasn't clear. It was a deep, dark red. "Oh God," I gasped, scrambling backwards. "Jake, your canteen!" He looked down at the container in his hands, and we both froze in shock. The water inside was changing before our eyes, transforming from crystal clear to a thick, viscous crimson. "What the hell?" Jake choked out, dropping the canteen as if it had burned him. I stared at the fallen container, watching as the red liquid oozed out onto the ground. It looked for all the world like fresh blood. A movement caught my eye, and I turned my attention back to the creek. My heart nearly stopped as I realized the entire stream was changing color, the clear water giving way to a rushing torrent of red. "Jake," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the sudden roaring in my ears. "The creek." He followed my gaze, his face draining of color as he took in the horrifying sight. "This can't be real," he muttered. "It's impossible." But the evidence was right before our eyes. The once pristine creek now ran red with what could only be described as blood. The metallic scent filled the air, making me gag. "We need to get out of here," I said, grabbing Jake's arm and pulling him to his feet. "Now." As we stumbled away from the creek, a low, rumbling sound began to emanate from the forest around us. It started as a whisper but quickly grew in volume, becoming a cacophony of agonized moans and wails. "Run!" Jake shouted, and we took off, crashing through the underbrush in a blind panic. Branches whipped at our faces as we ran, the sounds of suffering seemingly coming from every direction. I could have sworn I saw shapes moving in the shadows between the trees, misty, translucent figures that reached out with grasping hands as we passed. We burst into our campsite, gasping for breath and wild-eyed with fear. "What the fuck is happening?" Jake panted, doubling over with his hands on his knees. I shook my head, unable to form words. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what we'd just witnessed. There had to be a rational explanation, right? Some kind of algae bloom or chemical spill that turned the water red. But deep down, I knew that no natural phenomenon could account for what we'd seen. The way the water had changed, the sounds we'd heard, it all pointed to something far more sinister and unexplainable. "We need to leave," I finally managed to say. "Pack up camp and get the hell out of these woods." Jake nodded vigorously. "No argument here. Let's go." We rushed to break down our tent and gather our supplies, constantly glancing over our shoulders at the surrounding forest. The moans had faded, but an oppressive silence had fallen over the woods, broken only by our frantic movements. As I was shoving the last of our gear into my backpack, a glint of something metallic caught my eye. Nestled in the roots of a nearby tree was what looked like an old, tarnished plaque. "Jake," I called out, "come look at this." He joined me as I brushed away years of accumulated dirt and debris from the plaque's surface. Slowly, an inscription began to emerge. "In memory of the 200 souls of the Mohawk tribe, massacred on this site in 1763. May their spirits find peace." Jake and I exchanged horrified glances as the implications of what we'd read sank in. "A massacre," I whispered. "That explains the blood in the creek, the noises we heard." "No," Jake said firmly, shaking his head. "No way. That's not possible." Ghosts aren't real and creeks don't just turn to blood. There's got to be another explanation. But even as he spoke, his voice lacked conviction. We both knew that we'd stumbled into something far beyond our understanding, something dark and ancient that defied rational explanation. A twig snapped in the forest behind us, and we both whirled around. There, at the edge of our campsite, stood a figure. It was translucent, shimmering in the dappled sunlight, but unmistakably the form of a Native American man. His eyes, filled with a profound sadness, met mine for a brief moment before he raised an arm, pointing deeper into the forest. "Oh my God," Jake breathed. "You see that too, right?" I nodded, unable to speak. The apparition beckoned to us once more, then turned and began to walk away, fading into the trees. "What do we do?" Jake asked, his earlier skepticism evaporating in the face of undeniable evidence. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I knew we had to do. I think we need to follow him." "Are you insane?" Jake hissed. "We need to get out of here." "No," I said, surprising myself with the conviction in my voice. "We're here for a reason. Whatever's happening, I think we're meant to see it through." Jake stared at me for a long moment, conflict clear on his face. Finally, he nodded. "All right. But if things get any weirder, we're out of here. Deal?" "Deal," I agreed, though I had a sinking feeling that we were already past the point of no return. With one last look at our abandoned campsite, we shouldered our packs and plunged into the forest, following the fading form of our spectral guide. As we walked, the trees seemed to close in around us and the air grew thick with an otherworldly presence. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into the heart of something ancient and powerful, a story long forgotten by the world, but remembered by the land itself. Whatever lay ahead, I knew our lives would never be the same after this day in the blood-soaked forest. The forest seemed to close in around us as Jake and I followed the spectral figure deeper into the woods. The air grew thick and heavy, making each breath a struggle. Shadows danced at the edge of our vision, and whispers echoed just beyond the range of comprehension. "Mike," Jake whispered, his voice tight with fear. "Are you sure about this?" I swallowed hard, trying to quell the rising panic in my chest. "No," I admitted, "but I don't think we have a choice anymore." Our ghostly guide led us through a maze of ancient trees, their gnarled branches reaching out like grasping fingers. Just as I was about to suggest turning back, we stumbled into a small clearing. At its center stood an old, weather-worn wooden sign. "Look," I said, pointing. "There's something written on it." We approached cautiously, the spectral figure having vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. The sign was so old and rotted that it was a miracle it was still standing. Moss and lichen covered much of its surface, but as we drew closer, we could make out faded lettering. Jake brushed away some of the growth, revealing the inscription beneath. His voice was solemn as he read aloud. "In memory of the Kanien'keha, people who lost their lives in the massacre of 1763. May their spirits find peace and their stories never be forgotten." A chill ran down my spine, and I could see Jake shiver as well. The air around us seemed to grow even colder, a stark contrast to the warm summer day we had woken up to. "The Kanien'keha," I murmured. "That's the Mohawk people, right? This must be connected to that plaque we found earlier." Jake nodded, his face pale. "But why is all this happening now? Why us?" Before I could respond, a flicker of movement caught my eye. I turned to see the ghostly figure from before standing at the edge of the clearing. This time, I could make out more details. It was a man, dressed in traditional Mohawk clothing, his eyes filled with a profound sadness. "There," I whispered, grabbing Jake's arm. "Do you see him?" Jake nodded slowly, his eyes wide. "Yeah, I see him. What does he want?" The spirit raised his arm, pointing deeper into the forest before turning and walking away, his form fading with each step. "I think he wants us to follow," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Jake shook his head vehemently. "No way, Mike. This is insane. We need to get out of here. Call the authorities or something. But even as he spoke, I could see the conflict in his eyes. We both knew that whatever was happening here was beyond the scope of any earthly authorities. Jake, I said softly, I think we're meant to see this through. These spirits, they're trying to show us something. Maybe they need our help. He stared at me for a long moment, then sighed heavily. I can't believe I'm saying this, but okay, let's go. We set off in the direction the spirit had indicated, the forest growing denser and darker with each step. The whispers grew louder, and more than once I caught glimpses of other spectral figures flitting between the trees. After what felt like hours, but could have been minutes, we emerged into another clearing. This one was larger, and the sight that greeted us took my breath away. The clearing was filled with artifacts. Pottery shards, arrowheads, and tools lay scattered across the ground. At the center stood a circle of upright stones, reminiscent of a miniature Stonehenge. The air here was thick with an otherworldly energy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. My God, Jake breathed, taking in the scene. It's like a museum out here. We moved slowly through the clearing, careful not to disturb anything. As we neared the stone circle, I noticed something small and intricately carved sitting atop one of the stones. Jake, look at this, I called out, reaching for the object. It was a small totem, no bigger than my palm, carved from what looked like deer antler. The craftsmanship was exquisite, depicting a series of animal figures stacked atop one another. As my fingers closed around the totem, the world around me suddenly shifted. The clearing dissolved, replaced by a scene of utter chaos and horror. I found myself standing in the middle of a village. People were screaming, running in every direction. The air was thick with smoke, and the crackle of flames filled my ears. I saw men in British military uniforms, their faces twisted with hate and bloodlust, cutting down everyone in their path. Women clutching children ran for the forest, only to be gunned down. Mohawk warriors fought bravely, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. The ground was slick with blood, the air filled with the metallic tang of death. In the center of it all stood a British officer, his uniform adorned with medals. He watched the slaughter with a cold, satisfied smile, occasionally barking orders to his men. "Leave none alive," he shouted. "Let this be a lesson to all who would defy the crown." I tried to move, to help, to do something, but I was frozen in place, forced to watch as the massacre unfolded around me. The screams of the dying echoed in my ears, their faces burned into my memory. As suddenly as it had begun, the vision ended. I found myself back in the clearing on my knees, gasping for air. The totem lay on the ground before me, innocent looking despite the horrors it had shown me. "Mike! Mike!" Jake was shaking me, his face etched with concern. "What happened? You just collapsed." I struggled to catch my breath, my mind reeling from what I had witnessed. I saw it. I managed to choke out. The massacre. It was... God, Jake, it was horrible. I described the vision to him, my voice shaking as I recounted the brutality I had seen. Jake listened in stunned silence, his face growing paler with each detail. That's insane," he said when I finished. "How is that even possible?" Before I could respond, the air around us grew even colder. The spectral figures we had glimpsed earlier began to materialize, dozens of them, forming a circle around us. Men, women, children, all bearing the marks of the violent ends they had met. At the front of the group stood the man who had led us here. When he spoke, his voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have seen our truth," he said, his eyes boring into mine. "Now you must help us find peace." Jake and I exchanged glances, a mix of fear and determination in our eyes. Whatever journey we had stumbled into, it was clear that it was far from over. The ghosts of the past had called upon us, and we knew that we couldn't turn away. "What do you need us to do?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. The spirit's expression softened slightly, a glimmer of hope in his otherworldly eyes. "Listen to our story," he said. bear witness to our tragedy, and help us reclaim what was taken from us. As the ghost spoke, the other spirits began to move, forming a tighter circle around us. The air grew thick with their presence, and I could feel the weight of their collective sorrow pressing down on me. Jake gripped my arm, his voice a hoarse whisper. "Mike, what have we gotten ourselves into?" I shook my head, my eyes fixed on the expectant faces of the spirits surrounding us. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I think we're about to find out." The clearing seemed to fade away, the modern world receding as we found ourselves pulled deeper into a story that had waited centuries to be told. Whatever trials lay ahead, Jake and I knew that we had crossed a threshold from which there was no turning back. The ghosts of the Kanien'kehá:ka had entrusted us with their story, and we were bound by forces beyond our understanding to see it through to the end. As the first spirit stepped forward to begin the tale, I steeled myself for what was to come. The massacre I had witnessed in my vision was just the beginning. The sun had long since set by the time Jake and I stumbled back to our campsite, our minds reeling from the day's otherworldly encounters. The forest around us seemed alive with whispers and shadows, the very air thick with an oppressive supernatural energy. "We should build a fire," Jake muttered, his voice hoarse. "I don't want to be in the dark. Not after everything." I nodded, too exhausted to speak. We went through the motions of gathering wood and kindling, our movements mechanical and sluggish. As I struck the match to light the fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched by countless unseen eyes. The flames caught quickly, but something was off. Instead of the warm orange glow we expected, the fire burned with an eerie, ethereal blue light. The unnatural flames danced and flickered, casting long, writhing shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. "Mike," Jake whispered, his face pale in the ghostly light. "What's happening?" I shook my head, transfixed by the otherworldly fire. "I don't know, but I don't think we're alone anymore." We sat in silence, huddled close to the fire despite its unnatural hue. The blue flames seemed to push back the encroaching darkness, but they did little to dispel the sense of dread that had settled over us. As the night wore on, we tried to make sense of everything we had experienced: the bloody creek, the spectral guide, the vision of the massacre. It all seemed like a terrible dream, yet we knew it was all too real. "What are we going to do?" Jake asked, his voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. "We can't just leave, can we? Not after what they showed us." I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "I don't think we have a choice. Those spirits, they're counting on us. We have to see this through, whatever this is." Jake nodded slowly, his eyes reflecting the blue flames. "Yeah, you're right. But God, Mike, I'm scared. What if we can't help them? What if we're in over our heads?" Before I could respond, a cold wind swept through our campsite, causing the fire to flare and sputter. The whispers in the forest grew louder, and I could have sworn I saw shapes moving in the shadows beyond the firelight. "We should try to get some sleep," I said, though the thought of closing my eyes filled me with dread. "Maybe things will be clearer in the morning." We retreated to our tent, zipping it up tightly as if the thin fabric could protect us from the supernatural forces at work around us. Sleep, however, proved elusive. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig had us on edge, our imaginations conjuring terrifying possibilities. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sudden chill. The tent was open and Jake was gone. Panic seized me as I scrambled out of my sleeping bag. "Jake?" I called out, my voice echoing in the quiet night. "Jake, where are you?" That's when I saw him. Jake was walking slowly towards the creek, his movements stiff and unnatural. Even from a distance, I could see that his eyes were rolled back in his head, showing only whites. "Jake!" I shouted, rushing after him. "Wake up! Stop!" He didn't respond, continuing his inexorable march towards the creek we had seen turn to blood earlier that day. As I ran after him, Movement in the forest caught my eye. To my horror, I saw dozens of translucent figures emerging from between the trees. Their eyes glowed with an unearthly light, filled with a mixture of rage and sorrow. I reached Jake just as he was about to step into the creek, grabbing him around the waist and pulling him back. "Jake, wake up!" I yelled, shaking him roughly. "We have to go." Jake's eyes suddenly snapped back to normal, and he gasped as if coming up for air after being underwater. "Mike, what's happening? Where are we?" "No time to explain," I panted, already dragging him back towards our tent. "We need to get to shelter now." As we ran, I could hear the spirits behind us, their whispers growing to a cacophony of anguished cries. The very air seemed to vibrate with their presence, and I could feel ghostly fingers brushing against my back, trying to grab hold. We burst into our tent, quickly zipping it closed behind us. For a moment we sat there in the darkness, gasping for breath and trembling with fear. "What the hell was that?" Jake whispered, his voice shaking. "I remember falling asleep and then... nothing. Until you woke me up by the creek." I was about to respond when a spectral hand thrust through the tent fabric, grasping at the air inches from my face. We both scrambled back, pressing ourselves against the far side of the tent. More hands appeared, pushing through the tent as if it were made of smoke rather than solid material. The air grew icy cold, and the whispering voices rose to a fevered pitch. "What do they want?" Jake cried, his eyes wide with terror. I shook my head, unable to form words as I watched the ghostly appendages reaching for us. The spirit's rage was palpable, filling the tent with an almost suffocating intensity. Just as I thought we couldn't take any more, when it seemed the spirits would surely tear through the tent and drag us away to some unimaginable fate, everything stopped. The hands disappeared, the whispers faded, and the oppressive cold lifted. Jake and I sat in stunned silence, hardly daring to breathe. Minutes passed, then an hour. Slowly, the first light of dawn began to filter through the tent fabric. As the sun rose, it was as if a spell had been broken. The supernatural energy that had permeated the forest all night seemed to dissipate, leaving behind only the normal sounds of a woodland morning. Jake and I looked at each other, our faces pale and drawn from the night's ordeal. "Was that real?" Jake asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Did all of that really happen?" I nodded slowly, my mind struggling to process everything we had experienced. "Yeah, it was real. All of it." We cautiously unzipped the tent and peered outside. The campsite looked normal in the morning light. The fire pit contained only cold, gray ashes, no sign of the eerie blue flames from the night before. The forest was alive with birdsong and the rustle of small animals going about their day. "I don't understand," Jake said as we stepped out of the tent on shaky legs. "Why did they attack us? I thought they wanted our help." I shook my head, trying to make sense of it all. "I don't think they were attacking us exactly. It felt more like they were trying to show us something, to make us understand." Jake ran a hand through his disheveled hair. "Understand what? The horror of what happened to them? Because message received, loud and clear." "Maybe," I said, my eyes drawn to the path that led to the creek. "But I think there's more to it than that. They're angry, yes, but also desperate. Whatever they need from us, it's important enough for them to risk scaring us away." We stood in silence for a moment, the weight of our situation settling over us like a heavy blanket. "So what do we do now?" Jake asked finally. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I knew we had to do. "We go back to the clearing. We need to communicate with them to understand what they want from us. It's the only way we're going to get through this." Jake nodded, a mix of fear and determination in his eyes. "Okay, but let's eat something first. I have a feeling we're going to need our strength." As we prepared a meager breakfast, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were standing on the precipice of something monumental. The spirits of the Kanyan Keha Ka had chosen us for a reason, and whatever trials lay ahead, I knew we had to see this through to the end. The haunting might have begun, but it was far from over. As we packed up our gear and prepared to head back into the heart of the forest, I silently prayed that we would have the strength and courage to face whatever supernatural challenges awaited us. The morning sun had barely risen when Jake and I began hastily shoving our belongings into our backpacks. The events of the previous night had left us shaken to our core, and despite our earlier resolve to see this supernatural quest through, the primal urge to flee had taken over. "We need to get out of here," Jake muttered, his hands trembling as he rolled up his sleeping bag. "I can't take another night like that." I nodded, too focused on packing to respond verbally. The forest around us seemed eerily quiet, as if holding its breath in anticipation of our next move. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made us jump, our nerves frayed to the breaking point. Within minutes, we had our camp broken down and our packs ready. Without a word, we set off down the trail that would lead us back to civilization, our pace quick and determined. As we hiked, an unsettling feeling began to creep over me. The forest, which had seemed so inviting when we first arrived, now felt oppressive and alien. The trees loomed over us, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers, and more than once I could have sworn I saw them move when I wasn't looking directly at them. "Jake," I said, my voice tight with anxiety, "does something feel off to you?" He glanced around nervously before responding. "You mean besides the ghosts and the Blood Creek?" "Yeah, this whole place feels wrong. Let's just keep moving." We pressed on, but as the minutes turned to hours, a horrible realization began to dawn on me. The landmarks we passed seemed familiar, too familiar. "Jake, stop," I said, grabbing his arm. "Look around. Doesn't this look like—" "The same stretch of forest we passed an hour ago," he finished, his face paling. "But that's impossible. We've been walking in a straight line." Panic began to set in as we realized the truth of our situation. Somehow, the forest was leading us in circles, keeping us trapped within its supernatural boundaries. "Okay, don't freak out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Let's try a different direction. Maybe if we cut straight through the underbrush instead of following the trail." Jake nodded, and we veered off the path, pushing our way through dense foliage. The going was tough, branches whipping at our faces and roots threatening to trip us at every step. But we pressed on, driven by the desperate need to escape this cursed place. After what felt like hours of grueling progress, we stumbled into a small clearing. For a moment, hope surged through me, until I recognized the rocky outcropping on the far side. "No," Jake whispered, the word filled with despair. "No, this can't be happening. We're back where we started." I sank to my knees, exhaustion and frustration overwhelming me. How is this possible? It's like the forest itself is alive, keeping us here. Jake paced back and forth, running his hands through his hair in agitation. "There has to be a way out. We just need to think logically about this. Maybe if we climb a tree, we can get our bearings." As he spoke, he took a step backward and suddenly disappeared from view with a startled yell. "Jake!" I shouted, scrambling to my feet. I rushed to where he had been standing and found myself staring down into a dark, gaping hole in the earth. It was perfectly camouflaged, hidden by leaves and forest debris until Jake's weight had caused it to collapse. "Mike!" Jake's voice echoed up from the darkness, filled with terror. "Help me! Something's got me! It's pulling me down!" Without hesitation, I dove into the hole after him. The fall seemed to last forever, darkness enveloping me as I plummeted deeper and deeper underground. Just when I thought the impact would surely kill me, I hit water with a splash. Gasping and sputtering, I surfaced in what appeared to be an underground river. The current was strong, pulling me along through a vast network of caves. In the dim light filtering down from above, I could make out Jake's form ahead of me, thrashing against something I couldn't see. "Jake!" I called out, swimming with all my might to reach him. "I'm coming! Hold on!" As I drew closer, I realized with horror that spectral hands were grabbing at Jake, trying to drag him under the water. Their translucent forms glowed with an eerie light, illuminating the cave walls around us. I managed to grab Jake's arm, pulling him towards me with all my strength. The spirits resisted, their touch icy cold even through the water. But I refused to let go, kicking and fighting against the current and the supernatural forces that sought to separate us. Suddenly, the river took a sharp turn, and we were swept into a larger cavern. The current slowed, allowing us to struggle to the shore. We lay there on the rocky ground, gasping for breath and shivering from both cold and fear. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized that the walls of the cavern were covered in ancient paintings. Intricate scenes depicted a thriving Native American village, followed by the arrival of European settlers. And then, in vivid, haunting detail, the massacre we had glimpsed in earlier visions. "Mike," Jake whispered, his voice hoarse, "look at this. It's their history, their tragedy." I nodded, unable to take my eyes off the paintings. The anguish and horror of the massacre were palpable even centuries later. As we studied the images, I began to understand why the spirits were so desperate for our help. "They want justice," I murmured. "They want their story told, their suffering acknowledged." Jake nodded slowly, his eyes wide as he took in the scope of the paintings. "But how can we do that? We're just two guys on a camping trip. What power do we have to right a centuries-old wrong?" Before I could respond, a soft glow began to emanate from the far end of the cavern. We watched, transfixed, as a passage seemed to open up, bathed in warm, inviting light. I think that's our way out," I said, getting to my feet and helping Jake up. We approached the passage cautiously, half expecting another supernatural attack. But as we stepped into the light, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. It was as if the spirits were guiding us, showing us the way forward. We walked through the glowing tunnel, the light growing brighter with each step. Just as it became almost blindingly intense, we found ourselves stumbling forward and emerged into the open air. Blinking in the sudden daylight, it took a moment for our surroundings to come into focus. When they did, my heart sank. "No," Jake groaned, recognizing our location at the same moment I did. "It can't be." But it was. We were standing in the middle of our original campsite, the tent still set up exactly as we had left it that morning. It was as if our entire escape attempt, the hours of hiking, the fall into the underground river, the cave of ancient paintings, had never happened. "What does this mean?" Jake asked, his voice trembling. "Are we trapped here forever?" I shook my head, trying to make sense of our situation. "I don't think so. I think the spirits are trying to tell us something. They brought us back here for a reason." As if in response to my words, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. In it, I could have sworn I heard whispered voices, urging us to stay, to listen, to understand. "We can't leave," I said, the realization settling over me with a mix of fear and determination. "Not until we've done what we were brought here to do." Jake looked at me, conflict clear in his eyes. But after a moment, he nodded. "You're right. Whatever's happening here, we're a part of it now. We have to see it through." As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across our campsite, we settled in for another night in this haunted forest. But this time, instead of fear, I felt a sense of purpose. The spirits had shown us their history, their pain. Now it was up to us to figure out how to help them find peace. Little did we know, the true test of our resolve, and the key to unraveling this supernatural mystery, was yet to come. The campfire crackled, casting flickering shadows across our faces as Jake and I sat in uneasy silence. After our failed escape attempt, and the realization that we were inexplicably bound to this haunted forest, a sense of resignation had settled over us. The night air was thick with tension, as if the very trees were holding their breath in anticipation of what was to come. "Mike," Jake said suddenly, breaking the silence, "do you think we're going crazy? I mean, all of this. It can't be real, can it?" I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could form the words, Jake's body went rigid. His eyes widened and a look of sheer terror crossed his face. "Jake?" I asked, concern rising in my voice. "What's wrong?" But the response that came from Jake's mouth was not his own. The words that spilled forth were in a language I had never heard before, guttural, ancient, and filled with a power that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. "Jake!" I shouted, jumping to my feet. "Snap out of it!" Jake's head snapped towards me and I stumbled backward in shock. His eyes had turned a milky white, devoid of pupils or irises. When he spoke again, his voice was deep and unnatural, resonating with the voices of many. "We have waited long for this moment," the entity speaking through Jake intoned. "You descendants of the invaders must pay for the sins of your ancestors." My mind reeled, trying to process what was happening. We're not responsible for what happened centuries ago," I stammered. "We want to help, to make things right. That's why we're still here." Jake's body contorted unnaturally, his limbs bending at impossible angles. I watched in horror as his mouth opened wider than should have been possible, and multiple voices emerged simultaneously, each recounting a different aspect of the massacre we had glimpsed in our visions. "The children screamed as they were torn from their mother's arms," one voice wailed. "Our sacred lands defiled, our people slaughtered like animals," another growled. "Promises broken, treaties ignored, a people nearly wiped from existence," a third lamented. The cacophony of voices grew louder, filling the clearing with a symphony of anguish and rage. I covered my ears, overwhelmed by the intensity of their pain and the guilt that washed over me, even for atrocities I hadn't committed. "Please," I shouted over the din, "tell us how to make this right. What do you want from us?" Suddenly, Jake's body went limp, collapsing to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. For a moment, all was silent. Then, slowly, Jake raised his head. His eyes were his own again, but filled with a mixture of terror and determination. "Mike," he gasped, his voice strained as if fighting against an unseen force. "We need to make amends. It's the only way to break the curse." "How?" I asked, kneeling beside him. "What do we need to do?" Jake's body convulsed, and for a moment I feared the spirits would take control again, but he fought through it, gritting his teeth as he forced out the words. "The totem," he managed, "the one you touched, in the clearing. We need to return it, and acknowledge the truth." With a final violent shudder, Jake's eyes rolled back in his head, and he fell unconscious. The oppressive supernatural energy that had filled the clearing dissipated, leaving behind only the normal sounds of the nighttime forest. I sat there, my heart pounding, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The possession, if that's what it truly was, had been terrifying to witness, but it had also provided us with the first real clue about how to resolve this supernatural crisis. As the adrenaline began to wear off, exhaustion hit me like a tidal wave. I managed to drag Jake into the tent and make sure he was breathing normally before collapsing into my own sleeping bag. Despite my racing thoughts, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I awoke to find Jake sitting up in his sleeping bag, his face pale and drawn. "How are you feeling?" I asked cautiously, unsure of how much he remembered. Jake rubbed his temples, wincing. "Like I got hit by a truck. Did that really happen last night, the possession?" I nodded grimly. "Yeah, it did. It was intense. Do you remember any of it?" "Bits and pieces," Jake murmured. "It was like I was trapped in my own body, watching and listening, but unable to control anything. God, Mike, the pain and anger those spirits carry. It's overwhelming." We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of our situation settling over us once again. "You managed to tell me something," I said finally, "about how to break the curse. You said we need to return the totem and acknowledge the truth. Does that mean anything to you?" Jake furrowed his brow, concentrating. I think so. It's like I have these fragments of knowledge in my head now, things I shouldn't know but somehow do. The totem, it's not just an artifact. It's a key. a link between our world and theirs. And acknowledging the truth, I prompted. I think, Jake said slowly, it means we need to tell their story. Not just to each other, but to the world. These spirits, they've been silenced for centuries. Their tragedy forgotten or ignored. They need their truth to be heard. I nodded, a plan beginning to form in my mind. So we return the totem, perform some kind of ceremony maybe, and then... what? Write a book? Make a documentary? Both, if we can, Jake said, a spark of determination in his eyes. We need to use every platform available to us. Social media, podcasts, whatever it takes to get their story out there. As we discussed our plans, I could feel a shift in the energy around us. The forest no longer seemed as oppressive. The unseen eyes watching us no longer filled with malevolence. It was as if the spirits were listening, approving of our intentions. We should head back to the clearing, I said, getting to my feet. Find that totem and figure out exactly what kind of ceremony we need to perform. Jake nodded, standing up as well. Yeah. And Mike? Thanks for not running away when things got crazy last night. I don't think I could face this alone. I clasped his shoulder, offering a small smile. We're in this together, man. Whatever happens, we'll see it through. As we packed up our gear and prepared to head back into the heart of the haunted forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were on the verge of something monumental. The possession had been a turning point, a terrifying but necessary step in our journey. The spirits had made their presence known in the most dramatic way possible, and now it was up to us to honor their trust and help them find the peace they had been denied for centuries. As we set off down the trail, I silently vowed to do whatever it took to bring justice and acknowledgement to the Kanyen Kehaka people, no matter the cost. Little did we know the ceremony to return the totem would test us in ways we couldn't imagine, pushing us to the very limits of our courage and sanity. But for now, we walked with purpose, ready to face whatever supernatural challenges lay ahead in our quest to break the curse and set the spirits free. The forest seemed to pulse with anticipation as Jake and I made our way back to the clearing where we had first encountered the totem. The air was thick and heavy, almost electric with supernatural energy. Every step felt significant, as if we were walking a path that had been waiting for us for centuries. Are you sure about this? I asked Jake, my voice barely above a whisper. The weight of what we were about to attempt pressed down on me, making it hard to breathe. Jake nodded, his face a mixture of determination and fear. As sure as I can be, given the circumstances. The memories. They're not exactly clear, but they're insistent. We need to do this. As we entered the clearing, I felt a shift in the atmosphere. The ghostly whispers that had been our constant companions since this ordeal began grew louder, more urgent. It was as if the spirits were gathering, drawn by our intention to perform the ritual. Okay, Jake said, taking a deep breath. We need to gather some items for the tribute. Natural things mostly. Stones, leaves, feathers if we can find them. And... He hesitated, his brow furrowing as he struggled to recall the fragmented memories left by the possession. And something personal. From each of us. We set about our task, combing the clearing and surrounding forest for the required items. As we worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, guided even. More than once, I turned to find a perfect feather or uniquely shaped stone right where I needed it to be, as if placed there by unseen hands. After about an hour, we had amassed a small collection of natural artifacts. Jake pulled out a pocket knife and carefully cut a lock of his own hair. Following his lead, I did the same. Now what? I asked, looking at our gathered items. Jake's eyes were distant, focused on something I couldn't see. We need to arrange everything in a circle. The totem goes in the center. Carefully, reverently, we began to construct our makeshift altar. Stones formed the outer circle, with leaves and feathers arranged in intricate patterns within. Our locks of hair we placed closest to the center, and finally, with trembling hands, I placed the totem in the middle of it all. As soon as the totem touched the ground, The air around us became noticeably thicker. The whispers grew to a low hum, and I could have sworn I saw shapes moving at the edge of the clearing, just out of focus. "Now," Jake said, his voice tight with tension, "we need to chant. The words. I'm not sure I can pronounce them correctly, but we have to try." He began to speak, his voice low and hesitant at first, stumbling over the unfamiliar syllables. But as he continued, his confidence grew, the words flowing more smoothly. I joined in, letting the strange sounds roll off my tongue. To my astonishment, our voices were not alone. From the forest around us came an answering chorus, spectral voices joining our chant. The sound swelled, filling the clearing with a haunting melody that seemed to resonate with the very earth beneath our feet. As we chanted, the ground began to tremble, softly at first, then with increasing intensity. The items in our tribute circle started to vibrate, the feathers dancing as if caught in an unfelt breeze. "Keep going," Jake shouted over the growing rumble. "We're almost there." The chant reached a fever pitch, our voices and those of the unseen chorus blending into a single, powerful sound. The shaking intensified, and I struggled to keep my footing. Just when I thought the earth might split open beneath us, a blinding light erupted from the center of our altar. I threw my arm up to shield my eyes, the light so intense it was painful to behold. The chant cut off abruptly, replaced by a high-pitched ringing that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The light faded, the shaking stopped, and the forest fell into an eerie silence. Blinking away the after-images, I lowered my arm and gasped. The clearing was no longer empty. Surrounding us in a wide circle were the spectral forms of the Kanyen'kehá:ka tribe. Men, women, children, dozens of translucent figures, their eyes fixed upon us. But something had changed. The rage and anguish that had characterized their earlier appearances was gone. Instead, their expressions were solemn, almost peaceful. The air no longer crackled with angry energy, but rather hummed with a sense of anticipation. "Jake," I whispered, my voice hoarse from the chanting, "are you seeing this?" He nodded, his eyes wide as he took in the scene before us. "Yeah, I think it worked. The ritual. They're here to listen." As if in response to Jake's words, one of the spirits stepped forward. It was the same spectral guide who had led us through the forest days ago. When he spoke, his voice was clear and strong, no longer the whisper we had heard before. "You have called, and we have answered," the spirit said. "You have shown respect for our ways and a willingness to bear witness to our story. Speak now, and we will listen." Jake and I exchanged a glance, suddenly unsure of what to say in the face of this solemn assembly. But we had come too far to falter now. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward. We want to help," I began, my voice gaining strength as I spoke. "What happened to your people was a terrible injustice, one that has been ignored or forgotten for far too long. We want to tell your story, to make sure the world knows the truth of what happened here." Jake joined me, his voice blending with mine. "We can't change the past, but we can work to honor your memory and ensure that such atrocities never happen again. Tell us your stories, share with us your memories, and we promise to be faithful stewards of your truth." The spirits listened in silence, their ethereal forms shifting slightly in a breeze we couldn't feel. When we finished speaking, the guide nodded solemnly. "Your words are honorable," he said, "but intentions alone are not enough. To truly understand, to truly help us find peace, you must do more than listen. You must experience." Before we could ask what he meant, the spirits began to move. They formed a tighter circle around us, their forms beginning to glow with an inner light. The guide raised his arms, and suddenly the clearing disappeared. We found ourselves standing in the middle of a bustling village. The spectral forms had been replaced by living, breathing people going about their daily lives. Children laughed and played. Women worked at cooking fires. Men returned from hunting expeditions. It was as if we had been transported back in time, witnessing the life of the Kanyen'kehá:ka people before the tragedy that would befall them. "This is our home," the guide's voice echoed in our minds. "This is what was stolen from us." The scene shifted and we watched in horror as European settlers arrived. We saw the initial attempts at peaceful coexistence give way to mistrust and violence. And then, with a sickening lurch, we were in the midst of the massacre itself. It was worse than any vision or nightmare could have prepared us for. The sights, sounds, and even smells of the slaughter assaulted our senses. We could feel the terror of the victims, the cruel determination of the attackers. I wanted to close my eyes to block it out, but found I couldn't look away. Just when I thought I couldn't bear any more, the scene changed again. We witnessed the aftermath, the few survivors struggling to rebuild, the gradual erasure of their culture and history, the long years of suffering and injustice that followed. Finally, we were back in the clearing, gasping and shaking from the intensity of what we had experienced. The spirits surrounded us once more, their eyes now filled with a mixture of sadness and hope. The guide spoke again, his voice gentle but firm. "Now you have seen. Now you have felt. This is the truth you must share with the world. Not just the facts of what happened, but the human cost, the lives destroyed, the legacy of pain that continues to this day." Jake and I nodded, too overwhelmed to speak. We understood now, in a way we never could have before, the true weight of the task we had undertaken. "Go forth," the guide said, his form beginning to fade along with the others. "Tell our story, honor our memory, and know that we will be watching, waiting for the day when true understanding and reconciliation can begin." As the last of the spirits disappeared, Jake and I found ourselves alone in the clearing once more. The makeshift altar remained, the totem at its center now glowing faintly with an inner light. We stood in silence for a long moment, trying to process everything we had seen and felt. Finally, Jake spoke, his voice thick with emotion. "We can't let them down, Mike. Whatever it takes, we have to make sure their story is told." I nodded, a sense of purpose filling me. "We will. No matter how long it takes, no matter what obstacles we face. We'll make sure the world knows the truth." As we gathered our belongings and prepared to leave the forest, I knew that our lives had been irrevocably changed. We had been entrusted with a sacred duty, one that would shape the rest of our days. The haunted forest had revealed its secrets to us, and now it was our turn to reveal those secrets to the world. As we took our first steps on this new path, I silently renewed my vow to the spirits of the Kanyen'kehá:ka people. Their story would be told, their truth would be known, and perhaps in some small way we could help right a centuries-old wrong. The journey ahead would be long and challenging, but we were ready to face it, for we carried with us not just the memories of what we had witnessed, but the hopes and dreams of a people long silenced. And in that, we found the strength to move forward, out of the shadow of the past, and into a future where truth and justice might finally prevail. The forest clearing shimmered with an otherworldly light as Jake and I stood, rooted to the spot, our hearts pounding with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The spirits of the Kanyen'kehá:ka people surrounded us, their translucent forms rippling like heat mirages in the summer air. The weight of their collective gaze was almost palpable, pressing down on us with the force of centuries of unspoken truths. The tribal elder's spirit, distinguished by his regal bearing and intricate headdress, stepped forward. His eyes, though spectral, burned with an intensity that made me want to look away. But I forced myself to meet his gaze, knowing that this moment was too important to shrink from. "You have called us forth," the elder spoke, his voice resonating not just in our ears but in our very souls. "You have shown a willingness to listen. But are you prepared for what that truly means? To bear witness is no small thing. It will change you in ways you cannot foresee." Jake and I exchanged a glance, a silent communication passing between us. We had come too far to turn back now. With a deep breath, I stepped forward. "We are ready," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Whatever you need to show us, we will see." Whatever you need us to know, we will learn. The elder nodded solemnly. Very well. Then open your minds and your hearts. Experience our joy, our pain, our legacy. As he spoke, the world around us began to shift and blur. The clearing faded away, replaced by a series of vivid, immersive visions. We were no longer merely observers. We were participants in the unfolding history of the Kanien'kehá:ka people. The first vision was one of peace and prosperity. We found ourselves in the midst of a thriving village, the air filled with the sounds of laughter and song. I could feel the strong sense of community, the deep connection to the land and to each other. It was a life of harmony and purpose, and for a moment I was overwhelmed by the beauty of it. This is who we were. The elder's voice echoed in my mind, a people at peace with ourselves and with the world around us. But the idyllic scene didn't last. The vision shifted, and suddenly we were witnessing the arrival of the first European settlers. I felt the initial curiosity and cautious optimism of the Kanien'kehá:ka people, their desire to forge peaceful relationships with these strange newcomers. We welcomed them, a woman's voice said, tinged with sorrow. We shared our knowledge, our food, our land. We thought we could coexist. The visions began to move faster, showing us the gradual erosion of trust between the two peoples. We felt the growing fear and resentment as promises were broken, lands were encroached upon, and diseases ravaged the native population. And then, with a sickening lurch, we were plunged into the massacre itself. The horror of it was beyond anything I could have imagined. We weren't just seeing it, we were living it, experiencing the terror and pain of the victims as if it were our own. I heard Jake cry out beside me, but I couldn't turn to look at him. I was trapped in the body of a young Kanien'kehá:ka woman, running for my life as the sounds of gunfire and screams filled the air. I felt the bullet tear through my back, the agonizing pain as I fell to the ground. As my vision faded, my last sight was of my village burning, my people dying all around me. The visions didn't stop there. We were shown the aftermath of the massacre, the survivors struggling to rebuild their shattered lives. We felt their grief, their anger, and their despair as they faced a world that seemed determined to erase them from existence. Through generations, we experienced the ongoing struggles of the Kanien'kehá:ka people, the forced relocations, the attempts to destroy their culture and language, the systemic discrimination that persisted into the modern era. Each injustice, each hardship, each small victory in the face of overwhelming odds, we felt it all. When the visions finally faded and we found ourselves back in the clearing, Jake and I were on our knees, tears streaming down our faces. The spirits surrounded us, their expressions solemn but no longer filled with the anger we had sensed before. Now you have seen, the elder said, his voice gentle but firm. Now you have felt what we have carried for centuries. The question remains, what will you do with this knowledge? I struggled to my feet, my legs shaky, my mind reeling from everything we had experienced. When I spoke, my voice was hoarse with emotion. We had no idea, I began, the words feeling woefully inadequate. The history books, they can't convey the true cost, Jake finished for me, rising to stand beside me. The human cost, the generations of pain and struggle. The elder nodded. This is why we have shown you, not just to relive our pain, but to ensure that it is understood, that it is remembered. A young warrior spirit stepped forward, his eyes blazing with intensity. Will you speak for us? He demanded. Will you tell our story to a world that has chosen to forget? Yes, I said without hesitation. We will. We swear it. Jake nodded emphatically. We'll do whatever it takes. Write books, make documentaries, speak to anyone who will listen. Your story deserves to be told, and we'll make sure it is. The spirits seemed to confer among themselves, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, the elder turned back to us. It will not be easy, he warned. There are those who would prefer that our story remain buried. You may face resistance, even danger. Are you prepared for that? I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the responsibility settling on my shoulders. But along with it came a sense of purpose, a conviction that this was what we were meant to do. We are, I said firmly. Whatever challenges we face, we'll face them knowing that what we're doing is right. Your story, your truth, it needs to be heard. And we'll make sure it is, no matter what. Jake put his hand on my shoulder, a gesture of solidarity. We won't let you down, he added. We won't let your suffering be in vain. We'll fight against the forgetting, against the willful ignorance that has allowed these injustices to continue. As we made our vow, I felt a shift in the energy around us. The spirits began to fade, their forms becoming more translucent. But as they disappeared, I sensed something else. A lifting of the oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the forest since our arrival. The elder's spirit was the last to fade. Before he disappeared entirely, he spoke one final time. Remember, he said, his voice fading like a distant echo. Remember and honor your promise. Our peace depends on it. And then he was gone, leaving Jake and I alone in the clearing. The forest around us seemed different now, no longer menacing but peaceful. The whispers that had haunted us had fallen silent, replaced by the natural sounds of birds and rustling leaves. We stood there for a long moment, trying to process everything that had happened. Finally, Jake broke the silence. So, he said, his voice still shaky but tinged with determination. Where do we start? I looked at him, seeing in his eyes the same mix of emotions I was feeling: awe, sadness, and a burning desire to make things right. We start by leaving this forest, I said. And then we tell their story. Every detail, every emotion, every injustice. We make sure the world knows the truth about what happened here and what's continued to happen since. Jake nodded, a small smile forming on his face. It's going to be a long journey, isn't it? Probably the journey of our lives, I agreed. But it's one we have to take. For them. For everyone who's been silenced or forgotten by history. As we gathered our belongings and prepared to leave the forest, I felt a profound sense of change. We had entered these woods as two friends on a simple camping trip. We were leaving as guardians of a sacred truth, entrusted with a mission that would shape the rest of our lives. The spirits of the Kanyan Kehaka people had shown us their past, and in doing so had altered our future. As we took our first steps on this new path, I silently renewed my vow. Their story would be told, their truth would be known, and perhaps, in some small way, we could help right a centuries-old wrong. The reckoning had begun, not just for the spirits who had found their voice through us, but for a world that would soon have to confront a history it had long chosen to ignore. The forest had transformed. As Jake and I made our way back through the woods, the oppressive atmosphere that had haunted us for days had lifted. The air felt lighter, fresher, and the very trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling with newfound vibrancy. Can you feel it? Jake asked, his voice filled with wonder. It's like the whole forest is breathing again. I nodded, understanding exactly what he meant. There was a palpable sense of renewal in the air, as if a great weight had been lifted from the land itself. Our feet carried us almost of their own accord, back to the creek where our supernatural ordeal had begun. The sight that greeted us there took our breath away. The water, which had run red with spectral blood on that first terrifying day, now flowed clear and pure. The sunlight danced on its surface, creating mesmerizing patterns that seemed to beckon us closer. Should we? Jake asked, gesturing towards the water. I hesitated for a moment, memories of the creek's earlier horrifying state flashing through my mind. But something deeper, an instinct I couldn't quite name, urged me forward. Yeah, I said. I think we should. We knelt at the creek's edge, cupping our hands to bring the cool, clear water to our lips. As soon as the first drop touched my tongue, I felt a surge of energy course through my body. It was like nothing I had ever experienced before. a rush of vitality that seemed to connect me not just to the creek, but to the entire forest around us. "Whoa!" Jake gasped beside me, his eyes wide. "Did you feel that?" I nodded, unable to find words to describe the sensation. We drank deeply, each sip seeming to heighten our awareness of the world around us. The colors of the forest appeared more vivid, the sounds clearer and more distinct. I could hear the heartbeat of a small animal hiding in a nearby bush, feel the gentle stirring of roots deep beneath the earth. As we sat back, marveling at this new perception, I noticed something else. The scratches and bruises we had accumulated during our ordeal, from our frantic escape attempts and our fall into the underground river, had vanished. Our skin was unmarked, as if the trials we had endured had been washed away by the creek's cleansing waters. "Mike," Jake said, his voice filled with awe. "Look at your arms. The cuts. They're gone." I examined my arms, then looked at Jake. He was right. There was no trace of the injuries we had sustained. Even our clothes, which had been torn and muddied, now appeared clean and whole. "It's like," I began, struggling to find the right words. "Like we've been purified somehow. Cleansed." Jake nodded slowly. "Do you think this is part of what the spirits wanted? For us to experience this renewal?" "Maybe," I said, pondering the idea. "Or maybe it's a gift. A way of marking the end of one journey and the beginning of another." We sat in silence for a while, listening to the gentle babbling of the creek and the renewed chorus of birdsong that filled the air. The forest around us seemed to pulse with new life, as if it too had been freed from a long-held curse. Eventually, we knew it was time to gather our belongings and prepare to leave. As we made our way back to our campsite, I couldn't help but marvel at how different everything looked. The path that had seemed so treacherous and confusing before was now clear and inviting. The shadows that had once held menace now danced playfully in the dappled sunlight. When we reached our campsite, another surprise awaited us. All signs of our chaotic, fear-filled nights had vanished. The ground where we had desperately tried to build protective circles was smooth and undisturbed. The trees that had seemed to move and shift to block our escape attempts stood peacefully, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. "It's like it never happened," Jake murmured, looking around in disbelief. But we both knew that wasn't true. While the physical traces of our ordeal might have been erased, the memories, and more importantly, the responsibility we had accepted, remained vivid and undeniable. As we packed up our gear, each item seemed lighter than before. The very act of preparing to leave felt significant, as if we were not just departing a campsite but stepping into a new chapter of our lives. Just as we were about to shoulder our packs, a sound caught our attention. It was faint at first, barely perceptible over the natural noises of the forest. But as we listened, it grew clearer, the steady rhythmic beat of a drum. "Do you hear that?" I asked, my voice hushed. Jake nodded, his eyes scanning the tree line. "Over there," he whispered, pointing. I followed his gaze, and my breath caught in my throat. At the edge of the clearing, where the trees grew thick and close together, I saw a shimmering in the air. As I watched, the shimmer coalesced into the faint, translucent forms of figures moving in a slow, graceful dance. "The spirits," Jake breathed. "They're dancing?" I nodded, unable to speak. The figures were indistinct, more suggestion than solid form, but there was no mistaking the beauty and power of their movements. They swayed and turned in time with the drumbeat, their dance a celebration of life, of memory, of the unbreakable connection between the past and the present. As we watched, transfixed, one of the figures seemed to turn towards us. Though I couldn't make out any features, I felt a sense of recognition. It was the elder who had guided us through our visions. His voice when it came was like the whisper of wind through leaves. "Remember your promise," it said. "Carry our story with you. Let it guide your steps and shape your path." And then, as quickly as they had appeared, the figures faded away, The drum beat lingered for a moment longer before it too dissolved into the natural sounds of the forest. Jake and I stood in silence for a long moment, absorbing what we had just witnessed. Finally, Jake spoke, his voice thick with emotion. "We can't let them down, Mike. We have to make sure their story is told." I nodded, feeling the weight of our promise settle on my shoulders. But it wasn't a burden. It was a purpose, a calling that filled me with determination. "We will," I said. "Whatever it takes, however long it takes, we'll make sure the world knows the truth about what happened here." As we shouldered our packs and took our first steps towards the trail that would lead us out of the forest, I felt a profound sense of change. We had entered these woods as two friends on a simple camping trip. We were leaving as guardians of a sacred truth, entrusted with a mission that would shape the rest of our lives. The forest around us seemed to whisper its approval as we walked. The trees bent slightly as if bowing to us, and the path ahead remained clear and inviting. It was as if the very land was acknowledging our vow and offering its blessing on our journey. Just before we reached the edge of the forest, I paused and turned back for one last look. The clearing where we had camped was already hidden from view, swallowed up by the lush greenery. But I could still feel the presence of the spirits, a gentle pressure at the edge of my awareness. "Thank you," I whispered, my words carried away by the breeze. "We won't forget. We won't let you be forgotten." Jake put his hand on my shoulder, a gesture of solidarity and shared purpose. Together, we turned and stepped out of the forest, leaving behind the site of our supernatural encounter, but carrying with us a truth that would forever change our lives. And, we hoped, the lives of many others. As we emerged into the bright sunlight of the world beyond the forest, I felt a mix of emotions: sadness at leaving behind the profound connection we had experienced, excitement for the journey ahead, and a deep, unshakable sense of responsibility. The cleansing we had undergone in the creek had washed away our physical wounds, but it had left something in their place, a mark unseen but deeply felt, a connection to a story bigger than ourselves. We had been entrusted with the voices of the silenced, the memories of the forgotten. And as we set off down the road that would lead us back to our everyday lives, I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. The forest receded behind us, but its lessons, its spirits, and its charge to us remained. We had been cleansed, renewed, and given a sacred task. The hike out of the forest felt like a journey between worlds. With each step, the supernatural energy that had enveloped us for what felt like days began to fade, replaced by the familiar sights and sounds of the mundane world. Yet Jake and I were acutely aware that we were not the same men who had entered this forest on what we thought would be a simple camping trip. As we emerged from the tree line and saw the parking lot where we had left our car, a sense of disorientation washed over us. The world looked different, older somehow. "Mike," Jake said, his voice tense, "does something seem off to you?" I nodded, a knot forming in my stomach. "Yeah, it's like more time has passed than we thought." Our suspicions were confirmed when we reached the car. A layer of dust and leaves covered it, and a parking ticket was tucked under the windshield wiper. With shaking hands, I pulled it out and read the date. "Jake," I whispered, "we've been gone for 3 weeks." His eyes widened in shock. "That's impossible. It couldn't have been more than a few days." But as we looked at each other, the truth sank in. Time had moved differently in that haunted forest. What had felt like days to us had been weeks in the outside world. The drive back to civilization was surreal. As we entered the first town on our route, the signs of our prolonged absence became even more apparent. Missing person posters with our faces plastered on them lined the streets. When we pulled into the local police station, the reaction was one of shock and disbelief. "Where the hell have you boys been?" the gruff sheriff demanded after the initial commotion of our return had settled. "We've had search parties combing those woods for weeks." Jake and I exchanged a glance, silently debating how much to reveal. Finally, I took a deep breath and began to tell our story. I spoke of the bloody creek, the spectral figures, the visions of the massacre and the promise we had made to the spirits of the Canyon Kehaka people. As I talked, I could see the disbelief growing on the faces of the officers. When I finished, there was a long moment of silence before the sheriff spoke again. "Son," he said, his voice a mixture of concern and skepticism, "are you sure you didn't hit your head out there? Maybe got into some bad mushrooms?" I felt a flash of anger, but Jake put a calming hand on my arm. "We know how it sounds," he said calmly, "but it's the truth. Every word of it. And we made a promise out there. A promise we intend to keep." The next few days were a whirlwind of debriefings, medical checkups, and reunions with worried family and friends. Throughout it all, Jake and I stuck to our story, even in the face of increasing skepticism and concern for our mental health. "They think we're crazy," I said to Jake one evening, after another frustrating interview with a disbelieving reporter. Jake nodded, a determined glint in his eye. "Let them think what they want. We know the truth, and we're going to honor our promise, no matter what." And so began our mission. We spent the next few years dedicating ourselves to researching the history of the Canyon Kehaka people and the massacre that had taken place in those woods. We wrote articles, gave lectures, and eventually published a book detailing our experience and the historical context behind it. It wasn't easy. We faced ridicule, accusations of fraud, and even threats from those who didn't want this particular piece of history brought to light. But we persevered, driven by the memory of what we had witnessed and the solemn vow we had made. Slowly, our persistence began to pay off. Historians became interested in our research, indigenous rights activists took up our cause, and eventually we found allies in unexpected places. 5 years after our original experience, we stood once again at the edge of the forest that had changed our lives. But this time, we weren't alone. A team of respected historians, archaeologists, and representatives from the Canyon Kehaka Nation stood with us, ready to properly document and honor the site of the long-forgotten massacre. As we led the team into the woods, I couldn't help but marvel at how different everything looked. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the forest during our first visit was gone, replaced by a sense of anticipation and reverence. When we reached the clearing where we had performed the ritual, a hush fell over the group. The historian leading the expedition, Dr. Sarah Redfeather, a woman of Canyon Kehaka descent herself, stepped forward, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's just as you described in your book," she breathed. "I can feel something here, a presence." Over the next few weeks, the team meticulously documented the site. They found physical evidence that corroborated our story, artifacts from the massacre, hidden caves with ancient paintings, and eventually, the remains of those who had fallen victim to the brutality of that long-ago day. As the excavation progressed, I noticed a change coming over the members of the Canyon Kehaka delegation. The initial skepticism in their eyes had been replaced by a mix of sorrow and gratitude. One evening, as the sun was setting over the forest, Elder Joseph Whitefeather approached Jake and me. His weathered face was solemn, but there was a glimmer of something like peace in his eyes. "You have done a great thing," he said, his voice rich with emotion. "For generations our people have carried the weight of this forgotten tragedy. Now, at last, the truth is being told." I felt tears prick at my eyes. "We only did what we promised we would do," I said softly. Elder Whitefeather nodded. "And in doing so, you have helped to heal a wound that has festered for centuries. Our ancestors can finally rest easy, knowing that their story will be remembered." On the last day of the expedition, Jake and I found ourselves standing once more by the creek where our journey had begun. The water flowed clear and pure, a far cry from the blood-red torrent we had first encountered. As we stood there reflecting on everything that had happened, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. And on that breeze I could have sworn I heard a whispered "thank you," so faint it might have been my imagination. But the shiver that ran down my spine told me it was real. The spirits of the Canyon Kehaka people were acknowledging that we had kept our promise. "Do you think they're at peace now?" Jake asked, his voice hushed. I nodded, feeling a sense of completion wash over me. I think so. We've helped bring their story to light, ensured that their suffering won't be forgotten. It's what they wanted, what they needed. As we turned to rejoin the group, I took one last look at the forest that had changed our lives so profoundly. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the colors a little brighter. The land itself felt healed. We had entered this forest years ago as two naive campers and emerged as keepers of a sacred truth. Now we were leaving it for the last time, our promise fulfilled, our mission complete. But I knew that the impact of what we had experienced here would continue to shape our lives. The story of the Kanien'kehá:ka people, their tragedy and their resilience, had become a part of us, and we would continue to be its guardians, ensuring that it was never again lost to history. As we walked away, I felt a profound sense of gratitude for the trust the spirits had placed in us, for the strength we had found to see our mission through, and for the healing that had finally come to this long-haunted land. The forest behind us whispered its farewell, and I knew that while our journey here was ending, the ripples of what we had set in motion would continue to spread, touching lives and changing perspectives for generations to come. And in that knowledge, I found peace. The sun was dipping low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink as I trudged along the worn hiking trail. The Green Mountain National Forest stretched out around me, a sea of emerald, punctuated by the occasional flash of autumn colors. I'd been walking for hours, my backpack heavy with camping gear and my trusty Nikon. As a freelance photographer, I often found myself in these woods, searching for that perfect shot. Today, though, something felt different. The air was thick with an anticipation I couldn't quite explain, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I paused to take a swig from my water bottle, wiping the sweat from my brow. That's when I saw it. A glint of something metallic just off the trail, partially hidden beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. Curiosity piqued. I stepped off the path, my boots crunching softly on the forest floor. As I approached, the object began to take shape. It was a camera, and not just any camera. This was vintage, probably from the 1950s or earlier. "Well, hello there," I murmured, crouching down to get a better look. "What's your story?" The camera was a beauty, its black leather body weathered but still intact. The brass fittings had developed a rich patina, speaking to years of use and exposure to the elements. But what struck me most was how out of place it seemed. This wasn't the kind of thing you'd take on a casual hike. I picked it up, surprised by its weight. It felt solid, substantial in a way modern cameras never do. As I turned it over in my hands, a chill ran down my spine. There was film inside. "No way," I breathed, my heart rate quickening. "Please tell me you're still good." I knew the chances of the film being usable after who knows how long out here were slim to none, but I couldn't help the excitement bubbling up inside me. This was the kind of find that could make a photographer's career, or at least make for one hell of a story. I carefully placed the camera in my backpack, making a mental note to handle it gently on the hike back. The sun had nearly set now, long shadows stretching across the forest floor. I needed to make camp soon. As I set up my tent in a small clearing, my mind kept wandering back to the camera. Who did it belong to? How long had it been out there? And most intriguingly, what images might be captured on that film? Sleep didn't come easily that night. The usual sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the occasional hoot of an owl, seemed somehow more ominous. I tossed and turned, my dreams filled with shadowy figures and the click of a camera shutter. When dawn broke, I was already up and packing. The anticipation of developing that film had me jittery, eager to get back to my cabin and the makeshift darkroom I'd set up there. The hike back seemed to take forever, each step both bringing me closer to answers and filling me with an inexplicable dread. By the time I reached my cabin, the sun was high in the sky and I was drenched in sweat. I burst through the door, dropping my backpack unceremoniously on the floor. With trembling hands, I extracted the camera, placing it reverently on my workbench. "Okay, old-timer," I said, addressing the camera as if it could hear me. "Let's see what secrets you're hiding." I'd developed film before, of course, but never anything this old. I worked slowly, methodically, terrified of making a mistake that could destroy whatever images the camera held. As I hung up the negatives to dry, I tried to temper my expectations. "They're probably all ruined," I muttered to myself. "Water damage, light leaks. Hell, maybe the camera was empty all along." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. There was something about this camera, something that told me its contents were going to change everything. The wait for the negatives to dry was excruciating. I paced my small cabin, alternating between bouts of manic energy and moments of paralyzing fear. What if the photos were amazing? What if they were terrible? What if they were something else entirely? Finally, it was time. I entered my darkroom, the red safe light casting an eerie glow over everything. With a deep breath, I began the process of creating prints from the negatives. As the first image began to appear in the developer tray, I leaned in close, eager to see what would emerge. At first, it was just shapes, indistinct and blurry. But as the image clarified, my excitement turned to confusion, then to horror. It was a person. That much was clear. But they weren't posing or smiling. The figure in the photo was sprawled at an unnatural angle at the bottom of what looked like a ravine. Their eyes were open, staring blankly at the camera, and there was no mistaking the pallor of death on their features. "What the hell?" I whispered, my voice sounding strange and hollow in the small room. I quickly moved on to the next print, hoping it would provide some context, some explanation. But the second photo was just as disturbing. Another body, this one tangled in the branches of a fallen tree. My hands were shaking as I worked through the rest of the photos. Each one revealed another gruesome scene of death in the forest. Some seemed recent, others showed signs of decay that suggested they'd been there for quite some time. As I hung up the last print, my mind was reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of sick joke, or maybe an art project gone wrong. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. These photos had an authenticity to them that couldn't be faked. I stumbled out of the darkroom, gasping for air. The cabin suddenly felt too small, too confining. I threw open the front door, gulping in the cool forest air. That's when I saw him, a figure standing at the edge of the trees watching me. He was old, his face weathered like the bark of the ancient pines surrounding him, and in his hands he held a camera identical to the one I'd found. Our eyes met, and in that moment, I knew my life would never be the same. The old man's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Welcome to the club, son," he called out, his voice carrying on the wind. "Hope you're ready for what comes next." Before I could respond, he raised the camera to his eye. There was a flash, the sound of a shutter clicking, and then darkness. I stumbled back into my cabin, my mind reeling from the encounter with the old man. The flash of his camera still burned behind my eyelids, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted in my world. With trembling hands, I reached for the stack of photos I'd developed earlier. I needed to look at them again, to convince myself that what I'd seen was real. The first photo stared up at me accusingly. A young woman, her body broken at the bottom of a ravine I recognized all too well. I'd hiked past that spot dozens of times, never knowing the grim secret it held. "This can't be happening," I muttered, my voice sounding hollow in the quiet cabin. I flipped to the next photo and the next, each one revealing another gruesome scene of death in the forest. A hiker trapped under a fallen tree, a climber's body splayed on jagged rocks, a camper pale and still in a tent. My hands shook as I recognized more locations: the old fire tower, the hidden waterfall, the rocky outcropping that offered the best views of the valley. Places I'd visited countless times, now forever tainted by these images of death. "How?" I whispered, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. "How is this possible?" That's when I noticed something I'd missed before in my initial shock. There were dates scrawled on the back of each photo. Some were recent, disturbingly so. Others dated back decades, long before I'd ever set foot in these woods. I grabbed my laptop, my fingers flying over the keyboard as I searched for any news reports that might corroborate what I was seeing. It didn't take long to find something. Local hiker found dead in Green Mountain National Forest. The headline blared. The article, dated just 2 weeks ago, described how a young woman had been discovered at the bottom of a ravine, believed to have fallen while hiking alone. My stomach churned as I compared the article to the first photo. The description matched perfectly. The location, the victim, even the clothes she was wearing. "This is real," I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "It's all real." I pushed away from the computer, pacing the small confines of my cabin. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. The camera, the old man, the photos. How were they all connected? A thought struck me then, so obvious I couldn't believe it hadn't occurred to me sooner. I still had the camera. I could take a photo, see for myself if it truly had some supernatural power. "This is crazy," I told myself as I retrieved the vintage camera from my bag, completely insane. And yet, I couldn't stop myself. I raised the camera, pointing it at myself. My finger hesitated over the shutter button for just a moment before I pressed down. The click of the shutter seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet cabin. I lowered the camera, my heart pounding. "Now what?" I asked the empty room. I knew I should develop the photo right away, but fear held me back. What if it showed me dead, like all the others? What if by taking that photo I'd somehow sealed my own fate? Hours passed as I sat there, the camera a silent accusation on the table in front of me. As the sky outside darkened, I finally found the courage to move. The dark room felt different this time, oppressive, threatening. The red safe light cast sinister shadows as I went through the motions of developing the film. As the image began to appear in the developer tray, I held my breath. At first it was just shapes, indistinct and blurry. But as the image clarified, my worst fears were realized. It was me, but not as I was now. The figure in the photo was clearly dead, eyes staring blankly at nothing, body awkwardly splayed on forest ground. "No," I breathed, stumbling back from the tray. "No, no, no." I fled the dark room, gasping for air. The walls of the cabin seemed to close in around me. I needed to get out, to run, to escape this nightmare. But as I burst out of the cabin, I found myself face to face with the old man again. He stood there, calm as could be, that ancient camera hanging around his neck. "Figured it out yet, son?" he asked, his voice gravelly with age. "Who are you?" I demanded. "What's happening to me?" The old man sighed, suddenly looking every one of his many years. "Name's Clarence, and what's happening to you? Well, that's a long story. But the short version is, you've been chosen, just like I was all those years ago." "Chosen? For what?" Clarence gestured to the camera around my neck. I hadn't even realized I'd brought it out with me. "To be the keeper, to document the forest's harvest." I shook my head, unwilling to accept what he was saying. "This is insane. Those people in the photos, did you kill them?" "Me?" Clarence let out a harsh laugh. "No, boy, the forest did that. It's always hungry, you see. Been that way long before you or I came along." "The forest can't kill people," I argued, even as a part of me remembered all the times I'd felt watched while hiking, all the stories of people who went into these woods and never came out. "Can it?" Clarence raised an eyebrow. "Then how do you explain those photos of yours? Or this?" He raised his own camera, and before I could react, he'd snapped a photo. The flash momentarily blinded me, and when my vision cleared, Clarence was holding out a Polaroid. With trembling hands, I took it. As the image developed, I felt the blood drain from my face. It showed me, just as I was standing now, but superimposed over my living form was a ghostly image of my dead self, the same one from the photo I'd just developed. What does this mean?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Clarence's expression softened slightly. It means you've got a choice to make, son. You can run from this, try to escape your fate. But trust me, I tried that once. It doesn't end well. Or you can accept it. Become the new keeper. Take up the mantle and do what needs to be done. I stared at him, horror and disbelief warring within me. And if I refuse? Clarence shrugged. Then the forest will take you just like all the others, and someone else will find that camera, and the cycle will begin again. He turned to go, pausing at the edge of the trees. You've got 1 week, according to that photo of yours. Better make your decision quick. And with that he was gone, swallowed up by the darkness of the forest. I stood there for a long time, the damning Polaroid in one hand, the vintage camera in the other. The weight of the choice before me felt impossibly heavy. As I finally turned to go back inside, a cool wind whispered through the trees. For a moment, I could have sworn I heard voices on that wind, the voices of all those lost souls in the photos. 1 week. I had 1 week to decide my fate, to choose between becoming a harbinger of death or becoming its victim. I looked out at the dark forest, suddenly alien and menacing. What am I going to do? I asked the night. But the only answer was the rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, sounds that now seemed more like a warning than the comforting noises of nature I'd always known. With a shudder, I retreated into my cabin, locking the door behind me. But as I lay in bed that night, sleep eluding me, I couldn't shake the feeling that no lock could keep out the choice that was coming for me. The forest was waiting. The dark room felt like a tomb as I stood there, watching the image slowly materialize in the developing tray. My hands trembled and I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. As the photo became clearer, I felt the air leave my lungs in a rush. There I was, sprawled on the forest floor, my eyes wide and lifeless. The scene was horrifyingly detailed. I could make out every leaf, every shadow, every bruise on my pale skin. It was as if I was looking at a window into the future, a future where I no longer existed. This can't be real, I whispered, my voice sounding hollow in the small room. But I knew it was. I'd seen too much in the past few days to deny the truth any longer. I lifted the photo with shaking hands, bringing it closer to the red safe light for a better look. My photographer's eye kicked in, analyzing every detail despite the revulsion churning in my gut. The location was familiar, a clearing not far from my cabin, one I passed through almost daily on my hikes. My body lay crumpled at the base of a large oak tree, limbs bent at unnatural angles. There was a camera, the cursed vintage one, lying just out of reach of my outstretched hand. As I scrutinized the image, searching desperately for any clue that might help me prevent this grim future, my eyes caught on something in the corner of the frame. A shadow, oddly shaped and somehow darker than the surrounding forest gloom. Was it just a trick of the light, or something more sinister? I flipped the photo over and my blood ran cold. There, scrawled in the same handwriting I'd seen on the other photos, was a date. 1 week from today. No, I breathed, stumbling back until I hit the wall. No, this can't be happening. But it was. In 7 days, according to this supernatural premonition, I would die. I burst out of the dark room, gasping for air. The walls of my small cabin suddenly felt suffocating. I needed to get out, to think, to find a way to change this horrifying fate. As I stumbled onto my porch, the cool night air hit me like a slap. The forest loomed dark and menacing, no longer the peaceful sanctuary I'd always known it to be. Now it felt alive, watching, waiting to claim me. What am I supposed to do? I shouted into the darkness, my voice cracking with fear and frustration. Only the whisper of wind through the leaves answered me, a sound that now seemed more like mocking laughter than the soothing rustle I once loved. I sank down onto the porch steps, burying my face in my hands. My mind raced, trying to make sense of everything that had happened since I found that damned camera. The old man's words echoed in my head. You've got a choice to make, son. You can run from this, try to escape your fate. But trust me, I tried that once. It doesn't end well. But how could I accept this? How could I just sit back and wait for death to come for me? I lifted my head, my gaze falling on the vintage camera sitting innocently on the porch railing where I'd left it earlier. A surge of anger rose in me, and before I knew what I was doing, I was on my feet grabbing the camera. "This is all your fault," I snarled, raising it above my head, ready to smash it against the porch boards. But something stopped me. A feeling, an instinct, a morbid curiosity, perhaps. What if destroying the camera made things worse? What if it sealed my fate instead of changing it? Slowly, I lowered the camera, turning it over in my hands. Despite everything, I couldn't help but admire its craftsmanship, the weight of history it carried. "What are you?" I murmured, tracing the intricate engravings on its body. "And why me?" As if in response, a cool breeze swept across the porch, carrying with it the faint scent of decay. I shuddered, quickly setting the camera back down. I spent the rest of the night pacing, alternating between bouts of frantic planning and moments of paralyzing fear. I considered running, leaving the forest and never looking back. But something told me it wouldn't be that easy. The old man had said he'd tried to escape once, and it hadn't ended well. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, I finally collapsed onto my bed, exhaustion overtaking me. But sleep, when it came, brought no relief. My dreams were a chaotic swirl of images. The people from the photos, their dead eyes accusing me of failing them somehow. The old man, Clarence, standing at the edge of the forest, beckoning me deeper into the shadows. And always, always, the vision of my own death, playing out in vivid detail. I jolted awake with a gasp, drenched in sweat and tangled in my sheets. The sun was high in the sky. I'd slept most of the day away. As I stumbled to the bathroom to splash water on my face, I caught sight of myself in the mirror. I looked haggard, wild-eyed, like a man on the edge of sanity, which I supposed I was. "Pull yourself together," I told my reflection sternly. "You've got 6 days to figure this out. 6 days to change your fate." But even as I said it, doubt gnawed at me. How does one outsmart death? How does one fight against a force as ancient and implacable as this forest seemed to be? I spent the rest of the day researching, scouring the internet for any information on supernatural cameras, forest spirits, anything that might give me a clue on how to proceed. But every lead I found seemed more far-fetched than the last. As night fell once again, I found myself back on the porch staring out into the darkness. The forest seemed to press closer, its shadows deeper, more menacing. "I'm not going to let you take me," I said, my voice sounding small in the vast silence. "Do you hear me? I'm going to fight this." A branch snapped in the distance, making me jump. For a moment, I thought I saw movement at the tree line, a flicker of something pale, like the flutter of a coat or a dress. But when I blinked, it was gone. I retreated back into the cabin, double-checking the locks on the doors and windows. Not that they'd do much good against whatever force was at work here, but it made me feel a little better. As I lay in bed that night, sleep once again eluding me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something important, some vital clue that would unravel this whole mystery. I thought about the old man, Clarence. He'd survived, hadn't he? He'd found a way to coexist with whatever dark power ruled these woods. Maybe, just maybe, that was the key. "I'll find you tomorrow," I promised the darkness. "I'll make you tell me how to survive this." But as I finally drifted off into a fitful sleep, the wind outside seemed to whisper a response. Time is running out. And in my dreams, I died again and again, each time waking just before the moment of impact. The date of my impending doom seared into my mind like a brand. 6 days left. 6 days to change my fate. 6 days to solve the mystery of the forest and its hungry ancient power. The race against time had begun. The morning light filtered through the cabin windows, finding me hunched over my laptop, eyes bloodshot from a night of frantic research. Empty coffee mugs littered the table, testament to my desperate quest for answers. Come on, I muttered, scrolling through yet another obscure forum thread about haunted objects. There has to be something about this camera. My search had begun with the camera's make and model, tracing its history back to the 1930s. It was a rare piece, handcrafted by a small company that had gone out of business decades ago. But that was where the normal part of its history ended. As I dug deeper, I uncovered a trail of previous owners. Each story I found ended the same way: mysterious deaths or disappearances. The camera seemed to leave a wake of tragedy wherever it went. Jesus, I breathed, pushing away from the computer and rubbing my tired eyes. What have I gotten myself into? I glanced at the vintage camera sitting innocuously on the coffee table. In the morning light, it looked almost beautiful, its brass fittings gleaming. It was hard to believe something so ordinary could be so deadly. Sighing, I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. That's when I noticed something odd, a slight unevenness in the leather covering on the bottom. Frowning, I ran my fingers over the spot. There was definitely something there, a slight bulge that shouldn't exist. Heart racing, I carefully began to peel back the leather. It came away easily, as if it had been removed and replaced before. Underneath, I found a small compartment cleverly built into the camera's body. "What the hell?" I whispered, carefully extracting a folded piece of paper from the hidden space. With trembling hands, I unfolded the note. The paper was yellowed with age, the ink faded but still legible. It read, "To the one who holds this camera, beware its power and its curse. What it shows, it brings to pass. Seek the keeper of old words, where pages whisper secrets dark. The truth lies hidden in plain sight. But time is short. The price is high." I read the note several times, my mind racing. The keeper of old words, I mused aloud. Where pages whisper secrets, a library or a bookstore? Suddenly I remembered something. An old bookshop I'd passed on my drives into town. It had always caught my eye, with its quaint, almost out-of-time appearance. Worth a shot, I decided, grabbing my keys. I hesitated for a moment, then picked up the camera too. Something told me I might need it. The drive into town felt longer than usual, the forest pressing close on either side of the road. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following my every move. The bookshop, when I finally reached it, looked even more antiquated up close. Faded gold lettering on the window read, "Blackwood's Rare Books Curiosities." The door creaked ominously as I pushed it open. The interior was dim and dusty, packed floor to ceiling with books. The smell of old paper and leather filled the air. For a moment I just stood there, letting my eyes adjust to the gloom. "Can I help you?" I jumped at the voice, spinning around to find an old woman peering at me from behind a cluttered counter. She was tiny, wrinkled like a dried apple, with sharp eyes that seemed to look right through me. I'm looking for information," I stammered, suddenly unsure how to explain my bizarre situation. The old woman's eyes narrowed. "Information about what exactly?" I hesitated, then decided to take a risk. I pulled out the camera, setting it on the counter between us. "About this." The change in the old woman was immediate and startling. She recoiled from the camera as if it were a venomous snake, her face paling. "Where did you get that?" she hissed, her voice trembling. "I found it in the forest," I explained quickly. "Please, I need to know what it is, how it works. I think it's going to kill me." The old woman stared at me for a long moment, then sighed heavily. "I knew this day would come," she murmured, more to herself than to me. "Follow me." She led me to a back room, even more crowded with books than the main shop. Muttering to herself, she pulled a thick, leather-bound volume from a high shelf. "This is a dangerous thing you've stumbled into, young man," she said, placing the book on a rickety table. "That camera has a long and bloody history." "I know," I said. "I've been researching it, but I need to know more. How does it work? Can its predictions be changed?" The old woman's expression grew grave. "You misunderstand. The camera doesn't predict death. It causes it. Her words hit me like a physical blow. I staggered back, my mind reeling. What do you mean? The camera is a conduit, she explained, her voice low and urgent. A tool used by something ancient and hungry that lives in those woods. When it takes a picture, it doesn't just capture an image. It captures a soul, marking it for harvest. I felt sick, remembering all the photos I'd developed. All those people, dead because of this camera, because of me. But I didn't take those other pictures, I protested weakly. I just found the camera. The old woman shook her head. It doesn't matter. By taking possession of the camera, you've become its new agent, and now it's chosen you as its next victim. There has to be a way to stop it, I insisted, desperation creeping into my voice. To break the curse or destroy the camera or something. Many have tried, she said softly. Few have succeeded. And those who did, well, the price was always high. She turned to the book, flipping through its pages with practiced ease. Here, she said, pointing to an illustration that made my blood run cold. It showed a figure much like the one I'd seen in the forest. Tall, gaunt, with antlers sprouting from its head. The spirit of the forest, the old woman explained. Some call it the Wendigo, others the Dark Hunter. It's as old as the woods themselves, always hungry, always hunting. And the camera? A tool it uses to mark its prey, to ensure a steady supply of souls to feed on. I felt overwhelmed, drowning in the horror of it all. What can I do? I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. The old woman regarded me with a mixture of pity and resignation. You have two choices, she said. You can try to run, to hide, but the hunter will find you eventually. It always does. Or, I prompted when she paused, or you can face it, confront the spirit in its own domain, but be warned. No one who has attempted this has ever returned. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. And if I do neither? If I just wait? Her eyes softened with sympathy. Then in 6 days, the picture you took will come true, and your soul will belong to the forest. I left the bookshop in a daze, the weight of the camera in my bag feeling like a ticking bomb. The old woman's final words echoed in my head. Whatever you choose, choose quickly. Time is not on your side. As I drove back to my cabin, the forest seemed to press closer than ever, its shadows deeper, its presence more menacing. I knew now what lurked in those woods, and the knowledge was almost worse than the ignorance had been. I had a choice to make: run and hide, buying myself time but living in constant fear, confront the spirit on its own turf, facing near certain death, or do nothing and let fate take its course. As the cabin came into view, I made my decision. I wouldn't run, and I wouldn't wait for death to come to me. I would face this thing, this Wendigo or Dark Hunter or whatever it was. I pulled up to the cabin, my resolve hardening. I had 5 days left. 5 days to prepare for the fight of my life, and quite possibly, for my death. The hunt was on. But this time, I wouldn't be the prey. I would be the hunter. The sun had barely crested the horizon when I burst out of my cabin, determination etched on my face. I had a plan, a desperate, probably foolish plan, but it was all I had. You're not getting me, I muttered, glaring at the surrounding forest. Not today, not ever. My strategy was simple. Avoid the clearing where my death photo was taken at all costs. I'd spend the day as far from that spot as possible, hoping that by changing my routine, I could change my fate. I threw my backpack into my truck and peeled out of the driveway, gravel spitting from beneath the tires. As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to hide a lurking presence. Every rustle of leaves felt like a whispered threat. My destination was a small town about an hour away. I figured putting some distance between myself and the forest couldn't hurt. As I drove, I tried to calm my racing thoughts. You're going to be fine, I told myself. Just stay away from the clearing, break the pattern, you can beat this. But even as I spoke the words, doubt gnawed at me. The old woman's voice echoed in my head. The camera doesn't predict death, it causes it. I shook off the thought as I pulled into the parking lot of a small diner. I needed coffee, food, and a semblance of normalcy. The cheery ding of the bell as I entered the diner felt jarringly out of place with my current state of mind. I slid into a booth, ordering coffee from a smiling waitress who seemed oblivious to my inner turmoil. As I waited for my order, I pulled out my phone. I needed to talk to someone, to share the burden of this impossible situation. My finger hovered over my best friend Mike's number before I hit call. The phone rang several times before a groggy voice answered. "Hello? Mike, it's me. I need to talk to you. It's important." There must have been something in my voice because Mike's tone immediately sharpened. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" I took a deep breath, then launched into my story. I told him everything, finding the camera, the death photos, my own impending doom. As I spoke, I could hear how crazy it all sounded. When I finished, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. Finally, Mike spoke, his voice cautious. "Look, man, I know you've been under a lot of stress lately with your photography business and all. Maybe you should talk to someone, a professional, I mean." "You don't believe me," I said flatly. "It's not that I don't believe you're upset," Mike said carefully. "But what you're describing, it's not possible. Cursed cameras, forest spirits. Come on, you know how that sounds." I felt a wave of frustration and loneliness wash over me. "I know how it sounds, Mike, but I'm telling you it's real. I'm in danger." Okay, Mike said, clearly trying to placate me. "Why don't you come stay with me for a few days? Get out of those woods, clear your head a bit." I was about to agree when something caught my eye outside the diner window. A figure, tall and unnaturally thin, standing at the edge of the parking lot. For a split second, I saw antlers silhouetted against the sky. I blinked, and it was gone. I can't," I stammered into the phone. "It would follow me. Put you in danger too." "What would follow you?" "Man, you're really starting to worry me." "I have to go," I said abruptly, ending the call despite Mike's protests. I threw some money on the table and rushed out of the diner, my coffee untouched. The parking lot was empty now, no sign of the figure I'd seen, but the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, was stronger than ever. Back in my truck, I drove aimlessly, no destination in mind except away. The day passed in a blur of back roads and small towns, always with one eye on the rearview mirror, always expecting to see something terrible gaining on me. As the sun began to set, I realized I needed to head back. I couldn't stay away from the cabin forever, and I needed to regroup, to plan my next move. The drive back seemed to take forever, the forest growing denser and darker with each passing mile. I was about halfway home when it happened. A deafening crack split the air, and suddenly a massive tree branch was falling directly towards my windshield. I swerved instinctively, the truck fishtailing on the narrow road. For a heart-stopping moment, I was sure this was it. This was how the prophecy would be fulfilled. But somehow, miraculously, I regained control. The branch crashed harmlessly behind me, and I screeched to a stop, my heart pounding in my chest. I sat there for a long moment, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. The near miss had shaken me to my core, making me realize just how fragile life truly was. "This is insane," I whispered to myself. "I can't keep running. I can't keep living like this." As the adrenaline faded, a new resolve took its place. I couldn't avoid my fate forever. Sooner or later, the forest, the camera, the spirit, whatever it was, would find me. My only chance was to face it head on. I started the truck again, this time with a clear destination in mind. I was going back to where it all began, the spot where I'd found the camera. The sun had set by the time I reached the trailhead. The forest loomed before me, a wall of darkness broken only by the beam of my flashlight. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run, to hide. But I pushed forward. The hike seemed longer than I remembered, each step taking me deeper into the heart of the forest. The usual nighttime sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals, were absent. The woods were eerily silent, as if holding their breath in anticipation. Finally, I reached the spot. It looked ordinary enough, just a small clearing off the main trail. But as I stood there, I could feel the wrongness of the place, a heaviness in the air that hadn't been there before. I took a deep breath, then spoke to the darkness. I know you're out there. I know what you are, what you've been doing, and I'm here to tell you, it stops now. I'm not going to be your victim. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then a whisper of wind through the trees that almost sounded like laughter. The shadows seemed to deepen, to move with a life of their own. And then I saw it, emerging from between the trees, a figure both familiar and terrifyingly alien. Tall, impossibly thin, with antlers branching from its head like a crown of thorns. Its eyes glowed with an inner fire, fixed unblinkingly on me. Fear threatened to overwhelm me, but I stood my ground. I raised the camera, my weapon, my curse, and pointed it at the creature. "Let's end this," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. As my finger tensed on the shutter button, the world seemed to hold its breath. In that moment, I knew that whatever happened next would change everything. There would be no going back. The camera clicked, the sound impossibly loud in the silent forest. A flash illuminated the clearing, burning the image of the creature into my retinas. And then the real battle began. Chapter 5 ended with this confrontation, but the outcome, my fate, the fate of the forest, the truth behind the camera's power, all hung in the balance. As the flash faded and darkness rushed back in, I knew that the next few moments would determine everything. The race against time had led me here, to this moment, this choice. Now, all that remained was to see it through, whatever the cost. The flash from the camera faded, leaving me momentarily blind in the darkness of the forest. As my vision slowly returned, I realized with a start that the creature, the Wendigo, the Dark Hunter, whatever it was, had vanished. "Where are you? Where are?" I called out, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the vast silence of the woods. No answer came, save for the faint rustling of leaves in the night breeze. I knew I couldn't stay here. Standing still felt like painting a target on my back. With no clear direction in mind, I began to hike deeper into the forest, my flashlight beam cutting a feeble path through the darkness. As I walked, the feeling of being watched intensified. Eyes seemed to peer at me from every shadow, every dark hollow between the trees. More than once I spun around, certain I'd caught a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, only to find nothing there. "Get a grip," I muttered to myself, trying to steady my nerves. You knew this wouldn't be easy. The words had barely left my mouth when I tripped over an exposed root, sending me sprawling to the forest floor. As I pushed myself up, spitting out leaves and dirt, my flashlight beam fell on something that made my heart skip a beat. There, half hidden by undergrowth, was a rough trail I'd never noticed before. It looked old, disused, but definitely man-made. Without really knowing why, I felt compelled to follow it. The trail wound through the trees, becoming steeper and more treacherous as it went. Just as I was beginning to think it led nowhere, the trees suddenly thinned, revealing a small clearing. And there, bathed in pale moonlight, stood an old abandoned cabin. "What the hell?" I breathed, taking in the dilapidated structure. It looked like it had been there for decades, slowly being reclaimed by the forest. Yet something about it seemed eerily familiar, as if I'd seen it before. Cautiously, I approached the cabin. The porch steps creaked ominously under my weight, and for a moment I hesitated, wondering if the whole structure might collapse. But curiosity drove me forward. The door hung askew on its hinges, offering no resistance as I pushed it open. The interior was dark and musty, filled with the scent of decay and abandonment. My flashlight beam revealed a layer of dust covering everything, undisturbed for who knows how long. As I moved further into the cabin, something on the far wall caught my eye. I approached slowly, my breath catching in my throat as I realized what I was seeing. The entire wall was covered in photographs, dozens, maybe hundreds of them, all in the same style as the ones from the cursed camera. Each one showed a person, captured in the moment of their death. "Oh my God," I whispered, my free hand covering my mouth in horror. I recognized some of the locations from my own hikes through the forest. Others seemed to be from different parts of the country, even the world. But all shared the same haunting quality, the same sense of a life cut tragically short. As I examined the photos, my flashlight beam fell on something else. An old, leather-bound book sitting on a rickety table nearby. Dust plumed into the air as I carefully opened it, revealing pages filled with cramped, spidery handwriting. It was a journal. The first entry was dated 1932. "I've done it. After years of research, of delving into forbidden knowledge, I've created a device that can capture not just images but souls. The camera works better than I could have ever imagined. But the cost, oh, the cost is terrible." I flipped through the pages, my horror growing with each entry. The journal told the tale of the camera's creator, a man named Elias Blackwood. He'd been a respected photographer and scientist until the death of his wife and child in a tragic accident drove him to the brink of madness. Desperate to bring them back, he'd turned to dark magic and arcane science, eventually creating the camera as a way to capture and preserve souls. But the power had come with a price. One entry, dated several years later, read, "The forest spirit grows stronger with each soul, the camera claims. I thought I could control it, use it to bring back my loved ones. But I was a fool. It hungers, always hungers, and now I fear I've unleashed something I cannot stop." The final entry was a desperate scrawl. "If anyone finds this, destroy the camera. It's the only way to end this nightmare. I go now to confront the spirit, to try and undo what I've done. May God have mercy on my soul." I closed the journal with shaking hands, my mind reeling from what I'd read. The pieces were falling into place, the camera, the spirit, the deaths. It was all connected, a web of dark magic and tragic consequences. A sudden noise from outside snapped me back to the present. Heart racing, I crept to the window, peering out into the moonlit clearing. For a moment I saw nothing. Then a figure darted between the trees at the edge of the clearing. It moved with unnatural speed and grace, there one moment and gone the next. "Blackwood," I called out, surprising myself. Part of me hoped irrationally that the camera's creator had somehow survived, that he might have answers. But the only response was a low, guttural growl that raised the hair on the back of my neck. Whatever was out there, it wasn't human. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. I had to get out of here, had to find a way to end this. But how? Blackwood's journal offered no solutions, only warnings and regrets. As I turned to leave, my eye caught on something I'd missed before. There, tucked behind the photos on the wall, was a map. I carefully extracted it, recognizing it as a detailed representation of the forest. Several locations were marked on the map, including the cabin I was in now. But one spot in particular drew my attention. A crudely drawn X deep in the heart of the forest, with the words, "The Hollow," scrawled beside it. Something told me this was important, maybe even the key to unraveling this whole mystery. I folded the map and tucked it into my pocket, along with Blackwood's journal. As I did, I heard another noise from outside. Closer this time, like something moving on the cabin's porch. Panic surged through me. I needed to leave now. But the only way out was through the front door, where the sound had come from. For a long moment, I stood frozen, indecision paralyzing me. Then, steeling myself, I gripped my flashlight like a weapon and lunged for the door. I burst out onto the porch, ready to confront whatever waited for me. But the clearing was empty, silent save for the pounding of my own heart. Yet as I scanned the tree line, I caught a glimpse of something. A pair of eyes, glowing an unnatural green in the darkness. They blinked once and then were gone. I didn't wait around to see if they'd return. I took off down the overgrown path, running as if the hounds of hell were at my heels. For all I knew, they were. As I ran, my mind churned with everything I'd learned. The camera's dark origins, the trapped souls, the hungry forest spirit, and now, a new destination, the Hollow. I didn't know what I'd find there, but I knew one thing for certain. The answers I sought lay deeper in the forest. To unravel this mystery, to save myself and maybe even break the curse, I'd have to venture into the very heart of darkness. The night pressed in around me as I ran, the shadows seeming to reach for me with grasping fingers. But I pushed on, driven by a desperate hope. Somewhere in this forest lay the truth, and I was going to find it no matter the cost. The forest was a blur around me as I ran, branches whipping at my face and roots threatening to trip me at every step. But I couldn't slow down. The flickering figure I'd glimpsed outside the cabin was always just ahead, always just out of reach. "Wait!" I shouted, my voice hoarse and breathless. "I need answers." The figure didn't slow, didn't even seem to acknowledge my presence. It moved with an unnatural grace, gliding over obstacles that left me stumbling and gasping for air. I don't know how long I chased it. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the depths of the forest. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but still I pushed on, driven by a desperate need for answers. Then, suddenly, the ground disappeared beneath my feet. I had just enough time to let out a startled yelp before I was tumbling head over heels down a steep, leaf-covered slope. Branches and rocks battered my body as I rolled, unable to stop my descent. With a final bone-jarring thud, I landed at the bottom of the hill. For a long moment, I just lay there, dazed and gasping for breath. Every part of me hurt, and I could taste blood where I'd bitten my tongue. Slowly, groaning with the effort, I pushed myself up to a sitting position. As my vision cleared, I realized I was in a small clearing I'd never seen before. The trees here were older, their gnarled branches reaching towards a sky I could barely see through the dense canopy. "Well, well," a gravelly voice spoke from behind me. "You're a persistent one, aren't you?" I scrambled to my feet, spinning around to face the speaker. What I saw made me stumble back in shock. An old man stood there, but like no old man I'd ever seen. His form seemed to flicker and waver, as if he was only partially in this world. One moment he looked solid, the next I could almost see through him. What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice shaking. The old man's mouth twisted into a sad smile. "Don't you recognize me, boy? You've been reading my journal, after all." Realization hit me like a physical blow. "Elias Blackwood," I breathed. "But you died, decades ago." Blackwood nodded, his form flickering again. "Death, life. The boundaries blur in this place. I'm trapped here, you see, bound to the forest by my own cursed invention." I shook my head, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, what I was hearing. "The camera. You created it." "Indeed I did," Blackwood sighed. "In my grief, my arrogance, I thought I could master death itself. Instead, I became its servant." He began to pace, his feet making no sound on the forest floor. "The camera, you see, doesn't just capture images, it captures souls. Each photo taken is a life claimed, a soul trapped." "But why?" I asked, my mind reeling. "What's the point?" Blackwood stopped pacing, fixing me with a gaze that seemed to look right through me. "Power, boy. Pure, raw power. Each soul trapped feeds the forest spirit, makes it stronger, and in turn, it grants power to the one who wields the camera." I thought of the strange events that had plagued me since finding the camera, the near misses and odd occurrences. Had that been the spirit's power at work? "So the spirit, the Wendigo or whatever it is, it's real?" Blackwood nodded grimly. "Oh, it's real, all right. Ancient and hungry and growing stronger with each soul it claims. And now it's set its sights on you." A chill ran down my spine at his words. I thought of the death photo I'd seen of myself, the ticking clock counting down to my demise. How do I stop it? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. How do I break this curse? For a long moment, Blackwood was silent, his form flickering more rapidly. When he spoke again, his voice was heavy with regret. There's only one way to end this, to stop the spirit and free all the souls trapped by the camera. You have to destroy it. Destroy the camera? I repeated. That's it? But Blackwood was shaking his head. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. The camera is tied to the spirit now, tied to the very essence of this forest. Destroying it won't be easy. And the spirit, it won't let go without a fight. He stepped closer to me, his eyes boring into mine. But there is another option. You could use the camera, claim its power for your own. With it, you could do incredible things. Save lives, change the world. I recoiled at the suggestion. At the cost of trapping innocent souls? Feeding some monstrous spirit? No way. Are you sure? Blackwood pressed. Think of the good you could do. The lives you could save. All it would cost is a few souls here and there. A small price to pay, some might say. For a moment, I hesitated. The thought of that power, of being able to change the world, was tempting. But then I thought of all the photos I'd seen, all the lives cut short. No, I said firmly. I won't do it. I won't become like you. Blackwood's expression hardened. Like me? Boy, you have no idea what I've sacrificed, what I've endured. I've spent decades trapped in this limbo, watching as soul after soul is claimed. Do you think I wanted this? His form was flickering more violently now, his voice rising to a shout. I created the camera to save my family, to bring back those I'd lost. Instead, I damned myself and countless others. And now you stand there, judging me. I stood my ground, even as the air around us seemed to crackle with otherworldly energy. I'm not judging you, I said, but I won't make the same mistake. I'm going to end this, one way or another. For a long moment, Blackwood glared at me, his form wavering between solid and translucent. Then suddenly he seemed to deflate, the anger draining out of him. Perhaps you're right, he sighed. Perhaps it's time for this nightmare to end. But be warned, destroying the camera won't be easy. The spirit will fight you every step of the way. Tell me what I need to do, I said. Blackwood nodded towards the dense forest beyond the clearing. There's a place deep in the heart of the woods. The locals call it the Hollow. It's where the spirit is strongest, where the boundary between worlds is thinnest. If you're going to destroy the camera, that's where you'll have to do it. The Hollow, I repeated, remembering the mark on the map I'd found. How will I know when I've found it? A grim smile crossed Blackwood's flickering face. Oh, you'll know. You'll feel it in your bones. But be careful. The closer you get to the Hollow, the stronger the spirit becomes. It'll try to stop you, to claim your soul before you can end this. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth. Blackwood's form was fading now, becoming harder to see. Don't thank me yet, boy. The hardest part is still to come. And remember, the spirit will try to tempt you, to turn you to its purpose. Stay strong. Don't let it win. As his last words faded away, so did Blackwood himself, leaving me alone in the clearing. The forest seemed darker now, more menacing. Every shadow held a potential threat, every rustle of leaves a warning. But I knew what I had to do. With a determined set to my jaw, I pulled out the map I'd taken from the cabin. The Hollow was marked deep in the heart of the forest, a journey that would likely take me the rest of the night. As I oriented myself and began to walk, I felt the weight of the camera in my bag. It seemed heavier now, as if it knew its time was coming to an end. I'm coming for you, I muttered, unsure if I was addressing the camera, the spirit, or both. This ends tonight. With that, I plunged deeper into the forest towards the Hollow and the final confrontation that awaited me there. The night pressed in around me, full of whispers and shadows. But I pushed on. Whatever trials lay ahead, whatever temptations or terrors the spirit might throw at me, I was ready. One way or another, this long nightmare was going to end. The forest grew denser and darker as I made my way towards the hollow. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers trying to snag my clothes. The air grew thick and heavy, making each breath a struggle. As I pushed on, Blackwood's words echoed in my mind. The spirit would try to tempt me, he'd said, to turn me to its purpose. I steeled myself, determined to resist whatever tricks it might employ. But as the night wore on, doubt began to creep in. "You could do so much good," a voice whispered in my head. It sounded like my own thoughts, but somehow different. "Think of all the lives you could save." I shook my head, trying to clear it. "No," I muttered. "It's not worth the cost." But the voice persisted, growing louder with each step I took. "Is it not? One life traded for many? Isn't that a fair bargain?" Images began to flash before my eyes. I saw myself using the camera to stop accidents before they happened, to prevent murders, to save people from natural disasters. With each vision, the temptation grew stronger. I stumbled, catching myself against a tree. My hand came away sticky with sap, and for a moment it looked like blood in the dim light. "Stop it," I growled, unsure if I was addressing the spirit or myself. "This isn't real. It's just manipulation." But even as I said the words, doubt gnawed at me. What if I was making a mistake? What if destroying the camera meant giving up the chance to do real good in the world? I pushed on, my steps growing more uncertain. The forest around me seemed to shift and change, reality blurring at the edges. More than once I found myself walking in circles, always ending up back where I started. "You're lost," the voice in my head taunted. "But I can guide you. All you have to do is accept the gift I'm offering." I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to focus on the map. The hollow couldn't be far now. I just had to keep going, to resist the temptation for a little longer. But with each step, the visions grew more vivid, more enticing. I saw myself becoming a hero, using the camera's power to change the world for the better. Fame, fortune, adoration, all of it could be mine. "And all it would cost is a few souls," the voice whispered. "A small price to pay for the greater good, don't you think?" I stumbled into a clearing, my head spinning. As I looked around, trying to get my bearings, a chill ran down my spine. I recognized this place. It was the exact spot shown in my death photo. Panic surged through me. I spun around, half expecting to see the creature emerging from the shadows, but the clearing remained empty, silent save for the pounding of my own heart. "This is your last chance," the voice said, no longer a whisper, but a commanding presence in my mind. "Accept the power I'm offering, or face your fate." For a long moment, I stood frozen, wrestling with the decision. The allure of the camera's power gnawed at my conscience, clouding my judgment. It would be so easy to give in, to convince myself that I could use it for good. But then I thought of all the photos I'd seen, all the lives cut short. I thought of Blackwood, trapped for decades in a hell of his own making. And I knew what I had to do. "No," I said, my voice growing stronger with each word. "I won't do it. I won't become like you." A howl of rage tore through the forest, making the trees themselves tremble. The air around me grew colder, and I could feel a malevolent presence pressing in from all sides. "Fool," the voice roared, no longer pretending to be my own thoughts. "You would throw away this gift? Then you will die like all the others." The shadows at the edge of the clearing began to coalesce, forming into a towering, monstrous shape. Antlers sprouted from its head, and its eyes glowed with an otherworldly hunger. I stumbled backwards, fumbling for the camera in my bag. Not to use it, but to end this once and for all. As my fingers closed around the cold metal of the camera, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Blackwood's spirit had appeared at the edge of the clearing. his form wavering like a candle in the wind. "Now!" he shouted, his voice faint and distant. "Destroy it now, before it's too late." The creature let out another bone-chilling howl and lunged towards me. In that moment, time seemed to slow. I saw its claws reaching for me, saw the hunger in its glowing eyes, and I knew that if I hesitated even for a second, it would all be over. With a cry of defiance, I pulled the camera from my bag and smashed it against a nearby rock. The effect was immediate and terrifying. A blinding light erupted from the shattered camera, accompanied by a sound like 1,000 voices screaming in unison. The creature recoiled, shrieking in pain and fury. Wind whipped through the clearing, nearly knocking me off my feet. I clung to the rock, squinting against the light as I watched the scene unfold before me. The creature was unraveling. There was no other word for it. Its form seemed to be breaking apart, wisps of shadow streaming away into the night. And with each piece that disappeared, I saw flashes of faces, all the souls it had consumed over the years. "No!" it roared, its voice a cacophony of 1,000 tortured souls. "You cannot do this. I am eternal. I am—" Its words cut off abruptly as its form collapsed entirely, imploding in a final burst of light and sound. When it faded, the clearing was empty, save for me and the fading spirit of Blackwood. I slumped to the ground, exhausted and shaken. For a long moment I just sat there, trying to process what had just happened. "It's over." Blackwood's voice came softly. I looked up to see his spirit growing fainter by the second. "You did it, my boy. You broke the curse." "What happens now?" I asked, my voice hoarse. Blackwood smiled, a look of peace settling over his features. "Now, we rest. All of us. Thank you for setting us free." And with that, he faded away entirely, leaving me alone in the clearing. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, I slowly got to my feet. My body ached, and my mind was reeling from everything that had happened. But underneath it all was a profound sense of relief. It was over. The curse was broken, the souls set free. And I had resisted the temptation, had chosen to do what was right despite the cost. As I made my way out of the forest, I couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had brought me here. The fear, the doubt, the moments of temptation, all of it had led to this moment. I emerged from the tree line just as the sun crested the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant shades of pink and gold. For the first time in what felt like ages, I took a deep, easy breath. The forest behind me was quiet now, peaceful in a way it hadn't been before. Whatever malevolent presence had haunted it was gone, banished by the destruction of the camera and the breaking of the curse. As I walked towards my cabin, I felt lighter somehow. The weight of the camera, of the curse, of the terrible choice I'd faced, all of it was gone. In its place was a quiet determination. I had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. And while the memory of that night would stay with me forever, I knew that I was stronger for having gone through it. The temptation had been great, the power offered almost irresistible. But in the end, I had chosen the harder path, the right path, and that, I realized, was a victory greater than any the camera could have offered. As I reached my cabin, I paused on the porch, looking back at the forest one last time. In the golden light of dawn, it looked almost ordinary, just trees and shadows, with no hint of the otherworldly horrors it had contained. But I knew better. I knew the power of choices, of resistance in the face of temptation, and I knew that sometimes the greatest victories are the ones no one else ever sees. With a small smile, I turned and went inside, ready to face whatever new challenges the future might bring. The nightmare was over, the temptation resisted, and I was finally, truly free. The world exploded in a blinding flash of white light. The force of it knocked me off my feet, sending me tumbling across the forest floor. For a moment, all I could see was that searing brightness. All I could hear was a high-pitched ringing in my ears. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. I found myself lying face down on the damp earth, the taste of dirt and leaves in my mouth. Slowly, groaning with the effort, I pushed myself up to my knees. My head was pounding, and every muscle in my body ached as if I'd run a marathon. "Blackwood?" I called out, my voice hoarse and shaky. "Are you there?" But no answer came. The clearing was silent, empty save for the soft rustling of leaves in the morning breeze. The old man's spirit was gone, along with the menacing presence that had haunted the forest for so long. As I got to my feet, I realized something had changed. The forest around me seemed different. The oppressive atmosphere, the sense of being watched by malevolent eyes, it was all gone. In its place was a quiet serenity, the kind of peace you'd expect to find in any ordinary woods. I took a deep breath, savoring the clean, crisp air. It felt like waking up from a long, terrible nightmare. "It's really over," I murmured to myself, a mixture of relief and disbelief washing over me. I glanced down at the shattered remains of the camera, scattered across the forest floor. Part of me wanted to gather up the pieces, to keep them as proof of what had happened. But a stronger part knew better. Whatever power had resided in that cursed device, it was better left here, in the depths of the forest, where it could never harm anyone again. With one last look around the clearing, I turned and began to make my way back towards town. The journey that had seemed so treacherous in the dark now felt almost pleasant in the early morning light. Birds were singing, small animals scurried through the underbrush, and shafts of sunlight painted dappled patterns on the forest floor. Yet despite the peaceful surroundings, I couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. What would I find when I got back to town? Would anyone believe what had happened to me? And more importantly, what consequences would my actions have wrought? As I emerged from the tree line at the edge of town, everything looked normal at first glance. People were going about their morning routines, cars drove by. The world spun on as if nothing extraordinary had happened. But as I made my way down Main Street, I began to notice small discrepancies. The bakery that had just opened last month now sported a sign celebrating its 5th anniversary. The old maple tree in the town square, which had been damaged in a storm last year, stood tall and whole. "What the hell?" I muttered, quickening my pace. My unease grew as I approached the old bookshop where I'd first found the camera. I'd been meaning to return to ask the owner if he knew anything about its origins, but as I rounded the corner, I stopped short in shock. The bookshop was boarded up, its windows covered with weathered planks. A faded "for sale" sign hung crookedly on the door. It looked as if it had been closed for years. "No, no, no," I said, shaking my head in disbelief. "This isn't right. This can't be happening." "You all right there, son?" a gruff voice asked from behind me. I spun around to find an elderly man watching me with concern. He leaned heavily on a cane, his bushy white eyebrows furrowed as he looked me up and down. The bookshop," I stammered. "When did it close?" The old man scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Oh, must be going on 5 years now. Old Tom passed away and his kids didn't want to keep the place running. Shame, really. Was a good spot. 5 years, but that was impossible. I'd been there just a few days ago. Unless... What's the date today?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The old man gave me an odd look, but answered anyway. "May 15th, 2028. You lose track of time or something, boy?" I felt the blood drain from my face. 2028. 5 years. Somehow, in destroying the camera and breaking the curse, I'd lost 5 years of my life. "Thank you," I managed to say to the old man before turning and walking away, my mind reeling. I made my way home in a daze, barely noticing my surroundings. When I reached my apartment building, I fumbled with my keys, half expecting them not to work. But the lock turned, and I stumbled inside. Everything looked the same as I'd left it, and yet different. A fine layer of dust covered every surface. The air was stale, as if the place hadn't been lived in for a long time. I moved through the rooms like a ghost, touching things hesitantly as if afraid they might disappear. When I reached my study, I paused at the door, my hand on the knob. This was where I'd kept all the photos from the camera, where I'd spent countless hours trying to unravel the mystery. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open. The room was empty. Not just of the photos, but of everything. The corkboards where I'd pinned my research, the stacks of books on the occult and local legends, the countless notes I'd scribbled. All of it was gone. The room looked as if it had never been used as anything but a spare bedroom. "This isn't possible," I whispered, sinking to my knees in the doorway. Had it all been a dream? Some elaborate hallucination? But no. It had felt too real, too vivid to be just a figment of my imagination. I don't know how long I sat there trying to make sense of what had happened. The sun had begun to set when I finally stirred, drawn from my stupor by the rumbling of my stomach. As I made my way to the kitchen, a glint of something on the coffee table caught my eye. I approached cautiously, half afraid of what I might find. There, in the center of the table, lay a single photograph. With trembling hands, I picked it up. It showed the clearing in the forest where I'd destroyed the camera. But instead of the nightmarish scene I remembered, it depicted a peaceful glade bathed in morning light. And there, at the edge of the frame, was a familiar figure, Elias Blackwood, no longer a flickering spirit, but solid and real, a look of profound peace on his face. I turned the photo over. On the back, in neat handwriting I didn't recognize, was a simple message. "Thank you for setting us free. The price was high, but the alternative was unthinkable. Live well, and remember, choices have consequences, but it's what we do with those consequences that defines us. E.B." I sank onto the couch, the photo clutched to my chest. Tears I didn't even realize I'd been holding back began to flow freely. 5 years. I'd lost 5 years of my life. But in doing so, I'd saved countless others. I'd put an end to a cycle of death and suffering that had persisted for decades. As the last light of day faded outside my window, I made a decision. I couldn't change what had happened, couldn't reclaim the time I'd lost, but I could choose what to do with the time I had left. I would live. I would make every moment count. And I would never forget the lesson I'd learned in those dark woods, that sometimes the greatest heroism lies not in grand gestures, but in the quiet choice to do what's right, no matter the cost. With a deep breath, I stood up and walked to the window. The town stretched out before me, lights twinkling in the gathering darkness. It was the same place I'd always known, and yet entirely new. "Well," I said to myself, a small smile tugging at the corners of my mouth, "I guess it's time to start living again." And with that, I turned away from the window and began to plan for tomorrow. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever consequences my actions had set in motion, I was ready to face them. After all, I'd faced down a forest spirit and lived to tell the tale. How hard could the rest of life be? As I settled in for my first night back in the world, I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Something told me that the adventures were far from over. They were just beginning. Days melted into weeks, and slowly, a sense of normalcy began to creep back into my life. The initial shock of losing 5 years had faded, replaced by a determination to make the most of every moment I had left. I threw myself into work, reconnected with old friends, and tried to build a life that felt, well, normal. But normal, I was discovering, was a relative term. On a crisp autumn morning, I found myself once again at the edge of the forest. I'd avoided it for weeks after my return, the memories still too raw, too vivid. But today, something drew me back. Maybe it was a need for closure, or maybe just curiosity. Whatever it was, I found myself lacing up my hiking boots and heading into the woods. As I walked along the familiar trails, I was struck by how different everything looked in the daylight, without the weight of curse and destiny hanging over me. The trees that had once seemed menacing now stood tall and proud, their leaves a riot of red and gold. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting dappled patterns on the forest floor. "It's beautiful," I murmured to myself, pausing to take in the view. And it was. For the first time, I could see the forest for what it truly was. Not a place of darkness and danger, but a living, breathing ecosystem, full of life and beauty. I hiked for hours, rediscovering trails I'd once known like the back of my hand. As the day wore on, I found myself approaching the clearing where it had all ended, or begun, depending on how you looked at it. The clearing was peaceful now, carpeted with fallen leaves and late-blooming wildflowers. No trace remained of the cosmic battle that had taken place here. No shattered camera parts, no lingering sense of otherworldly presence. Just a quiet glade in the heart of the forest. I sat down on a fallen log, letting out a long breath. "It really is over," I said aloud, feeling a weight I hadn't even realized I was carrying lift from my shoulders. As if in response, a breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. I closed my eyes, savoring the moment of perfect tranquility. That's when I heard it. A faint click, like the shutter of a camera. My eyes snapped open, heart suddenly racing, but the clearing was empty, silent save for the usual forest sounds. I shook my head, chuckling nervously. "Get a grip," I muttered. "You're jumping at shadows." Still, the moment had broken the spell. I stood, stretching out muscles stiff from sitting, and began to make my way back towards town. As I emerged from the tree line, the modern world reasserted itself. Cars honked in the distance, and the chatter of people going about their day filled the air. I breathed deeply, grounding myself in the here and now. I was nearly home when a flickering image on a storefront TV caught my eye. It was a news report, the anchor's voice barely audible over the ambient noise of the street. In local news, a hiker made an unusual discovery in Willow Creek Forest today. I froze, my blood running cold. It couldn't be. It was impossible. I pressed closer to the window, straining to hear. Found an old camera, believed to be several decades old. Experts are baffled by its unusual design. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. I staggered back, my mind reeling. It wasn't possible. I'd destroyed the camera. I'd broken the curse, hadn't I? Before I knew what I was doing, I was running. I had to find that hiker. Had to stop this before it started all over again. I burst into the local police station, startling the desk sergeant. "The hiker," I gasped out of breath. "The one who found the camera. Where are they?" The sergeant blinked at me, confusion written across his face. "Sir, I'm going to need you to calm down and explain." "There's no time," I shouted, earning concerned looks from everyone in the station. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "Please," I said more calmly. "It's important. Where's the hiker?" After what felt like an eternity of questions and suspicious looks, I finally got my answer. The hiker, a local woman named Sarah Chen, had brought the camera to the Historical Society for examination. I raced across town, my mind churning with possibilities. How had the camera survived? Was it the same one, somehow reassembled? Or was it a different camera, another of Blackwood's creations? The Historical Society was housed in an old Victorian mansion on the edge of town. I took the steps 2 at a time, bursting through the front door with enough force to make the receptionist jump. "Sarah Chen," I panted. "The hiker, where is she?" The receptionist pointed wordlessly down a hallway, too startled to speak. I nodded my thanks and took off at a run. I found Sarah in a small examination room, bent over a table with an older man I recognized as the Society's curator. And there, between them, was the camera. It looked exactly as I remembered, the same antiquated design, the same strange symbols etched into its casing. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached. "Don't touch it," I cried out, causing both Sarah and the curator to whirl around in surprise. "Excuse me, who are you?" the curator demanded, but I ignored him, my eyes fixed on the camera. "Sarah," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, I know this is going to sound crazy, but you need to give me that camera. It's dangerous. Sarah's eyes widened. Dangerous? It's just an old camera. What are you talking about? I took a step closer, my hand outstretched. Please, you have to trust me. That camera, it's not what you think it is. It's cursed. The curator scoffed. Young man, I think you've been watching too many horror movies. This is a valuable historical artifact, not some prop from a ghost story. But Sarah was looking at me more closely now, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. How do you know about this? She asked. The news report only came out an hour ago. I swallowed hard. Because I've seen it before, used it before. Trust me, nothing good can come from that camera. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then slowly, Sarah picked up the camera. My breath caught in my throat as she turned it over in her hands. It does feel strange, she admitted, like it's heavier than it should be. Sarah, don't listen to this lunatic, the curator protested, but she ignored him. Instead, she held the camera out to me. Here, she said. If you're so sure it's dangerous, you take it. Relief flooded through me as I reached for the camera, but as my fingers brushed its cold metal surface, something impossible happened. The shutter clicked. A flash of light momentarily blinded me. As my vision cleared, I saw a photo sliding out of the camera. With trembling hands, I plucked it from the air. And there, in perfect, terrible detail, was my own death scene. The same image I'd seen all those years ago, the one that had started this whole nightmare. No, I whispered, my voice breaking. No, this can't be happening. Sarah and the curator were saying something, their voices rising in alarm, but I couldn't hear them over the roaring in my ears. The photo felt heavy in my hands, a death sentence rendered in silver nitrate and paper. As the reality of the situation sank in, I realized a terrible truth. Some cycles can never truly be broken. The camera was back. The curse was alive. And once again, I found myself at the center of it all. I looked up, meeting Sarah's worried gaze. I'm sorry, I said, my voice hollow. I thought I'd ended this, but I was wrong. It's starting all over again. What's starting? Sarah asked, fear creeping into her voice. What's going on? I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. It's a long story, I said, and you're not going to believe most of it. But I need you to listen, because if we don't stop this now, people are going to die. As I began to recount my tale, I could see the disbelief in their eyes slowly give way to horror. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of blood red. Night was falling, and with it, the start of a new nightmare. But this time, I wasn't alone. This time I had knowledge, experience, and maybe, just maybe, a chance to truly end this once and for all. As I finished my story, I looked from Sarah to the curator and back again. So, I said, my voice grim but determined, who's ready to save the world? The camera sat between us, a silent promise of the terrors to come. But as I looked at it now, I felt something I hadn't before. Not fear, but resolve. Whatever happened next, whatever horrors we might face, I was ready. The crisp mountain air filled my lungs as I stepped out of the car, stretching my arms above my head. Yellowstone National Park sprawled before us, a vast wilderness of towering pines and rugged terrain. I'd been looking forward to this camping trip for months, a chance to escape the chaos of city life and reconnect with nature. Sarah, can you grab the tent? My best friend Lily called out as she rummaged through the trunk. Sure thing, I replied, hefting the heavy bag onto my shoulder. Our other friends, Mike and Jason, were already unloading their gear. As we hiked to our designated campsite, excitement bubbled within me. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. This is going to be epic, Mike grinned, adjusting his backpack. No cell phones, no internet, just us and the great outdoors. Jason laughed. Speak for yourself, man. I'm keeping my phone for emergencies. You never know what might happen out here. Little did we know how prophetic those words would become. We reached our campsite by mid-afternoon, a small clearing surrounded by dense forest. A fire pit sat in the center, ringed by flat stones perfect for sitting. We set about pitching our tents and organizing our supplies. As I hammered in the last stake, I felt a strange prickle on the back of my neck. I glanced up, scanning the tree line. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw something move in the shadows, but when I blinked, it was gone. "You okay, Sarah?" Lily asked, noticing my distraction. I shook my head, forcing a smile. "Yeah, just thought I saw something. Probably a deer or something." As the day wore on, we settled into camp life. We gathered wood for the fire, filtered water from a nearby stream, and swapped stories as the sun began to set. The forest around us grew quiet, the daytime creatures retiring as nocturnal ones stirred. That's when I first noticed the silence. It wasn't gradual. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. The constant background noise of the forest, the wind in the trees, the calls of birds and insects, all of it just stopped. "Guys," I said, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "Does it seem too quiet to you?" Jason nodded, his eyes darting around nervously. "Yeah, it's like everything just died." Mike tried to lighten the mood. "Come on, you're all being paranoid. It's probably just..." His words were cut off by a sound that made my blood run cold. A howl pierced the air, unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It started low, almost human-like, before rising to a pitch that sent shivers down my spine. It wasn't the howl of a wolf. This was something else entirely. "What the hell was that?" Lily whispered, her face pale in the firelight. "Just a wolf," I said, trying to convince myself as much as the others. It has to be, but deep down I knew it wasn't. The howl had carried something else with it, a hint of hunger, of ancient malevolence that made my skin crawl. We huddled closer to the fire, our earlier jovial mood evaporating like morning mist. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had us on edge. "Maybe we should head back in the morning," Jason suggested, his voice tight with barely concealed fear. Mike scoffed, but I could see the unease in his eyes. "And tell everyone we got spooked by a wolf? No way. We're here for the weekend, and that's what we're going to do." I wanted to agree with Jason, to pack up and leave this place behind, but I didn't want to seem like a coward. "Mike's right," I said, ignoring the knot in my stomach. "It's probably nothing. We'll feel silly in the morning." As the night wore on, we retired to our tents. I lay awake, listening to Lily's steady breathing beside me, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Sleep came in fitful bursts, filled with dreams of glowing eyes and shadowy figures. I woke before dawn, the need to use the bathroom forcing me from the warmth of my sleeping bag. Grabbing a flashlight, I made my way to the edge of our campsite. That's when I saw it. A set of tracks in the soft earth. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, too large for a wolf, with long, wickedly curved claw marks at the end of each toe. My breath caught in my throat as I followed the tracks with my eyes, realizing with horror that they circled our entire campsite. Whatever had made those tracks had been watching us all night. Swallowing hard, I decided to gather some more firewood while I was up. I needed to do something, anything to distract myself from the growing sense of dread. As I moved deeper into the woods, the beam of my flashlight swept across the forest floor. Suddenly, I froze. There, in a small clearing, was a scene straight out of a nightmare. The ground was littered with animal carcasses, deer, rabbits, even a bear. But it wasn't the carnage that made my heart race. It was the way they had been arranged, placed in a deliberate pattern that spoke of intelligence and malice. I stumbled backward, my foot catching on a root. I fell, the flashlight flying from my hand and shutting off as it hit the ground. Darkness engulfed me, broken only by the weak pre-dawn light filtering through the trees. That's when I heard it. a low, guttural growl coming from the direction of the clearing. My hand scrambled in the dirt, desperately searching for the flashlight. My fingers closed around it just as something large moved in the shadows before me. I switched on the light, my scream dying in my throat as the beam illuminated nothing but empty forest. Whatever had been there was gone, melting away into the darkness like a bad dream. I ran back to the campsite, my heart pounding in my chest. As I burst into the clearing, I saw my friends emerging from their tents, drawn by the sound of my approach. "Sarah, what's wrong?" Lily asked, her eyes wide with concern. I opened my mouth to tell them what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come. How could I explain the tracks, the carcasses, the feeling of being hunted? I think we should leave," I managed to say, my voice shaking. "Now." Mike frowned, stepping towards me. "What happened? Did you see something?" I nodded, trying to gather my thoughts. "There's something out there, something dangerous. We need to go." Jason was already starting to pack up his tent. "I'm with Sarah. This place gives me the creeps." As we hurriedly broke camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The forest around us remained eerily silent, as if holding its breath. We were almost finished packing when another howl split the air, closer this time. Much closer. We froze, eyes wide, as the sound reverberated through the trees. "Run," I whispered, and then louder. "Run!" We grabbed what we could and sprinted towards the trail that led back to our car. As we ran, I heard something crashing through the underbrush behind us, gaining ground with inhuman speed. The car came into view and hope surged within me. We might make it. We might escape. But as we reached the vehicle, I realized with sickening clarity that our ordeal was far from over. Deep claw marks scored the metal of the doors, and all 4 tires had been shredded. We were trapped, with no way out and no means of calling for help. And somewhere in the forest behind us, something ancient and hungry was closing in. The true horror of our situation began to dawn on us as we stood there, panting and terrified in the early morning light. Whatever had howled in the night, whatever had left those tracks and decimated those animals, it wasn't just a wolf. It was something far, far worse. And it was hunting us. The first rays of dawn filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across our makeshift camp. I blinked awake, disoriented and groggy from a night of fitful sleep. For a moment, I almost convinced myself that yesterday's terror had been nothing more than a nightmare. Then reality came crashing back as I took in the scene around me. "Oh my God," I gasped, scrambling out of my sleeping bag. Our campsite, which we'd hastily set up near the disabled car, was in complete disarray. Tents lay in tatters, their fabric shredded as if by enormous claws. Our backpacks had been torn open, their contents strewn across the forest floor. But it was the trees that made my blood run cold. Deep, jagged claw marks scored the bark, some as high as 10 feet off the ground. "Guys, wake up," I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. Lily emerged from her ruined tent, her eyes wide with shock. What happened? Jason and Mike joined us, their faces pale as they surveyed the destruction. "It came back," I whispered, wrapping my arms around myself. "While we were sleeping?" Mike shook his head in disbelief. "But how? We had a fire going all night. I was on watch. I should have seen something." "You fell asleep, didn't you?" Jason accused, his voice tight with anger and fear. Before Mike could respond, Lily interrupted. "Look, the food." We rushed to where we'd stored our supplies. The coolers had been smashed open, their contents devoured or scattered. Packages of trail mix and energy bars lay torn and empty on the ground. "It ate everything," Jason said, running a hand through his hair. "What are we going to do now?" I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. "We need to get out of here, now. We'll hike back to the ranger station. It can't be more than a day's walk." The others nodded, too shocked and scared to argue. We gathered what little remained of our supplies and set off down the trail, casting nervous glances over our shoulders with every step. As we hiked, an uneasy silence fell over our group. The forest around us seemed to press in, watchful and malevolent. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves had us jumping. We should spread out a bit, Mike suggested after an hour of walking. Cover more ground, see if we can find a clear trail to the ranger station. I hesitated, remembering the howl from the night before. I don't think that's a good idea. We should stick together. But Mike was already moving off the path. It'll be fine. We'll stay within shouting distance. Reluctantly, we spread out, each taking a different direction while trying to maintain a line of sight with at least one other person. I found myself alone, pushing through dense underbrush, my nerves on edge. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a deer, its tan hide barely visible through the trees. But as I focused, I realized something was terribly wrong. The creature was emaciated, its ribs protruding sharply from its sides. Its legs were too long, too jointed, ending in wickedly curved claws that dug into the earth. Then it turned its head, and I had to bite back a scream. Its face was a nightmarish blend of deer and human, with two large eyes that glowed with an eerie, yellowish light. Those eyes fixed on me, and I felt a wave of hunger and malice wash over me. I stumbled backward, my foot catching on a root. I fell, leaves and twigs crunching beneath me. When I looked up, the creature was gone. "Guys!" I shouted, my voice shrill with panic. "Guys, come back!" Lily was the first to reach me, followed closely by Jason. "Sarah, what happened? Are you okay?" I scrambled to my feet, brushing leaves from my clothes. "I saw something. It wasn't natural. We need to find Mike and get out of here." We called for Mike, our voices echoing through the trees. Only silence answered. "Mike!" Jason yelled, cupping his hands around his mouth. "Mike, where are you?" A sense of dread settled over me like a heavy blanket. "We have to find him," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. We backtracked, searching for any sign of our missing friend. Hours passed, the sun climbing higher in the sky, but there was no trace of Mike. As afternoon faded into evening, we made a horrifying discovery. Mike's backpack lay at the base of a large oak tree, torn to shreds. But it was what we found on the tree itself that made my skin crawl. Strange symbols had been carved into the bark, crude and jagged as if done with claws. They formed a circular pattern around the trunk, reminiscent of the arrangement of animal carcasses I'd seen the day before. "What is this?" Lily whispered, reaching out to touch one of the symbols. I grabbed her hand, pulling it back. "Don't. We don't know what they mean." Jason was examining the backpack, his face grim. "There's blood on it," he said quietly. A heavy silence fell over us as we contemplated the implications. Mike was out there somewhere, possibly hurt, definitely in danger. "We can't leave him," I said, even as every instinct screamed at me to run. "We have to keep looking." As darkness began to fall, our search grew more frantic. We called Mike's name until our voices were hoarse, the sound echoing mockingly through the trees. That's when we heard it. "Help! Someone! Please help me!" It was Mike's voice, distant but unmistakable. We froze, looking at each other with a mixture of relief and apprehension. "Mike!" Jason shouted. "Where are you?" "Over here," the voice called back. "Please, hurry!" We moved towards the sound, pushing through the underbrush. But as we got closer, something felt off. "Guys," Lily said, her voice quavering. "Does Mike's voice sound strange to you?" Now that she mentioned it, I could hear it too. There was a distorted quality to the calls, as if Mike's voice was being filtered through something inhuman. "Help me! Please, it's coming!" The voice was closer now, just beyond the next line of trees. We hesitated, fear warring with our desire to help our friend. "Mike!" I called out, my heart pounding. "Is that you?" There was a moment of silence, then, "Yes!" the voice hissed, all pretense of humanity gone. "Come closer. Help me." A cold dread washed over me as I realized we'd been lured into a trap. I grabbed Lily in Jason's arms, pulling them back. "Run!" I screamed. "It's not Mike! Run!" We turned and fled, crashing through the forest as darkness closed in around us. Behind us, I heard something large moving through the trees, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that raised the hair on the back of my neck. We ran until our lungs burned, until we could no longer hear the sounds of pursuit. Finally, we collapsed in a small clearing, gasping for breath. What was that?" Lily panted, tears streaming down her face. I shook my head, unable to find words to describe the horror we'd just encountered. Whatever had taken Mike, whatever was hunting us, it was more dangerous and cunning than we could have imagined. As night fell completely, we huddled together in the clearing, too terrified to sleep, too exhausted to keep running. The forest around us was alive with sounds, rustling leaves, snapping twigs, and occasionally, in the distance, the distorted echo of Mike's voice, calling us to our doom. We had survived our first encounter with the creature, but I knew with grim certainty that it was far from over. Whatever this thing was, it was toying with us, herding us deeper into its territory. And as I sat there in the darkness listening to my friend's frightened breathing, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were running out of time. The first light of dawn found us huddled together in the clearing, exhausted and terrified. None of us had slept, our eyes constantly scanning the tree line for any sign of the creature that had taken Mike. As the shadows retreated, I pulled out my phone, surprised to find a weak signal. "I can't believe it still has battery," Lily mumbled, her voice hoarse from our night of fear. I nodded, my fingers already tapping at the screen. "I'm going to see if I can find anything about what's happening to us. There has to be some explanation." As Jason and Lily kept watch, I dove into a frantic web search, looking for any local legends or myths that might shed light on our situation. It didn't take long before I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. "Guys," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "I think I know what we're dealing with." They huddled closer as I began to read aloud from the website I'd found. The Wendigo is a mythological creature from the folklore of First Nations Algonquin-speaking peoples. It's described as a monstrous spirit with an insatiable hunger for human flesh. The creature is said to possess humans, turning them into cannibalistic monsters. "That's insane," Jason interrupted, shaking his head. "You can't seriously believe—" "Listen," I cut him off, continuing to read. The Wendigo is often depicted as a tall, emaciated creature with glowing eyes, deer-like antlers, and long claws. It's said to mimic human voices to lure its prey. Lily's face paled. "Like how we heard Mike's voice last night." I nodded grimly. "The legend says that the Wendigo grows in proportion to its last meal, making it forever hungry as it can never be fully satiated." "This is crazy," Jason muttered, but I could see the fear in his eyes. "Even if it is real, how do we stop it?" Before I could respond, a twig snapped nearby. We whirled around to see an old man standing at the edge of the clearing. He was Native American, his weathered face etched with deep lines, and his long gray hair tied back in a braid. He leaned on a gnarled walking stick, his dark eyes watching us intently. "You seek knowledge of the Wendigo," he said, his voice gravelly but strong. "But knowledge alone will not save you from its hunger." We scrambled to our feet, unsure whether to run or stay. The old man held up a hand in a calming gesture. "I am Joseph Blackfeather," he introduced himself. "I have watched these woods for many years, and I know the danger you face. The Wendigo has awakened, and it hunts you now." "Please," I said, stepping forward. "Our friend Mike is missing. Can you help us?" Joseph's eyes filled with sadness. "If your friend encountered the Wendigo, he may already be lost. But I will do what I can to protect you from its influence." He instructed us to gather wood for a fire, and as the flames flickered to life, he began to chant in a language I didn't recognize. From a pouch at his waist, he sprinkled herbs into the fire, filling the air with a pungent, earthy scent. "This ritual will shield you from the Wendigo's gaze, but only for a time," Joseph explained as he finished. You must leave these woods before nightfall, or all will be lost. Despite the warmth of the fire, I felt a chill run down my spine. But what about Mike? We can't just leave him. Joseph's expression grew grave. Your friend may already be beyond saving. The Wendigo's curse is powerful, and once it takes hold, there is often no return. As Joseph spoke, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were running out of time. The ritual had calmed my nerves somewhat, but a nagging doubt persisted. What if it was already too late? We spent the day with Joseph, learning more about the Wendigo and how to defend ourselves against it. He taught us protective symbols to draw and gave us each a small pouch of herbs to wear around our necks. As the sun began to set, Joseph bid us farewell. Remember, he said, his eyes intense, the Wendigo feeds on fear as much as flesh. Stay strong, stay together, and you may yet survive. We watched him disappear into the forest, feeling both comforted by his help and terrified by the confirmation of our worst fears. As night fell, we huddled around our fire, the protective symbols Joseph had taught us drawn in the dirt around our campsite. Despite our exhaustion, none of us could sleep, the forest around us alive with unfamiliar sounds. It was well past midnight when I heard it, a low, pained groan coming from just beyond the firelight. I sat up, my heart pounding. Did you hear that? I whispered to Lily, who nodded, her eyes wide with fear. The sound came again, louder this time and unmistakably human. Mike? Jason called out, his voice trembling. Is that you? There was a moment of silence, then, help. Me. It was Mike's voice, but distorted as if he was in terrible pain. The Wendigo's curse is powerful, and once it takes hold, there is often no return. As Joseph spoke, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were running out of time. The ritual had calmed my nerves somewhat, but a nagging doubt persisted. What if it was already too late? We spent the day with Joseph, learning more about the Wendigo and how to defend ourselves against it. He taught us protective symbols to draw and gave us each a small pouch of herbs to wear around our necks. As the sun began to set, Joseph bid us farewell. Remember, he said, his eyes intense, the Wendigo feeds on fear as much as flesh. Stay strong, stay together, and you may yet survive. We watched him disappear into the forest, feeling both comforted by his help and terrified by the confirmation of our worst fears. As night fell, we huddled around our fire, the protective symbols Joseph had taught us drawn in the dirt around our campsite. Despite our exhaustion, none of us could sleep, the forest around us alive with unfamiliar sounds. It was well past midnight when I heard it, a low, pained groan coming from just beyond the firelight. I sat up, my heart pounding. Did you hear that? I whispered to Lily, who nodded, her eyes wide with fear. The sound came again, louder this time and unmistakably human. Mike? Jason called out, his voice trembling. Is that you? There was a moment of silence, then, help. Me. It was Mike's voice, but distorted as if he was in terrible pain. Against my better judgment, I stood up, peering into the darkness. Mike, where are you? I called out. A figure stumbled into view, and I had to stifle a scream. It was Mike, but he was changed. His skin was pale and stretched tight over his bones, his eyes sunken and feverish. He lurched towards us, his movements jerky and unnatural. Stay back, I shouted, remembering Joseph's warnings. Mike, are you okay? Mike's head snapped up at the sound of my voice, and what I saw in his eyes made my blood run cold. There was no recognition there, only a primal, ravenous hunger. So, hungry, he growled, his voice deepening, becoming less human with each word. As we watched in horror, Mike's body began to change. His limbs elongated, joints popping and cracking as they reformed. Antlers burst from his skull, spreading like skeletal branches. His mouth stretched impossibly wide, filled with razor-sharp teeth. The transformation was complete in a matter of seconds, and where Mike had stood, there was now a towering, emaciated creature, the Wendigo in all its terrifying glory. Run, I screamed, grabbing Lily's arm and pulling her away from the fire. We fled into the forest, the Wendigo's inhuman shriek echoing behind us. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush, gaining on us with every step. Suddenly, Jason tripped, crying out as he hit the ground. I skidded to a stop, turning back to help him. "Leave me," he shouted, his ankle clearly twisted. "Save yourselves." But I couldn't do it. I couldn't leave another friend behind. As the Wendigo bore down on us, its glowing eyes fixed on Jason, I made a split-second decision. I grabbed a branch from the ground and stood between Jason and the monster that had once been Mike. "Hey," I shouted, waving the branch. "Over here!" The Wendigo's head snapped towards me, its attention diverted. "Lily," I called out, not taking my eyes off the creature. "Help Jason. Get out of here. I'll hold it off." "Sarah, no!" Lily cried. But I could hear her moving to Jason's side. The Wendigo stalked towards me, its claws flexing, saliva dripping from its monstrous jaws. I backed away slowly, leading it away from my friends. "Mike," I said, my voice shaking, "if you're still in there somewhere, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of recognition in the creature's eyes, but it was gone in an instant, replaced by that all-consuming hunger. As the Wendigo lunged at me, I realized I was facing an impossible decision. This thing wasn't Mike anymore. It was a monster that would kill us all given the chance. But could I really bring myself to hurt it, knowing that somewhere inside was my friend? Time seemed to slow as the Wendigo's claws reached for me. In that moment, I knew that whatever choice I made would haunt me for the rest of my life, however long that might be. The forest was a blur of shadows and branches as we ran, the Wendigo's inhuman shrieks echoing behind us. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. Lily stumbled beside me, while Jason limped along, supported by both of us. "We can't keep this up," Jason gasped, his face pale with pain and exhaustion. I knew he was right. We were no match for the Wendigo's speed and endurance. It was toying with us, herding us deeper into its territory. "This way," I panted, veering off the barely visible trail. "We need to break its line of sight." We plunged into a dense thicket, thorns tearing at our clothes and skin. The Wendigo's cries grew more distant, but I didn't dare hope we'd lost it. This creature was a hunter and we were its prey. As we stumbled through the underbrush, I tried to formulate a plan. We needed shelter, a place to regroup and tend to Jason's injury. But every tree looked the same in the darkness, and I realized with growing dread that I had no idea where we were. "Sarah," Lily whispered, her voice trembling. "Do you know where we're going?" I hesitated, not wanting to admit the truth. "We just need to keep moving, put as much distance between us and that thing as possible." But even as I said it, I knew it was futile. The Wendigo knew these woods far better than we did. It was only a matter of time before it found us again. We pressed on through the night, jumping at every snapping twig and rustling leaf. The forest seemed to close in around us, watchful and malevolent. More than once I caught glimpses of glowing eyes in the darkness, only to blink and find them gone. As dawn broke, we stumbled into a small clearing. In the center stood a dilapidated cabin, its windows dark and empty. "Thank God," Jason muttered, his face gray with exhaustion. We approached cautiously, aware that this could be another trick. The door creaked open at my touch, revealing a musty interior filled with cobwebs and dust. "It looks abandoned," Lily said, peering inside. I nodded, helping Jason through the doorway. "It'll have to do. We need to rest and figure out our next move." We barricaded the door with what little furniture remained inside, a rickety table and a few broken chairs. Jason collapsed onto a moth-eaten couch, grimacing as he examined his swollen ankle. "Let me take a look at that," I said, kneeling beside him. As I gently prodded his ankle, Lily paced the small room, her eyes darting nervously to the boarded-up windows. "What if it followed us here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I tried to sound more confident than I felt. "The Wendigo hunts by sight and sound. If we stay quiet and keep out of sight, we might have a chance." but even as I said it, a chill ran down my spine. Something about this cabin felt wrong, as if we'd walked right into the creature's lair. As the day wore on, we took turns keeping watch while the others tried to rest. But sleep was elusive, haunted by nightmares of glowing eyes and razor-sharp claws. It was late afternoon when we heard it, a faint scratching sound coming from the walls. At first I thought it might be a rodent or some other small animal. But then came the whispers. "Did you hear that?" Lily asked, her eyes wide with fear. I nodded, straining my ears. The whispers were too faint to make out words, but they seemed to be coming from all around us, inside the very walls of the cabin. Jason sat up, wincing as he moved his injured leg. "It's in our heads," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "It has to be." The scratching grew louder, accompanied by a low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to match the frantic beating of my heart. The whispers intensified, becoming a cacophony of hissing voices that set my teeth on edge. "We need to get out of here," I said, moving to unbarricade the door. But as I reached for the table, a scream tore through the air, high-pitched and terrified. It was coming from outside somewhere in the forest. "That sounded like Mike," Lily gasped, her face pale. "It's not Mike," I said firmly, remembering the Wendigo's ability to mimic voices. "It's trying to lure us out." The screams continued, punctuated by pleas for help that tore at my heart, despite knowing they weren't real. I could see the conflict on my friends' faces, the urge to help warring with the instinct for self-preservation. As night fell, the cabin became a prison of terror. The whispers and scratching never ceased, driving us to the brink of madness. We huddled together in the center of the room, jumping at every creak and groan of the old structure. It was sometime past midnight when I noticed something was wrong with Lily. She was shivering uncontrollably, her skin pale and clammy to the touch. "Lily?" I asked, touching her arm. "Are you okay?" She looked at me, and my blood ran cold. Her eyes were feverish, filled with a hunger that seemed all too familiar. "I'm so hungry, Sarah," she whispered, her voice raspy and strained. "So very hungry." Horror dawned on me as I realized the truth. Lily had been infected. The Wendigo's curse was taking hold, slowly transforming her into one of those monstrous creatures. "Jason," I said, trying to keep my voice calm, "we need to tie her up." "What?" he exclaimed, looking between us in confusion. "Why?" "Because she's turning," I said, my heart breaking as I watched my best friend struggle against the change. "And if we don't restrain her, she'll kill us both." Lily's eyes cleared for a moment, filled with terror and understanding. "Do it," she pleaded. "Please, before I hurt you." With heavy hearts, we used strips torn from our clothing to bind Lily's hands and feet. She thrashed and snarled as we worked, her strength already growing beyond human levels. As we finished, a bone-chilling howl split the night air. It was close. Too close. "It's here," Jason whispered, his face pale with fear. The whispers in the walls grew to a fever pitch, and the scratching became a violent pounding. The Wendigo had found us, and our fragile sanctuary was about to become our tomb. I looked at Jason, then at Lily, who was writhing on the floor, fighting against her bonds and the monster growing inside her. We were trapped, with a Wendigo outside and another forming within our midst. As the pounding on the walls intensified, I realized we had only moments to make an impossible choice: stay and face certain death, or venture out into the forest with a creature that had been hunting us relentlessly. Either way, I knew that not all of us would survive the night. The hunt had begun in earnest, and we were running out of places to hide. The cabin creaked and groaned under the assault of the Wendigo outside, the walls seeming to bend inward with each thunderous impact. Lily thrashed against her bonds, her eyes wild and feverish, while Jason and I huddled in the corner, our nerves frayed to the breaking point. "We can't stay here," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the cacophony of destruction around us. "We need to make a run for it." Jason's eyes darted between me and Lily, suspicion etched across his face. How do I know you're not infected too? He hissed. Maybe you're just trying to get me outside so the Wendigo can pick me off. His words stung, but I couldn't entirely blame him. Paranoia was a natural response to our nightmarish situation. Still, we didn't have time for this. Jason, listen to me, I pleaded, gripping his shoulders. If I were infected, don't you think I'd have turned by now? We don't have a choice. It's either run or die here. A particularly violent crash shook the cabin, showering us with dust and splinters. Jason nodded reluctantly, his resolve crumbling in the face of our imminent doom. What about Lily? He asked, glancing at our bound friend. I swallowed hard, knowing what needed to be done but hating myself for it. We can't take her with us. She's too far gone. No, Lily cried out, a moment of lucidity breaking through her feverish haze. Please don't leave me here. Her pleas tore at my heart, but I steeled myself against them. I'm sorry, Lily, I'm so sorry. As Jason and I prepared to make our desperate escape, my foot caught on a loose floorboard. I stumbled, and the board shifted, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Curiosity overrode fear for a moment, and I reached down to investigate. My fingers closed around a leather-bound book, its pages yellowed with age. What's this? I muttered, flipping it open. Sarah, we don't have time for this, Jason urged, but I was already scanning the pages, my eyes widening as I realized what I'd found. It's a journal, I breathed. Someone who encountered the Wendigo before. Look, there are notes on how to defeat it. Jason peered over my shoulder, his skepticism warring with hope. What does it say? I quickly skimmed the faded handwriting. Fire, I said. It says fire can harm the Wendigo, and there's something about a ritual, a way to banish it permanently. Before I could read further, the cabin wall finally gave way with a deafening crack. The Wendigo's elongated arm burst through, claws raking the air mere inches from where we stood. Run, I screamed, clutching the journal to my chest as Jason and I bolted for the back door. We burst into the forest, the cool night air a shock after the stuffy confines of the cabin. Behind us, I could hear the Wendigo's enraged howl and the splintering of wood as it tore the cabin apart. We ran blindly through the trees, branches whipping our faces and roots threatening to trip us at every step. The Wendigo's inhuman shrieks echoed through the forest, sometimes sounding far away, other times terrifyingly close. After what felt like hours, we finally collapsed in a small clearing, our lungs burning and legs trembling with exhaustion. As we caught our breath, the gravity of what we'd done hit me. Oh God, I gasped. We left Lily behind. Jason's face was a mask of guilt and fear. We had no choice. You said it yourself. She was too far gone. I nodded, but the rationalization did little to ease the weight of my conscience. Needing a distraction, I opened the journal again, using the dim moonlight to read its pages. As I delved deeper into the journal's contents, a chill ran down my spine. The author described multiple encounters with the Wendigo, each more horrifying than the last. But it was the passage about the infection that truly terrified me. Jason, I said, my voice trembling. According to this, the Wendigo's curse can lie dormant for days before manifesting. Any of us could be infected without knowing it. The implications of this revelation hung heavy in the air between us. We stared at each other, the seeds of doubt and suspicion taking root. How do we know? Jason asked, his voice barely above a whisper. How can we be sure we're not turning? Before I could answer, a twig snapped nearby. We whirled around, expecting to see the Wendigo bearing down on us. Instead, we found Lily stumbling into the clearing, her bonds broken and her eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. Lily, I gasped, taking a step back. How did you escape? She smiled, but it was a twisted parody of her once warm expression. I'm stronger now, Sarah. So much stronger. And so hungry. As she spoke, I could see the changes overtaking her. Her limbs were elongating, her fingers extending into wicked claws. She was caught between human and Wendigo, a horrifying hybrid of the friend I once knew. and the monster she was becoming. "Sarah," Lily said, her voice a raspy growl. "You have to end this. Please, before I completely lose control. Kill me." Tears streamed down my face as I reached for the hunting knife at my belt. "Lily, I can't. There has to be another way." She shook her head, her eyes momentarily clearing. "There isn't. Please do it now. Save me from becoming that thing." I raised the knife, my hand shaking violently, but before I could act, a blood-curdling shriek split the air. The Wendigo burst into the clearing, its monstrous form silhouetted against the moon. Chaos erupted. Jason bolted in one direction, while Lily, succumbing to her transformation, leapt at the Wendigo with inhuman speed. I stood frozen for a moment, overwhelmed by the nightmarish scene before me. Then survival instinct kicked in, and I ran. I plunged into the darkest part of the forest, branches tearing at my clothes and skin as I fled. Behind me, I could hear the sounds of battle, the Wendigo's shrieks mingling with Lily's increasingly inhuman cries. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing at the base of a massive tree. As I gasped for breath, the reality of my situation crashed down upon me. I was alone in the dark forest, separated from Jason, with two monsters on my trail, the Wendigo and the thing that used to be my best friend. The journal was still clutched in my hand, a lifeline of information that might be the key to our survival. But as I sat there, surrounded by the oppressive darkness of the forest, I wondered if it was already too late. Stone markers weathered by time stood in a rough circle around me. With a jolt of recognition, I realized I had stumbled into an ancient indigenous burial ground. "Oh God," I whispered, a mix of awe and trepidation washing over me. As I examined the stones more closely, I noticed strange symbols carved into their surfaces. They looked eerily similar to the drawings in the journal. With trembling hands, I opened the book, comparing the markings. "This is it," I breathed. "The place where the ritual can be performed." According to the journal, the burial ground was a place of power, where the veil between our world and the spirit world was thin. It was here that the Wendigo could be banished back to the realm it came from. I scanned the pages frantically, memorizing the items needed for the ritual. Sage for purification, a symbol drawn in ash, and blood. The blood of someone infected by the Wendigo's curse. My heart sank as I realized the implications. Lily's blood would be needed, assuming she hadn't fully transformed yet. A twig snapped in the darkness beyond the clearing, jolting me back to the present danger. I had to gather the items and find the others before it was too late. Moving as quietly as I could, I searched the surrounding area for sage. It grew wild in patches, and I quickly gathered as much as I could. For the ash, I would need to start a fire. A risky move with the Wendigo hunting us, but necessary. As I worked to create a small, smokeless fire, every sound in the forest set my nerves on edge. The crack of a branch had me whirling around, heart pounding. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood the Wendigo. Its emaciated form was silhouetted against the trees, antlers scraping the low-hanging branches. For a moment, we stared at each other, frozen in a tableau of predator and prey. Then, with a blood-curdling shriek, it charged. I scrambled to my feet, abandoning the half-made fire and running blindly into the woods. Branches whipped at my face as I fled, the Wendigo's inhuman howls spurring me on. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush behind me, gaining with every step. Just as I felt its fetid breath on the back of my neck, I broke through the tree line and found myself at the edge of a ravine. Without hesitation, I leapt, tucking into a roll as I hit the slope. I tumbled down the steep incline, rocks and debris raining down around me. When I finally came to a stop at the bottom, I lay still, listening. The forest above was quiet. For now at least, I had escaped. Bruised and battered, I made my way back to the burial ground, constantly looking over my shoulder. I restarted the fire, this time managing to create enough ash for the ritual. Now, I just needed to find the others. As if in answer to my thoughts, I heard voices approaching. I tensed, ready to run, but then I recognized Jason's whispered curses. "Jason," I called out softly. "Over here." He emerged from the trees, supporting a limping figure I realized with a shock was Lily. She looked terrible, pale and gaunt, with a feverish glint in her eyes. But she was still human, at least for now. "Sarah!" Jason exclaimed. "Thank God. We thought—" He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. Lily raised her head weakly. "Sarah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything." I rushed to them, helping Jason lower Lily to the ground. "It's okay," I said, though we all knew it wasn't. "I found a way to end this, a ritual to banish the Wendigo." I quickly explained what I had discovered, showing them the journal and the items I had gathered. As I spoke, I could see the hope rekindling in Jason's eyes, but there was also suspicion there, a wariness that hadn't been present before. "How do we know this will work?" he asked. "And how do we know you're not infected too? This could all be a trap." His words stung, but I understood his paranoia. "Jason, if I were infected, don't you think I would have turned by now? We don't have time for this. The Wendigo is still out there, and Lily doesn't have much time left." Lily nodded weakly. "He's right, Jason. We have to try." Reluctantly, Jason agreed. We set about preparing for the ritual, drawing the symbol in ash on the ground and lighting the sage. The pungent smoke filled the air, seeming to push back the darkness around us. As we positioned ourselves around the symbol, a bone-chilling howl split the night. The Wendigo had found us. "Quickly," I shouted, beginning to recite the words from the journal. Jason joined in, his voice shaky but determined. The Wendigo burst into the clearing, its monstrous form more terrifying than ever in the flickering firelight. It charged towards us but seemed to hit an invisible barrier at the edge of the burial ground. For a moment, hope surged within me. The ritual was working. But then, with a sound like shattering glass, the barrier broke. The Wendigo lunged forward, its claws raking across Jason's chest. He fell with a cry of pain, blood spurting from the deep gashes. Lily screamed, the sound morphing into something inhuman, as the stress of the moment pushed her further into her transformation. I continued to chant, my voice rising to a shout as I tried to complete the ritual. The Wendigo turned its attention to me, its glowing eyes filled with malevolent hunger. Just as it was about to strike, Lily threw herself at the creature. "Run, Sarah," she screamed, her voice a mixture of human and monster. "Finish it." I watched in horror as Lily and the Wendigo grappled, her form shifting and changing as she fought. The ritual words died on my lips as I realized we had failed. The Wendigo was too strong, the curse too powerful. As Lily's screams turned into inhuman shrieks, indistinguishable from the Wendigo's, I made a decision. Grabbing the injured Jason, I ran, leaving behind the burial ground and the monstrous battle taking place there. We stumbled through the forest, the sounds of conflict fading behind us. Everything I thought I knew about defeating the Wendigo had been proven wrong. The ritual had failed, and I had lost my best friend in the process. As we found a momentary shelter in the hollow of a massive tree, I looked at the journal in my hands. What other secrets did it hold? What had we missed? "What now?" Jason asked, his voice weak from pain and blood loss. I shook my head, fighting back tears of frustration and fear. "I don't know. But we can't give up. There has to be another way." As if in response, a distant howl echoed through the forest. Not one, but two distinct voices. The Wendigo was no longer alone, and our nightmare was far from over. I clutched the journal tighter, knowing that somewhere within its pages lay the key to our survival. But as the howls grew closer, I wondered if we would live long enough to uncover its secrets. The night pressed in around us, filled with the sounds of approaching doom. We had survived the ritual, but at a terrible cost. And now, with Lily lost and the Wendigo's power seemingly unbreakable, We faced a long, dark night of the soul, one that threatened to consume us all. The hollow of the ancient tree provided little comfort as Jason and I huddled together, our breath coming in ragged gasps. The forest around us pulsed with malevolent energy, the dual howls of the Wendigos growing ever closer. I clutched the journal, its pages damp with sweat and grime, and forced myself to focus. There had to be something we'd missed, some key to ending this nightmare once and for all. As I frantically scanned the pages, a phrase caught my eye. Only through willing sacrifice can the spirit be bound. My heart sank as the true meaning of the words became clear. "Oh God," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Jason stirred beside me, his face pale from blood loss. "What is it?" he asked weakly. I swallowed hard, steeling myself for what I had to say. "The ritual. It requires a willing human sacrifice to work. That's why it failed before. We didn't understand the cost." Silence fell between us as the implications sank in. Finally, Jason spoke, his voice trembling. "So one of us has to die for this to end?" I nodded, a grim determination settling over me. "Yes, and it has to be me." "Sarah, no," Jason protested, grabbing my arm. "There has to be another way." But I shook my head, my resolve strengthening with each passing moment. "Think about it, Jason. You're injured, and I'm the only one who knows the ritual. It has to be me." As Jason struggled to find words, a bone-chilling shriek split the air, much closer than before. We had to move, and fast. "Come on," I said, helping Jason to his feet. "We need to get back to the burial ground." We stumbled through the dark forest, every shadow seeming to hide a monstrous threat. As we walked, I felt a strange sensation creeping over me. A growing hunger, a wildness that clawed at the edges of my mind. The Wendigo's influence was growing stronger, and I could feel my own humanity slipping away with each passing moment. "Jason," I gasped, my voice strained. "If I start to change, you have to promise to finish the ritual without me." He looked at me, his eyes wide with fear and understanding. "I promise," he whispered. As we neared the burial ground, I spotted a fallen log and called for a brief rest. Pulling a crumpled piece of paper and a stub of pencil from my pocket, I began to write. "What are you doing?" Jason asked. "Writing a letter," I replied, my pencil flying across the paper. "To my family, in case I don't make it." The words flowed out of me, a mixture of apology, love, and final goodbyes. As I wrote, I felt a strange sense of peace settling over me. Whatever happened next, at least my family would know the truth. Just as I finished the letter, a twig snapped nearby. We froze, eyes scanning the darkness. To our shock, Joseph Blackfeather, the old Native American man who had helped us earlier, stepped into view. "You return to the sacred ground," he said, his voice grave. "You have learned the truth of the ritual." Relief flooded through me at the sight of a friendly face. "Joseph, thank God you're here. We need your help to perform the ritual properly." But as I spoke, I noticed something off about Joseph's expression. There was a glint in his eye, a twist to his mouth that sent a chill down my spine. "The Wendigo is a spirit of hunger and winter," Joseph said, taking a step closer. "It has walked these lands for centuries, growing stronger with each passing year." "How do you know so much about it?" Jason asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. Joseph's lips curled into a mirthless smile. "Because, young one, I am the one who first summoned it." The revelation hit me like a physical blow. "What? But why?" "Power," Joseph spat. "The white men were taking our lands, destroying our people. I sought a weapon to drive them back. But the spirit was too strong, too hungry. It consumed everything in its path, friend and foe alike." As he spoke, I could see the toll his actions had taken. Joseph's eyes were sunken, his skin stretched tight over his bones. He had been fighting the Wendigo's influence for decades, walking a razor's edge between humanity and monstrosity. I have waited long for one strong enough to end this curse, Joseph continued. But the sacrifice must be pure, untainted by the Wendigo's touch. His eyes locked onto Jason, and I realized with horror what he intended. Before I could react, Joseph lunged forward with inhuman speed, grabbing Jason by the throat. "No!" I screamed, throwing myself at Joseph. We tumbled to the ground, grappling in the dirt and leaves. Despite his age, Joseph was incredibly strong. As we fought, I could feel the Wendigo's influence growing stronger within me. My vision blurred, my fingers lengthening into claws. "Sarah!" Jason's voice cut through the haze of violence. "The ritual, you have to do it now." With a surge of desperate strength, I broke free from Joseph and scrambled towards the center of the burial ground. I could hear the Wendigos crashing through the forest, drawn by the sounds of our struggle. As I began to recite the words of the ritual, my voice growing stronger with each syllable, Joseph let out an inhuman howl. He charged towards me, his form shifting and changing as he ran. "I'm sorry," I whispered, steeling myself for what I had to do. Just as Joseph reached me, I plunged the ritual knife into my own chest. Pain exploded through me, but I forced myself to continue the chant, my blood spilling onto the sacred ground. The world around me erupted into chaos. The Wendigos burst into the clearing, their horrifying forms illuminated by an unearthly light that seemed to emanate from the very earth. Joseph's partially transformed body writhed on the ground, caught between human and monster. As my strength faded, I saw Jason crawling towards me, his face a mask of anguish and determination. "Sarah, hold on," he cried, but I knew it was too late. My sacrifice was the key to ending this nightmare, and I could feel the power of the ritual surging through me. With my last breath, I spoke the final words of the chant. A blinding light engulfed the clearing, accompanied by a sound like the tearing of reality itself. The Wendigos shrieked in agony, their forms seeming to unravel before our eyes. Joseph let out a final mournful howl as his body dissolved into mist. As darkness crept in at the edges of my vision, I saw the forest around us transforming. The malevolent energy that had permeated every tree and stone was being purged, replaced by a sense of ancient peace. "It's done," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "It's finally over." Jason cradled my body, tears streaming down his face. "Sarah, please, don't go." But I could feel myself slipping away, my sacrifice accepted by whatever powers governed the ritual. As my eyes closed for the final time, I saw a glimpse of something beyond, a world of light and warmth, free from the hunger and darkness of the Wendigo. With my last conscious thought, I hoped that my sacrifice had been enough, that Jason, and anyone else who might venture into these woods, would be safe from the horrors we had faced. As my spirit left my body, I felt a profound sense of peace. The Wendigo's curse was broken, its hunger finally sated, and though the cost had been high, I knew that my choice had saved countless lives. In the end, it wasn't just a battle for survival, but for the very soul of the forest and all who dwelled within it. And in that final defining moment, humanity had triumphed over monstrosity, love over hunger, sacrifice over selfishness. The nightmare was over. The forest could heal, and somewhere in the world beyond I would be waiting, watching over those I had left behind. The ancient burial ground pulsed with an otherworldly energy as I completed the final words of the ritual. For a moment, hope surged through me. This nightmare might finally be over. But that hope was short-lived. A searing pain erupted in my chest, dropping me to my knees. I gasped for air, feeling as if my very soul was being torn apart. Through blurred vision, I saw Jason stumbling towards me, his face a mask of horror. "Sarah!" he cried out. "What's happening?" I couldn't answer. My body convulsed as an icy coldness spread through my veins. With dawning terror, I realized what was happening. The ritual hadn't banished the Wendigo. Instead, it was forcing the creature's essence into me. "No," I whimpered, clawing at the ground. This can't be happening. As the Wendigo's power flooded my system, my mind was assaulted by a torrent of visions. I saw countless victims through the ages, terrified faces contorted in agony as the Wendigo's curse consumed them. I felt their fear, their desperation, and most horrifyingly, their hunger. An insatiable, all-consuming hunger that threatened to devour every last shred of my humanity. "Sarah!" Jason's voice seemed to come from far away. "Fight it. You have to fight it." I wanted to. God, how I wanted to. But the hunger was overwhelming, drowning out everything else. My fingers lengthened into claws, my teeth sharpening to points. I could feel my body changing, stretching, becoming something inhuman. With the last vestiges of my willpower, I forced myself to my feet. "Run!" I growled at Jason, my voice barely recognizable. "Get away from me, now!" The look of anguish on his face nearly broke me, but I knew that if he stayed, I would kill him. The Wendigo, no, I, would tear him apart without a second thought. As Jason hesitated, I let out an inhuman shriek that sent him stumbling backwards. He turned and ran, disappearing into the dark forest. Good. He was safe. For now. But the hunger still gnawed at me, demanding to be sated. With an animalistic howl, I plunged into the woods, away from Jason and any other potential victims. I had to get as far away as possible before I completely lost control. Trees blurred past me as I ran with inhuman speed, my transformed body easily navigating the treacherous terrain. Part of me marveled at my new strength and agility, even as I was horrified by what I was becoming. As I ran, flashes of memory assaulted me, glimpses of the Wendigo's past victims, their final moments of terror seared into its consciousness. I saw colonial settlers, trappers, modern-day hikers all falling prey to the creature's insatiable appetite. And with each vision, I felt myself slipping further away, the Sarah I once was being consumed by the monster I was becoming. Dawn was breaking when I finally stopped, finding myself in a small clearing. As I caught my breath, a familiar scent caught my attention. My head snapped up, nostrils flaring. Lily. She emerged from the trees, but she was no longer the friend I once knew. The Wendigo's curse had fully taken hold, transforming her into a nightmarish creature of antlers and elongated limbs. Her eyes, once warm and kind, now glowed with an otherworldly hunger. For a moment we stood frozen, two monsters facing off in the pale morning light. "Lily," I croaked, my voice a raspy growl. "Is there anything left of you in there?" She cocked her head, a flicker of recognition passing across her inhuman features. "Sarah?" The word was barely intelligible, mangled by her transformed mouth. "You, like me now." I nodded, feeling a perverse sense of kinship with this creature that had once been my best friend. "I'm sorry, Lily. I tried to save you. I tried to save us all." Lily took a shambling step forward, her claws flexing. "Hungry," she growled. "Always hungry." I knew then that there was no reasoning with her, no way to reach the human she once was. The Wendigo had consumed everything, leaving only an endless, gnawing hunger. As Lily lunged at me, I felt my own monstrous instincts take over. We collided in a tangle of claws and antlers, our inhuman shrieks echoing through the forest. It was a brutal, primal battle, former friends now locked in a fight to the death. I felt my claws tear into Lily's flesh, even as her antlers gouged deep furrows across my chest. The pain was intense, but it was nothing compared to the hunger that drove us both. We were no longer fighting for survival, but for the right to feed. As we grappled, I caught glimpses of our reflections in a nearby pond. The monsters staring back at me were barely recognizable as human. Is this what we had become? Is this all that was left of us? With a surge of desperate strength, I managed to pin Lily to the ground. My claws were at her throat, ready to end this once and for all. But as I looked into her eyes, I saw a flicker of the friend I once knew. "Do it," Lily growled. "End this. Please." Tears streamed down my monstrous face as I realized what I had to do. With a howl of anguish, I plunged my claws into Lily's chest, ending her torment once and for all. As Lily's body went limp beneath me, something extraordinary happened. A pale, misty essence rose from her corpse, hovering in the air for a moment before dissipating. With it went some of the ravenous hunger that had been consuming me. I staggered back, my mind reeling. What had just happened? As the first true rays of sunlight broke through the trees, illuminating the clearing, a shocking realization dawned on me. The Wendigo wasn't just a curse or a monster. It was a spirit, an entity that possessed and transformed its victims. And when those victims died, it moved on to new hosts. I looked down at my transformed body, seeing it with new eyes. I wasn't fully Wendigo. Not yet. The spirit was within me, changing me, but it hadn't completely taken over. There was still a part of me fighting against it. With this revelation came a glimmer of hope. If the Wendigo was a spirit, it could be fought. It could be resisted. And maybe, just maybe, it could be exorcised. But I knew I couldn't do it alone. I needed help. From Jason, from Joseph if he was still alive, from anyone who might understand what we were truly dealing with. As I turned to leave the clearing, I caught my reflection once more in the pond. My body was a horrifying mixture of human and monster, but my eyes were still my own. And in them, I saw a determination that even the Wendigo's hunger couldn't extinguish. I may be transforming into a monster, but I wasn't lost yet. There was still hope, still a chance to end this curse once and for all. With newfound purpose, I set off into the forest. The Wendigo's hunger still gnawed at me, threatening to overwhelm my humanity at any moment. But now I had something to fight for, not just my own survival, but the chance to save others from this terrible fate. The battle for my soul was far from over, but as the new day dawned, I was ready to face whatever horrors lay ahead. Because now I knew the truth about the Wendigo curse, and knowledge, as they say, is power. The forest was eerily quiet as I raced through the undergrowth, my transformed body moving with inhuman speed and agility. The Wendigo's essence within me pulsed with dark energy, threatening to overwhelm what remained of my humanity. But I clung to hope, fueled by the knowledge I had gained about the true nature of the curse. I needed to find Jason and Joseph. Together we might stand a chance of performing a new ritual, one that could truly banish the Wendigo spirit. But time was running out. With each passing moment, I could feel myself slipping further away, the monster inside growing stronger. As I burst into a small clearing, I nearly collided with a figure stumbling through the trees. It was Jason, his face pale with exhaustion and fear. "Sarah," he gasped, eyes widening at my monstrous appearance. "Is that really you?" I nodded, trying to soften my grotesque features into something resembling a smile. "It's me, Jason. I'm still here. For now." Relief washed over his face, quickly followed by wariness. "What happened to you? How are you controlling it?" "I'm not really," I admitted. "But I've learned something about the Wendigo. It's a spirit, Jason, one that possesses its victims, and I think I know how we might be able to stop it." As quickly as I could, I explained what I had discovered about the Wendigo's nature and my idea for a new ritual. Jason listened intently, his expression a mix of hope and skepticism. "But how do we know this will work?" he asked. "And where's Joseph? We need him, don't we?" Before I could respond, a bone-chilling howl split the air. It was unlike anything we had heard before, a sound of pure malevolence that seemed to shake the very earth beneath our feet. "What was that?" Jason whispered, his face ashen. I felt the Wendigo essence within me recoil, as if in fear of something far more powerful than itself. "It's angry," I growled, my voice barely human. "It knows what we're planning." Suddenly, the forest around us began to change. Trees twisted and contorted, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. The ground beneath our feet shifted and roiled, and the very air seemed to thicken with malevolent energy. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Jason's arm and pulling him along. We fled through the warping landscape, narrowly avoiding grasping roots and suddenly appearing chasms. The Wendigo's power was reshaping the forest into a nightmarish labyrinth, trying to trap us within its dark domain. As we ran, I felt the hunger within me growing stronger, urging me to turn on Jason, to feast on his flesh and fully embrace the monster I was becoming. I gritted my teeth, fighting against the overwhelming urge. "Sarah," Jason panted as we paused for breath. "Your eyes, they're changing." I caught my reflection in a nearby pool of water, shocked to see my eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The Wendigo was asserting more control, and I was running out of time. "We need to find Joseph," I growled, my voice becoming more inhuman by the moment. "He's the key to all of this." As if in answer to my words, we heard a voice calling out from deeper in the twisted forest. "Here, over here!" It was Joseph, his voice strained but unmistakable. We pushed through the nightmarish vegetation, finally emerging into a small clearing where the old man stood, leaning heavily on his walking stick. "You have seen the truth," Joseph said as we approached, his eyes fixed on my transformed state. "But seeing is not enough. You must understand." "What do you mean?" I asked, struggling to form the words with my mutated mouth. "What don't we understand?" Joseph's eyes seemed to look through me, seeing something beyond the physical realm. "The Wendigo is more than a spirit of hunger. It is a test, a crucible for the human soul." As he spoke, the forest around us seemed to fade away, replaced by swirling visions of past Wendigo victims. I saw their struggles, their temptations, their ultimate fates, and I began to understand. "The hunger," I whispered. "It's not just for flesh. It's for everything dark within us." Joseph nodded solemnly. "The Wendigo feeds on our fears, our doubts, our deepest, darkest desires. To defeat it, you must face these things within yourself." As if triggered by his words, I felt the Wendigo's essence surge within me. Visions assaulted my mind, memories twisted into nightmares, my greatest fears made manifest. I saw myself giving in to the hunger, devouring everyone I loved. I saw a world consumed by Wendigos, with me as their queen. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the onslaught. "I can't," I gasped. "It's too strong." "Sarah," Jason's voice seemed to come from far away. "You have to fight it." But how could I fight something that was becoming a part of me? The Wendigo's hunger was my hunger, its desires my own. I could feel my humanity slipping away, consumed by the monster within. Then, in the midst of the chaos, a moment of clarity struck me. The Wendigo's true weakness. It wasn't some external force or magical ritual. It was within us all along. "Love," I whispered, the word feeling strange on my transformed lips. "Compassion, sacrifice, everything the Wendigo isn't." With tremendous effort, I forced myself to my feet. I looked at Jason, seeing not prey, but a friend I would die to protect. I thought of Lily, of the humanity she had shown even in her final moments. And I thought of all the potential victims I could save by ending this curse. "I understand now," I said, my voice growing stronger. "The ritual, the sacrifice, it was never about blood or death. It's about choosing humanity over monstrosity, even in the face of overwhelming darkness." As I spoke, I felt something changing within me. The Wendigo's essence recoiled, its power diminishing as I embraced everything it sought to destroy. "No." A voice that was not my own howled from my lips. The Wendigo's spirit for the first time sounded afraid. Joseph's eyes widened in understanding. "Yes," he breathed. "You have found the true path. Now, we must complete the ritual before it's too late." As Joseph began to chant in an ancient language, the forest around us erupted into chaos. Dark tendrils of energy lashed out, the Wendigo spirit fighting with all its might against what was happening. I stood my ground, focusing on everything human within me, my love for my friends and family, my compassion for others, my willingness to sacrifice myself for a greater good. With each passing moment, I could feel the Wendigo's hold on me weakening. Sarah, Jason called out, reaching for my hand. We're with you. Fight it. I grasped his hand, feeling strength flow between us. Even Joseph joined in, his weathered hand closing over ours as he continued the chant. The Wendigo howled in fury and desperation, unleashing a final cataclysmic assault. The very fabric of reality seemed to tear around us, the forest dissolving into a maelstrom of nightmarish visions and primal fears. But we stood firm, our shared humanity a beacon in the darkness. As Joseph's chant reached a crescendo, I felt the Wendigo's essence being torn from my body. It was excruciating, like having my very soul ripped apart. But I held on to who I was, who we all were. With a final earth-shattering shriek, the Wendigo spirit was expelled. For a moment it hovered before us, a writhing mass of darkness and hunger. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, it dissolved into nothingness. The chaos around us subsided, the forest returning to its natural state. As the first rays of dawn broke through the trees, I looked down at my hands, marveling at their human appearance. The transformation was reversing, the Wendigo's curse broken at last. We did it, Jason breathed, his face a mixture of exhaustion and elation. Joseph nodded, a small smile on his weathered face. You have done what many thought impossible. The Wendigo is banished, its cycle of hunger and despair broken. As the realization of our victory sank in, I felt a profound sense of relief, tinged with sadness for those we had lost along the way. The nightmare was over, but its effects would linger with us always. What now? I asked, looking between Jason and Joseph. Now, Joseph said, his eyes twinkling with a wisdom born of ages. You live. You cherish your humanity, and you remember the lessons learned in facing the darkness. As we made our way out of the forest, I knew that our ordeal had changed us forever. We had faced the Wendigo, not just the monster in the woods, but the potential for darkness within ourselves. And we had emerged stronger for it. The sun rose higher, banishing the last shadows of night. And with it came the promise of a new day, free from the Wendigo's hunger, but forever marked by the knowledge of what lurks in the darkest corners of the human. The first rays of dawn broke through the trees, casting long shadows across the blood-soaked clearing. I stood there, my clothes torn and caked with mud, surveying the devastation around me. The Wendigo's final howl still echoed in my ears, a sound that would haunt me for years to come. My remaining friends, Sarah and Alex, huddled together near the remnants of our makeshift barricade. Their eyes were wide with shock, their faces pale and drawn. We had survived, but at what cost? Is it really over? Sarah's voice trembled as she spoke, barely above a whisper. I nodded slowly, my throat too raw to form words. The Wendigo was gone, banished by the ritual we had performed at the last possible moment. But the price had been high. Too high. As if reading my thoughts, Alex asked, "What do we tell them about Mike and Jessica?" The question hung in the air, heavy with implications. How could we explain what had happened to our friends, to the authorities, to their families? The truth, I said finally, my voice hoarse. We tell them the truth. Sarah let out a bitter laugh. And who's going to believe us? That a mythical creature hunted us through the woods? That it took Mike and turned him into one of them? I closed my eyes, remembering the moment I had to face Mike, or what was left of him. The sight of his twisted form, his eyes glowing with inhuman hunger, would be seared into my memory forever. We have to try, I insisted. We owe it to them. The next few hours passed in a blur. We managed to hike back to the ranger station, our story spilling out in fragmented bursts. The rangers listened with increasing skepticism, exchanging worried glances as we described the Wendigo, the rituals, the transformations. Look, kids, the lead ranger said, his tone a mixture of concern and disbelief. I understand you've been through something traumatic, but what you're describing, it's just not possible. But our friends are still out there, Alex protested. You have to search for them. The ranger held up a hand. We'll organize a search party, don't worry. but I think it's best if you all get checked out at the hospital first. You've been through a lot." As we were led to the waiting ambulances, I caught sight of my reflection in a window. I hardly recognized myself. My eyes were sunken, my face gaunt, and there, at the corner of my mouth, was that a faint trace of blood? I quickly wiped it away, trying to ignore the gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach. The hospital was a flurry of activity. Doctors examined us, nurses took blood samples, and police officers asked endless questions. Through it all, we stuck to our story, even as we saw the doubt in their eyes. It was late in the evening when my parents finally arrived, their faces etched with worry. "Oh, honey," my mom cried, pulling me into a tight embrace. "We were so scared when we got the call. What happened out there?" I opened my mouth to explain, but the words caught in my throat. How could I burden them with the truth? How could I make them understand the terror we had faced? "It was an animal attack," I said finally, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. "We got lost in the woods and not everyone made it out." My father's hand gripped my shoulder. "You're safe now. That's all that matters." But as I met his gaze, I knew I would never truly be safe again. The Wendigo had left its mark on me in ways I was only beginning to understand. The days that followed were a haze of police interviews, search parties, and media attention. The story of the Yellowstone tragedy made national headlines, with speculation running wild about what had really happened in those woods. Sarah, Alex, and I were hailed as survivors, our every word scrutinized for clues. We stuck to our sanitized version of events, unable to bear the thought of being labeled as crazy or attention-seeking. But the nightmares were relentless. Every night I found myself back in those dark woods, the Wendigo's howl echoing through the trees. I would wake up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding, the taste of raw meat in my mouth. 2 weeks after our rescue, I met Sarah and Alex at a local diner. The atmosphere was tense as we slid into a booth, away from prying ears. "How are you holding up?" I asked, studying their faces. They looked as haunted as I felt. Sarah shrugged, pushing her food around her plate. "I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see Mike, the way he looked at the end." Alex nodded in agreement. "My parents want me to see a therapist. They think I'm suffering from PTSD. "Aren't we all?" I said with a grimace. We fell into silence, the weight of our shared experience hanging between us. Finally, Alex leaned in, his voice low. "Have either of you noticed anything strange since we got back?" I felt my heart skip a beat. "What do you mean?" Alex glanced around nervously before continuing. "I was hiking yesterday just trying to clear my head, you know? And I swear I could smell a deer from over a mile away. I followed the scent without even thinking about it." Sarah's eyes widened. "That's not possible." I know," Alex said, running a hand through his hair. "But it happened, and that's not all. My hearing, my eyesight, everything seems sharper. It's like my senses are in overdrive." I felt a chill run down my spine as I remembered the blood on my lip, the strange hunger that had been gnawing at me. "I've felt it too," I admitted quietly. "Something's changed in us." Sarah shook her head vehemently. No, we can't think like that. We're safe now. It's over." But even as she spoke, I could see the doubt in her eyes. We all knew, deep down, that our ordeal in the woods had marked us in ways we were only beginning to understand. As if on cue, a news report flashed on the diner's television. The anchor's voice caught our attention. "In breaking news, another group of hikers has gone missing in Yellowstone National Park, near the area where 3 survivors were found just 2 weeks ago. Park rangers are urging caution, but insist there is no connection between the 2 incidents." We exchanged glances, a mix of fear and grim determination settling over us. "It's not over," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "It was never over." Sarah's hand found mine under the table, squeezing it tightly. What do we do? I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on my shoulders. We go back. We finish this, once and for all. Alex nodded, his eyes glinting with a newfound resolve. We're the only ones who know the truth. We're the only ones who can stop it. As we left the diner, I caught my reflection in the window. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw something inhuman looking back at me. A flicker of glowing eyes, a hint of elongated teeth. I blinked, and it was gone. But the gnawing hunger remained, a constant reminder of the battle that lay ahead. The Wendigo's curse lived on, in the woods and in our blood. And I knew with chilling certainty that our story was far from over. The woods were calling, and this time, we would be the hunters. The bus lurched to a stop, its brakes squealing in protest. I blinked away the remnants of an uneasy sleep and peered out the grimy window. The Siuslaw National Forest loomed before us, a sea of green stretching as far as the eye could see. "End of the line, folks," the driver called out, his gruff voice cutting through the silence. "Siuslaw Trailhead." I stood up, stretching my cramped muscles, and reached for my backpack in the overhead compartment. As I did, my hand brushed against something sticky. I recoiled, examining my fingers in the dim light. A viscous, sap-like substance coated my skin. "Gross," I muttered, wiping my hand on my jeans. "You okay, Alex?" My best friend Mia asked from the seat behind me. I forced a smile. "Yeah, just some tree gunk or something." We filed off the bus, our group of 6 blinking in the bright afternoon sun. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. It was a welcome change from the stuffy confines of the bus. Professor Hartley, our faculty advisor, clapped his hands to get our attention. "All right, team, let's do a final gear check before we head out." As we rifled through our backpacks, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. The forest seemed to loom over us, watchful and waiting. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. It was just nerves, I told myself. This was supposed to be an exciting research trip, not the setting for some horror movie. "Hey, Earth to Alex," Mia waved her hand in front of my face. "You're spacing out again." I blinked, refocusing on her concerned face. "Sorry, just taking in the scenery." She raised an eyebrow. "Right. Well, hurry up and check your gear. I want to get moving before it gets dark." We shouldered our packs and set off down the trail, Professor Hartley taking the lead. The path wound its way through towering Douglas firs and western red cedars, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. As we hiked deeper into the woods, an eerie silence descended. I noticed the absence of birdsong or the rustling of small animals. The only sound was the crunch of our boots on the leaf-strewn path and our labored breathing as we climbed a steep incline. "Is it just me, or is it really quiet?" I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. Jake, our resident wildlife expert, nodded. "Yeah, it's weird. We should be hearing all sorts of animals." Professor Hartley frowned. "Perhaps there's a predator in the area. Keep your eyes open, everyone." We continued on, the silence growing more oppressive with each step. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. I tried to focus on the path ahead, but my eyes kept darting to the shadows between the trees, searching for movement. After what felt like hours, we reached a small clearing. The late afternoon sun slanted through the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. "We'll set up camp here for the night," Professor Hartley announced. "Alex and Mia, you're on tent duty. Jake and Sarah, gather firewood. Liam, help me set up the research equipment." As Mia and I started to unpack the tents, I noticed something strange on a nearby tree. Walking closer, I saw a series of symbols carved into the bark. They looked old, the edges smooth and weathered. "Hey, Prof," I called out. "Come look at this." Professor Hartley hurried over, his brow furrowed. He examined the markings closely, running his fingers over the grooves. "Fascinating," he murmured. "These look like they could be Native American in origin." but I've never seen symbols quite like these before. Is this why we're here? I asked. To study these markings? He shook his head. No, our research is focused on the unique ecosystem of this part of the forest. But this could be an important archaeological find. Or it could be some bored hikers playing a prank, Liam chimed in, joining us. Looks like graffiti to me. Professor Hartley shot him a disapproving look. Let's not jump to conclusions. We'll document it and report it to the proper authorities when we get back. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, we gathered around the campfire. The flames danced and crackled, providing a small circle of warmth and light in the growing darkness. So, who wants to hear a ghost story? Jake grinned, his face eerily illuminated by the firelight. Sarah groaned. Really, Jake? We're in the middle of a creepy forest, and you want to tell ghost stories? Come on, it's tradition, he insisted. Alex, back me up here. I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant despite the unease gnawing at my gut. Why not? It's not like we have anything better to do. Jake launched into a tale about a group of hikers who disappeared in these very woods, never to be seen again. As he spoke, the shadows seemed to deepen and the trees creaked and groaned in the light breeze. Suddenly, a twig snapped in the darkness beyond our campfire. We all froze, eyes wide. What was that? Mia whispered, her voice trembling. Probably just an animal, Professor Hartley said, but he didn't sound convinced. Another snap, closer this time, then another. Okay, that's not funny, Liam said, standing up. Who's out there? Silence fell, heavy and oppressive. Even the crackling of the fire seemed muted. I'm going to check it out, Jake announced, reaching for his flashlight. Jake, wait, I started to say, but he was already moving towards the edge of the clearing. The beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the trunks of the surrounding trees. He swept it back and forth, searching for the source of the noise. I don't see anything, he called back to us. Must have been... His words cut off abruptly as his flashlight beam landed on something. We all leaned forward, straining to see. Jake? Sarah called out. What is it? He didn't respond. The flashlight beam remained fixed on a spot just beyond the clearing. I stood up, my heart pounding. Jake, come on, man, this isn't funny. Slowly, Jake turned back to face us. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. Guys, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. The trees, they're moving. We all turned to look where his flashlight was pointing. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, but then, ever so slowly, I noticed a change. The gaps between the trees were closing. Branches were stretching out, intertwining with each other. That's not possible, Professor Hartley stammered. But as we watched in horror, the impossible became reality. The trees were moving, their trunks bending and swaying as if they were dancing to some unheard rhythm. And they were closing in around us, forming a wall of living wood. We need to get out of here, Mia said, her voice rising in panic. Now! We scrambled to gather our things, but in the chaos, it was hard to find anything. The firelight flickered and dimmed, as if it too was being smothered by the encroaching forest. The trail, I shouted, pointing to where we had entered the clearing. We need to get back to the trail. But as we rushed towards it, our escape route vanished before our eyes. The trees moved with impossible speed, their branches weaving together to form an impenetrable barrier. We were trapped. As the reality of our situation sank in, a bone-chilling whisper seemed to echo through the clearing. It wasn't a voice, not really. It was more like the sound of wind through leaves, but formed into words I couldn't quite understand. I turned to my friends, seeing my own terror reflected in their eyes. The rustling of leaves jolted me from a fitful sleep. My eyes snapped open, heart racing as I tried to orient myself in the darkness of the tent. For a moment I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The forest, the moving trees, the terror of the night before. I lay still, straining my ears. The rustling continued, a dry, papery sound that sent shivers down my spine. But there was something off about it. I fumbled for my watch, pressing the button to illuminate its face. 3:27 a.m. The witching hour, my grandmother would have said. Unzipping the tent as quietly as possible, I poked my head out. The clearing was bathed in pale moonlight, casting everything in an otherworldly glow. My eyes were drawn to the trees at the edge of our campsite. They were moving, swaying gently as if caught in a breeze. But there was no wind. I scrambled out of the tent, my bare feet sinking into the cool, damp earth. The trees continued their eerie dance, branches reaching and withdrawing like curious fingers. I rubbed my eyes, certain I must still be dreaming. "Alex?" Mia's voice came from behind me, thick with sleep. "What's going on?" I turned to see her emerging from our shared tent, her hair a mess and eyes squinting in the moonlight. "The trees," I whispered, pointing. "Look at the trees." She followed my gaze, her eyes widening as she took in the unnatural movement. That's not possible," she murmured, echoing Professor Hartley's words from earlier. "We need to wake the others," I said, already moving towards the other tents. Within minutes, our entire group was huddled in the center of the clearing, watching the swaying trees with a mixture of fear and disbelief. It must be some kind of localized seismic activity, Professor Hartley suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. "Earthquakes don't make trees dance, Prof," Jake retorted, his usual bravado noticeably absent. Sarah hugged herself, shivering despite the mild temperature. "What do? We can't stay here." "We can't leave either," Liam pointed out. "Remember? The trees block the path." As if in response to his words, the rustling grew louder. The trees at the edge of the clearing began to sway more vigorously, their branches creaking and groaning. "Everyone, stay close," Professor Hartley ordered, his voice tight with stress. "Whatever's happening, we need to stick together." We huddled closer, watching in horrified fascination as the forest seemed to come alive around us. The moonlight cast shifting shadows that danced across the ground, making it seem as if the very earth was moving beneath our feet. Then, without warning, a blood-curdling scream shattered the night. "Sarah!" Jake yelled, whirling around. But Sarah was right beside him, her face pale with shock. That wasn't me," she stammered. "Liam," Mia gasped. "Where's Liam?" Panic set in as we realized Liam was no longer among us. How had he disappeared without any of us noticing? "Liam!" Professor Hartley shouted, his voice echoing through the clearing. "Liam, answer me!" Silence fell, heavy and oppressive. Even the rustling of the trees seemed to have stopped, as if the forest was holding its breath. "We have to find him," I said, already reaching for my flashlight. "No one goes alone," Professor Hartley insisted. "We'll split into pairs. Alex and Mia, Jake and Sarah. I'll stay here in case Liam comes back. Use your whistles if you find anything or need help." We set off, the beams of our flashlights cutting through the darkness. Mia and I headed towards the eastern edge of the clearing, where we had last seen Liam standing. "Liam!" Mia called out, her voice trembling. "Liam, can you hear us?" We pushed through the underbrush, branches scraping against our arms and legs. The forest seemed denser than I remembered, the trees pressing in close, their leaves whispering secrets just beyond our understanding. "Alex, look," Mia said suddenly, grabbing my arm. Her flashlight beam illuminated a scrap of fabric caught on a low-hanging branch. It was the same color as the shirt Liam had been wearing. "Liam!" I shouted, pushing forward with renewed urgency. "Liam, where are you?" As we moved deeper into the forest, a sickly sweet smell filled the air. It reminded me of overripe fruit, with an underlying note of decay. The beam of my flashlight caught something on the ground ahead, a dark, viscous liquid pooling around the roots of a massive oak. "Oh God," Mia whispered, her hand flying to her mouth. I approached slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The liquid glistened in the flashlight beam, too thick to be water. It looked almost like sap. But sap didn't pool on the ground like this, and sap certainly didn't have the metallic tang of blood. "We need to get the others," I said, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. Just then, a shrill whistle pierced the night. Jake and Sarah must have found something. We raced back towards the clearing, branches whipping at our faces as we ran. We burst out of the tree line to find Jake and Sarah already there, their faces ashen. "What did you find?" Professor Hartley demanded. Jake held up a tattered piece of cloth, the remains of Liam's shirt. It was covered in the same sap-like substance we had discovered. "There's more," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. We found blood. A lot of it." I described what Mia and I had seen, watching as the horror of our situation sank in for everyone. "We need to get out of here," Mia said, voicing what we were all thinking. "Now, before whatever got Liam comes back for the rest of us." We quickly packed up what we could, leaving behind anything non-essential. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, we made our way to where the trail had been the day before. But as we approached the edge of the clearing, our hopes of escape were crushed. Where there had once been a clear path, there was now an impenetrable wall of vegetation. Trees had uprooted themselves and moved, their trunks intertwining to form a barrier. Thick vines and thorny bushes filled any gaps, creating a living fortress. "No," Jake muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. No, this isn't happening." Professor Hartley approached the barrier, reaching out to touch one of the trees. As soon as his fingers made contact, the entire wall seemed to shudder, the vines writhing like snakes. He jerked his hand back, his face pale. "It's alive," he whispered. "The whole forest. It's all alive and aware." We stood there, the rising sun at our backs, staring at the impossible barrier before us. The forest that had once seemed so peaceful, so familiar, had become an alien and hostile environment. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked, her voice small and frightened. I looked around at my friends, seeing my own fear and confusion mirrored in their eyes. We were trapped in a nightmare that defied all logic and reason. Liam was missing, possibly dead, and we were at the mercy of a sentient forest that seemed to want us here for some unknown purpose. As if in response to our despair, a low moan seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath our feet. The trees began to sway again, their leaves rustling in a non-existent breeze. That whisper I had heard the night before returned, louder now, almost intelligible. "Listen," Mia said, her eyes wide. It's trying to tell us something." We stood silent, straining our ears. The whisper grew stronger, forming words that seemed to bypass our ears and speak directly to our minds. "Welcome," it seemed to say. The word carried on the rustling of 1,000 leaves. "The ritual begins." A chill ran down my spine as I realized the truth of our situation. We weren't just trapped in this forest. The sun had fully risen, but its warmth did nothing to dispel the chill that had settled in my bones. We stood at the edge of the clearing, staring at the impenetrable wall of vegetation that blocked our escape. The forest's whispered words still echoed in my mind. "The ritual begins." "We can't just stand here," Jake said, breaking the stunned silence that had fallen over our group. "There has to be another way out." Professor Hartley nodded, though his eyes were distant, unfocused. "You're right. We need to keep moving. Try to find another path." "But which way?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "We don't even know where we are anymore." I pulled out my phone, already knowing it would be useless. As expected, there was no signal. The GPS app couldn't locate us either, as if the forest itself was blocking any connection to the outside world. "We could try going north," Mia suggested, pointing to where the sun had risen. "If we keep the sun on our right, we should eventually hit a road or a town." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. We gathered our belongings and set off, pushing through the dense underbrush. The forest seemed to press in around us, the trees looming overhead, their branches reaching down like gnarled fingers. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig under our feet, seemed unnaturally loud. The forest was alive in a way I had never experienced before, and it was terrifying. "Does anyone else feel like the trees are moving?" Sarah whispered after we had been walking for what felt like hours. I glanced around, realizing with a start that she was right. The trees seemed to be slowly closing in, their trunks bending ever so slightly towards us. "It's just your imagination," Professor Hartley said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Trees don't move." "Tell that to the ones that trapped us here," Jake muttered. We pressed on, our pace quickening. The undergrowth became thicker, thorny vines catching at our clothes and scratching our skin. It was as if the forest was trying to hold us back, to keep us from escaping. Suddenly, Mia stumbled, crying out in pain. "My ankle," she gasped, clutching at her leg. "I think I twisted it." I knelt beside her, examining her swollen ankle. "It doesn't look broken, but you shouldn't put weight on it," I said. "We need to rest." "We can't stop," Jake argued, his eyes darting nervously around the forest. "We have to keep moving." "We won't get far with Mia injured," I countered. "We need to find a safe place to rest and regroup." As if in answer to my words, the trees ahead of us suddenly parted, revealing a small clearing. At its center stood a large, flat stone, its surface covered in strange, swirling symbols. "What is that?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide. Professor Hartley approached the stone cautiously, his academic curiosity momentarily overriding his fear. "It looks like an altar of some kind," he murmured, running his hand over the carved symbols. "These markings, they're unlike anything I've ever seen." We helped Mia to the clearing, settling her on a fallen log near the altar. As we caught our breath, I noticed something odd about the clearing. Unlike the rest of the forest, which seemed to be constantly in motion, the trees here were perfectly still. "It's quiet," I said, realizing what was bothering me. Too quiet. As soon as the words left my mouth, a ghostly whisper filled the air. It was the same voice we had heard earlier, but now it was speaking in a language I didn't recognize. The words seemed to curl around us, chilling me to the bone. "What's it saying?" Mia asked, her face pale. Professor Hartley shook his head. "I don't know. It's not any language I'm familiar with." The whispers grew louder, more insistent. The symbols on the altar began to glow with a faint, pulsing light. "We need to get out of here," Jake said, his voice tight with fear. "Now." But as we turned to leave, we found our path blocked. The trees had moved again, forming a solid wall around the clearing. Their branches writhed and twisted, weaving together to create an impenetrable barrier. "No!" Sarah cried, running to the wall of trees and pushing against them. "Let us out." The trees didn't budge. Instead, they seemed to grow even denser, closing off any hope of escape. "We're trapped," I said, the realization sinking in like a stone in my gut. The whispers continued, growing more rhythmic, almost like a chant. The glow from the altar intensified, casting eerie shadows across the clearing. "What do they want from us?" Mia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Professor Hartley turned back to the altar, studying the glowing symbols intently. I think they want us to perform some kind of ritual," he said slowly. "A ritual?" Jake scoffed. "You can't be serious." "Look at the symbols," Professor Hartley insisted. "They're arranged in a specific pattern. And this indentation here," he pointed to a shallow bowl carved into the center of the altar. "It looks like it's meant to hold something." "Hold what?" I asked, dreading the answer. The professor's face was grim. "If I had to guess, blood." A horrified silence fell over our group. The implications of his words were too terrible to contemplate. "No way," Jake said, shaking his head vehemently. "No way are we doing some creepy blood ritual." "We might not have a choice," I said, looking around at the writhing wall of trees surrounding us. "We're trapped here. And remember what happened to Liam." The memory of the sap-like blood we had found hung heavy in the air. None of us wanted to consider the possibility that the forest might take another of us if we didn't comply with its demands. "So what? We just cut ourselves and bleed on this rock?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "And then what?" Professor Hartley shook his head. "I don't know, but I think it's our only chance of getting out of here alive." The whispers grew louder, more insistent. The trees seemed to press closer, their branches reaching towards us like grasping hands. "We need to decide quickly," Mia said, wincing as she tried to stand on her injured ankle. "I don't think the forest is going to wait much longer." I looked around at my friends, seeing the fear and uncertainty in their eyes. We were trapped in a nightmare, forced to make an impossible choice. Perform a ritual we didn't understand with potentially dire consequences, or face whatever punishment the forest had in store for us. "I'll do it," I said, stepping forward. "I'll start the ritual." "Alex, no," Mia protested, reaching for my hand. "We don't know what it will do to you." I gave her hand a squeeze, trying to project a confidence I didn't feel. "We don't have any other choice, and someone has to go first." As I approached the altar, the whispers reached a fever pitch. The symbols glowed brighter, pulsing in time with my racing heart. I pulled out my pocket knife, my hand shaking as I opened the blade. "Here goes nothing," I muttered, pressing the blade to my palm. As the first drop of blood fell into the carved bowl, the forest exploded into motion. The trees thrashed wildly, their branches whipping through the air. The whispers became a roar, the unknown words pounding in my head. I felt a surge of energy course through me, unlike anything I had ever experienced. The world seemed to shift and warp around me, reality bending in impossible ways. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The forest fell silent. The glow from the altar faded. I looked up, meeting the wide-eyed stares of my friends. What just happened?" I asked, my voice hoarse. Before anyone could answer, the wall of trees behind me parted, revealing a new path. "I think," Professor Hartley said slowly, "the forest is showing us where to go next." As we gathered our things, preparing to venture down this new path, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had just taken our first step into something far bigger and more dangerous than we could possibly imagine. The forest had accepted my blood, but at what cost? And what other trials lay ahead of us in this living, breathing maze? With a deep breath, I stepped onto the new path, my friends close behind. Whatever challenges the forest had in store for us, we would face them together. The new path led us deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees here were older, their trunks massive and gnarled, their canopies so dense that only slivers of sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. "This part of the forest feels different," Mia said, her voice hushed. She was limping slightly, still favoring her injured ankle. I nodded, feeling it too. There was a palpable sense of age here, of ancient secrets buried beneath layers of time and foliage. The whispers that had haunted us earlier were gone, replaced by an expectant silence. "Keep your eyes open," Professor Hartley advised. "If this truly is sacred ground, there may be more artifacts or structures like the altar we found." We moved slowly, our senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat, every rustle of leaves a harbinger of danger. The events of the past day had left us all on edge, jumping at the slightest sound. As we rounded a bend in the path, Sarah suddenly stopped short. "Look," she said, pointing to a massive oak tree ahead of us. "There's something odd about that tree." We approached cautiously. The oak was truly enormous, its trunk easily 10 feet in diameter. But what caught our attention was a peculiar opening about halfway up, a hollow that seemed unnaturally symmetrical. Jake squinted up at it. "It almost looks like a door?" Before anyone could stop him, he began to climb. The rest of us watched nervously as he made his way up the gnarled trunk. "Be careful," Mia called out. Jake reached the hollow and peered inside. "There's something in here," he called down. "It looks like a book?" He reached in and pulled out a leather-bound volume, its cover stained and cracked with age. As he did, something shifted inside the tree. There was a groaning sound like wood straining against a great weight. "Jake, get down from there!" Professor Hartley shouted. Jake scrambled down just as a shower of debris fell from the hollow. Rotted wood, dead leaves, and what looked disturbingly like fragments of bone. He landed hard, the book clutched to his chest. "Are you okay?" I asked, helping him to his feet. He nodded, brushing himself off. "Yeah, I think so. But look at this." He held out the book. It was an old journal, its pages yellowed and brittle. The cover bore a single word in faded gilt lettering: Sciaslaw. Professor Hartley took the journal, handling it with reverent care. "This could be an invaluable historical document," he said, his academic excitement momentarily overriding his fear. "Let's see what it says." We gathered around as he carefully opened the journal. The first page bore a date, June 15th, 1872, and the name Thomas Blackwood. "I have come to this forest at the behest of the Sciaslaw tribe," Professor Hartley read aloud. "They speak of ancient spirits that dwell among these trees, spirits that must be appeased lest they bring ruin upon the land." A chill ran down my spine. The writer's words seemed to echo our own experiences. "The tribe's shaman has shown me their sacred sites," the professor continued. "Stone altars hidden deep in the woods, where they perform rituals of blood and bone. I confess, I find their practices barbaric, yet I cannot deny the power that thrums through this forest." "Blood and bone," Mia whispered. "Like the ritual we performed." Professor Hartley flipped through the pages, scanning quickly. "It seems Blackwood spent several months with the tribe documenting their beliefs and practices. But listen to this entry from near the end. 'I fear I have made a grave error. In my zeal to understand the tribe's rituals, I performed one myself upon their sacred altar.' The forest. It changed. The trees move of their own accord. Strange whispers fill the air. The tribe's shaman warns of dire consequences for those who disturb the sacred sites without proper preparation and respect. I must find a way to make amends, or I fear I may never leave this forest alive." A heavy silence fell over our group as the implications of Blackwood's words sank in. "We've done the same thing," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "We performed a ritual without knowing what we were doing. And now we're trapped here," Jake added grimly. I felt a surge of guilt. It had been my blood that started the ritual. "This is my fault," I said. "I should never have—" "No, Alex," Mia interrupted, placing a hand on my arm. "We were all part of this. We all chose to come here." Professor Hartley was still poring over the journal. "There's more," he said. "Blackwood writes about a way to appease the forest spirits. A more complex ritual, performed at the main altar." "Where's the main altar?" I asked. The professor shook his head. "He doesn't say exactly, but he mentions it's at the heart of the forest where the oldest trees grow." Just then, a cold breeze swept through the clearing, causing us all to shiver. I turned, and my heart nearly stopped. There, at the edge of the trees, stood a spectral figure. It was translucent, barely visible, but unmistakably human in shape. "Guys," I whispered, not daring to look away. "Do you see that?" They turned, and I heard Sarah's sharp intake of breath. The figure raised an arm, pointing deeper into the forest. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. "Was that a ghost?" Jake asked, his usual bravado completely gone. "I think," Professor Hartley said slowly, "it was trying to show us the way." We stood there for a moment, processing what we had just seen. The forest around us seemed to hold its breath, waiting for our decision. "We have to follow it," I said finally. "It's our only chance of finding the main altar and figuring out how to fix this." Mia nodded, her face pale but determined. Alex is right. We can't stay here, and we can't go back. Forward is our only option. With great care, Professor Hartley tucked the journal into his backpack. This may be our guide to understanding what's happening and how to stop it, he said. We must protect it at all costs. We gathered our things and set off in the direction the spectral figure had indicated. The path was barely visible, overgrown with ferns and moss, but we could feel that we were heading in the right direction. The forest seemed to part before us, guiding our steps. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Not with malice exactly, but with an intense ancient curiosity. We had stumbled into a world far older and stranger than we had ever imagined, and now we were part of its story. What do you think the ritual will involve? Sarah asked, breaking the tense silence. Professor Hartley sighed. I'm not sure. Blackwood's journal mentions blood certainly, but also speaks of offerings and complex invocations. We'll need to study it more carefully when we reach the altar. And what if we can't figure it out? Jake asked. What if we get it wrong? No one had an answer for that. The consequences of failure were too terrible to contemplate. As we pushed deeper into the forest, the trees grew even larger, their trunks wider than cars, their branches forming a cathedral-like canopy high above. The air grew thick and misty, and strange, luminescent fungi clung to the bark, casting an eerie glow. Suddenly, Mia gasped. Look, she said, pointing ahead. Through the mist, we could just make out the shape of a massive stone structure. As we drew closer, its details became clear. It was an enormous altar, easily 20 feet across, carved with intricate symbols that seemed to shift and move as we watched. This is it, Professor Hartley breathed. The main altar. We approached slowly, our hearts pounding. The air around the altar seemed to shimmer, as if we were looking at it through a heat haze. The whispers we had heard before returned, growing louder as we neared. As we reached the edge of the clearing, the spectral figure appeared again. This time, it was clearer, more defined. I could make out the features of an old man, his face lined with wisdom and sorrow. He gestured to the altar, then to us, his meaning clear. It was time for us to complete the ritual, to make amends for our unwitting trespass. What do we do? Mia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. We do what we came here to do, I said. We follow Blackwood's instructions, and we hope it's enough to appease the forest. As we stepped towards the altar, the whispers rose to a crescendo. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see if we would succeed where others had failed. Whatever happened next, I knew our lives would never be the same. We had entered the heart of an ancient mystery, and now we had to see it through to the end. The massive stone altar loomed before us, its surface covered in intricate swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change as we watched. The air around it shimmered with an otherworldly energy, and the whispers of the forest grew more insistent, almost deafening in their intensity. Professor Hartley carefully extracted Blackwood's journal from his backpack, his hands trembling slightly as he opened it. All right, he said, his voice barely audible over the forest's murmurs. Let's see what Blackwood has to say about this ritual. We huddled around him, our eyes darting nervously between the journal and the surrounding trees. The forest seemed to press in closer, watching, waiting. The appeasement ritual, Professor Hartley read aloud, requires 5 participants, 1 for each of the cardinal directions and 1 to stand at the center. Each must offer something of themselves to the forest. Offer something of ourselves? Sarah repeated, her voice trembling. What does that mean? The professor continued reading. Blood is required, yes, but also something more. A personal sacrifice, a piece of one's essence. The forest demands not just physical offerings, but spiritual ones as well. Jake ran a hand through his hair, his face pale. This is insane. We can't actually be considering this, can we? Do we have a choice? I asked, looking around at the others. We're trapped here. If this is our only way out. Mia nodded, her expression resolute despite the fear in her eyes. We have to try. For Liam, if nothing else. Professor Hartley flipped through a few more pages. Blackwood describes the materials needed for the ritual. We'll need 5 white candles, a bowl of pure water, some kind of blade, and various plants and herbs from the forest itself. I can handle the plants, Mia offered. I've been studying botany. I should be able to identify what we need. Good. The professor nodded. Jake and Sarah, you two gather anything we can use for candles from our supplies. Alex, you're with me. We need to find a suitable blade and prepare the altar. We split up, each focused on our tasks. As Mia ventured into the underbrush to gather the required plants, I helped Professor Hartley clear the altar's surface. Years of debris had accumulated on it, and as we brushed it away, the carved symbols beneath began to glow faintly. Professor, I said, my voice low, do you really think this will work? He paused in his work, his eyes meeting mine. I don't know, Alex. But I do know that we're dealing with forces far beyond our understanding. At this point, faith may be our strongest asset. As we worked, the forest around us seemed to come alive. The trees swayed gently, though there was no wind. Strange, glowing fungi pulsed with an inner light. Even the ground beneath our feet seemed to thrum with energy. After what felt like hours, we reconvened at the altar. Mia had returned with an armful of various plants, their leaves glistening with an unnatural sheen. Jake and Sarah had managed to fashion crude candles from some emergency supplies in our backpacks. Now what? Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Professor Hartley consulted the journal once more. We need to arrange ourselves around the altar. North, south, east, west, and center. The candles should be placed at each point, and the bowl of water in the middle. We positioned ourselves as instructed, the tension in the air palpable. I found myself standing at the northern point, the cold stone of the altar pressing against my palms. The ritual begins with an invocation, the professor continued. We must speak it together. Spirits of the ancient forest, we come before you as supplicants. We ask for your forgiveness, and offer ourselves in exchange for safe passage. We repeated the words, our voices joining together in a shaky chorus. As we spoke, the symbols on the altar began to glow brighter, pulsing in time with our words. Now, Professor Hartley said, his voice strained, we each must make our offering. Blood first, then, whatever personal sacrifice you deem appropriate. Jake went first, drawing the blade across his palm with a wince. As his blood dripped onto the altar, he spoke. I offer my strength, he said, his voice cracking slightly. The power I've always relied on, I now surrender to the forest. The trees around us shuddered, their leaves rustling in a non-existent breeze. Sarah was next. Her hand shook as she cut her palm, but her voice was steady. I offer my fear, she said. The terror that has gripped me since we entered this place. I give it to the forest freely. A low moan seemed to emanate from the earth itself, as if the forest was accepting her offering. Mia stepped forward, her face pale but determined. She let her blood fall onto the altar and closed her eyes. I offer my knowledge, she said. The understanding of nature I've worked so hard to gain, I now return to its source. The glowing fungi around us pulsed brighter, casting eerie shadows across the clearing. It was my turn. I took the blade, its edge glinting in the strange, otherworldly light. As my blood joined the others on the altar's surface, I spoke. I offer my future, I said, the words coming unbidden to my lips. Whatever path my life was meant to take, I now place in the hands of the forest. The whispers that had been our constant companion grew louder, almost deafening. The trees began to sway more violently, their branches reaching towards us. Professor Hartley was last. His hand was steady as he made the cut, his blood mingling with ours. I offer my skepticism, he said, his voice ringing out clear and strong. The disbelief that has blinded me to the wonders and terrors of this world I now abandon. As soon as the words left his mouth, The forest erupted into chaos. The ground beneath our feet began to tremble, and the trees thrashed wildly, their branches whipping through the air. The symbols on the altar blazed with blinding light, and the bowl of water at the center began to boil and steam. "Don't break the circle," Professor Hartley shouted over the din. "Whatever happens, stay in position." The tremors grew stronger, and I struggled to keep my footing. The forest's whispers had become a roar, the words indecipherable but filled with ancient power. Suddenly, Sarah cried out. "I can't!" she screamed, her face contorted in terror. "It's too much!" She stumbled backwards, breaking the circle. The moment she moved, the forest's fury intensified. The ground split open near the altar, steam and a foul odor rising from the crack. The trees bent towards us, their branches grasping like clawed hands. "Sarah, get back in position!" I yelled, reaching out to her. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I can't do it, I can't!" Mia made a split-second decision. She lunged forward, grabbing Sarah's arm and pulling her back to the altar. "Yes, you can," she said fiercely. "We're in this together, remember?" With trembling steps, Sarah resumed her place. As soon as the circle was complete again, the forest's onslaught lessened slightly. The ground stopped shaking, though the trees continued their frenzied dance. "We need to finish the ritual," Professor Hartley called out. "Together now, repeat after me. We have given of ourselves freely. We ask for passage, for forgiveness, for understanding." We chanted the words, our voices growing stronger with each repetition. The light from the altar grew brighter and brighter until it was painful to look at. The roar of the forest rose to a crescendo, and then silence. The light faded, the trees stilled, the whispers ceased. We stood there panting, our hands still pressed to the cold stone of the altar. Blood mingled with sweat and tears on its surface. "Did it work?" Jake asked, his voice hoarse. No one answered. We looked around, searching for some sign, some indication that our offerings had been accepted. But the forest remained still and silent. No spectral figure appeared to guide us. No path opened up before us. "What now?" Mia asked, the question we were all thinking. Professor Hartley shook his head slowly. "I don't know," he admitted. "The journal doesn't say what's supposed to happen after the ritual. I suppose we just wait." And so we waited, the silence of the forest pressing in around us, leaving us suspended in terrified anticipation. Had we succeeded in appeasing the ancient spirits? Or had we only angered them further? As the adrenaline of the ritual faded, exhaustion set in. We slumped to the ground around the altar, too drained to even speak. The forest watched us, its intentions as inscrutable as ever. All we could do now was wait, and hope that when the forest finally stirred again, it would be with mercy rather than wrath. Hours passed in tense silence. The forest remained unnaturally still, as if holding its breath. We huddled near the altar, exhausted and on edge, jumping at every small sound. As the initial shock of the ritual wore off, the reality of our situation began to sink in. We were still trapped, with no clear path forward. The strain started to show. "This is ridiculous," Jake muttered, pacing back and forth. "We did their stupid ritual. Why aren't we out of here yet?" Sarah hugged her knees to her chest, rocking slightly. "Maybe we did it wrong. Maybe we're stuck here forever." "Don't say that," Mia snapped, her usual calm demeanor cracking. "We can't give up now." I stood up, stretching my stiff muscles. "We need to stay focused. There has to be something we're missing." Professor Hartley hadn't moved from his position by the altar, his eyes fixed on Blackwood's journal. There must be more information here, something we overlooked. As he flipped through the pages, a small piece of paper fluttered to the ground. I bent to pick it up, my eyes widening as I read the handwritten note. "Guys," I said slowly, "you need to see this." They gathered around as I read aloud. "To whoever finds this journal, beware the Sioslav forest. Its spirits are real and unforgiving. If you have come here seeking the truth, turn back now. Some secrets are better left buried. A heavy silence fell over the group. Where did that come from? Mia asked, her voice hushed. I turned to Professor Hartley, a sick feeling growing in my stomach. Professor? Did you know about this? He wouldn't meet my eyes. I found it when we first discovered the journal. I didn't think it was important. Didn't think it was important? Jake exploded. We're trapped in a goddamn haunted forest and you didn't think a warning about its spirits was important? The professor stood up, his face flushed. I'm a man of science. I couldn't believe that some superstitious nonsense from over a century ago could have any bearing on our situation. Superstitious nonsense? Sarah cried. Have you not been paying attention to what's happening around us? As accusations flew back and forth, I noticed Mia had gone very quiet. She was staring at the ground, her face pale. Mia? I asked, touching her arm. What's wrong? She flinched at my touch. I knew, she whispered. The arguing stopped abruptly as everyone turned to look at her. What do you mean, you knew? I asked, dreading the answer. Mia took a shaky breath. My grandmother, she was Siuslaw. She used to tell me stories about this forest, about the spirits that lived here. I always thought they were just legends, but... You knew? Jake's voice was dangerously quiet. You knew about all of this and you didn't say anything? Mia's eyes filled with tears. I didn't think they were real. I thought it was just old superstition. I didn't want everyone to think I was crazy. The tension in the air was palpable. Jake took a step towards Mia, his fists clenched. Do you have any idea what you've done? Liam is gone because of you. I stepped between them. Back off, Jake. This isn't helping. No. What isn't helping is people keeping secrets that could get us all killed. He shoved me hard, sending me stumbling backwards. Chaos erupted. Jake lunged at Mia, but Professor Hartley intercepted him. Sarah was screaming for everyone to stop. In the confusion, I lost my balance and fell against the altar. Time seemed to slow down as I watched Blackwood's journal, our only guide in this nightmare, slide off the stone surface and into the crack that had opened during the ritual. No, I cried, reaching for it, but it was too late. The journal disappeared into the earth, swallowed by the forest. The moment it vanished, the trees around us exploded into motion. Branches whipped through the air like angry serpents. The ground shook violently, nearly knocking us off our feet. What's happening? Sarah screamed over the din. Before anyone could answer, a massive root erupted from the ground, wrapping itself around Jake's leg. He barely had time to cry out before he was yanked off his feet and dragged into the underbrush. Jake? Mia shouted, reaching for him, but Professor Hartley held her back. We can't help him, he yelled. We have to finish the ritual. But the journal is gone, I shouted back. How are we supposed to finish it? The professor's face was grim. We'll have to do it from memory. It's our only chance. We scrambled back to our positions around the altar, the violent shaking of the earth making it hard to keep our footing. The trees pressed in closer, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out what little light remained. What do we do? Sarah cried, her voice tinged with panic. Professor Hartley closed his eyes, concentrating. We need to make another offering. Something more significant than before. More significant how? I asked, my heart pounding. He opened his eyes, his gaze meeting each of ours in turn. The forest has taken 2 of us. I think it wants 1 more. A horrified silence fell over us, broken only by the creaking and groaning of the angry forest around us. You can't be serious, Mia whispered. I am, the professor said gravely. One of us needs to offer ourselves to the forest, willingly. The implications of his words sank in. We looked at each other, the same thought reflected in everyone's eyes. Who would it be? I'll do it, I said, the words leaving my mouth before I could think better of it. Alex, no, Mia cried, reaching for me. I shook my head. It has to be me. I started this when I performed the first ritual. I have to finish it. We can find another way, Sarah pleaded. But I knew there was no other way. I could feel it in my bones, in the very air around us. The forest was waiting, and it would not be denied. Tell my family I love them, I said, stepping towards the center of the altar. The others watched in horror as I raised the ritual blade. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. I offer myself to the forest, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. My life for the lives of my friends. My future for their safe passage. I closed my eyes, the blade poised over my heart. This was it. The final sacrifice. But before I could plunge the blade down, Mia's voice rang out. Wait! I opened my eyes to see her step forward, her face set with determination. It should be me, she said. My grandmother's people made a pact with this forest long ago. It's my heritage, my responsibility. Mia, no. I started to protest, but she cut me off. I kept the truth from you all. This is my fault. Let me make it right. Before anyone could stop her, she grabbed the blade from my hand and drew it across her palm. Blood welled up, dripping onto the altar. I offer myself to the forest, she said, her voice ringing with power. My life, my knowledge, my very essence. I return to the earth that bore my ancestors. The moment her blood touched the stone, the forest erupted into motion once more. But this time it wasn't violent. The trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling in a non-existent breeze. The ground stopped shaking. The oppressive darkness lifted, and then, to our amazement, Mia began to glow. It started as a faint shimmer but quickly grew brighter. She turned to us, her eyes wide with wonder and fear. I can feel it, she whispered. The forest, it's accepting me. We watched in awe as the glow intensified. Mia's form began to blur, becoming translucent. She reached out to us, a sad smile on her face. Thank you, she said, her voice already sounding distant. For everything. And then, in a flash of blinding light, she was gone. Where she had stood, a young sapling now grew, its leaves the same rich brown as Mia's eyes. The forest sighed, a sound of contentment. The trees parted, revealing a clear path leading out of the clearing. We stood there in stunned silence, trying to process what had just happened. Mia was gone, but her sacrifice had saved us all. We should go, Professor Hartley said softly, after what felt like an eternity. The forest has granted us passage. We shouldn't linger. With heavy hearts, we gathered what remained of our belongings. As we prepared to leave, I turned back to the sapling that had been Mia. I placed my hand gently on its trunk, feeling a warmth that was achingly familiar. Goodbye, Mia, I whispered. We'll never forget you. As we walked down the newly revealed path, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Not with malevolence, but with a sort of ancient, inscrutable curiosity. The forest had changed us, marked us. We had entered as trespassers and were leaving as something else. What awaited us beyond the forest's edge, I didn't know. The path out of the forest seemed endless. We walked in silence, each lost in our own thoughts, the weight of Mia's sacrifice heavy on our hearts. The trees around us had stopped their eerie movements, but the air still thrummed with an otherworldly energy. As we rounded a bend, the spectral figure we had seen earlier materialized before us, blocking our path. Its form was clearer now, revealing the weathered face of an old man, his eyes filled with ancient wisdom and sorrow. You have completed part of the ritual, the figure spoke, its voice like rustling leaves. But the forest is not yet satisfied. Professor Hartley stepped forward, his face pale but determined. What more does it want from us? We've already lost 2 of our friends. The specter's eyes narrowed. The forest demands balance. A willing sacrifice of blood must be made to complete the ritual and seal the pact. Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. But we've already given our blood. Mia gave her life. The ghostly figure shook its head slowly. The forest requires a final offering. One of you must willingly give your life to appease the ancient spirits. A heavy silence fell over our group as the implications of the specter's words sank in. We looked at each other, fear and desperation clear in everyone's eyes. "This is insane," I muttered, running a hand through my hair. "We can't just sacrifice one of us." Jake, who had been uncharacteristically quiet since his near abduction, spoke up. "Maybe we should, if it's the only way out." "You can't be serious," Sarah cried, her voice rising in panic. "We're not murderers." Professor Hartley held up his hands, trying to calm the situation. "Let's think about this rationally. There has to be another way." But as we stood there, arguing and pleading, I could feel the forest's patience wearing thin. The trees began to sway again, their branches reaching towards us like grasping fingers. "We're running out of time," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "We need to make a decision." Jake stepped forward, his face set in grim determination. "I'll do it. This whole mess started because of my stupid idea to come here in the first place." "No," Sarah protested, grabbing his arm. "You can't. I need you." Jake turned to her, surprise and something softer flickering across his face. "Sarah." "I'll do it," Professor Hartley interrupted. "I'm the oldest. I've lived my life." I shook my head. "Professor, no. You have knowledge that the world needs. Your research, your experiences." As we argued, each of us offering ourselves while the others protested, our deepest fears and secrets began to spill out. "I can't go back," Sarah cried, tears streaming down her face. "My parents, they'll never understand. They'll force me to be someone I'm not." Jake's tough exterior cracked. "I'm a fraud," he admitted. "All my bravado, my confidence, it's all an act. I'm terrified all the time." Professor Hartley's shoulders slumped. "My life's work, it's based on a lie. I've known about the supernatural for years, but I was too afraid to admit it, too afraid of losing my credibility." As they spoke, I felt a strange calm settle over me. I looked at my friends, seeing them clearly perhaps for the first time. We had all come into this forest carrying our own burdens, our own secrets. And now, faced with the ultimate choice, those burdens were being laid bare. "I'll do it," I said, my voice cutting through the chaos. They all turned to look at me, their arguments dying on their lips. "Alex, no," Sarah pleaded. "You can't." I gave her a sad smile. "I have to. You all have reasons to live, things to go back to. Me? I've always felt like I was waiting for something, some greater purpose. Maybe this is it." Before anyone could stop me, I stepped towards the altar. My legs were trembling, but my resolve was firm. The spectral figure watched impassively as I approached. "I offer myself to the forest," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "My life for the lives of my friends." I picked up the ritual knife, its blade glinting in the strange, filtered light of the forest. As I raised it to my palm, preparing to make the final cut, a memory suddenly flashed through my mind. It was Mia's voice, from what felt like a lifetime ago. We had been sitting around a campfire on a different trip, long before this nightmare began. She had been telling us stories her grandmother had taught her. In the old rituals, Mia's voice echoed in my mind. It was never about the blood itself. It was about the intent behind the offering, the willingness to sacrifice, not the sacrifice itself. My hand froze, the knife a hair's breadth from my skin. "Wait," I said, turning to the spectral figure. "It's not about the blood, is it? It's about the willingness to sacrifice." The ghost's expression didn't change, but I sensed a shift in the air around us. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "The ritual," I continued, the words tumbling out as the realization hit me. "It's not complete because we haven't truly understood the sacrifice. We've been thinking about it all wrong." I turned to my friends, seeing confusion and hope warring on their faces. Don't you see? We've all been willing to die for each other. But that's not what the forest wants. It wants us to live for each other. I dropped the knife, letting it clatter to the ground. I offer myself to the forest, I said again, but this time with a different intent. Not my death, but my life. I pledge to live in harmony with nature, to protect these ancient woods and the secrets they hold, to honor the sacrifice Mia made. As I spoke, I felt a change come over me. A warmth spread through my body, starting from my heart and radiating outwards. The trees around us began to sway, but not in the menacing way they had before. Now it was almost joyful. That's it, Professor Hartley breathed, understanding dawning on his face. The forest doesn't want us to die. It wants us to live, but with a new purpose. One by one, my friends stepped forward, each making their own pledge. I offer my knowledge, Professor Hartley said. I will dedicate my life to understanding and protecting places like this, bridging the gap between science and the supernatural. Jake stepped up next. I offer my strength, he said, his voice firm. Not for myself, but to defend these forests and the secrets they hold. Sarah was last, her eyes shining with tears but a smile on her face. I offer my voice, she said. I'll tell the world about what we've seen here, make them understand the importance of preserving these ancient places. As the last words were spoken, the forest erupted into motion. But this time it wasn't chaotic or frightening. The trees swayed in a beautiful rhythmic dance. Flowers bloomed before our eyes, their petals unfurling in seconds. The air filled with the songs of birds that had been eerily absent before. The spectral figure nodded, a smile touching its translucent lips. The pact is sealed, it said. You have learned the true meaning of sacrifice. Go now, with the blessing of the forest. As the ghost faded away, the trees parted, revealing a clear path out of the forest. Sunlight streamed through, warm and welcoming. We looked at each other, a mix of relief, exhaustion, and wonder on our faces. We had entered this forest as naive researchers, blind to the ancient powers that existed in the world. We were leaving as guardians, forever changed by our experiences. As we took our first steps towards the exit, I felt a presence behind me. Turning, I saw the sapling that had grown from Mia's sacrifice. It had grown, its branches reaching towards us. Thank you, Mia, I whispered, touching a leaf gently. We'll never forget. With one last look at the forest that had nearly claimed our lives, but had instead given us a new purpose, we stepped out into the sunlight. The adventure that had brought us to the brink of death was over, but I knew that our true journey was just beginning. The Siuslaw forest had changed us, marked us. As we stepped onto the path revealed by the parting trees, a sense of relief washed over us. We had survived the ritual, made our pledges, and the forest seemed to have accepted our offerings. But our ordeal was far from over. The path ahead shimmered like a mirage, twisting and changing before our eyes. The air grew thick with an otherworldly mist, and an eerie silence fell over the forest once more. Something's not right, Professor Hartley muttered, his brow furrowed with concern. Before any of us could respond, the spectral figure materialized before us again, its form more solid than before. You have made your pledges, it intoned, its voice echoing unnaturally. Now you must prove your worth. The forest demands a test of your resolve. Sarah stepped forward, her voice trembling but determined. We've already been through so much. What more could you possibly want from us? The ghost's eyes, deep and unfathomable, fixed upon her. The forest must know the true measure of your hearts. You will each face a trial, born from your deepest fears. Only by conquering these fears can you truly be worthy of the forest's trust. As the specter's words faded, the mist around us thickened, swirling into impenetrable walls that separated us from each other. Alex, I heard Jake call out, his voice muffled and distant. "Professor, Sarah." "Stay calm," I shouted back, though my own heart was racing. "We'll find each other." But even as the words left my mouth, the mist before me cleared, revealing a scene that made my blood run cold. I was standing on the edge of the impossibly high cliff, the ground beneath my feet crumbling away with each passing second. Heights, my greatest fear. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. This couldn't be real. We were in a forest, not on a mountain. But every sense told me the danger was real, the drop before me fatal. From somewhere in the distance, I heard Sarah scream. The sound jolted me out of my panic. My friends needed me. I couldn't let this illusion, no matter how real it felt, stop me. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to look over the edge of the cliff. Far below, I could see my friends, each trapped in their own nightmarish scenario. Sarah was surrounded by a crowd of people, all shouting and pointing at her. Her fear of judgment and rejection made manifest. Jake was alone in what looked like a vast, empty wasteland, the embodiment of his hidden fear of isolation. And Professor Hartley stood before a giant chalkboard covered in equations that constantly shifted and changed, representing his fear of academic failure and irrelevance. "It's not real," I muttered to myself, clenching my fists. "It's just a test. I can beat this." Summoning every ounce of courage I possessed, I took a step forward, then another. The cliff edge crumbled beneath my feet, but I kept moving. As I neared the edge, I closed my eyes and jumped. For a heart-stopping moment, I felt nothing but air around me. Then my feet hit solid ground. I opened my eyes to find myself standing next to Sarah in her nightmare scenario. "Sarah!" I called out, reaching for her. "It's not real. You have to fight it." She turned to me, her eyes wide with terror. "Alex, how did you get here? Can't you see them? They're all judging me, hating me." I grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to look at me. "No one is judging you. It's the forest, creating your worst fear. You're stronger than this, Sarah. Remember your pledge." Recognition flickered in her eyes. She took a deep breath, straightened her shoulders, and turned to face the illusory crowd. "I am not defined by your judgment," she declared, her voice growing stronger with each word. "I am who I am, and I'm proud of it." As she spoke, the crowd began to fade, dissolving into mist. Sarah turned to me, a look of triumph on her face. But before we could celebrate, the mist swirled again, and we found ourselves in Jake's barren wasteland. We found him curled up on the ground, muttering to himself. Alone. Always alone. "Jake!" Sarah cried, rushing to his side. "You're not alone. We're here." It took both of us to break through Jake's illusion, reminding him of his strength and the connections he'd forged with us. As his nightmare faded, we turned our attention to Professor Hartley. We found him frantically scribbling on the ever-changing chalkboard, his forehead beaded with sweat. "I can't keep up," he was saying, his voice edged with panic. "It's all slipping away." "Professor," I said firmly, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Your worth isn't measured by equations or academic achievements. Remember why we're here. Remember what you pledged to the forest." Slowly, the professor lowered his chalk. He turned to us, clarity returning to his eyes. "You're right," he said softly. "There's so much more to learn, to discover. My journey is far from over." As the chalkboard faded away, we found ourselves back on the forest path, reunited and unharmed. But the trials weren't over. The mist coalesced once more, forming a new horror uniquely tailored to me. I saw my friends walking away, leaving me behind. I heard their voices, dismissive and cruel, saying they'd never really cared for me, that I was worthless, unnecessary. My heart clenched, but I stood my ground. "No," I said firmly. "This isn't real. My friends wouldn't do this. We've been through too much together." I turned to where I knew my real friends stood, even though I couldn't see them through the illusion. "I trust you," I declared. "I believe in the bonds we've forged. No fear can break that. The illusion shattered like glass, leaving us standing together on the path once more. We looked at each other, exhausted but triumphant. The spectral figure appeared before us one last time. "You have faced your fears and emerged victorious," it said, a note of approval in its ethereal voice. "But for you, Alex, there is one final test." Before I could react, the world around me dissolved. I found myself floating in a void, surrounded by pinpricks of light that I somehow knew were stars. Before me, a massive tree materialized, its branches stretching out to infinity, its roots delving into the very fabric of reality. "Behold," the specter's voice echoed around me, "the true nature of the forest." Understanding flooded through me. The forest wasn't just a collection of trees. It was a nexus, a point where multiple realities converged. The trials we had faced, the magic we had witnessed, it was all part of something far greater than we had imagined. "The forest stands at the crossroads of worlds," the voice continued. "It must be protected, for if it falls, the consequences will echo across realities." Images flashed before my eyes. Other worlds, other times, all connected by the cosmic tree before me. I saw the delicate balance that the forest maintained, and the catastrophic results if that balance were to be disrupted. "Do you understand now?" the voice asked. "Do you accept the responsibility that comes with this knowledge?" I thought of everything we had been through, the sacrifices we had made, the fears we had overcome. I thought of Mia, who had given her life to save us, and I knew there was only one answer I could give. "I understand," I said, my voice ringing with certainty. "I accept." The vision faded, and I found myself back on the forest path with my friends. They looked at me with concern, clearly aware that something had happened, even if they didn't know what. "Alex?" Sarah asked tentatively. "Are you okay? You went somewhere else for a moment." I nodded, still processing everything I had seen. "I'm okay," I assured them. I understand now what this forest really is, why it's so important." As I began to explain, I could see the awe and understanding dawning on their faces. We had entered this forest as naive researchers, but we were leaving as guardians of something far greater than we had ever imagined. The path ahead of us was clear now, leading out of the forest. But I knew that our journey was far from over. We had been changed, marked by our experiences here. And someday, when the forest needed us, we would return. As we took our first steps towards the world beyond the trees, I felt a profound sense of purpose settle over me. The forest had tested us, pushed us to our limits, and in doing so, had revealed our true strength. Whatever challenges lay ahead, I knew we would face them together, bound by the trials we had overcome and the incredible secret we now shared. The Siuslaw forest had become a part of us, and we a part of it. And as we emerged into the sunlight, leaving the shadowy depths behind, I couldn't help but feel that our greatest adventure was just beginning. The cosmic vision of the forest's true nature faded, but the weight of the knowledge it imparted settled heavily upon me. As reality reasserted itself, I found myself back on the forest path with my friends, their concerned faces coming into focus. "Alex?" Professor Hartley's voice seemed to come from a great distance. "What happened? You looked elsewhere for a moment." I blinked, trying to organize the flood of information coursing through my mind. I saw the truth," I managed to say, my voice hoarse. "The forest, it's not just trees. It's alive, sentient, and it's protecting something ancient and powerful." Sarah's eyes widened. "What do you mean, protecting something?" Before I could answer, the air around us shimmered, and we were enveloped in a cocoon of light. When it cleared, we found ourselves in a vast, ethereal space. The cosmic tree I had seen in my vision towered before us, its branches stretching into infinity. "Whoa," Jake breathed, his usual bravado completely gone. A voice, neither male nor female, young nor old, resonated around us. "You have proven yourselves worthy of the truth," it said. Now you must understand the gravity of what your presence has set in motion. The space around us shifted, and suddenly we were watching scenes play out like a cosmic movie. We saw the forest as it was eons ago, a nexus of magical energy, guarded by ancient druids. Long ago, the voice continued, this forest was the center of a great magical confluence. The druids who tended it used its power to maintain balance in the world, but there were those who sought to use the power for their own ends. The scene changed, showing a great battle. Dark forces clashed with the druids, the forest itself seeming to come alive to defend its guardians. The evil was defeated, but at a great cost. The druids used the last of their power to seal it away, deep within the heart of the forest. They knew that one day it might awaken again, so they imbued the forest itself with consciousness, tasking it with guarding against that day. I felt a chill run down my spine as I began to understand. And our presence, it's awakened this evil? The voice was grave. Your arrival, your exploration, your rituals. They have stirred something that has slumbered for millennia. The trials you faced were not merely to appease the forest, but to prepare you for what comes next. Suddenly, we were plunged into a series of rapid-fire visions. We saw cities crumbling, the sky darkening, the very fabric of reality tearing apart. If the evil fully awakens and escapes the forest, the voice warned, this is the future that awaits the world. The visions were overwhelming. Sarah stumbled, and Jake caught her, his face pale. Professor Hartley looked like he had aged years in moments. But why us? I asked, my voice shaking. We're not prepared for this. The scene shifted again, and we saw ourselves as we entered the forest, days ago. But now, I could see faint auras surrounding each of us, pulsing with potential. You were chosen, the voice explained. Each of you possesses a latent ability, a connection to the old magic that once flowed freely in the world. Your trials have awakened these abilities. You are the last line of defense against the darkness. As if on cue, I felt something stir within me. A warmth spread through my body, and I knew, without understanding how, that I could now sense the life force of the forest around me. I looked at my friends and saw the same realization dawning on their faces. Sarah's hands were glowing faintly. Jake stood straighter, an aura of strength surrounding him, and Professor Hartley's eyes shone with newfound clarity. What's happening to us? Sarah asked, staring at her glowing hands. You are becoming what you were always meant to be, the voice answered. Guardians of the balance. The cosmic tree before us shuddered, its leaves rustling with an unseen wind. But time grows short, the voice warned. The evil stirs. You must return and face it before it's too late. How? Jake demanded. We don't know the first thing about fighting ancient evil. Trust in yourselves and in each other, the voice replied. The forest will guide you, but be warned. The enemy will try to deceive you to turn you against one another. Stay united or all will be lost. The ethereal space around us began to fade. Wait, I called out. There's so much more we need to know. But the voice was already growing distant. Trust in the forest. Trust in yourselves. The fate of the world rests in your hands. With a jolt, we found ourselves back on the forest path. But everything looked different now. The trees seemed to pulse with an inner light, and I could feel the life force of every plant and creature around us. Did that really just happen? Sarah asked, her voice trembling. Professor Hartley nodded slowly. I believe it did. And if what we saw is true, we don't have much time. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my newfound senses. And there, deep in the forest, I felt it. A cold, malevolent presence, slowly stirring to life. It's real, I said, opening my eyes. The evil, it's awake, and it's growing stronger by the minute. Jake clenched his fists, which were now glowing with a faint golden light. So what's the plan? How do we fight something like this? I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. We need to get back to the heart of the forest. That's where it's strongest, but it's also where we'll have the best chance of sealing it away again. But we don't know how to do that, Sarah protested. We're not druids or magicians. We're just us. I looked at each of my friends in turn, seeing the fear in their eyes, but also the determination. We're more than just us now, I said. We've been chosen for this. We've been given these powers for a reason. We have to try. Professor Hartley nodded. Alex is right. We made a pledge to protect this forest, and by extension, the world. We can't back down now. As we stood there, on the precipice of a battle we barely understood, I felt a mix of terror and exhilaration. We were about to face an evil older than civilization itself, armed with nothing but our newfound abilities and our trust in each other. All right, Jake said, a hint of his old confidence returning. Let's go save the world. We set off down the path, heading back into the depths of the forest. The trees seemed to part before us, guiding our way. As we walked, I could feel the malevolent presence growing stronger, a cold knot of dread forming in my stomach. But I also felt something else, the warmth of the forest's life force, the strength of my friends beside me, and a growing sense of purpose. Whatever we were about to face, we would face it together. As we delved deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with tension. The wildlife had gone silent, as if holding its breath in anticipation of the coming conflict. The very ground beneath our feet seemed to tremble with suppressed energy. Stay close, I warned my friends. And whatever happens, don't let it separate us. Our strength is in our unity. We pressed on, each step bringing us closer to the heart of the forest, and to the ancient evil that awaited us there. The fate of the world hung in the balance, and we were the only ones who could tip the scales. As we approached a clearing ahead, I sensed a surge of malevolent energy. This was it. The final confrontation was at hand. I looked at my friends, saw the determination in their eyes, and knew that whatever came next, we were ready to face it together. Here we go, I said, stepping into the clearing. It's time to fulfill our pledge to the forest. And with that, we strode forward to meet our destiny, the fate of the world resting squarely on our shoulders. The clearing ahead pulsed with an otherworldly energy, the air thick with tension. As we stepped through the last line of trees, the sight before us made my blood run cold. My friends, Sarah, Jake, and Professor Hartley, stood in a semicircle around a pulsating dark mass. Their eyes were glazed over, unseeing, as they chanted in a language I didn't recognize. "No!" I cried out, realizing with horror that they had fallen under the influence of the ancient evil. "Stop! This isn't right." But my words fell on deaf ears. They continued their eerie chant, their voices growing louder with each passing second. The dark mass at the center of their circle writhed and expanded, tendrils of inky blackness reaching out towards them. I tried to rush forward, but an invisible force held me back. The forest itself seemed to be working against me, roots rising from the ground to trip me, branches swinging down to block my path. "Please," I shouted, struggling against the forest's defenses. "You have to listen to me. This isn't what we're meant to do." Sarah's head twitched slightly at the sound of my voice, but her eyes remained unfocused. Jake and the professor showed no reaction at all. Whatever trance they were in, it was powerful. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my newfound senses, trying to connect with the true spirit of the forest. "I know you're trying to protect them," I said, my voice softer now. "But this isn't the way. That thing, it's deceiving them. Please, let me through. Let me save my friends." For a moment, nothing happened. Then slowly, I felt the resistance lessen. The roots sank back into the earth. The branches retreated. The forest was giving me a chance. I sprinted forward, my heart pounding in my chest. The dark mass pulsed angrily as I approached, sending out waves of cold that chilled me to my core. But I pushed through, focusing on my friends. "Sarah," Jake, Professor, I called out, reaching for them. Listen to me. This isn't real. You're being controlled. I grabbed Sarah's arm and a jolt of energy passed between us. Her eyes cleared for a moment, confusion replacing the blank stare. Alex? She murmured. What's happening? Fight it, Sarah, I urged her. Remember who you are. Remember what we learned, what we promised to protect. The dark mass let out an unearthly shriek, and Sarah's eyes began to glaze over again. But I held on, pouring all of my will into breaking through to her. Think about the forest, Sarah, the real forest, not this twisted version. Remember the beauty we saw, the life we felt. Slowly, painfully, awareness returned to her eyes. She gasped, stumbling back from the dark mass. Oh God, she whispered. What have we done? It's not your fault, I assured her. Help me with the others. Together, we turned to Jake and Professor Hartley. The dark mass was growing more agitated, its shrieking rising to a fever pitch. Tendrils of darkness lashed out at us, but the forest, the real forest, rose up in our defense, branches and vines deflecting the attacks. Jake, Sarah called out, grasping his hand. Come back to us. This isn't you. You're stronger than this. I focused on Professor Hartley, placing my hands on his shoulders. Professor, think. Use that brilliant mind of yours. You know this isn't right. Break through. It took all of our combined efforts, but finally, Jake and the professor snapped out of their trances. As they came to, the dark mass howled in fury, expanding rapidly. What's happening? Jake asked, his voice hoarse. The last thing I remember is feeling this pull, and then everything went dark. It was trying to use us, Professor Hartley said, his face pale, to complete some kind of ritual. If you hadn't stopped us, Alex. There's no time for that now, I interrupted. Look. The dark mass was taking shape, forming into a towering, monstrous figure. Its body was composed of swirling shadows, its eyes glowing with malevolent red light. Fools! It roared, its voice shaking the very ground. You cannot stop what has already begun. This world will be mine. Fear threatened to overwhelm me, but I stood my ground. No, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. This isn't your world to take. We won't let you. The creature laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. And how do you propose to stop me, little humans? You know not the power you face. I looked at my friends, saw the determination in their eyes despite their fear, and knew what we had to do. Together, I said. We stop you together. I reached out, grasping Sarah's hand. She took Jake's, who linked with Professor Hartley, who completed our circle by taking my other hand. As we connected, I felt a surge of energy flow through us. Remember what we learned, I said to my friends. Remember the true nature of the forest. It's not just trees and earth. It's a guardian, a protector of balance, and now so are we. As one, we began to chant, not the dark, twisted words the evil had fed us, but something purer, more ancient. The words came to us instinctively, rising from some deep collective memory. The monster roared in defiance, lashing out with tendrils of darkness. But where before they had nearly overwhelmed us, now they shattered against an invisible barrier. The forest was with us, lending its strength to our ritual. You cannot win, the creature howled. I am eternal. I am darkness itself. But its voice was growing weaker, its form less substantial. Our chant grew louder, and I could feel the power building around us. The trees swayed in a wind we couldn't feel, their leaves glowing with an inner light. No! The monster shrieked. I will not be banished again! With one final desperate surge, it lunged at us. But at that moment, we released the energy we had been building. A wave of pure white light exploded from our circle, engulfing the dark creature. It let out one last terrible scream as the light tore it apart, scattering its essence to the winds. The force of the blast knocked us off our feet, breaking our circle. For a long moment, we lay there, gasping for breath. Then slowly, we began to pick ourselves up. The clearing was quiet now, the oppressive atmosphere gone. The first rays of dawn were breaking through the trees, bathing everything in a soft, golden light. Is it over?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. Professor Hartley nodded slowly. "I believe so. We've done what the ancient druids did, sealed the evil away once more." Jake let out a shaky laugh. "Just another day in the Cieslaw forest, right?" Despite everything, I found myself smiling. Something tells me this wasn't a typical day, even for this place. As we stood there, marveling at what we had accomplished, the forest around us began to shift. The trees parted, revealing a clear path leading out of the woods. "I think," I said softly, "the forest is telling us it's time to go." We gathered our belongings in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. As we prepared to leave, I turned back to look at the clearing one last time. For a moment, I thought I saw the shimmering outline of the cosmic tree, its branches stretching up into infinity. "Thank you," I whispered. "We won't forget." As we walked down the path, I could feel the forest's presence slowly fading. But something remained. A connection, a spark of the power we had wielded. We were changed, marked by our experience in ways we were only beginning to understand. The sun was fully up by the time we reached the edge of the forest. We paused there, on the threshold between two worlds. "So," Jake said, breaking the silence, "what now?" I looked at my friends, saw the same mix of exhaustion, wonder, and determination that I felt. "Now," I said, "we keep our promise. We protect the secret of this place and we stay ready, because something tells me our job isn't over yet." Sarah nodded. "The forest chose us for a reason. This is just the beginning." Professor Hartley smiled, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "There's so much more to learn, to understand, but we'll do it together." With one last look at the mystical forest behind us, we stepped out into the mundane world. But we carried a piece of the extraordinary with us, in our memories, in our newfound abilities, and in the unbreakable bond we now shared. The Cieslaw forest had changed us, challenged us, and ultimately made us into something more than we were. As we walked towards our future, I couldn't help but feel that our greatest adventures were still to come. The end, or perhaps just the beginning. The endless Arizona highway stretched before me, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the desert landscape. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. I'd been driving for hours, eager to get home after a grueling business trip. The radio crackled with static, and I absently reached to adjust it. That's when I heard it. A sputtering cough from the engine, followed by an ominous rattling. "No, no, no," I muttered, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "Not now, please, not now." But my pleas fell on deaf ears. The car shuddered, the engine gasping its last breath before falling silent. I coasted to the shoulder, my stomach sinking as the realization hit me. I was stranded. I sat there for a moment, stunned, as the gravity of my situation settled in. Miles from anywhere, on a deserted stretch of road, with night rapidly approaching. I took a deep breath, trying to quell the panic rising in my chest. "Okay, Amy," I said aloud, my voice sounding small in the quiet car. "Don't freak out, just call for help." I reached for my phone, the screen illuminating the darkening interior of the car. No signal. Of course. Damn it! I slammed my hand against the steering wheel, frustration momentarily overriding my fear. I stepped out of the car, the cooling desert air raising goosebumps on my skin. The road stretched endlessly in both directions, not a single light or sign of civilization in sight. The vastness of the desert, which had seemed beautiful earlier, now felt oppressive and threatening. As I stood there weighing my options, a flicker of light in the distance caught my eye. Headlights. My heart leapt with a mixture of relief and apprehension. "Please be help," I whispered, watching as the vehicle drew closer. It was an old pickup truck, its paint faded and peeling. It slowed as it approached, pulling onto the shoulder behind my car. The headlights shut off, plunging the area into twilight darkness. A man stepped out, tall and broad-shouldered. He approached slowly, hands visible at his sides in a non-threatening gesture. "Car trouble?" he called out, his voice gravelly but not unkind. I nodded, still keeping my distance. "Yeah, it just died on me." He came closer, and I could make out his features in the fading light. He was older, probably in his 50s, with weathered skin and kind eyes. Despite his rough appearance, something about him put me slightly at ease. "Name's Frank," he said, offering a calloused hand. "Mind if I take a look?" I hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand. "Amy." "And sure, go ahead. Though I'm not sure what good it'll do. I think it needs a tow." Frank popped the hood, peering into the engine compartment. After a few minutes of tinkering, he straightened up, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Yeah, looks like your alternator's shot," he said, shaking his head. "Not something we can fix out here." I felt my heart sink. "Great, just great, and of course there's no cell signal out here." Frank's eyebrows rose. "No signal? Here, try mine. I've got a booster in my truck. Tends to work even out here in no man's land." He reached into his pocket and pulled out an old flip phone. I couldn't help but chuckle despite my situation. "Wow, I haven't seen one of those in years," I said, taking the offered phone. Frank shrugged, a small smile tugging at his lips. "Hey, it works. That's all I need." I flipped open the phone, relief washing over me as I saw the signal bars. But as I started to dial, a chill ran down my spine. Something felt off. I glanced up at Frank, who was watching me intently. Too intently. His kind eyes now seemed to hold a predatory gleam, and his stance had shifted, blocking my path back to my car. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice now carrying an edge that hadn't been there before. I swallowed hard, my fingers tightening around the phone. "Yeah, just trying to remember the number." Frank took a step closer, and I instinctively took one back. "You know," he said, his tone conversational but with an undercurrent of menace. "It's dangerous for a pretty young thing like you to be out here all alone." My heart began to race, adrenaline surging through my veins. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I was in danger. Frank's helpful stranger act had been just that, an act. I should really make that call," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. Frank's facade dropped entirely, a cruel smile twisting his features. "Oh, I don't think that'll be necessary, Amy. You see, you're coming with me." In that moment, as Frank lunged towards me, I realized that my broken-down car wasn't just an inconvenience. It was the beginning of a nightmare. My heart pounded as I clutched Frank's phone, torn between gratitude for this lifeline and a growing sense of unease. Frank's eyes bore into me, his gaze unsettlingly intense. "Go on," he urged, his voice deceptively gentle. "Make your call. I'll just be over by my truck." I nodded, my throat too dry to speak. As Frank ambled back to his pickup, I fumbled with the unfamiliar keypad, my trembling fingers making it difficult to dial. Finally, I managed to punch in the number for roadside assistance. As the phone rang, I kept a wary eye on Frank. He leaned against his truck, seemingly relaxed, but there was a tension in his posture that set me on edge. "Highway Heroes Roadside Assistance. How can we help you?" A cheerful voice answered. I cleared my throat, trying to keep my voice steady. "Hi, I'm stranded on Highway 60, about 30 miles east of Globe. My car's alternator died." "I see. Can you provide me with a more precise location?" I glanced around, searching for any landmarks. The desolate landscape offered little help. "I'm sorry, there's not much out here, just desert and..." My voice trailed off as I noticed Frank's behavior. He was no longer feigning nonchalance. Instead, his eyes darted nervously across the landscape, scanning the horizon with an urgency that made my skin crawl. "Ma'am, are you still there?" The operator's voice snapped me back to attention. "Yes, sorry," I said quickly. Like I said, there's not much to go on. But I'm on a straight stretch of road and there's a large saguaro cactus about 50 yards from where I'm parked. As I spoke, I watched Frank grow increasingly agitated. He paced by his truck, occasionally glancing at his watch. The contrast between his earlier calm demeanor and this nervous energy was jarring. The operator's voice droned on, but I found it hard to focus on her words. All right, I've logged your location as best I can. Given your remote location, it might take up to 2 hours for our nearest tow truck to reach you. Is there someone who can stay with you until then? A wave of nausea hit me as I pondered the question. Stay with Frank for 2 hours? The thought made my stomach churn. But what choice did I have? Yes, I lied, not wanting to admit I was alone with a stranger. I'll be fine. Thank you. I ended the call and took a deep breath before walking back to Frank. His demeanor shifted instantly as I approached, his agitation melting away, replaced by that disconcertingly friendly smile. Any luck? He asked, his tone casual. I nodded, handing him back his phone. Yes, thank you. They said it'll be about 2 hours before a tow truck can get here. Frank's eyebrows shot up. 2 hours? That's a long time to be sitting out here in the dark. I forced a smile, though it felt more like a grimace. It's okay. I appreciate your help, but I don't want to keep you. I'm sure you have places to be. Frank waved his hand dismissively. Nonsense. I can't leave a young lady out here all alone. It's not safe. The irony of his words wasn't lost on me. Right then, I felt that he was the biggest threat to my safety. Really, it's fine, I insisted, taking a step back towards my car. I'll just wait in my car. Lock the doors, you know? Frank's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. Now, Amy, he said, his voice taking on a harder edge. I insist. It wouldn't sit right with me, leaving you here. Terror gripped me as I realized the truth of my situation. Frank's friendly demeanor was slipping, revealing glimpses of something far more sinister underneath. I was trapped here with him, miles from help, with a predator masquerading as a good Samaritan. I swallowed hard, my mind racing to find a way out of this nightmare. Well, if you're sure, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Maybe we could, sit in my car. It's a bit more comfortable. Frank's smile widened, but it didn't reach his eyes. Why don't we sit in my truck instead? Got a better view from up there. As he gestured towards his pickup, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The back of his truck was covered with a tarp, and underneath I could make out the vague shape of something large, something person-shaped. In that moment, the last vestiges of Frank's facade crumbled away. His kind eyes now gleamed with malice, his friendly smile twisted into a predatory grin. I knew with horrifying certainty that I was looking at a wolf in sheep's clothing, and I was his intended prey. Come on now, Amy, Frank said, his voice low and menacing. Let's not make this difficult. You're coming with me one way or another. As Frank took a step toward me, I realized that my nightmare was far from over. It was, in fact, just beginning. Time seemed to slow down as Frank's true nature revealed itself. His eyes, once kind, now gleamed with predatory intent. In that frozen moment, I knew I had to act or become another victim. You know, Frank drawled, taking another step towards me. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Your choice, Amy. His words snapped me out of my paralysis. Without thinking, I turned and ran. My feet pounded against the asphalt as I sprinted away from Frank and his truck. I could hear him cursing behind me, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps giving chase. You can't outrun me, girl! Frank's voice boomed across the desert, a mixture of anger and excitement that chilled me to the bone. I didn't waste breath responding. Every ounce of my energy was focused on running, on the desperate hope of reaching my car before Frank caught up. The phone, his phone, was still clutched tightly in my hand. My lifeline if I could just get somewhere safe. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but adrenaline kept me moving. I could hear Frank gaining on me, his footsteps growing louder. He was bigger, stronger, and probably knew this area better than I did. My only advantage was the head start I'd gotten and the sheer desperation fueling my flight. "Amy," Frank called out, his voice closer now. "Don't make me hurt you. Just stop running and we can talk about this." His words only spurred me to run faster. I knew there would be no talking, no reasoning. The mask had slipped, revealing the monster beneath. As I approached my car, a spark of hope ignited in my chest. If I could just get inside, lock the doors, I might have a chance. I fumbled in my pocket for the keys as I ran, nearly dropping them in my panic. "Almost there," I gasped to myself, my fingers closing around the key fob. I reached my car just as I heard Frank's labored breathing behind me. Without looking back, I yanked open the driver's side door and threw myself inside. Frank's hand grasped at my jacket, but I managed to pull free, slamming the door shut with all my might. Relief flooded my system as I heard the satisfying thunk of the door closing. But my respite was short-lived. My hands shook violently as I tried to hit the lock button, my fingers slipping on the smooth surface of the key fob. Come on," I muttered, panic rising in my throat as I saw Frank's imposing figure approach the car. Finally, I heard the click of the locks engaging, just as Frank reached the driver's side window. His face was contorted with rage, all pretense of kindness gone. "Open the damn door, Amy," he roared, his fist pounding against the window. The entire car shook with the force of his blows, and I couldn't hold back a scream of terror. "Leave me alone," I shouted back, my voice hoarse with fear. "I'll call the police." Frank's response was a harsh laugh that sent shivers down my spine. "With what phone, sweetheart?" "That's my phone you're holding." I looked down at the flip phone still clutched in my hand, the realization hitting me like a punch to the gut. He was right. This was his phone. For all I knew, it could be a burner, untraceable. And even if I could call for help, how would I tell them where I was? "You can't stay in there forever," Frank taunted, his voice taking on a sickeningly sweet tone. "Eventually you'll have to come out, and when you do..." He left the threat hanging, his implications clear. I tried to steady my breathing, to think past the panic clouding my mind. He was right. I couldn't stay in the car indefinitely. But I had bought myself some time, and I had a phone, even if it was his. "Think, Amy, think," I whispered to myself, trying to block out the sound of Frank circling the car, testing each door. I looked at the phone in my hand. It was old, but it had signal out here when mine didn't. There had to be a way to use this to my advantage. As Frank's fist pounded on the rear window, making me jump, an idea began to form. I flipped open the phone, my fingers still trembling, but now with a sense of purpose. I might not be able to call for help directly, but maybe, just maybe, I could find another way to use this lifeline. As I navigated through the unfamiliar phone menu, I kept one eye on Frank. He had stepped back from the car, watching me with a mix of fury and calculation. I knew he was trying to figure out his next move, and I had to act fast. "Okay, Frank," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "You want to talk? Let's talk. But I'm staying right here in this car until help arrives." Frank's eyes narrowed, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Oh, Amy," he said, his voice dripping with false sympathy. "Don't you understand? No one's coming to help you. It's just you and me out here." As he spoke, I found what I was looking for on the phone, a small icon that could be my salvation. With a deep breath, I pressed it, hoping against hope that my plan would work. The chase had begun, but it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The interior of my car, once a comfortable space, now felt like a shrinking prison. I huddled in the driver's seat, my knees pulled up to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. Outside, Frank circled like a vulture, his heavy footsteps crunching on the gravel shoulder of the road. My breath came in short, panicked gasps, fogging up the windows and obscuring my view of the outside world. I wiped a small circle clear on the driver's side window, needing to keep an eye on my tormentor. "You can't stay in there forever, Amy," Frank called out, his voice a sickening mixture of false concern and barely concealed menace. "It's getting cold out here. Why don't you come on out and we can talk this through?" I remained silent, not trusting my voice to remain steady. My eyes darted around the car's interior, searching for anything I could use as a weapon if it came to that. The glove compartment yielded nothing but registration papers and an old air freshener. Frank's face suddenly appeared at the window, making me jump and let out a small yelp. He pressed his palms against the glass, leering at me. "I'm trying to be patient, Amy," he said, his breath fogging the window from the outside. "But my patience is wearing thin. Don't make me break this window. You wouldn't want to get hurt by all that flying glass, would you?" My heart raced, pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I clutched Frank's phone tighter, the hard edges of the device digging into my palm. The phone. In my panic, I'd almost forgotten about it. I just need a minute," I called out, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "Please, just give me a minute to think." Frank's eyes narrowed, but he stepped back from the window. "1 minute," he growled. "Then I'm coming in, one way or another." As soon as he moved away, I fumbled with the phone, my sweaty fingers slipping on the unfamiliar keypad. The old flip phone was nothing like my smartphone, and in my panicked state, even the simplest functions seemed impossibly complex. Come on," I muttered, frustration mounting as I struggled to navigate the archaic menu system. Each second that ticked by felt like an eternity, with Frank's threat looming over me. Finally, I found the keypad function. My fingers trembled as I dialed 911, praying that the call would go through. As the phone began to ring, a wave of elation washed over me. Help was just a conversation away. 911, what's your emergency?" The operator's calm voice was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. "Please help me," I whispered urgently, keeping an eye on Frank as he paced outside the car. "I'm trapped in my car on Highway 60, east of Globe. There's a man trying to kidnap me." "Ma'am, can you give me a more precise location?" I swallowed hard, trying to remember details from my surroundings. "I'm not sure exactly. It's a deserted stretch of road. There's a big saguaro cactus nearby and—" Suddenly, Frank's face appeared at the window again. His eyes widened as he saw the phone in my hand, then narrowed dangerously. "Who are you talking to, Amy?" he snarled, slamming his fist against the window. The whole car shook with the impact. I couldn't suppress a scream. "He's here. Please, hurry." "Ma'am, stay calm," the operator said, her voice steady despite the chaos. "We're dispatching officers to your location now. Can you stay on the line with me?" Before I could respond, Frank let out a roar of rage. He stepped back from the car, then charged at the driver's side door, slamming his shoulder into it. The car rocked violently, and I heard a worrying creak from the door's hinges. "No!" I screamed, scrambling to the passenger side of the car. "Please, he's trying to break in." "Officers are on their way," the operator assured me. "They're tracking the location of the phone you're using. Is there anything you can use to defend yourself?" I looked around frantically, my eyes landing on the rearview mirror. With shaking hands, I reached up and yanked it off the windshield. I have a mirror," I said, clutching it like a lifeline. "What do I do?" Another impact rocked the car. I could hear the door groaning under the assault. "If he gets in, aim for his eyes or throat," the operator instructed. "But only if you have to. Your priority is to stay safe until help arrives." Frank's face appeared at the passenger window, his features twisted with rage. "You called the cops?" he spat, slamming his palm against the glass. "You're gonna regret that, Amy, when I get in there." His threat was cut short by the distant sound of sirens. Frank's head snapped up, looking down the road. For the first time, I saw fear flicker across his face. "They're coming," I breathed, hardly daring to believe it. "I can hear sirens." "Good," the operator said. "Stay in your car. Do not open the doors until the officers tell you it's safe." Frank backed away from the car, his eyes wild as he looked from me to the direction of the approaching sirens. He seemed torn, unsure whether to make one last attempt to get to me or to flee. As the sirens grew louder, Frank made his decision. With one last murderous glare at me, he turned and sprinted towards his truck. "He's running," I shouted into the phone. "He's getting in his truck." "The officers will pursue him," the operator assured me. "You've done well, ma'am. Just stay where you are. You're safe now." As I watched Frank's truck peel out onto the highway, kicking up a cloud of dust, I finally allowed myself to breathe. My sanctuary had withstood the siege, and help was on the way. But as the adrenaline began to ebb, leaving me shaky and exhausted, I knew that this ordeal was far from over. The 911 dispatcher's voice crackled through the phone, a lifeline in the darkness that surrounded me. "Ma'am, can you tell me your name and exactly what's happening?" My voice quivered as I responded, the words tumbling out in a frantic rush. "My name is Amy. I'm trapped in my car on Highway 60 east of Globe. There's a man, he calls himself Frank. He tried to kidnap me. Now he's trying to break into my car." "Okay, Amy," the dispatcher said, her voice calm and steady. "I need you to take a deep breath. Can you tell me what Frank looks like?" I gulped in air, trying to steady myself. "He's tall, maybe 6'2", heavy set, probably in his 50s. Gray hair, beard. He's wearing a plaid shirt and jeans. He has a pickup truck, old and rusty. I think it's blue, but it's hard to tell in the dark." As I spoke, a loud thud against the driver's side window made me jump. Frank's face appeared, contorted with rage. "Amy!" he roared, his fist pounding against the glass. "Open this door right now." Cold dread washed over me. I scrambled to the passenger side, as far from Frank as I could get. "He's here," I cried into the phone. "He's trying to break the windows." "Stay calm, Amy," the dispatcher urged. "Help is on the way. Can you see any landmarks around you? Anything that might help us locate you faster?" I peered out into the darkness, my eyes wild with fear. There's a big saguaro cactus nearby, and I think I passed a sign for a ghost town a few miles back. Copper Hill, I think it said. Another thud, this time against the rear window. I could hear Frank cursing, his voice muffled but filled with menace. "You think you can hide from me?" he snarled. "I'll find you, Amy. There's nowhere for you to go out here." Tears began to stream down my face as the reality of my situation hit me full force. I was alone in the desert with a madman, my only protection a thin shell of metal and glass that was quickly giving way. "Please," I begged the dispatcher, my voice breaking. "Please hurry. I don't know how much longer the car will hold." "We have officers en route, Amy," the dispatcher assured me. "They're driving as fast as they can. I need you to stay strong. Can you do that for me?" I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me. "Yes," I whispered. "I'll try." Suddenly, a new sound cut through the night, a sharp, splintering crack. My blood ran cold as I turned to see a web of fissures spreading across the rear window where Frank had struck it. "Oh, God," I breathed. "The window. It's cracking. He's going to get in." "Amy, listen to me," the dispatcher said urgently. "I need you to look around the car. Is there anything you can use to defend yourself? Anything at all?" My eyes darted around the car's interior, desperate for anything I could use as a weapon. They landed on the rearview mirror I had torn off earlier. I have the rearview mirror," I said, clutching it tightly. "And there's a tire iron in the trunk, but I can't reach it." "The mirror will have to do," the dispatcher said. "If he gets in, aim for his eyes or his throat, but only as a last resort, understand? Your priority is to stay safe until the officers arrive." Another crack, louder this time. I could see Frank's silhouette through the spider web of fractures in the glass, raising something in his hand. A rock, or maybe a tire iron of his own. "He's almost through," I whispered, terror clawing at my throat. What do I do? What do I do? "Stay low, Amy," the dispatcher instructed. "Try to make yourself as small a target as possible, and keep talking to me. I'm right here with you." Frank's voice cut through the night again, a chilling mix of rage and anticipation. "Almost there, Amy. No more games after this. You're coming with me whether you like it or not." I closed my eyes, bracing for the sound of shattering glass. But instead, a new noise pierced the air, faint at first, but growing louder by the second. Sirens. A glimmer of hope sparked in my chest as I realized what I was hearing. Sirens? I breathed. I can hear sirens. That's right, Amy, the dispatcher confirmed, relief evident in her voice. The officers are almost there. You just need to hold on for a few more minutes. I could see Frank's head whip around, looking down the highway. The flashing lights were visible now, growing brighter as they sped towards us. No! Frank shouted, slamming his fist against the cracked window one last time. This isn't over, Amy. You hear me? This isn't over. I watched, hardly daring to breathe as Frank sprinted back to his truck. The engine roared to life, tires spitting gravel as he peeled out onto the highway, racing away from the approaching sirens. He's running, I reported, my voice shaky with relief and residual fear. He's driving away. The officers will pursue him, the dispatcher assured me. You've done so well, Amy. You're safe now. I want you to stay in your car until the officers tell you it's okay to come out, all right? I nodded, then remembered again that she couldn't see me. Okay, I managed to say. Thank you. Thank you so much. As the police cars screeched to a halt around my battered vehicle, their lights painting the desert in flashes of red and blue, I finally allowed myself to believe that the immediate danger had passed. But as I watched one of the cruisers peel off in pursuit of Frank's truck, I knew that my ordeal was far from over. The wail of approaching sirens filled the air, a sound that should have brought nothing but relief. Instead, it triggered a transformation in Frank that chilled me to my core. His face, which had moments ago worn a mask of false concern, now contorted with unbridled rage. You little bitch, he snarled, slamming his fist against my car window. The spiderweb of cracks expanded and I flinched, certain that this would be the blow that finally shattered my fragile protection. You think you're so clever, don't you? I pressed myself against the far side of the car, clutching Frank's phone like a lifeline. The 911 dispatcher was still on the line, her calm voice a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around me. The officers are almost there, Amy, she reassured me. Just hold on a little longer. Frank's eyes darted between me and the approaching lights, desperation etched into every line of his face. When he spoke again, his voice had dropped to a menacing growl that made my skin crawl. You have no idea what you've done, Amy. No idea what I'm capable of. You think you're special? You think you're the first to try and outsmart me? Confusion mingled with the fear that had become my constant companion. What did he mean, the first? As if reading my thoughts, Frank let out a harsh laugh. Oh, you should see your face right now. Didn't think about that, did you? All those other girls, they thought they were clever too. But in the end, they all came with me, just like you will. My blood ran cold as the implications of his words sank in. Other girls, other victims. This wasn't just about me. It was something far darker, far more horrifying than I had imagined. You're lying, I managed to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. Frank's lips curled into a cruel smile. Am I? Why don't you ask your cop friends about the missing hikers in Tonto National Forest? Or those college girls who never made it to Tucson? I bet they'd love to hear about that. As he spoke, a memory stirred in the back of my mind. A news report I'd seen just last week. A series of disappearances across Arizona, all young women traveling alone. The police had released a sketch of a suspect, a middle-aged man with a beard. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I knew that face. I'd seen it plastered across my TV screen, had shuddered at the dead eyes and cruel mouth even as I'd reassured myself that such things happened to other people, never to me. Oh God, I breathed, bile rising in my throat. It's you. You're him. Frank's grin widened, a predator sensing weakness in his prey. There it is. I was wondering when you'd figure it out. You know, Amy, you really should pay more attention to the news. It might just save your life one day. The The sirens were closer now, their piercing wail drowning out the sound of my ragged breathing. Frank glanced over his shoulder, his expression darkening. "Looks like our time is up, sweetheart. But don't think this is over. I'm not done with you, not by a long shot." He leaned in close, his breath fogging the cracked window. "I'll find you, Amy. And when I do, you'll wish you'd just come quietly tonight." With that, he turned and sprinted towards his truck. I watched, paralyzed with fear, as he gunned the engine and peeled out onto the highway, disappearing into the night just as the first police car crested the hill. "He's gone," I whispered into the phone, my voice shaking. "He drove away. The officers will pursue him," the dispatcher assured me. "You're safe now, Amy. You did everything right." But as I watched the police cars screech to a halt around me, their flashing lights illuminating the desolate landscape, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. I had survived tonight, yes, but at what cost? The realization of how close I had come to becoming another statistic, another missing poster, another grieving family on the evening news, hit me full force. I doubled over, retching, my body finally giving in to the terror and stress of the night. A gentle tap on my window made me jerk upright. A police officer stood there, her face a mask of concern. "Ma'am, are you Amy? I'm Officer Martinez. You're safe now. Can you unlock the door for me?" With trembling hands, I reached for the lock. As it clicked open, I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me. The immediate danger had passed, but as Officer Martinez helped me from the car, her partner already on the radio calling for backup to pursue Frank, I knew that my ordeal was far from over. Frank was still out there, and he had made it clear. This was just the beginning. As I sank into the back of the police cruiser, wrapped in a shock blanket, I couldn't help but wonder. How many other women had sat where I was sitting now? How many others had Frank terrorized? And most chillingly of all, how many had never been found? The night had unmasked a true evil, one that had been hiding in plain sight all along. And as the adrenaline of my escape began to fade, replaced by a bone-deep weariness, I knew that my life would never be the same again. The night exploded into a cacophony of sound and light as police cruisers screeched to a halt around my battered car. Their sirens wailed a discordant symphony, red and blue lights painting the desert landscape in an otherworldly glow. Relief flooded my system, so intense it was almost painful. "Amy?" Officer Martinez's voice cut through the chaos. "We're going to get you out of there, okay? Just stay calm." I nodded, unable to find my voice. My gaze was fixed on Frank's truck, which had skidded to a stop just yards away when he realized he was surrounded. The cavalry had arrived, but the standoff was far from over. "Frank Holloway!" A male officer's voice boomed through a megaphone. "This is the Arizona State Police. We have you surrounded. Step out of the vehicle with your hands where we can see them." My heart raced, pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. This was it. After everything that had happened, it all came down to this moment. For a long, tense moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the driver's side door of Frank's truck creaked open. He emerged, his movements deliberate and controlled. "Hands where we can see them, Holloway," the officer commanded again. Frank complied, raising his hands above his head, but even from a distance I could see the calculating look in his eyes. He wasn't done, not by a long shot. "Well, well," Frank called out, his voice carrying easily across the quiet desert night. "Looks like the gang's all here. You boys sure know how to crash a party." "Get down on your knees now," another officer shouted, his gun trained steadily on Frank. Disbelief warred with hope inside me. Could it really be this easy? After all the terror, all the close calls, would Frank simply give up? Frank slowly began to lower himself to his knees, his hands still raised. "You know," he said conversationally, as if he weren't surrounded by armed officers, "I gotta hand it to you, Amy. You're tougher than you look. Most girls, they don't make it this far." A chill ran down my spine at his words. Officer Martinez must have felt me tense because she placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Don't listen to him, Amy," she said softly. It's over. He can't hurt you anymore. But even as she spoke, I saw something change in Frank's demeanor. A subtle shift, a tightening of his muscles. I recognized it from our earlier confrontation. He was preparing to make a move. "Officer!" I cried out, my voice hoarse with fear. "He's going to—" Before I could finish my warning, Frank exploded into action. With a speed that belied his size, he lunged towards my car, towards me. "Amy!" he roared. "You're coming with me, you hear? This isn't over." Time seemed to slow down. I saw the officers react, their shouts echoing across the desert. I saw Frank's face contorted with rage and desperation, growing closer by the second. And I saw Officer Martinez, her gun raised, her finger tightening on the trigger. The gunshot rang out, deafeningly loud in the night air. For a moment, everything stood still. Frank stumbled, a look of surprise crossing his face. He looked down at his chest, where a dark stain was rapidly spreading across his shirt. Then, almost in slow motion, he crumpled to the ground. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the desert wind seemed to hold its breath. Then, all at once, chaos erupted. Officers swarmed Frank's prone form, weapons still drawn. Orders were shouted. Radios crackled with urgent communications. Through it all, I sat frozen in the police car, unable to process what I had just witnessed. "Amy?" Officer Martinez's voice seemed to come from far away. "Amy, can you hear me? It's over. You're safe now?" I turned to look at her, my movements sluggish, as if I were moving underwater. "Is he—" "He's alive," she assured me. "The paramedics are on their way. He's going to face justice for what he's done." As her words sank in, the adrenaline that had been keeping me going suddenly drained away. I slumped in my seat, exhaustion hitting me like a physical blow. "It's really over?" I asked, my voice small and uncertain. Officer Martinez nodded, a gentle smile on her face. "It's really over. You did it, Amy. You survived." As the reality of her words sank in, I felt the first tears begin to fall. They came slowly at first, then in great heaving sobs that shook my entire body. Officer Martinez held me as I cried, murmuring soothing words I couldn't quite make out. In the distance, I could hear the wail of approaching ambulance sirens. The night wasn't over yet. There would be statements to give, evidence to process, a hospital visit to endure. But the immediate danger had passed. Frank Holloway, the monster who had terrorized me and who knows how many others, was in custody. He would face justice for his crimes. And I had survived. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, I took a deep, shuddering breath. For the first time since my car had broken down on this desolate stretch of road, I allowed myself to believe that I would see another sunset. The cavalry had arrived, and with them, the promise of a new day. A day that just hours ago I wasn't sure I'd live to see. As I watched the EMTs load Frank into an ambulance, I made a silent vow to myself. I would not let this night define me. I had survived, and now it was time to live. The world around me seemed to move in slow motion as Officer Martinez gently led me away from the chaotic scene. The flashing lights of the police cars and ambulances painted surreal patterns across the desert landscape. I felt disconnected, as if I were watching everything unfold from a great distance. "Amy?" Officer Martinez's voice broke through my haze. "We're going to take you to the station now. Are you okay to travel?" I nodded mutely, unable to form words. The enormity of what had just transpired was beginning to sink in, leaving me numb and disoriented. The ride to the police station passed in a blur. Before I knew it, I was seated in a small, warmly lit room, a steaming cup of coffee in front of me that I couldn't bring myself to touch. Two detectives entered the room, their faces a mixture of concern and professional detachment. The older of the two, a man with salt and pepper hair and kind eyes, took a seat across from me. "Ms. Larson," he began, his voice gentle, "I'm Detective Ramirez, and this is my partner, Detective Chen. We know you've been through a terrible ordeal, but we need to ask you some questions. Are you up for that? I nodded again, finding my voice at last. Yes, I said, my words barely above a whisper. I want to help. Detective Chen, a younger woman with a no-nonsense demeanor, opened a file on the table. Before we begin, there's something you should know about the man who attacked you. My heart began to race as Detective Chen continued. His real name isn't Frank Holloway. We've identified him as Gerald Mathers, a serial killer we've been tracking for the past 3 years. The room seemed to tilt as my mind reeled with this information. Serial killer? I repeated, the words feeling foreign on my tongue. Detective Ramirez nodded grimly. Mathers is suspected in at least 12 disappearances across 3 states. Until tonight, we've never been able to get close to him. A wave of nausea washed over me as the implications of his words sank in. 12? I whispered, horrified. You mean there were others before me? I'm afraid so, Detective Chen said softly. You're the first victim who's managed to escape and lead us to him. Guilt gnawed at me as I thought about those other women, the ones who hadn't been as lucky as I had. What happened to them? The detectives exchanged a look before Ramirez answered. We're still piecing together the full extent of Mathers' crimes. But based on the evidence we've gathered, we believe most of his victims didn't survive their encounters with him. I felt the blood drain from my face as the full weight of my narrow escape hit me. Oh God, I breathed, my hands shaking as I wrapped them around the untouched coffee cup, seeking its warmth. Amy. Detective Chen leaned forward, her voice firm but kind. I know this is overwhelming, but I need you to understand something. You survived. More than that, you outsmarted him and led us right to him. Thanks to you, he'll never hurt anyone else again. Her words stirred a mix of emotions within me. Pride, relief, lingering fear, and a deep, aching sadness for the women who came before me. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. What do you need to know? For the next 2 hours, I recounted every detail of my harrowing night. The detectives listened intently, occasionally asking for clarification or additional details. As I spoke, I could feel the adrenaline that had been keeping me going finally start to ebb away. You mentioned he talked about other victims, Detective Ramirez said as I finished my account. Can you remember his exact words? I closed my eyes, trying to recall. He said something about missing hikers in Tonto National Forest and college girls who never made it to Tucson. He seemed proud of it. Detective Chen scribbled furiously in her notebook. This could help us close several cold cases, she murmured to her partner. As the interview wound down, exhaustion crashed over me like a tidal wave. Detective Ramirez noticed my drooping eyelids and stifled yawns. I think that's enough for now, he said, standing up. You've been incredibly helpful, Amy. We'll have an officer drive you home. As I stood to leave, a thought occurred to me. What's going to happen now? I asked. To Gerald, I mean. He's under guard at the hospital, Detective Chen explained. Once he's stabilized, he'll be transferred to a maximum security facility to await trial. With your testimony and the evidence we've gathered, he's looking at multiple life sentences. I nodded, a strange sense of closure settling over me. As I turned to leave, Detective Ramirez called out one last time. Amy, you should be proud of yourself. You're not just a survivor, you're a hero. His words followed me out of the station and into the bright Arizona morning. As the police cruiser pulled away from the curb, I leaned my head against the cool window, watching the city slide by. I was alive. I had survived. And while I knew the road ahead would be long and difficult, filled with therapy sessions and possibly court appearances, I also knew that I was stronger than I had ever realized. As the first rays of sunlight painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, I closed my eyes, allowing myself to drift off into an exhausted sleep. For the first time since my ordeal began, I felt something akin to peace. The days following my escape from Gerald Mathers, the man I had known as Frank, blurred together in a haze of exhaustion and fear. Nights were the worst. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that car, Frank's rage-contorted face pressed against the window, his fists pounding on the glass. I'd wake up screaming, drenched in sweat, my heart racing. My mom, who had flown in from Ohio the day after my rescue, would rush into my room, her face etched with concern. "Amy, sweetie, it's okay. You're safe now," she'd murmur, holding me close as I sobbed into her shoulder. But was I really safe? The question haunted me, even in my waking hours. 2 weeks after that horrific night, I found myself sitting in a courtroom watching as Gerald Mathers was led in for his arraignment. He looked different now, smaller somehow in his orange jumpsuit and shackles. But when his eyes met mine, I saw a flicker of that same predatory gleam, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. "It's okay," Detective Chen whispered from beside me. "He can't hurt you anymore." I nodded, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. As the charges were read out, multiple counts of kidnapping, assault, and murder, I felt a storm of emotions raging within me. Anger at what he had done, not just to me but to so many others. Fear that somehow he might escape justice. And underneath it all, a deep, aching sadness for the lives he had destroyed. As we left the courthouse, Detective Chen handed me a card. "There's a support group," she explained, "for survivors of violent crimes." I thought, well, it might help to talk to people who understand what you're going through. I took the card, turning it over in my hands. "I'll think about it," I said, not quite ready to commit. But a week later, I found myself walking into a community center, my palms sweaty as I pushed open the door to a small meeting room. Inside, a circle of chairs was arranged, and several people were already seated, talking quietly among themselves. A woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile approached me. "You must be Amy," she said. "I'm Sarah. We're glad you could join us." As the meeting progressed, I listened to others share their stories. Some had survived domestic violence, others had escaped abduction attempts. And then there was Lisa, whose sister had been one of Mathers' victims. "I don't know how you did it," Lisa said to me, her voice thick with emotion. "How you found the strength to outsmart him to survive. My sister, she wasn't so lucky." I felt tears prick at my eyes. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. I wish I could have done something sooner, maybe saved her and the others." Sarah leaned forward, her gaze intense. "Amy, you did save others. Because of you, Mathers will never hurt anyone again. You've given all of us a chance to heal, to find justice." As I left the meeting that day, I felt a small sense of peace blooming within me. For the first time since my ordeal, I didn't feel so alone. The weeks turned into months, and slowly, I began to reclaim my life. I returned to work, started seeing a therapist, and continued attending the support group meetings. And then, one day, Detective Ramirez called with news that sent my world spinning again. "The trial date has been set," he informed me. "The prosecutor wants to know if you're willing to testify." I felt my heart race at the thought of facing Mathers again, of reliving that terrible night in front of a courtroom full of strangers. But then I thought of Lisa's sister, of all the other women who would never have the chance to confront their attacker. "I'll do it," I said, surprised by the determination in my voice. "I want to testify." The days leading up to the trial were a whirlwind of preparation. I met with the prosecutor, went over my testimony countless times, and tried to steel myself for what was to come. But as the trial date loomed closer, I found myself consumed by anxiety and anticipation. The night before I was due to testify, I couldn't sleep. I paced my apartment, alternating between bouts of nervous energy and moments of paralyzing fear. At dawn, I gave up on sleep altogether and called Sarah. "I don't know if I can do this," I confessed, my voice shaking. "What if I freeze up? What if I can't face him?" "Amy, listen to me." Sarah's voice was calm and reassuring. "You are stronger than you know. You've already faced your worst nightmare and come out the other side. Tomorrow you're not just speaking for yourself. You're speaking for all of us who've survived, and for those who didn't get the chance. Her words settled over me, and I felt my resolve strengthen. As I watched the sun rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I made a promise to myself. I would face Mathers one last time. I would tell my story, not just for myself, but for all the women whose voices had been silenced. The road to recovery was long and often difficult, but as I prepared to take the stand, I knew that each step forward was a victory. Tomorrow, I would reclaim my narrative. I would transform from victim to survivor, from hunted to hunter. The courtroom was packed. A sea of unfamiliar faces all turned towards me as I took the stand. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure everyone could hear it. As I raised my right hand to be sworn in, I caught sight of Gerald Mathers, the man I had known as Frank, sitting at the defense table. His eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment I was back in that terrifying night, trapped and afraid. "Ms. Larson," the prosecutor's voice broke through my panic, anchoring me to the present. "Can you please tell the court about the events of July 15th? I took a deep breath, willing my voice not to shake. "I was driving home from a work conference in Phoenix," I began, my words barely above a whisper. I cleared my throat and tried again, louder this time. "My car broke down on a deserted stretch of highway. As I recounted the events of that harrowing night, my voice grew stronger. I described the initial relief at Frank's, at Mathers' offer of help, the growing unease as his true nature was revealed, and the terror of realizing I was fighting for my life. He said. I paused, meeting Mathers' gaze across the courtroom. He told me about the others, about the hikers in Tonto National Forest, and the college girls who never made it to Tucson. He seemed proud of what he'd done. A collective gasp rippled through the courtroom. I saw several jurors glance at Mathers, their faces a mixture of horror and disgust. The defense attorney's cross-examination was brutal. He tried to poke holes in my story, to suggest that I had misunderstood Mathers' intentions. But with each question, I felt a growing sense of strength. I knew the truth, and no amount of legal maneuvering could change that. "Ms. Larson," the defense attorney said, his tone condescending, "isn't it possible that you simply misinterpreted Mr. Mathers' actions? That your car trouble and the isolated location caused you to panic and imagine danger where there was none?" I leaned forward, my voice steady and clear. "No, it's not possible. I didn't imagine the terror in his eyes as he tried to break into my car. I didn't imagine the things he told me about his other victims. And I certainly didn't imagine the gun he pulled on me when the police arrived." As I stepped down from the witness stand, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. I had faced my attacker and told my truth. Whatever happened next, I knew I had done all I could. The trial lasted for 2 more weeks. Other witnesses took the stand, forensic experts, detectives, and even another survivor who had managed to escape Mathers years earlier. Through it all, I sat in the gallery, listening and waiting. Finally, after 3 days of deliberation, the jury returned. As the foreman stood to deliver the verdict, I held my breath, my hand clutching Sarah's beside me. On the charge of attempted murder, we find the defendant Gerald Mathers guilty. The courtroom erupted into murmurs and gasps. I felt tears spring to my eyes as the foreman continued, listing guilty verdict after guilty verdict for the charges related to Mathers' other victims. "It's over," Sarah whispered, squeezing my hand. "He can't hurt anyone ever again." As Mathers was led away in handcuffs, I felt a complex mix of emotions wash over me. Relief, certainly, and a sense of justice served. But there was also a bittersweet triumph, knowing that while Mathers would pay for his crimes, it couldn't undo the harm he had caused. The sentencing hearing came a month later. I chose to deliver a victim impact statement, standing before the court one last time to speak not just for myself, but for all of Mathers' victims. "Your Honor," I began, my voice steady, "Gerald Mathers didn't just attack me that night. He attacked my sense of safety, my trust in others, my belief in the goodness of the world. But I'm standing here today to say that he failed. I survived. I'm healing. And I'm not alone. I turned to face Mathers directly. You thought you could break us, silence us. But we're still here, still speaking, still living. Your reign of terror is over, and now it's our turn to thrive. As the judge sentenced Mathers to multiple life terms without the possibility of parole, I felt a chapter of my life closing. The monster who had haunted my nightmares would spend the rest of his days behind bars. In the days following the sentencing, I found myself drawn to a small memorial that had been set up for Mathers' victims. It was a simple thing, a grove of trees planted in a local park, with a plaque bearing the names of those who had been identified. I stood before the memorial, tracing the names with my fingers. Tears rolled down my cheeks, tears of relief for the justice served, but also tears of profound sadness for the lives cut short, for the families left to grieve. I'm sorry, I whispered to the names on the plaque. I'm sorry I couldn't stop him sooner. I hope you found peace. They have, a voice said softly behind me. I turned to see Lisa, her eyes also brimming with tears. And so have we, thanks to you. We embraced, two strangers brought together by tragedy, now bound by a shared journey of healing. As the weeks passed, I found myself thinking more and more about that fateful stretch of highway. It had been the setting for the worst night of my life, but I refused to let it hold power over me any longer. One sunny Saturday morning, I made a decision. I got in my car, checked thoroughly by a mechanic and stocked with an emergency kit, and started driving. I took the same route I had that night, my hands steady on the wheel as familiar landmarks passed by. As I approached the spot where my car had broken down all those months ago, I felt my heart rate increase, but this time it wasn't fear that made my pulse quicken. It was anticipation. I pulled over to the side of the road, in almost the exact same spot. The desert stretched out around me, beautiful and serene in the morning light. I stepped out of the car, feeling the warm sun on my face and the gentle breeze ruffling my hair. For a long moment, I simply stood there, breathing in the desert air. Then, slowly, I began to laugh. It started as a small chuckle and grew until I was doubled over, tears streaming down my face. I had done it. I had faced my fears, confronted my attacker, and reclaimed this place. The shadows that had once terrified me now seemed to retreat in the bright desert sun. As I got back into my car, I felt a sense of hope blooming within me. The road ahead was long, and I knew there would still be difficult days. But I was no longer the same scared woman who had broken down on this highway all those months ago. I was a survivor. I was strong. And I was ready to embrace whatever the future might hold. With a smile on my face, I started the engine and pulled back onto the highway. As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror at the stretch of road behind me. It was just a road now, nothing more. And I was just a woman on a journey, heading towards a future full of possibility. The desert stretched out before me, vast and open, and for the first time in a long time I felt truly completely free. The soft glow of the baby monitor cast eerie shadows across my living room as I settled into the well-worn groove of my favorite armchair. It had been another long day of juggling work and single motherhood, and I was looking forward to a few quiet hours to myself. Little Emma had finally drifted off to sleep after what felt like an eternity of lullabies and gentle rocking. I reached for the dog-eared novel on the side table, eager to lose myself in its pages. The house creaked and settled around me, a familiar symphony of sounds that usually brought comfort. But tonight, something felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but a nagging sense of unease tugged at the edges of my consciousness. Shaking off the feeling, I opened my book and began to read. The words blurred together as exhaustion threatened to overtake me. I was just about to give in and head to bed when a sound from the baby monitor made me freeze. At first, I thought I had imagined it, a low murmur, barely audible above the white noise of the device. I held my breath, straining to listen. There it was again, a deep, unmistakably male voice. "Shh, little one. Don't cry. We don't want to wake Mommy, do we?" My heart stopped. The book slipped from my fingers, landing on the floor with a dull thud that seemed to echo through the suddenly silent house. I sat there, paralyzed, as the blood rushed in my ears and my mind raced with terrifying possibilities. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a mistake, a crossed signal on the monitor. But deep down I knew. I knew with a bone-chilling certainty that someone was in my baby's room. I lived alone. There was no man who should be in my house, let alone in Emma's nursery. The realization hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone on the side table. It slipped through my sweat-slicked fingers, clattering to the floor. I scrambled to retrieve it, my movements clumsy with fear. "Come on, come on," I whispered desperately as I fumbled with the lock screen. The numbers swam before my eyes, and it took 3 attempts before I managed to enter the correct passcode. I dialed 911, my finger hovering over the call button as I listened intently to the baby monitor. Silence. Had I imagined it? Was my exhausted mind playing tricks on me? Then, unmistakably, I heard it again. "Such a beautiful child. You'll fetch a high price, won't you, little one?" A strangled sob escaped my lips as I pressed the call button. The phone seemed to ring for an eternity before a calm, professional voice answered. 911, what's your emergency?" I tried to speak, but my voice caught in my throat. I swallowed hard and forced the words out in a hoarse whisper. "There's someone in my baby's room. I can hear a man's voice on the monitor. Please, you have to help us." "Ma'am, I need you to take a deep breath. Can you tell me your address?" I rattled off my address, surprising myself with how steady my voice sounded. The operator's calm demeanor acted like a lifeline, anchoring me in the midst of my panic. "Officers are on their way," she assured me. "Are you in a safe location?" "I'm in the living room," I replied, my eyes darting to the hallway that led to Emma's nursery. "The baby's room is down the hall." "Stay where you are," the operator instructed. "Do not confront the intruder. Can you still hear anything from the monitor?" I strained to listen, but all I could hear was the soft, rhythmic breathing of my sleeping child. "No," I whispered. "It's quiet now." "That's okay. The officers should be there soon. I'm going to stay on the line with you until they arrive. Can you tell me your name?" "Rachel," I said, my voice barely audible. "My name is Rachel, and my baby is Emma. She's only 6 months old." Tears welled up in my eyes as the full weight of the situation crashed over me. Oh God, what if he takes her? What if... "Rachel, I need you to focus," the operator cut in firmly. "The officers are almost there. Is your front door locked?" I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me. "Yes, it's locked." "Good. Now I want you to go to the front door, but do not open it until you see the officers. Can you do that for me?" On shaky legs, I rose from the chair and made my way to the front door. Each step felt like an eternity, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. I pressed my eye to the peephole, watching for any sign of the police. The night outside was still and dark, broken only by the glow of a street lamp at the end of my driveway. As I watched, a pair of headlights turned onto my street, moving slowly. My heart leapt as I recognized the distinctive shape of a police cruiser. "They're here," I breathed into the phone. "Okay, Rachel. The officers will announce themselves. Don't open the door until you're sure it's them." A few moments later, there was a firm knock at the door. "Police, open up." Relief flooded through me as I fumbled with the locks. I threw open the door to find 2 officers standing on my porch, their hands on their holstered weapons. "Ma'am, are you all right?" one of them asked, his eyes scanning the interior of the house behind me. I nodded, stepping back to let them in. "Please," I said, my voice cracking. "My baby. There's someone in her room." As the officers entered, their radios crackling with indecipherable chatter, I felt a strange mix of terror and hope. Whatever happened next, I knew that this night would change everything. The sanctity of my home, my sense of security, My world. It had all been shattered by a whisper in the night. The two police officers flanked me as we approached Emma's nursery, their presence both reassuring and terrifying. Officer Ramirez, a stocky man with kind eyes, placed a steadying hand on my shoulder. "Ma'am, we need you to stay behind us," he said softly. "If there's an intruder, we don't want you in harm's way." I nodded mutely, my throat too constricted with fear to form words. We inched down the hallway, the beam of Officer Chen's flashlight cutting through the darkness. The door to Emma's room loomed before us, transformed from a cheery yellow barrier adorned with cartoon animals into a foreboding portal of unknown horrors. My hand instinctively reached for the doorknob, but Officer Chen gently pushed it away. "Let us handle this, ma'am," he whispered. With practiced efficiency, the officers positioned themselves on either side of the door. Officer Ramirez placed his hand on the knob, looking to his partner for confirmation. Officer Chen nodded, his gun at the ready. The door swung open with an agonizing creak that seemed to echo through the silent house. I held my breath, straining to hear any sound from within the room. A startled cry from Emma, the rustle of an intruder's movement, anything. But there was only suffocating silence. Officer Chen swept his flashlight across the room, illuminating Emma's crib, the changing table, the rocking chair where I had spent countless hours nursing her. Everything looked normal, undisturbed. Emma lay peacefully in her crib, oblivious to the drama unfolding around her. "Clear so far," Officer Chen murmured, stepping cautiously into the room. I hovered in the doorway, my eyes darting frantically from corner to corner, searching for any sign of the intruder I had heard. The shadows seemed to shift and move, playing tricks on my terrified mind. That's when I saw it. The closet door, slightly ajar. A sliver of deeper darkness peeked through the gap, and I swore I saw movement within. "The closet," I whispered urgently, pointing with a trembling finger. I think he's in there." The officers exchanged a glance, their bodies tensing as they approached the closet. Officer Ramirez positioned himself in front of the crib, shielding Emma, while Officer Chen reached for the closet door. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, drowning out everything else. Officer Chen's hand closed around the doorknob, and with one swift motion he yanked it open. "Police, don't move!" he shouted, his flashlight beam piercing the darkness of the closet. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a flurry of movement erupted from within. A dark figure burst from the closet, shoving past Officer Chen with surprising strength. The flashlight clattered to the floor, plunging the room into chaos. "Stop! Police!" Officer Ramirez yelled, but the intruder was already bolting for the door. I pressed myself against the wall as the shadowy figure barreled past me, the scent of unfamiliar cologne lingering in his wake. Adrenaline surged through me, and without thinking, I stuck out my foot. The intruder stumbled, crashing into the hallway wall with a sickening thud. Officer Chen was on him in an instant, wrestling him to the ground. "Stay down, don't move," Chen commanded, his knee pressing into the man's back as he cuffed him. The sudden commotion had startled Emma awake, and her frightened wails filled the air. I rushed to her crib, scooping her into my arms and holding her close, my body shaking with a mixture of fear and relief. "Shh, it's okay, baby," I murmured, pressing kisses to her forehead. "Mommy's here. You're safe now." Officer Ramirez approached us, his face etched with concern. "Are you both all right, ma'am?" I nodded, unable to take my eyes off the man being restrained in the hallway. "Who is he? What did he want?" Ramirez shook his head. "We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise. For now, let's get you and your daughter out of here. Is there someone you can stay with tonight?" The adrenaline was starting to wear off, leaving me feeling shaky and nauseous. "My sister," I managed to say. "She lives nearby." "Good. We'll need to ask you some questions, but that can wait until morning. Let's get you two somewhere safe for the night." As we made our way down the hallway, I caught a glimpse of the intruder's face in the flashing blue lights from outside. He was younger than I expected, with hollow cheeks and wild eyes that locked onto mine with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "This isn't over," he hissed as Officer Chen hauled him to his feet. "You can't keep her safe forever." A chill ran down my spine and I clutched Emma tighter to my chest. Officer Ramirez stepped between us, blocking my view of the man. "Don't listen to him," he said firmly. "He's going away for a long time. You and your daughter are safe now." But as we stepped out into the cool night air, the flashing police lights painting everything in surreal shades of blue, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The sanctity of my home had been violated, my sense of security shattered. How could I ever feel safe here again? Emma whimpered softly against my shoulder, and I stroked her back soothingly. "It's okay, sweetheart," I whispered, trying to convince myself as much as her. "We're going to be okay." As Officer Ramirez led us to his patrol car, I cast one last glance at my house. The open front door gaped like a wound, spilling light onto the front lawn. In that moment, I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. The harsh glare of fluorescent lights in the police station made everything seem surreal, as if I were trapped in some bizarre dream. Emma slept fitfully in my arms, occasionally whimpering in her sleep. I wondered if she could sense the turmoil around her, the lingering fear that clung to me like a second skin. Detective Sarah Moss sat across from me, her kind eyes contrasting with the stern set of her jaw. She'd been questioning me for what felt like hours, though a quick glance at the clock on the wall told me it had only been 45 minutes. "Mrs. Walker," she began, her voice gentle but firm, "I know this is difficult, but I need you to walk me through what happened one more time. Every detail is important." I took a deep breath, trying to organize my thoughts. I was in the living room, reading. Emma had just gone down for the night. And then I heard a voice on the baby monitor. A man's voice. Detective Moss leaned forward slightly. And what did the voice say? The words echoed in my mind, sending a fresh wave of chills down my spine. He said, "Shh, little one. Don't cry. We don't want to wake Mommy, do we?" And then later he said something about Emma fetching a high price. The detective's pen scratched across her notepad. "And that's when you called 911? I nodded, feeling tears prick at the corners of my eyes. Yes, I couldn't believe it was real. I thought maybe I was imagining things, you know. But then I heard him again, and I knew. I knew someone was in there with my baby." Detective Moss reached across the table, placing a reassuring hand on my arm. "You did the right thing, Mrs. Walker. Your quick action likely prevented a tragedy." A sob caught in my throat. "But how did he get in? I always lock the doors, the windows. I'm so careful." "We're still investigating that," she replied. "But sometimes these individuals can be very skilled at bypassing security measures. It's not your fault." I looked down at Emma, sleeping peacefully despite everything. The image of the intruder's face flashed in my mind, those cold, emotionless eyes locking with mine as the officers dragged him from the closet. I shuddered. "Can you tell me anything about him?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Who is he? What did he want with my daughter?" Detective Moss sighed, rubbing her temples. "His name is Marcus Delgado. He has a history of breaking and entering, but this is an escalation we didn't see coming. As for what he wanted..." She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. "We're looking into possible connections with human trafficking rings." The room spun around me, and for a moment I thought I might be sick. "Human trafficking? You mean he was going to..." "We don't know for certain," Detective Moss cut in quickly. "But given what you heard him say, it's a possibility we have to consider." I clutched Emma tighter, as if I could somehow merge her into my own body, keeping her safe from the horrors of the world. "What's going to happen now?" "Delgado is in custody. He'll be arraigned tomorrow, and given the evidence, I don't anticipate he'll be granted bail." We'll need you to testify, but that won't be for a while yet. I nodded numbly. The thought of facing that man in court, of reliving this nightmare, made my stomach churn. Mrs. Walker, Detective Moss said softly, drawing my attention back to her. I know this is overwhelming, but I want you to know that you're not alone. We can connect you with victim support services, counseling if you need it, and we'll have patrols keeping an eye on your house for the next few weeks. Thank you, I managed to say, though the words felt inadequate. As dawn broke, casting a pale light through the station windows, Detective Moss finally wrapped up the interview. My sister Sarah was waiting to take us home. The drive back was silent, the weight of the night's events hanging heavy between us. As we pulled into my driveway, I felt a surge of panic. The house loomed before us, no longer the safe haven it had once been. Sarah must have sensed my distress because she reached over and squeezed my hand. You don't have to go in if you're not ready, she said softly. You and Emma can stay with me as long as you need. I shook my head. No, I need to face this. We can't run away. Sarah nodded, understanding in her eyes. Okay, but I'm staying with you for a few days. No arguments. We made our way inside, and I was struck by how normal everything looked. The book I had been reading still lay on the floor where I'd dropped it. Emma's toys were scattered across the living room rug. It was as if the horrors of the night had never happened. But as I walked down the hallway towards Emma's room, the illusion shattered. Yellow police tape crisscrossed the doorway, a stark reminder that this was now a crime scene. I felt my knees buckle, and Sarah was there in an instant, supporting me. Come on, she said gently. Let's get you two settled in your room. We can deal with all this later. As I lay in bed, Emma nestled safely beside me. Sleep refused to come. Every creak of the house, every shadow cast by passing cars, sent my heart racing. The enormity of what had almost happened crashed over me in waves. I'm so sorry, baby girl, I whispered to Emma, tears sliding down my cheeks. I'm so sorry I couldn't keep you safe. As the first rays of true daylight began to filter through the curtains, I made a silent vow. This house, once our sanctuary, no longer felt like home, but I would reclaim it. I would make it safe again, for Emma's sake and my own. The road ahead would be long and difficult, but as I watched my daughter's peaceful face, I knew I would find the strength to face whatever came next. The days following the break-in blurred together in a haze of fear and sleepless nights. My sister Sarah had stayed for a week, but eventually she had to return to her own life. Now it was just Emma and me in a house that felt more like a prison than a home. I stood at the kitchen window, my third cup of coffee growing cold in my hands as I scanned the quiet suburban street. Every passing car, every pedestrian, every rustling bush became a potential threat. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, but I couldn't bring myself to close them for more than a few minutes at a time. The sharp trill of my phone made me jump, sloshing lukewarm coffee onto my trembling hands. It was Sarah. Hey, Rach. Her voice came through, tinged with worry. How are you holding up? I forced a weak laugh. Oh, you know, living the dream. Rachel? Sarah's tone turned serious. Have you slept at all? I sighed, rubbing my eyes. A little. It's just, every time I close my eyes, I see him. I hear his voice on the monitor. Have you considered talking to someone? A therapist, maybe? The suggestion made me bristle. I'm fine, Sarah. I don't need therapy. I just need to keep Emma safe. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Okay, Sarah said finally. But promise me you'll at least think about it. You can't keep going like this. After hanging up, I made my usual rounds of the house. I checked each window, testing the locks and ensuring the new security sensors were active. The front and back doors each had 3 deadbolts now, and I methodically engaged each one. In the living room, I paused at the newly installed security system panel. Green lights blinked reassuringly, indicating that all zones were secure. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't enough. Emma's cries suddenly pierced the silence, sending my heart racing. I sprinted to her room, images of that night flashing through my mind. But when I burst through the door, there was no intruder, just my baby girl awake and hungry. As I settled into the rocking chair to feed her, I tried to calm my racing thoughts. "It's okay, sweetie," I murmured, more to myself than to Emma. "We're safe. Mommy's just being silly." But even as I said the words, my eyes darted to the closet. The door was firmly shut, but I couldn't shake the image of a shadowy figure lurking inside. Later that afternoon, a knock at the door sent me into a panic. I approached cautiously, peering through the peephole to see a man in a uniform standing on my porch. "Who is it?" I called, my voice shaky. "Ma'am, it's Officer Ramirez. I'm here for the follow-up check we discussed." I hesitated, my hand hovering over the locks. "Can you show me your badge?" Officer Ramirez held up his badge to the peephole, and I slowly, reluctantly opened the door. "Mrs. Walker," he greeted me with a gentle smile. "How are you and Emma doing?" I gestured for him to come in, quickly shutting and locking the door behind him. "We're managing," I replied, leading him to the living room. Officer Ramirez's eyes swept over the new security measures, the cameras, the reinforced locks, the alarm panel. "I see you've upgraded your security," he commented. I nodded, wringing my hands. "Yes, I needed to do something, to make it safer." He sat down, his expression softening. "Mrs. Walker, I understand how frightening this has been, but I want you to know that Delgado is still in custody. He's not getting out anytime soon." "I know," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "But what about next time? What if someone else tries to—" I couldn't finish the sentence. Officer Ramirez leaned forward, his voice kind but firm. "Mrs. Walker, Rachel, you can't live your life in fear of what might happen. You've taken good precautions, but you can't let this consume you." His words hit a nerve, and I felt tears welling up in my eyes. How am I supposed to feel safe? How can I ever sleep soundly knowing what almost happened to my baby? Officer Ramirez was quiet for a moment. "Have you considered speaking with a counselor? The department has resources available for victims of crime." I shook my head vehemently. "I'm not a victim. I'm a survivor, and I need to stay strong for Emma." After Officer Ramirez left, promising to check in again soon, I found myself standing in Emma's room. She was napping peacefully in her crib, oblivious to the turmoil around her. I envied her innocence, her ability to sleep without fear. As night fell, my anxiety peaked. The shadows seemed to grow longer, darker, more menacing. Every creak of the house settling made me jump. I paced from room to room, checking and rechecking locks, peering out windows, convinced that danger lurked just out of sight. When I finally collapsed into bed, exhaustion overtook me. But sleep brought no respite. In my dreams, I was back in that night, hearing the intruder's voice on the monitor. Only this time, when I reached Emma's room, she was gone. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat. I stumbled to Emma's room, my heart pounding. She was there, safe in her crib. But as I stood watching her sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The shadows in the corners seemed to move, to reach out towards us. "Get a grip, Rachel," I muttered to myself. "You're losing it." But even as I said the words, I found myself scanning the room for hidden threats. Was that a camera lens glinting in the corner? Had that stuffed animal always been in that position? As dawn broke, casting a pale light through the curtains, I realized with a start that I'd spent the entire night standing guard in Emma's room. The lack of sleep was taking its toll. I could feel my grip on reality slipping. For a brief, terrifying moment, I considered that maybe Sarah and Officer Ramirez were right. Maybe I did need help. But the thought was quickly overwhelmed by a wave of paranoia. No, I couldn't trust anyone else with our safety. It was up to me to protect Emma, no matter the cost. As I stumbled to the kitchen to make yet another pot of coffee, I caught a glimpse of myself in the hallway mirror. The woman staring back at me was a stranger, hollow-eyed, pale, with a wild, haunted look. For the first time, I truly began to question my sanity. But then Emma's cries echoed through the house and I pushed the doubts aside. Sane or not, I had a job to do. The sterile white walls of Dr. Melissa Chen's office seemed to close in on me as I sat rigidly on the edge of the plush leather couch. It was my third therapy session, and I still felt like an intruder in this space, exposed and vulnerable. Rachel, Dr. Chen's voice was soft but firm. Can you tell me about how you've been sleeping this week? I let out a bitter laugh. Sleeping? Is that what people do at night? Dr. Chen's pen scratched across her notepad. The insomnia is still severe then? I nodded, my eyes fixed on a potted plant in the corner of the room, anywhere but meeting her gaze. When I do sleep, the nightmares, they're getting worse. Can you describe them for me? I squeezed my eyes shut, the images flooding back. It's always the same. I hear his voice on the monitor, but when I get to Emma's room, she's gone. And he's there, standing in the shadows, laughing. My voice broke, and I felt the familiar tightness in my chest, the beginnings of a panic attack. Dr. Chen leaned forward, her voice calm and steady. Take a deep breath, Rachel. You're safe here. It's just a memory, it can't hurt you. But it did hurt. Every time I relived that night, it felt like a fresh wound being torn open. After the session, I drove home in a daze, my mind replaying Dr. Chen's words. Post-traumatic stress disorder is common in situations like yours, she had said. But with time and therapy, we can work through this. I wanted to believe her. But as I pulled into my driveway, the familiar sense of dread settled over me. Something felt off. I entered the house cautiously, immediately checking the security panel. All zones secure. But as I moved through the living room, a scent stopped me in my tracks. Cologne. The same cologne I had smelled on the intruder that night. My heart raced as I searched the house room by room. Nothing seemed out of place, but the scent lingered, taunting me. Was I imagining things? Had the therapy session triggered some kind of olfactory hallucination? I called my sister Sarah, my voice shaky. I think someone's been in the house. Rachel, Sarah's tone was a mixture of concern and exasperation. We've been through this. The alarm hasn't been triggered, right? No, but... And the cameras haven't picked up anything? I glanced at the monitor showing feeds from the various security cameras I'd installed. Nothing unusual. No, but I can smell his cologne, Sarah. He was here. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Sarah spoke again, her voice was gentle, as if speaking to a frightened child. Rach, I think maybe the therapy is stirring things up. Why don't I come over? We can check the house together. I wanted to argue, to insist that I wasn't crazy, that the threat was real, but doubt had begun to creep in. Okay, I said finally. Maybe you're right. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences continued. I'd wake to find objects moved from where I'd left them. A book on the coffee table instead of the shelf. Emma's favorite toy in the kitchen instead of her room. The security cameras never showed anything, but the feeling of being watched intensified. My friends started to notice the change in me. Lisa, my closest friend since college, came over for coffee one afternoon. Her brow furrowed with worry as she took in my disheveled appearance and the dark circles under my eyes. Rachel, honey, she said, reaching across the table to take my hand. I'm worried about you. When was the last time you left the house? Or talked to someone other than Sarah or your therapist? I pulled my hand away, suddenly feeling defensive. I'm fine, Lisa. I'm just being cautious. You don't understand what it's like. Lisa's eyes softened. You're right, I don't. But I do understand that you're hurting, and I want to help. Why don't you and Emma come stay with us for a few days? Get away from here, clear your head. The thought of leaving the house, of being away from my security system, sent a wave of panic through me. I can't, I said, shaking my head vehemently. It's not safe out there. Lisa opened her mouth to argue, but seemed to think better of it. Instead, she just nodded sadly. Okay, Rach, but please promise me you'll keep going to therapy? And call me, anytime, day or night, if you need anything. As Lisa left, I caught a glimpse of myself in the hallway mirror. The woman staring back at me was a stranger, wild-eyed, unkempt, with a haunted look that I barely recognized. For a moment, I wondered if my friends and family were right. Was I losing touch with reality? But then, that night, it happened. I woke suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Something was wrong. I reached for the lamp on my bedside table, my hand trembling. As light flooded the room, my blood ran cold. The bedroom door was wide open. I sat up, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I distinctly remembered locking that door before going to bed. I always locked it, religiously, every night. Hello? I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. Silence answered me. On shaking legs, I got out of bed and crept to the doorway, peering out into the dark hallway. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling of wrongness persisted. I made my way to Emma's room, pushing open the door with trembling hands. She was there, sleeping peacefully in her crib. I let out a shaky breath of relief. But as I turned to leave, movement caught my eye. The closet door, ever so slowly, was creaking open. No, I whispered, frozen in place. No, no, no. The door swung open fully, revealing nothing. Just Emma's clothes hanging neatly, her toys stacked on shelves. I sank to the floor, my legs no longer able to support me. Was this real? Had the door really opened on its own? Or was my mind finally snapping under the weight of fear and paranoia? As dawn broke, I sat on the floor of Emma's nursery, my back against the wall, staring at the closet. Emma stirred in her crib, beginning to fuss for her morning feeding. I got to my feet mechanically, going through the motions of caring for my daughter. But inside, I felt hollow, disconnected. The line between reality and nightmare had blurred beyond recognition. As I fed Emma, rocking gently in the chair by the window, I made a decision. I couldn't go on like this. Something had to change, or I would lose myself completely. With a shaking hand, I reached for my phone and dialed Dr. Chen's number. When her voicemail picked up, I left a message, my voice barely steady. Dr. Chen, it's Rachel Walker. I think I need help. Real help. Can I come in today? Please. I don't know what's real anymore. As I ended the call, I looked down at Emma, peaceful in my arms. For her sake, if not my own, I had to find a way back from the edge I was teetering on. The soft glow of the computer screen illuminated my face as I pored over police reports and news articles for the 100th time. My eyes burned from lack of sleep, but I couldn't stop. I had to find the connection, the missing piece that would explain everything. There has to be an accomplice, I muttered to myself, scribbling notes in a journal that was quickly filling with paranoid ramblings. Delgado couldn't have done this alone. The house creaked and settled around me, each sound making me jump. I glanced at the baby monitor where Emma slept fitfully in her crib. Even she seemed on edge lately, crying more often and resisting sleep. As I turned back to my research, a whisper seemed to flutter at the edge of my hearing. I froze, straining to listen. Hello? I called out, my voice trembling. Is someone there? Silence answered me, but the feeling of a presence lingered. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Get a grip, Rachel, I chided myself. You're imagining things. But as the days wore on, the whispers became more frequent, more insistent. They were always just on the edge of comprehension, as if someone were speaking from behind a thick wall. I found myself pressing my ear against the drywall, convinced that if I just listened hard enough, I'd understand what they were saying. My sister Sarah came by one afternoon, her face etched with concern as she took in the state of the house. Papers were strewn everywhere, and I had taped newspapers over some of the windows. Rachel, she said gently, picking her way through the clutter. What's going on here? I barely glanced up from my notes. I'm close to figuring it out, Sarah. The accomplice, the one who's still watching us. I know they're out there. Sarah sat down next to me, placing a hand on my arm. Rach, honey, there is no accomplice. Delgado acted alone. The police confirmed that. I jerked away from her touch. The police don't know everything. Can't you feel it? The walls. They're hiding something. Someone. Sarah's eyes widened with alarm. Rachel, you're scaring me. Have you been taking your medication? What does Dr. Chen say about all this? I waved her off impatiently. Dr. Chen doesn't understand. None of you do. I have to protect Emma. I'm the only one who can. As if on cue, Emma's cries echoed through the baby monitor. I rushed to her room, Sarah close behind. Emma was red-faced and wailing, inconsolable despite my attempts to soothe her. Shh, it's okay, baby, I murmured, rocking her frantically. Mommy's here. Mommy will keep you safe. Sarah watched from the doorway, her expression a mixture of pity and fear. Rachel, please, let me help. You can't go on like this. I turned away from her, focusing on Emma. We're fine, just leave us alone. After Sarah left, the house seemed to close in around me. The walls felt closer, more oppressive. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I paced from room to room, Emma crying in my arms as I tried to outrun the voices that seemed to follow me. What do you want? I shouted at the empty air. Leave us alone. Emma's cries intensified, and I sank to the floor, cradling her close. I'm sorry, baby, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. Mommy's trying. Mommy will figure this out. That night, as I tried to snatch a few hours of sleep, a new sound jolted me awake. It was a soft beeping, almost imperceptible. I sat up, my heart racing, and scanned the room. The sound seemed to be coming from the bathroom. Moving silently, I crept to the bathroom door and pushed it open. The beeping grew slightly louder. I flicked on the light, my eyes darting around the small space. Nothing seemed out of place, but the beeping continued. I began to search methodically, checking behind the mirror, under the sink, behind the toilet. And then I saw it. A tiny black device, no bigger than a button, tucked into the corner where the ceiling met the wall. A camera. My world tilted on its axis. With shaking hands, I reached up and plucked the device from its hiding spot. It was real. Solid. Undeniable proof that I wasn't crazy, that someone really was watching us. Oh God, I breathed, sinking to the floor. Oh God, oh God, oh God. The implications crashed over me in waves. How long had it been there? What had it seen? Who was watching? My mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. I scrambled for my phone, dialing Detective Moss's number with trembling fingers. It rang once, twice, 3 times before she answered, her voice groggy with sleep. Detective Moss? It's Rachel Walker. I found something. A camera. In my bathroom. Someone's been watching us. There was a pause on the other end of the line. When Detective Moss spoke again, her voice was alert and professional. Mrs. Walker, I need you to stay calm. Don't touch anything else. I'm sending a team to your house right now. Can you go to a neighbor's until we arrive? I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. No, I can't leave. What if they're out there waiting? I have to protect Emma. Mrs. Walker, Rachel, listen to me. You and Emma need to get out of the house. It's not safe. But her words barely registered. My mind was spinning, connecting dots that maybe weren't there, seeing patterns in the chaos. It all makes sense now, I muttered. The whispers, the feeling of being watched, they've been here all along in the walls waiting. Rachel. Detective Moss's sharp tone cut through my rambling. Stay with me. I need you to focus. Can you get to Emma's room? Grab her and go to your car. Lock the doors and wait for us there. I nodded, suddenly feeling very small and very afraid. Okay, I whispered. Okay, I can do that. As I hung up the phone and made my way to Emma's room, the whispers in the walls seemed to grow louder, more insistent. But for the first time in weeks, I felt a strange sense of clarity. The camera was real. The threat was real. I wasn't crazy. I scooped Emma from her crib, holding her close as I made my way downstairs. "It's okay, baby," I murmured. "Mommy's got you. We're going to be okay." As I stepped out into the cool night air, I cast one last glance at the house. In the darkness, it loomed like a malevolent presence, its windows like hungry eyes watching our escape. The whispers faded as I walked away, but I knew they would be waiting when I returned. The house was in chaos. Drawers pulled out, furniture overturned, walls peppered with small holes where I'd searched for hidden cameras. I stood in the middle of the living room, my hair wild and unkempt, eyes darting from corner to corner. "Where are you?" I muttered, my voice hoarse from lack of sleep. "I know you're here somewhere." Emma's cries echoed through the baby monitor, a constant reminder of why I couldn't stop, couldn't rest. I had to find them all, had to make sure we were safe. I made my way to the bathroom, the scene of my previous discovery. The police had taken the camera I'd found, but what if there were others? I began methodically checking every nook and cranny, my movements frantic and uncoordinated. As I leaned in to examine the mirror more closely, a movement in its reflection caught my eye. A figure standing just behind me. I whirled around, my heart pounding in my chest. "Who's there?" I shouted, but the bathroom was empty. I was alone, and yet the feeling of a presence lingered. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I could have sworn I felt a breath of air on my cheek. "You're losing it, Rachel," I whispered to myself, gripping the edges of the sink to steady myself. "Get a grip." I looked back up at the mirror, half expecting to see the figure again. Instead, I saw only my own reflection, pale, gaunt, with dark circles under my eyes. I hardly recognized myself anymore. A crash from downstairs jolted me out of my reverie. I raced down the stairs, my mind conjuring images of intruders, of danger to Emma. But when I reached the living room, I froze in disbelief. The lamp that had been on the side table was now in the middle of the room, shattered on the floor. But that was impossible. I had been upstairs, and Emma was in her crib. There was no one else in the house. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me, but as I stood there trying to make sense of what I was seeing, a book suddenly flew off the shelf, landing with a thud at my feet. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in short gasps. This couldn't be happening. Objects don't move on their own. It defied all logic, all reason. And yet, before my eyes, a chair began to slide across the floor, its legs scraping against the hardwood. "No," I whispered, shaking my head in denial. "No, this isn't real. This can't be real." I ran from the room, taking the stairs two at a time. I had to get to Emma, had to make sure she was safe. But when I burst into her nursery, my world tilted on its axis. The crib was empty. "Emma?" I called out, panic rising in my throat. "Emma, where are you?" I tore through the room, throwing aside blankets, looking under furniture, anywhere a baby could possibly be. But she was gone. My mind raced with terrible possibilities. Had someone taken her? Had I sleepwalked and moved her without remembering? Or was this all some terrible nightmare I couldn't wake up from? I stumbled out into the hallway, calling Emma's name over and over, and then I heard it. A soft coo coming from my bedroom. I pushed open the door with trembling hands, and there she was. Emma, safe and sound, sleeping peacefully in the middle of my bed. Relief washed over me, so intense it made my knees weak. I sank to the floor beside the bed, reaching out to touch Emma's tiny hand, reassuring myself that she was real, that she was here. "Oh, baby," I whispered, tears streaming down my face. "Mommy's so sorry, Mommy's so confused." As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion hit me like a physical force. I climbed onto the bed next to Emma, pulling her close to me. "It's okay," I murmured, more to myself than to her. "We're okay. It's not real. None of it's real." But even as I said the words, Doubt gnawed at me. The camera had been real. The police had confirmed that. So what about everything else? The figure in the mirror, the moving objects, Emma in a different room. Where did reality end and delusion begin? I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the windows. I blinked, disoriented, and reached for Emma. But the bed beside me was empty. Panic surged through me as I sat up, looking wildly around the room. "Emma," I called out. "Emma, where are you?" And then I heard it. Her happy babble coming from downstairs. I raced down the stairs, my heart in my throat, and skidded to a stop in the kitchen doorway. There was Emma, sitting in her high chair. And there, making faces at her as she spooned cereal into her mouth, was my sister Sarah. "Oh, you're up," Sarah said, looking up at me with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I hope you don't mind. I let myself in with the spare key. Thought you could use some rest." I stared at them, trying to reconcile this normal, domestic scene with the terror of the night before. "Sarah," I said, my voice rough with sleep and emotion. "When did you get here?" Sarah's brow furrowed with concern. "I've been here since last night, Rach. Don't you remember? I came over after you called me, ranting about cameras and intruders. You were pretty out of it." I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. But the objects moving, and Emma, she was in different rooms. I saw... Sarah stood up, approaching me slowly as if I were a wounded animal. "Rachel, honey, none of that happened. You've been having episodes. Dr. Chen says it's a combination of PTSD and sleep deprivation. You need help, sis." I looked from Sarah to Emma, who was happily mashing cereal into her hair, oblivious to the tension in the room. Had it all been in my mind? Was I truly losing my grip on reality? "I don't understand," I whispered, tears welling up in my eyes. It felt so real. Sarah pulled me into a hug, her voice gentle. "I know, Rach. I know it did. But that's why you need help. Real help. Will you let us help you?" As I stood there in my sister's embrace, watching my daughter play without a care in the world, I felt something inside me crumble. The wall of fear and paranoia that I'd built up over the past weeks began to crack. "Okay," I said finally, my voice barely audible. "Okay, I'll get help." Sarah squeezed me tighter, relief evident in her voice. "That's good, Rach. That's really good. We're going to get through this together, okay?" As I nodded, a part of me still wondered. What if it hadn't all been in my mind? What if there was still something out there watching, waiting? But for now, for Emma's sake if not my own, I had to trust that this was the right path. The line between reality and nightmare had blurred beyond recognition, and I needed help to find my way back. The basement had always been a place I avoided. Its damp, musty smell and dim lighting made my skin crawl even before the break-in. But now, as I descended the creaky wooden stairs, a flashlight clutched tightly in my trembling hand, I felt an inexplicable pull towards its depths. I had been cleaning, trying to restore some semblance of normalcy to our lives when I noticed a slight discoloration on the basement wall. At first, I dismissed it as water damage, but something nagged at me, urging me to investigate further. As I ran my hand along the wall, I felt a slight give. My heart raced as I pressed harder, and suddenly, a section of the wall swung inward with a groan of rusty hinges. "Oh my God," I whispered, shining my flashlight into the darkness beyond. A small room, no bigger than a closet, lay hidden behind the false wall. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, and the air was thick with the scent of mold and decay. Swallowing my fear, I stepped inside. The beam of my flashlight swept across the room, revealing stacks of old newspapers and boxes filled with what looked like photographs and documents. I picked up the nearest newspaper, its pages yellow and brittle with age. The headline made my blood run cold. "Tragic murder-suicide shocks quiet neighborhood." The date on the paper was from nearly 50 years ago, With shaking hands, I began to read. The quiet community of Oakwood was rocked yesterday by a gruesome discovery at 1478 Elm Street. Local businessman Robert Caldwell, 45, was found dead alongside his wife, Margaret, 43, and their young daughter, Emily, 6. Police suspect Mr. Caldwell killed his family before taking his own life. I dropped the paper, my mind reeling. 1478 Elm Street. My address, my home. Frantically, I began sifting through the other papers and photographs. Each one revealed more details of the horrific event that had taken place in my house decades before I was born. There were photos of the family. Robert, with his stern expression and cold eyes. Margaret, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. And little Emily, a cherubic face framed by blonde curls. As I dug deeper, I found police reports, coroner's notes, and even a journal that appeared to belong to Margaret Caldwell. With each piece of information, a chilling picture began to form. Robert Caldwell had been a controlling, abusive man. Margaret's journal entries spoke of years of torment, of fearing for her life and that of her daughter. The final entry, dated the day before the murders, was particularly haunting. He knows I plan to leave. I see it in his eyes. God help us. I fear this may be my last night on this earth. Emily, my sweet angel. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you better. Tears streamed down my face as I read the words of a woman who knew her fate was sealed. I thought of my own Emma, peacefully sleeping upstairs, and a wave of protective fury washed over me. As I continued to explore the hidden room, a realization began to dawn on me. The strange occurrences, the feeling of being watched, the whispers in the walls. It all started after the break-in. What if the intruder had somehow awakened something that had long been dormant in this house? The idea seemed absurd, something out of a horror movie. And yet, as I sat surrounded by the evidence of a half-century-old tragedy, it felt terrifyingly plausible. I don't know how long I sat there, poring over the grim history of my home. It was the sound of Emma's cries through the baby monitor that finally jolted me back to the present. As I climbed the stairs, my mind whirling with this new information, I knew I needed help to make sense of it all. I couldn't go to the police or a therapist with this. They'd think I was crazy. No, I needed someone who understood the world beyond the veil of everyday reality. With trembling fingers, I dialed a number I'd found online weeks ago, but had been too afraid to call. It rang twice before a soft melodic voice answered. Madame Celeste's spiritual consultations. How may I assist you? I took a deep breath. My name is Rachel Walker. I think my house might be haunted. Can you help me? There was a pause on the other end of the line. When Madame Celeste spoke again, her voice was grave. I sense great turmoil surrounding you, child. A darkness that has recently been awakened. Tell me, have you experienced any strange occurrences lately? I let out a bitter laugh. You could say that. Moving objects, whispers in the walls, feeling like I'm being watched. I thought I was going crazy, but I just found out about the history of this house and now I'm not so sure. Ah, Madame Celeste sighed. The veil between worlds is thin in places of great tragedy. It's possible that recent events have disturbed spirits long at rest. Can you come to my shop? I believe I may be able to help you understand what's happening. Part of me wanted to dismiss this as nonsense, to hang up and pretend none of this was happening. But the larger part, the part that had seen impossible things and lived through unimaginable fear, knew I had to see this through. Yes, I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. I'll be there as soon as I can arrange for someone to watch my daughter. As I hung up the phone, I cast a glance towards the basement door. The truth I had uncovered there had shaken me to my core, but it had also provided a strange sort of clarity. For the first time in weeks, I felt like I was moving towards answers rather than spiraling further into confusion. I picked up Emma from her crib, holding her close and breathing in her sweet baby scent. It's okay, sweetheart, I whispered. Mommy's going to figure this out. I'm going to make our home safe again. As I began to prepare for my visit to Madame Celeste, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was standing on the precipice of something monumental. The truth beneath the surface of my quiet suburban life had been revealed, and now I had to face whatever consequences came with that knowledge. The ghosts of the past, it seemed, were no longer content to rest in peace, and I, Rachel Walker, reluctant medium between two worlds, had to find a way to lay them to rest once and for. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of deep orange and purple. I stood at the window, watching as darkness crept across the neighborhood. In my hands, I clutched a bundle of sage and an iron poker from the fireplace, meager weapons against the unseen force that had terrorized my family for weeks. Madame Celeste's words echoed in my mind. "The spirits are restless, child. They've been awakened by violence and feed on fear. You must confront them with courage and compassion." I turned from the window, my eyes scanning the living room. Emma was safely at my sister's house for the night. This confrontation was mine alone. "I know you're here," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "I know what happened in this house. I'm not afraid of you anymore." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, as if in response to my challenge, a cold wind swept through the room. The pages of a nearby book fluttered, and a chill ran down my spine. I took a deep breath, centering myself as Madame Celeste had taught me. "Robert Caldwell," I called out. "Margaret, Emily, I know your names. I know your story. It's time for you to find peace." A low growl emanated from the walls, growing in intensity until it became a bone-chilling howl. The lights flickered, and suddenly objects began to fly across the room. A vase shattered against the wall inches from my head. I ducked, my heart pounding. This was more violent than anything I'd experienced before. The entity, Robert, I presumed, was enraged by my intrusion. "You don't scare me," I shouted, though fear threatened to choke me. "You were a coward in life, and you're a coward in death." The temperature in the room plummeted. My breath came out in visible puffs as I struggled to light the sage bundle with shaking hands. Finally it caught, and fragrant smoke filled the air. "With this sage, I cleanse this space," I recited, the words Madame Celeste had taught me feeling foreign on my tongue. "I banish all negative energy and malevolent spirits." A framed photo flew off the wall, narrowly missing me. I swung the iron poker, dispersing the energy as I'd been instructed. "You have no power here," I yelled. "This is my home now." Suddenly, the cacophony ceased. An eerie silence fell over the house, broken only by my ragged breathing. For a moment, I dared to hope it was over. Then, a soft voice whispered from behind me, "Help us." I spun around, coming face to face with the spectral image of a woman. Margaret Caldwell, her form translucent and shimmering, stood before me. Her eyes were filled with a profound sadness. "Margaret?" I breathed, lowering the poker. I want to help you. Tell me how." She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, a dark shadow passed through her. She dissipated with a cry, and in her place stood the menacing figure of Robert Caldwell. His face was contorted with rage, his eyes burning with an otherworldly fire. "This is my house," he growled, his voice like gravel. "You'll never be rid of me." I stumbled backward, raising the sage and iron before me like a shield. "You're wrong," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Your time here is done. You need to move on." Robert's form seemed to grow, looming over me. Objects in the room began to rattle and shake. "I'll destroy you," he snarled. "Just like I destroyed them." Anger flared within me, cutting through my fear. "You're a monster," I spat. "You murdered your wife and child. You don't deserve peace, but they do. Margaret, Emily, can you hear me?" The air shimmered, and two more figures appeared. Margaret again, and beside her a small girl with blonde curls. Emily. They looked at me with pleading eyes. "Don't let him keep you here," I urged them. "You can move on. You can be free of him." Robert roared. a sound of pure fury that shook the foundations of the house. He lunged towards me, his spectral hands reaching for my throat. I swung the iron poker, passing it through his form. He dissipated for a moment before reforming, even more enraged. "Margaret, Emily," I called out, desperation in my voice. "You have to help me. He has no power over you anymore. You can choose to leave." Margaret's form flickered, uncertainty in her eyes. She reached out to touch Emily's shoulder. Robert turned towards them, his attention diverted. "You're mine," he growled. "You'll never leave me." In that moment, I saw a flash of defiance in Margaret's eyes. She pulled Emily close to her and looked directly at me. "Thank you," she whispered. Then, to Robert, she said, "No more. We're leaving, and you can't stop us." A blinding light filled the room. I shielded my eyes, hearing Robert's howl of rage and despair. When I looked again, Margaret and Emily were gone. Robert's form was fading, but his fury remained undiminished. With a final, terrible scream, he lunged towards the stairs, towards Emma's room. "No!" I shouted, racing after him. I couldn't let him near my baby's room, couldn't let him taint that space with his evil. I reached the top of the stairs just as Robert's fading form passed through Emma's door. With trembling hands, I flung it open, ready to face whatever horror awaited me. But the room was peaceful. Emma's crib stood empty. She was safe at Sarah's, and there was no sign of Robert's malevolent presence. As I stood there, sage smoke curling around me, I felt a profound shift in the energy of the house. The oppressive weight that had hung over us for so long was lifting. "It's over," I whispered, tears of relief streaming down my face. "It's finally over." I sank to my knees, exhausted and overwhelmed. The confrontation had been terrifying, but I had stood my ground. I had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. The ghosts of the past had been laid to rest, and for the first time in months, I felt truly safe in my own home. I pulled out my phone, dialing Sarah's number with shaking fingers. When she answered, her voice thick with sleep, I said, "It's done. Bring Emma home. We're safe now." As I ended the call, I looked around Emma's room, a space that had once been filled with fear and darkness, now bathed in the soft glow of morning light. The confrontation was over, but I knew that the journey of healing was just beginning. The blinding flash faded, and the deafening shriek that had filled the air moments ago dissipated into an eerie silence. I stood in Emma's room, my heart pounding, ears ringing, trying to process what had just happened. The oppressive energy that had permeated the house for so long seemed to have vanished, leaving behind a stillness that was almost tangible. As the first rays of dawn began to peek through the curtains, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. It was as if the house itself was exhaling, releasing a long-held breath. The air felt clearer, lighter, free from the suffocating presence that had haunted us for weeks. I made my way downstairs on shaky legs, surveying the aftermath of the night's confrontation. Picture frames lay shattered on the floor. Furniture was overturned, and the acrid smell of sage still hung in the air. But beneath the chaos, there was a sense of peace that I hadn't felt in a long time. The shrill ring of the phone cut through the silence, making me jump. I answered it, my voice hoarse from the night's ordeal. "Hello? Mrs. Walker? This is Detective Moss." The familiar voice of the detective who had been handling our case came through the line. "Detective Moss, what is it? Has something happened?" A knot of anxiety formed in my stomach, despite the calm I had just begun to feel. There was a pause on the other end of the line. "I'm afraid I have some news about Marcus Delgado, the man who broke into your home." I sank into a nearby chair, bracing myself. "What about him?" "He was found dead in his cell early this morning. It appears he took his own life." The words hit me like a physical blow. I struggled to form a response, my mind reeling. "Dead? But how? Why?" Detective Moss sighed heavily. "We're still investigating the circumstances, but he left a note. Mrs. Walker, there's something you should know. Delgado had a connection to your house, to its history. My breath caught in my throat. What kind of connection? It turns out Delgado was the grandson of Robert Caldwell. He grew up hearing stories about this house, about what his grandfather had done. He became obsessed with it, with the idea that he needed to continue his grandfather's legacy, in a sense. The revelation sent a chill down my spine. Suddenly, so many pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. That's why he targeted us, why he was so focused on Emma. It appears so, Detective Moss confirmed. In his note, he rambled about setting things right and finishing what was started. Mrs. Walker, I'm so sorry. We had no idea about this connection when we arrested him. I closed my eyes, trying to process this new information. Thank you for telling me, Detective. I need some time to think about all this. After ending the call, I sat in stunned silence for what felt like hours. The sun had fully risen, bathing the room in a warm, golden light that seemed at odds with the dark revelations of the morning. The sound of a car pulling into the driveway roused me from my thoughts. I looked out the window to see Sarah's car with her and Emma getting out. A wave of emotion washed over me. Relief, love, and a fierce protectiveness. I met them at the door, scooping Emma into my arms and holding her close. Sarah looked at me with concern, taking in my disheveled appearance and the state of the house. Rachel, what happened here? Are you okay? I nodded, managing a small smile. I'm okay. We're okay. It's over, Sarah. It's finally over. Over the next few hours, I recounted the events of the night to Sarah, as well as what Detective Moss had told me. Sarah listened with wide eyes, her expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. Oh, Rach, she said when I had finished, pulling me into a tight hug. I can't believe you went through all that alone. Why didn't you call me? I shook my head, still cradling Emma, who had fallen asleep in my arms. I had to face it myself, Sarah. It was the only way to end it. As the days passed, a sense of normalcy began to return to our lives. The house felt different, lighter somehow. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over us for so long was gone, replaced by a peaceful calm. I threw myself into the task of repairing and cleansing the house, both physically and spiritually. I repainted walls, replaced broken items, and had Madame Celeste perform a final cleansing ritual to ensure any lingering negative energy was dispelled. One evening, about a week after the confrontation, I sat in the rocking chair in Emma's room, gently swaying back and forth as I nursed her before bed. As I looked down at her peaceful face, a profound realization washed over me. The most terrifying monsters weren't always the supernatural ones that went bump in the night. Sometimes they were the ones we unknowingly invited into our lives, the darkness that could lurk behind a human face, the generational trauma passed down through families like a poisoned inheritance. Marcus Delgado had been a monster of flesh and blood, shaped by the dark legacy of his grandfather. He had brought chaos and fear into our lives, awakening something that had long lain dormant in the house. But in the end, it was the strength of love and the power of confronting our fears that had banished the darkness. As I placed Emma in her crib, I whispered a silent promise to her. I'll always protect you, my love, from the monsters under the bed and the ones that walk in daylight. You'll grow up knowing love and safety, not fear and pain. I made my way to my own bedroom, pausing in the doorway to look back at the peaceful house. The walls that had once seemed to harbor secrets and threats now stood as silent guardians of our home. A soft breeze rustled the curtains, carrying with it the scent of the roses I had planted in the garden, a symbol of new beginnings. I closed my eyes, breathing in deeply, feeling truly at peace for the first time in months. As I drifted off to sleep that night, I reflected on the journey we had been through. The break-in that had started it all seemed like a lifetime ago. We had faced unimaginable terrors, both supernatural and all too human. But we had emerged stronger, more resilient. The veil between worlds had lifted, revealing truths both terrible and profound. But with that lifting came clarity, understanding, and the strength to move forward. In the quiet of the night, as the house settled around us, I felt a sense of gratitude wash over me. Gratitude for the second chance we had been given, for the peace we had fought so hard to achieve. The darkness had tried to claim us, but we had stood our ground. We had faced our fears, confronted the ghosts of the past, and come out the other side. And in doing so, we had reclaimed not just our home, but our lives. As sleep finally claimed me, I smiled, knowing that whatever challenges the future might hold, we were ready to face them. The monsters had been banished, the veil had lifted, and a new day was dawning, bright, full of hope, and free from the shadows that had for so long threatened to engulf us. I slouched in my ergonomic chair, the glow of my computer monitor casting an eerie blue light across my dimly lit living room. Another late night of coding had left my eyes strained and my mind fuzzy. I glanced at the clock on my desk, 2:37 a.m. With a sigh, I decided it was time to call it quits. As I reached for my phone to set my alarm, a notification caught my eye. New photo added to gallery, it read. Curious, I tapped on it, expecting to see some meme I'd absent-mindedly saved earlier. What I saw instead made my blood run cold. There, on my screen, was a photo of me sleeping. The dim light of my bedside lamp illuminated my peaceful face, eyes closed, mouth slightly open. My heart began to race as I stared at the image, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. This can't be right, I muttered to myself, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet apartment. I zoomed in on the photo, scrutinizing every detail. It was undeniably me, lying in my bed, in the t-shirt I'd worn to sleep last night. The timestamp on the photo read 3:14 a.m., just a few hours ago. My mind reeled as I tried to process this information. I lived alone. I hadn't had visitors in weeks. There was no logical explanation for how this photo could exist. Okay, Tom, think, I said aloud, hoping the sound of my own voice would help ground me. There has to be a reasonable explanation for this. I got up from my chair, nearly knocking it over in my haste. My legs felt weak as I made my way to the bedroom, flicking on lights as I went. The sudden brightness made me squint, but I didn't care. I needed to see everything clearly. My bedroom looked exactly as I'd left it this morning. The bed was unmade, clothes strewn about. Nothing seemed out of place. I checked the windows, all locked. The closet revealed nothing but my disorganized wardrobe. This doesn't make any sense, I whispered, running a hand through my hair. I returned to the living room and picked up my phone again, staring at the unsettling image. A thought struck me, and I quickly navigated to my phone's settings. Maybe there was some sort of timed photo feature I'd accidentally enabled. After several minutes of fruitless searching, I found nothing. My frustration grew with each passing moment. Come on, I shouted, resisting the urge to throw my phone across the room. There has to be some explanation. I paced back and forth, my mind racing through possibilities. Could someone have hacked my phone? But why would they just take a photo of me sleeping? It seemed like such a pointless thing to do. The silence of my apartment suddenly felt oppressive. Every creak of the floorboards, every hum of the refrigerator made me jump. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. Get a grip, Tom, I chided myself. You're letting your imagination run wild. But the fear had taken root and I couldn't shake it. I decided to do another sweep of the apartment, this time checking every nook and cranny. I looked under the bed, behind the shower curtain, even in the oven. Nothing. As I stood in the middle of my kitchen, feeling both foolish and frightened, my phone chimed again. My heart leaped into my throat as I slowly pulled it from my pocket. Another notification from my gallery app. With trembling fingers, I opened it. There, to my horror, was another photo. This one showed me standing in my kitchen, phone in hand, a look of terror on my face. It was me, right now. A strangled cry escaped my lips as I dropped the phone, backing away until I hit the wall. My legs gave out, and I slid to the floor, my whole body shaking. This can't be happening, I whispered, tears forming in my eyes. This can't be real. But the evidence was there, lying on my kitchen floor. 2 impossible photos, taken without my knowledge, in my own home. As the first rays of sunlight began to peek through my windows, I remained huddled on the floor, my mind grappling with the terrifying reality I now faced. Sleep was out of the question. How could I possibly close my eyes, knowing that someone, or something, was watching me, photographing me at my most vulnerable? I picked up my phone again, my fingers hovering over the keypad. Who could I call? Who would believe me? I scrolled through my contacts, realizing with a pang of loneliness how few close friends I had. Years of throwing myself into my work had left me isolated, and now, when I needed help the most, I felt utterly alone. Finally, I decided to call my sister, Sarah. She'd always been the level-headed one in the family. Maybe she could help me make sense of this madness. The phone rang several times before her groggy voice answered. "Tom, do you have any idea what time it is?" "Sarah, I'm sorry to wake you, but something's happened. Something weird," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Weird how?" she asked, sounding more alert now. I took a deep breath and explained about the photos, my voice growing more frantic with each word. When I finished, there was a long pause on the other end. "Tom," Sarah finally said, her voice gentle but concerned. "Are you sure you're okay? Have you been sleeping properly? Eating well?" "What? Yes, I'm fine," I snapped, frustration bubbling up. "This isn't about my health, Sarah. Someone is in my apartment taking pictures of me while I sleep." Okay, she soothed. "I believe that you believe this is happening. But don't you think there might be a more logical explanation? Maybe you sleepwalked and took the photos yourself?" I wanted to scream. Of course I'd considered that, but it didn't explain the photo taken while I was awake in the kitchen. "Look," Sarah continued, "why don't you come stay with me for a few days? Get out of that apartment, clear your head, we can figure this out together." Part of me wanted to accept her offer immediately, to flee this place that no longer felt safe. But another part of me, the stubborn part, refused to be driven from my home by fear. "Thanks, Sarah, but I need to figure this out here. I can't just run away." She sighed, clearly unhappy with my decision. "All right, but promise me you'll call if anything else happens. And maybe think about talking to someone? Professionally, I mean." I bristled at the suggestion, but bit back an angry retort. I knew she was just trying to help. "I'll think about it," I said, not really meaning it. After ending the call, I sat in silence, watching the sun slowly illuminate my apartment. The morning light should have been comforting, chasing away the terrors of the night. Instead, it only served to highlight how alone I truly was. As I stared at my phone, dreading the possibility of more mysterious photos appearing, I made a decision. I would get to the bottom of this no matter what it took. Someone, or something, was invading my privacy, my sanctuary, and I wouldn't rest until I uncovered the truth. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a nightmare that would push me to the very limits of my sanity. The sun had barely risen when I jolted awake, my heart pounding. I'd managed to fall into a fitful sleep sometime around dawn, but my dreams had been plagued by shadowy figures and flashing cameras. As I reached for my phone, I silently prayed that yesterday's events had been nothing more than a vivid nightmare. My hopes were shattered the moment I unlocked my screen. There, waiting for me, was a new notification. 5 new photos added to gallery. No, I muttered, my fingers trembling as I opened the gallery app. What I saw made my stomach churn. 5 new photos, all of me sleeping, taken from different angles around my bedroom. In one, I was curled up on my side, my face peaceful. In another, I was sprawled on my back, one arm flung dramatically over my eyes. Each image was time-stamped, spanning from 1:23 a.m. to 4:56 a.m. I scrambled out of bed, nearly tripping over my tangled sheets in my haste. I ran to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face, trying to shock myself back to reality. But when I looked up, my pale, Wide-eyed reflection confirmed that this was no dream. "This can't be happening," I whispered to my reflection. "This can't be real." But the evidence was undeniable. Someone, or something, was in my apartment while I slept, documenting my most vulnerable moments. The violation I felt was overwhelming, a mix of fear, anger, and helplessness that threatened to consume me. I spent the next hour meticulously checking every inch of my apartment. I looked for hidden cameras, secret passages, anything that could explain how someone was getting in. But just like yesterday, I found nothing out of the ordinary. As the morning wore on, I found myself jumping at every little sound. The creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, the rustle of leaves outside my window. Each noise sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. My once comfortable apartment now felt like a prison, filled with unseen threats. I tried to distract myself with work, but I couldn't focus. My eyes kept darting to the shadows in the corners of the room, half expecting to see a figure lurking there. By mid-afternoon, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to talk to someone, to hear a friendly voice that might help ground me in reality. I called my best friend, Mike. We hadn't spoken in weeks. My fault, really. I'd been so wrapped up in my latest coding project that I'd been neglecting my social life. But Mike had always been there for me, and I hoped he would be now. "Tom, is that you?" Mike's surprised voice came through the speaker. "Man, it's been ages. How have you been?" "Mike, I need help," I said, my voice cracking slightly. "Something's happening, and I don't know what to do." There was a pause on the other end. "What's going on, Tom? You sound terrible." I took a deep breath and explained everything. The mysterious photos, my fruitless search for explanations, the growing paranoia. As I spoke, I realized how insane it all sounded. When I finished, Mike was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Tom, buddy, I hate to ask this, but are you sure you're okay? I mean, mentally?" I felt a flash of anger. "I'm not crazy, Mike. I know how it sounds, but I swear it's real. Someone is breaking into my apartment and—" "Whoa, calm down," Mike interrupted. "I'm not saying you're crazy, but you've been under a lot of stress lately, right? Working long hours, not getting much sleep. Maybe your mind is playing tricks on you." I wanted to argue to make him understand, but doubt was beginning to creep in. Was it possible? Could I be doing this to myself somehow? "Look," Mike continued, his voice gentle. "Why don't you come stay with me for a few days? Get out of that apartment, clear your head. We can figure this out together." The offer was tempting, almost identical to what Sarah had suggested, but something held me back. If I left, I might never know the truth. "Thanks, Mike, but I need to figure this out here," I said finally. Mike sighed. "All right, but promise me you'll call if things get worse. And maybe consider talking to a professional. No shame in getting some help, you know." After we hung up, I sat in silence, my mind racing. The seed of doubt that Mike had planted was growing. Was it possible that I was somehow behind this? Could stress and lack of sleep really cause such vivid delusions? As evening approached, I found myself dreading the coming night. The thought of falling asleep, of being vulnerable and exposed, filled me with terror. But I knew I couldn't stay awake forever. That's when an idea struck me. If I couldn't trust my own perceptions, I needed objective evidence. I needed to see what was happening while I slept. With renewed energy, I grabbed my laptop and started researching hidden cameras. I found a few models that could be easily concealed and ordered them for express delivery. But I couldn't wait until they arrived. I needed to do something now. I dug out an old webcam from a drawer and set it up on my bookshelf, angling it towards my bed. I connected it to my laptop and started a recording program. It wasn't ideal, but it was a start. As I prepared for bed that night, I felt a mix of fear and determination. Whatever was happening, I would get to the bottom of it. I double-checked the webcam, making sure it was recording, then climbed into bed. Sleep didn't come easily. Every sound, every shadow made me tense up. But eventually, exhaustion took over. and I drifted off into an uneasy slumber. The next morning, I woke with a start. Sunlight was streaming through my windows, and for a moment I felt a sense of relief. But then I remembered the camera, and anxiety gripped me once again. With trembling hands, I reached for my laptop. The recording had stopped sometime during the night. The memory was full. My heart pounding, I started the playback. For hours, nothing happened. I watched myself toss and turn, the grainy night vision image showing my restless sleep. But then at 3:17 a.m. something changed. A shadow moved across the room, approaching my bed. I leaned closer to the screen, my breath caught in my throat. The figure was indistinct but definitely human-shaped. It leaned over me, and I saw the flash of a phone camera. "Oh my God," I whispered, a chill running down my spine. The figure straightened up and turned, seeming to look directly at the webcam. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought I saw a face, but before I could make out any features, the video cut out. I sat back, my mind reeling. I had proof now. Undeniable evidence that someone was in my apartment. But far from providing relief, this knowledge only intensified my fear, because now I knew, without a doubt, that I wasn't alone. As I stared at the frozen image on my screen, a new, terrifying question formed in my mind. Now that I knew the truth, what would my mysterious intruder do next? My hands shook as I rewound the footage for what felt like the 100th time. The grainy night vision image flickered on my laptop screen, showing my bedroom bathed in an eerie green glow. I watched myself toss and turn in bed, oblivious to the horror that was about to unfold. At exactly 2:43 a.m., the door to my bedroom slowly creaked open. My heart raced as I saw a dark figure slip inside, moving with an unsettling familiarity through my personal space. The intruder approached my bed, looming over my sleeping form. "Who are you?" I whispered to the screen, leaning in closer as if I could force the shadowy figure to reveal its identity. The intruder reached into their pocket and pulled out what I assumed was a phone. A faint light illuminated their face for just a moment as they snapped a picture of me sleeping. In that brief instant, I felt my world come crashing down around me. "No, it can't be," I gasped, my voice barely audible. I paused the video, zooming in on the intruder's partially illuminated face. Despite the poor quality of the image, there was no mistaking those features. The neatly trimmed beard, the round glasses, the receding hairline. It was Mr. Jenkins, my neighbor from across the hall. Tears welled up in my eyes as the realization hit me. Mr. Jenkins, the kindly older gentleman who had welcomed me to the building with a homemade pie. The man who always had a friendly wave and a good morning when we passed in the hallway. The neighbor I had trusted enough to water my plants when I went on a business trip last month. "How could you?" I choked out, a mix of anger and betrayal washing over me. I felt sick to my stomach as I thought about how vulnerable I had been. How many nights had he crept into my apartment while I slept? How long had this been going on? The thought of him standing over me, invading my privacy night after night, made me want to scream. I stumbled to the bathroom, barely making it to the toilet before emptying the contents of my stomach. As I slumped against the cool porcelain, sobs racked my body. I felt violated, exposed, and utterly foolish for not realizing the danger that had been right across the hall. After what seemed like hours, I managed to pull myself together enough to return to my laptop. I fast-forwarded through the rest of the night's footage, watching as Mr. Jenkins returned twice more before dawn, each time taking more photos. As the sun began to rise in the video, I saw Mr. Jenkins make his final exit. Just before he left, he turned towards the camera, a small smile playing on his lips. It was as if he knew he was being watched and was taunting me. That smile ignited a fire within me. Anger began to overshadow my fear and disgust. How dare he? How dare this man, whom I had considered a friendly neighbor, betray my trust in such a horrific way? I paced my apartment, my mind racing as I tried to decide what to do next. Should I confront him? Call the police? Move out immediately? Each option seemed fraught with potential dangers and complications. In the midst of my internal debate, a knock at my door made me jump. My heart pounded as I approached the peephole, dreading who I might see on the other side. To my relief, it wasn't Mr. Jenkins. It was Sarah, my sister. I opened the door, and Sarah's concerned expression immediately turned to one of shock. "Tom, you look terrible. What's going on?" I pulled her inside quickly, checking the hallway before slamming and locking the door. "Sarah, I found out who's been taking the photos," I said, my voice shaking. Sarah's eyes widened. "What? How? Who is it?" I led her to my laptop, my hands trembling as I pulled up the video. "It's Mr. Jenkins, my neighbor. Look." As we watched the footage together, Sarah's face went through a range of emotions: disbelief, horror, and finally, anger. "That bastard," she hissed. "We need to call the police right now." I hesitated. But what if they don't believe me? What if Mr. Jenkins somehow deletes all the evidence before they arrive? Sarah grabbed my shoulders, forcing me to look at her. "Tom, listen to me. This man has been breaking into your home and violating your privacy. This is serious. We need to report this." I nodded, knowing she was right. As Sarah dialed 911, I sank onto my couch, the weight of the situation finally hitting me full force. How would I ever feel safe in my own home again? The next few hours passed in a blur. Police officers arrived, took my statement, and collected the video evidence. They assured me they would question Mr. Jenkins and obtain a warrant to search his apartment. As I sat on my couch answering yet another officer's questions, I heard a commotion in the hallway. Raised voices, the sound of a scuffle. Then, to my horror, I saw Mr. Jenkins being led past my open door in handcuffs. Our eyes met for a brief moment. There was no remorse in his gaze, no shame. Instead, he smiled, that same small, knowing smile I had seen in the video. A chill ran down my spine. "Tom?" Sarah's voice snapped me back to reality. "The officers say they found things in Mr. Jenkins's apartment. Photos, not just of you, but of other people in the building, and in other buildings." I felt the blood drain from my face. How long has he been doing this?" The lead detective, a stern-faced woman named Rodriguez, approached us. "Mr. Clark, we've only just begun our investigation, but it appears Mr. Jenkins has been engaged in this behavior for quite some time. Years, potentially. You're not his only victim, but you may be the one who finally stopped him." Her words should have been comforting, but they only made me feel worse. How many lives had been affected by this man's actions? How many people, like me, had their sense of safety and trust shattered? As the police finished up their work and prepared to leave, Detective Rodriguez turned to me one last time. "Mr. Clark, I know this has been a traumatic experience. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything. We can provide information on victim support services if you're interested." I nodded numbly, barely registering her words. As the door closed behind the last officer, Sarah enveloped me in a tight hug. "You're safe now," she whispered. "It's over." But as I hugged her back, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. The physical threat might have been removed, but the psychological scars remained. As I looked around my apartment, every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat. Every sound made me jump. I had wanted answers, and now I had them. But the revelation had left me feeling more vulnerable and afraid than ever before. As night fell, I wondered if I would ever be able to sleep peacefully again, or if the specter of Mr. Jenkins would haunt my dreams forever. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a nightmare that would push me to the very limits of my sanity. The next morning, I awoke to the harsh reality that yesterday's events weren't just a nightmare. The police had come and gone, leaving me alone with my thoughts and fears. Despite Mr. Jenkins being in custody, I couldn't shake the feeling of violation that clung to me like a second skin. As I stumbled into my kitchen, desperate for coffee to clear the fog from my sleepless night, a knock at the door made me freeze. My heart raced as I approached, peering through the peephole with trepidation. To my shock, there stood Mr. Jenkins, looking as calm and friendly as ever. "Impossible," I whispered, backing away from the door. The knocking continued, more insistent this time. "Tom? It's George from across the hall. I saw the police yesterday. Is everything all right?" His voice, once warm and grandfatherly, now sent chills down my spine. How could he act so normal after what he'd done? Anger began to bubble up inside me, overshadowing my fear. Before I could think better of it, I yanked the door open, glaring at the man who had haunted my nights. "How dare you?" I hissed, my voice shaking with rage and terror. Mr. Jenkins blinked, his expression one of mild surprise. "I'm sorry? I don't understand." "Don't play dumb," I shouted, my hands clenching into fists at my sides. "I know what you did. I saw the footage. You've been breaking into my apartment, taking photos of me while I sleep." For a moment, something flashed in Mr. Jenkins's eyes, recognition perhaps, or guilt. But it was gone so quickly, I almost thought I'd imagined it. His face settled into a mask of concern. "Tom, my boy, I think you might be confused," he said softly, as if speaking to a child. "I've never been in your apartment without your permission. Are you feeling all right? You look terrible." His calm demeanor in the face of my accusations sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine. How could he lie so effortlessly? I felt my resolve wavering under his steady gaze. But I saw you," I stammered, suddenly unsure. "The camera, the footage." Mr. Jenkins took a step closer, his hand reaching out as if to comfort me. I flinched away, backing into my apartment. "Tom," he said, his voice gentle but firm, "I think you might be under a lot of stress. Hallucinations can be a sign of severe sleep deprivation or other health issues. Why don't you let me call someone for you? A doctor, perhaps?" For a moment I almost believed him. His concern seemed so genuine, his explanation so reasonable. But then I remembered the footage, the undeniable evidence of his intrusions. "No," I said, my voice stronger now. "You're lying. The police have the evidence. They arrested you yesterday." Mr. Jenkins's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Arrested?" "Tom, I was at my sister's house all day yesterday. I just got back this morning. Whatever you think happened, I can assure you, it didn't." I felt the ground shift beneath my feet. Nothing made sense anymore. Had I imagined the police? The arrest? Was I losing my mind? I need you to leave," I managed to choke out, backing further into my apartment. Mr. Jenkins nodded, his face a picture of grandfatherly concern. Of course, but please, Tom, consider getting some help. I'm worried about you." As he turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in his eyes. A glimmer of satisfaction, perhaps. And then just for a second, that same eerie smile I'd seen in the video played across his lips. I slammed the door shut, my hands shaking as I engaged every lock. I slid down to the floor, my back against the door, as sobs racked my body. I felt utterly alone and helpless. How could this be happening? Had the police visit been a dream? Or was Mr. Jenkins playing some sort of twisted game with me? The uncertainty was maddening. I crawled to my laptop, desperately searching for the video footage. To my horror, it was gone. No trace of the files remained. Had I deleted them by accident? Or had someone else accessed my computer? As panic threatened to overwhelm me, a moment of clarity cut through the chaos in my mind. I needed help. Real, professional help. Whether Mr. Jenkins was gaslighting me or I was losing my grip on reality, I couldn't handle this alone anymore. With trembling fingers, I dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? A calm voice answered. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my voice. My name is Tom Clark. I need to report a break-in and stalking, I think. I'm not sure anymore. The dispatcher's voice remained steady. Can you tell me what happened, Mr. Clark? I poured out my story, the mysterious photos, the video evidence, Mr. Jenkins's denial. As I spoke, I realized how insane it all sounded. Mr. Clark, the dispatcher said gently when I finished. "We have no record of any arrests at your address yesterday. Are you feeling safe right now? Do you have any history of mental health issues?" I felt my heart sink. They didn't believe me. "No, I'm not in immediate danger. I need someone to believe me, to help me figure out what's real." "I understand, sir. I'm going to send an officer to your location to take a statement. In the meantime, would you like me to contact a crisis counselor for you?" I nodded, then remembered she couldn't see me. "Yes, please. I think I need help." After hanging up, I sat in silence waiting for the police to arrive. My mind raced with possibilities. Was Mr. Jenkins really innocent? Had I imagined everything? Or was this all part of some elaborate plot to make me doubt my own sanity? A knock at the door made me jump. "Mr. Clark, this is Officer Ramirez. Can you open the door?" As I stood to answer, I caught my reflection in the mirror. I barely recognized the haggard, wild-eyed man staring back at me. In that moment, I wasn't sure which was more terrifying, the possibility that Mr. Jenkins was a master manipulator playing a deadly game, or the possibility that the true enemy was my own mind. Officer Ramirez stood in my living room, her keen eyes taking in every detail as I recounted my story for what felt like the 100th time. Unlike the 911 dispatcher, she didn't dismiss my claims outright. Instead, she listened intently, jotting down notes in her small, leather-bound notebook. "Mr. Clark," she said after I finished, her voice calm but serious, "I understand how distressing this situation must be for you. We're going to take your claims very seriously and conduct a thorough investigation." Relief washed over me at her words. Finally, someone was listening. "Thank you," I breathed, feeling some of the tension leave my body. "What happens now?" Officer Ramirez pulled out her phone. "First, I'm going to call for backup. We'll need to speak with your neighbor, Mr. Jenkins, and possibly obtain a warrant to search his apartment. In the meantime, is there anyone you can stay with? A friend or family member?" I nodded, thinking of my sister Sarah. "Yes, I can call my sister." As Officer Ramirez made her calls, I couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. The wheels of justice were finally turning. Maybe, just maybe, this nightmare would soon be over. Within an hour, the hallway outside my apartment was bustling with activity. More officers arrived, along with a detective who introduced himself as Detective Johnson. They set up a makeshift command center in the building's common room, coordinating their efforts with impressive efficiency. I watched from my doorway as officers approached Mr. Jenkins's apartment. To my surprise, he wasn't home. "Mr. Clark," Detective Johnson approached me, his face serious. "We've obtained a warrant to search Mr. Jenkins's apartment. Would you be willing to accompany us? You might be able to identify any items related to your case." Nervously, I agreed. As we entered Mr. Jenkins's apartment, I was struck by how normal it looked. Tidy, well-furnished, with landscape paintings adorning the walls. But as the officers began their search, the facade of normalcy quickly crumbled. In a locked drawer in the bedroom, they found dozens of memory cards and a laptop. Detective Johnson quickly set up the laptop and began examining its contents. His face grew increasingly grim as he scrolled through file after file. "Mr. Clark?" He called me over, his voice tight. "I'm afraid I need you to confirm something. On the screen were hundreds of photos. Of me, of other residents in the building, all clearly taken without consent. Many were of people sleeping, just like the photos I had found on my phone. I felt sick to my stomach. That's me," I managed to choke out, pointing to a folder with my name on it. "And I recognize some of the others. They live here too." Detective Johnson nodded grimly. "Thank you, Mr. Clark. This is significant evidence." As the search continued, more disturbing items came to light. Hidden cameras, lock-picking tools, and most chillingly, a journal detailing Mr. Jenkins' nightly visits to various apartments. I sat on Mr. Jenkins' couch, my head spinning as I tried to process everything. Officer Ramirez approached, her face a mix of concern and relief. "Mr. Clark," she said gently, I know this is a lot to take in, but I wanted to update you. We've put out an APB for Mr. Jenkins. It seems he left town suddenly this morning. But with the evidence we found here, it's only a matter of time before we apprehend him. I nodded numbly, unable to form words. The reality of the situation was crashing down on me. It wasn't just me. Mr. Jenkins had been terrorizing who knows how many people for who knows how long. As if reading my thoughts, Detective Johnson joined us, his face grave. Mr. Clark, as we dig deeper into Mr. Jenkins' past, we're uncovering a disturbing pattern. It seems he has a history of similar behavior in other cities. He's been charged with stalking before, but always managed to evade serious consequences. How? I asked, finding my voice. How could he get away with this for so long? Detective Johnson sighed. Unfortunately, he's very good at manipulating the system. He has a documented history of mental illness, which his lawyers have used to mitigate his sentences. He spent time in psychiatric facilities, but always manages to convince the doctors he's cured and gets released. A mix of vindication and horror filled me as I absorbed this information. On one hand, I felt relieved that I wasn't crazy, that my fears were justified. On the other hand, the scope of Mr. Jenkins' crimes was far more extensive and disturbing than I had imagined. The next few days passed in a blur of police interviews, victim statements, and media attention. Mr. Jenkins' crimes had made the local news, and more victims were coming forward every day. I gave countless statements, recounting my experiences over and over until the words lost all meaning. Finally, 5 days after the investigation began, I received the call I had been both dreading and hoping for. Mr. Clark, this is Detective Johnson. I wanted to inform you personally. We've apprehended Mr. Jenkins. He was trying to cross the state line. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Thank you, I said, my voice shaky. What happens now? He'll be arraigned tomorrow. Given the evidence we've collected and his prior history, I'm confident he'll be held without bail. You should prepare yourself. This will likely go to trial, and we may need you to testify. As I hung up the phone, I was overwhelmed by a complex mix of emotions. Relief certainly, but also fear, anger, and a deep sadness for all the lives Mr. Jenkins had affected. That night, as I lay in bed in Sarah's guest room, I still couldn't bring myself to return to my apartment. I naively believed that my nightmare had come to an end. Mr. Jenkins was in custody. The police had mountains of evidence. Justice would be served. I closed my eyes, feeling truly safe for the first time in weeks. But as I drifted off to sleep, a small voice in the back of my mind whispered a warning. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The true impact of Mr. Jenkins' actions on my psyche was only just beginning to surface. Little did I know the arrest of Mr. Jenkins was not the end of my ordeal, but merely the closing of one chapter and the beginning of another, far more challenging one. The days following Mr. Jenkins' arrest blurred together in a haze of sleepless nights and anxious days. Despite the constant reassurances from the police and my sister Sarah, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow that flickered across the wall, sent my heart racing. I had moved back into my apartment, thinking that being in my own space would help me regain a sense of normalcy. But as I lay in bed each night, staring at the ceiling, I realized how wrong I had been. "You're safe now, Tom," I whispered to myself, repeating the mantra that had become my lifeline. "He's locked up. No one is watching you." But the words rang hollow in the oppressive silence of my bedroom. Sleep eluded me, my mind conjuring images of shadowy figures lurking just out of sight, waiting for me to let my guard down. One particularly bad night, after tossing and turning for hours, I finally gave up on sleep altogether. I stumbled into the living room, flicking on every light switch as I went. The harsh glare of the overhead lights did little to dispel the shadows that seemed to cling to every corner. I sank onto the couch, my body exhausted, but my mind racing. The TV droned on in the background, some late-night infomercial that I wasn't really watching. As dawn broke, painting the sky outside my window in hues of pink and gold, I realized with a start that I had become a prisoner in my own home. The thought of leaving, of facing the outside world, filled me with dread. What if there were others like Mr. Jenkins out there? What if he had accomplices who were continuing his work? My phone buzzed with a text from Sarah. "Hey Tom, want to grab lunch today? There's a new cafe I think you'd like." I stared at the message, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. The old me would have jumped at the chance for a nice lunch out. Now the very idea made my palms sweat. "Sorry, not feeling great today. Maybe another time," I typed back, hating myself for the lie but unable to muster the courage to leave my apartment. Days turned into weeks and I found myself withdrawing more and more. I had my groceries delivered, worked remotely, and made excuses to avoid social gatherings. My apartment, once my sanctuary, had become both my refuge and my prison. Sarah, bless her, tried her best to draw me out of my shell. She showed up unannounced one evening, a bag of takeout in hand. "Tom, it's me. Open up," she called through the door. I hesitated, my hand on the doorknob. After a moment's internal struggle, I opened the door a crack. The chain still latched. Sarah's concerned face peered through the gap. "Oh, Tom," she sighed, taking in my disheveled appearance. "Can I come in? I brought your favorite Kung Pao chicken." The smell of the food made my stomach growl, reminding me that I hadn't eaten a proper meal in days. Reluctantly, I closed the door, unlatched the chain, and let her in. Sarah bustled around my kitchen, chattering about her day as she unpacked the food. I stood awkwardly in the doorway, suddenly aware of the state of my apartment. Unwashed dishes piled in the sink, takeout containers littering the coffee table, clothes strewn about haphazardly. "Tom," Sarah said gently, pausing in her task. "I'm worried about you. Have you been sleeping? Eating? When was the last time you left the apartment?" I shrugged, avoiding her gaze. "I'm fine, Sarah. Just adjusting." She crossed the room, placing her hands on my shoulders. "This isn't adjusting, Tom. You're not okay. Have you considered talking to someone? A therapist, maybe?" The suggestion made me bristle. "I'm not crazy," I snapped, immediately regretting my harsh tone. Sarah didn't flinch. "I never said you were, but you've been through a traumatic experience. It's okay to need help processing that." As much as I hated to admit it, I knew she was right. My mental health had been deteriorating rapidly, and I was struggling to cope with the aftermath of Mr. Jenkins' actions. That night after Sarah left, I found myself staring at the business card for a trauma therapist that she had left on my coffee table. It took every ounce of courage I had, but I finally picked up my phone and dialed the number. The next few weeks were challenging, to say the least. Dr. Larson, my therapist, was patient and understanding as I slowly began to unpack the trauma I had experienced. With her help, I started to make small steps towards reclaiming my life. I managed to leave my apartment for short walks, always during daylight hours. I reconnected with a few close friends, though I still struggled with larger social gatherings. Slowly but surely, I felt like I was starting to heal. But just as I was beginning to feel hopeful about my recovery, a chilling realization struck. One night, as I was setting my alarm before bed, a habit I had only recently felt safe enough to resume, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, in my phone's gallery, was a new photo. A photo of me, sleeping peacefully in my bed, time-stamped from the previous night. My hands shook as I stared at the image, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. This was impossible. Mr. Jenkins was in jail. I had changed all my locks, installed a state-of-the-art security system. There was no way anyone could have gotten into my apartment to take this photo. And yet, there it was, undeniable proof that someone, or something, was still watching me. I scrambled out of bed, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I checked every lock, every window, searching desperately for any sign of intrusion. But everything was secure, just as I had left it. As I sank to the floor, my back against the front door, a terrifying thought occurred to me. What if it wasn't Mr. Jenkins all along? What if there was something else at play here, something I couldn't explain or understand? The room seemed to spin around me as panic set in. All the progress I had made, all the small steps towards recovery, crumbled in an instant. I was back at square one, terrified and alone, with no idea who or what I was up against. As the first rays of dawn began to peek through my curtains, I sat there, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. The nightmare I thought had ended with Mr. Jenkins's arrest was far from over. The morning light filtered through the curtains, casting long shadows across my disheveled apartment. I hadn't slept a wink since discovering the new photo on my phone. My mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. "This can't be happening," I muttered to myself, pacing back and forth across the living room. There has to be an explanation. With trembling hands, I picked up my phone again, staring at the image that had shattered my fragile sense of security. There I was, sleeping peacefully, blissfully unaware of the intrusion. But how? How was this possible? A surge of frantic energy coursed through me. If there were hidden cameras, I would find them. I had to. I started in the bedroom, methodically tearing it apart. I pulled books from shelves, upended furniture, and peeled back corners of wallpaper. Every nook and cranny was a potential hiding spot, every shadow a threat. Come on, I growled, frustration mounting as my search yielded nothing. "Where are you?" Hours passed and my apartment transformed into a war zone. Clothes strewn across the floor, furniture overturned, walls marred by my desperate search. But still, no cameras. Had the stress and fear finally pushed me over the edge? "But the photo," I insisted. "It's real. I can see it." "I believe that you believe it's real," Dr. Larson replied gently. "But our minds can be very convincing when we're under extreme stress. Why don't you come into the office tomorrow? We can talk through this in person." After hanging up, I stared at my phone, doubt gnawing at me. Could Dr. Larson be right? Was my mind fabricating this whole thing? I opened my photo gallery again, half expecting the mysterious sleep photo to have vanished. But there it was, as real as ever. Or was it? The longer I stared at it, the more unsure I became. Were the shadows in the room really positioned that way? Was that really how I slept? Everything I thought I knew began to crumble. If I couldn't trust my own eyes, my own memories, what could I trust? My sister Sarah called, her voice laced with concern. "Tom, Dr. Larson called me. She's worried about you. We all are. What's going on?" I wanted to confide in her, to pour out all my fears and doubts. But a small, paranoid voice in the back of my mind held me back. What if Sarah was in on it somehow? What if everyone was part of some grand conspiracy to drive me mad? "I'm fine," I lied, my voice hollow even to my own ears. "Just a bit stressed. Nothing to worry about." "Tom," Sarah's voice softened. "You know you can talk to me about anything, right? I'm here for you no matter what." Her sincerity almost broke through my paranoia, but I couldn't bring myself to open up. "I know, Sarah, thanks. I've got to go now." As night fell, I found myself huddled in the corner of my bedroom, every light in the apartment blazing. Sleep was out of the question, not when I knew that somehow, some way, another photo would appear if I closed my eyes. In the harsh glare of the overhead lights, a desperate plan began to form in my mind. If someone, or something, was taking these photos while I slept, then I needed to catch them in the act. With renewed energy, I began to set up an elaborate system of tripwires across my bedroom. String crisscrossed the floor, connected to stacks of books and pots and pans. If anyone tried to enter the room, they'd trigger a cacophony of noise. Next, I set up my laptop, configuring it to take photos at regular intervals throughout the night. If there was something supernatural at play, surely it would show up on camera. Finally, I positioned myself in the center of the room, a baseball bat clutched tightly in my hands. I wasn't going to sleep. I was going to wait, wide awake for whoever, or whatever, was behind this. As the clock ticked past midnight, I sat there, every muscle tense, eyes darting from shadow to shadow. The silence in the apartment was oppressive, broken only by the occasional click of my laptop's camera. "Come on," I whispered into the darkness, a manic glint in my eye. "Show yourself." Little did I know the trap I had set was not for some external threat, but for my own fracturing psyche. As the night wore on, the line between reality and delusion would blur even further, leading me down a path from which there might be no return. In the eerie glow of my laptop screen, I waited, teetering on the edge of sanity, for a confrontation that would either prove my fears or shatter my grip on reality completely. The night stretched before me, long and fraught with unseen dangers as I prepared to face whatever lurked in the shadows of my own mind. The night stretched on endlessly as I lay motionless in my bed, every muscle tense, ears straining for the slightest sound. My heart thundered in my chest so loud I was certain it would give me away, but I forced my breathing to remain slow and steady, mimicking sleep. Hours ticked by, marked only by the soft click of my laptop's camera. The room was bathed in an eerie blue glow from the computer screen, casting long shadows that seemed to dance and writhe in the corners of my vision. "Stay calm," I whispered to myself, so quietly it was barely a breath. "They'll show themselves soon." As the first hints of dawn began to creep through the curtains, my resolve started to waver. Maybe this had all been for nothing. Maybe I truly was losing my mind, jumping at shadows and chasing phantoms. Just as I was about to give up, to admit defeat and face the crushing reality that I might be the source of my own torment, I heard it. A soft creak, barely audible, coming from the direction of my bedroom door. Every nerve in my body screamed to react, to leap up and confront the intruder. But I held myself in check, forcing my breathing to remain steady, my eyes to stay closed. The creaking grew closer, slow and deliberate. In my mind's eye, I could picture a dark figure creeping towards my bed, camera in hand, ready to capture another haunting image of my vulnerable, sleeping form. Closer and closer the footsteps came. I could feel a presence looming over me, the weight of their gaze as palpable as a physical touch. "Now," my mind screamed. In one fluid motion, I sprang from the bed, baseball bat raised high, a primal yell tearing from my throat. "I've got you now!" I shouted, my eyes wild, searching for my tormentor. But as I whirled around, bat at the ready, I found myself face to face with me. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the tripwires I'd so carefully laid. There, standing before me, was my own reflection, distorted and wavering in the full-length mirror on my closet door. "No," I whispered, the bat slipping from my nerveless fingers. "No, this can't be." But it was. The figure I'd heard, the presence I'd felt, it was all in my mind. The realization hit me like a physical blow, driving the air from my lungs. I stared at my reflection, barely recognizing the wild-eyed, disheveled man staring back at me. Dark circles ringed my bloodshot eyes. My hair was a tangled mess, and several days' worth of stubble covered my chin. "This isn't real," I muttered, backing away from the mirror. "You're not real." But my reflection moved with me, mimicking my every motion. I raised a trembling hand to my face, watching as my mirror image did the same. A hysterical laugh bubbled up from my chest. "Is this what you wanted?" I shouted at my reflection. "To drive me mad? Well, congratulations, you've done it." In a fit of rage, I swung the baseball bat at the mirror, shattering it into 1,000 glittering pieces. But instead of bringing relief, the action only multiplied my torment. Now, 100 fractured reflections stared back at me, each one a testament to my broken psyche. I sank to my knees amidst the shards of glass, my mind reeling. How long had I been like this? How much of what I'd experienced was real, and how much was a product of my fractured mind? "Tom?" A voice called from outside my apartment door, accompanied by frantic knocking. "Tom, are you okay?" I heard shouting. It was my neighbor, Mrs. Goldstein. Her voice sounded far away, as if coming from underwater. "I'm fine," I called back, my voice cracking. Just a bad dream." "Are you sure, dear? Do you want me to call someone?" I looked around at the chaos of my room, the overturned furniture, the tripwires, the shattered mirror. "No," I replied, fighting to keep my voice steady. "No, I'll be all right. Thank you." As Mrs. Goldstein's footsteps faded away, I remained on the floor, surrounded by the glittering remnants of my sanity. The laptop continued to click away, capturing images of an empty room and a broken man. With shaking hands, I reached for my phone. I needed help. Real help. This had gone far beyond what I could handle on my own. I dialed Dr. Larson's number, praying she would answer despite the early hour. "Tom?" Her voice was groggy with sleep but alert with concern. "What's wrong?" "Dr. Larson," I choked out, tears streaming down my face. I think I'm losing my mind." There was a pause on the other end of the line. Then Dr. Larson spoke, her voice calm and reassuring. "You're doing the right thing by reaching out, Tom. Can you tell me what happened?" I poured out the whole story. The photos, my paranoia, the trap I'd set, and the terrifying confrontation with my own reflection. "I don't know what's real anymore," I finished, my voice barely above a whisper. "Tom, listen to me," Dr. Larson said firmly. "You're experiencing a severe psychological break. I need you to stay where you are. I'm going to call for help, okay? Can you do that for me? Just stay put and try to breathe." I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me. "Yes," I managed to croak out. "Good. You're going to be okay, Tom. We're going to get you the help you need." As I ended the call, I looked around my destroyed bedroom, the reality of my situation sinking in. The enemy I'd been fighting wasn't some external force or supernatural entity. It was my own mind, fractured and turned against me by trauma and fear. I closed my eyes, listening to the steady click of the laptop's camera. Each snapshot was capturing not an intruder, but the slow unraveling of my sanity. As sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer with each passing second, I realized that the trap I had so carefully laid had indeed worked. But the prey it had caught was me. The room spun around me, reality blurring at the edges. As consciousness began to slip away, one final coherent thought floated through my mind. The journey back to sanity would be long and arduous, but at least now, I had taken the first step. The harsh fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I slowly opened my eyes, my vision blurry and unfocused. The room around me was unfamiliar. Stark white walls, the antiseptic smell of a hospital, and the soft beeping of medical equipment. "Where?" I croaked, my throat dry and scratchy. A gentle hand touched my arm and a face came into view, my sister, Sarah. Her eyes were red-rimmed, filled with a mixture of relief and concern. "Tom," she said softly, "you're in the hospital. You're safe now." Hospital? The word echoed in my mind, bringing with it a flood of fragmented memories. Shattered glass, a baseball bat, my own reflection staring back at me with wild eyes. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. "What happened?" I asked, struggling to sit up. "How long have I been here?" Sarah gently pushed me back onto the pillows. "You've been here for 3 days, Tom. You had a breakdown. Do you remember anything?" I closed my eyes, trying to piece together the jumbled fragments in my mind. I remember photos. Someone was watching me. And then I was watching myself? I opened my eyes, looking at Sarah in confusion. None of it makes sense. Before Sarah could respond, the door opened, and a woman in a white coat entered, a clipboard in her hand. She smiled warmly at me. "Hello, Tom. I'm Dr. Reeves. It's good to see you awake. How are you feeling?" I considered the question, realizing I wasn't entirely sure how to answer. "Confused," I finally said. "Everything feels hazy." Dr. Reeves nodded sympathetically. That's to be expected. You've been through a traumatic experience, and the medication we've given you can cause some disorientation. But don't worry, we're here to help you make sense of everything. Over the next hour, Dr. Reeves gently explained my situation. The words she used: dissociative identity disorder, extreme stress response, compartmentalization, swirled around in my head, each one more terrifying than the last. Are you saying I did this to myself? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Dr. Reeves leaned forward, her eyes filled with compassion. Tom, your mind was trying to protect you from extreme loneliness and stress. The trauma you experienced with your neighbor, Mr. Jenkins, combined with your isolation, triggered a split in your personality. One part of you became the protector, while another became the perceived threat. I shook my head vehemently. No, that's impossible. I saw the photos. Someone was in my apartment. Tom, Sarah interjected gently. They checked your phone. There were no photos. It was all in your mind. The room seemed to spin around me as the truth began to sink in. But I felt so sure. It all seemed so real. Dr. Reeves nodded. That's the nature of dissociative disorders. Your experiences felt completely real to you. Your mind created an elaborate scenario to explain your fears and feelings of vulnerability. As the doctor continued to explain, memories began to surface, hazy at first, then with increasing clarity. I remembered setting up the camera on my laptop, then watching the footage later, seeing myself move around the room in a trance-like state, taking photos with my phone. Oh God, I moaned, burying my face in my hands. I did this. I did all of this to myself. Sarah wrapped her arms around me as I broke down, sobs racking my body. The weight of what I had done, the fear I had inflicted upon myself, the damage to my apartment, the worry I had caused my loved ones, crashed over me in waves. As the days passed in the psychiatric ward, more memories emerged. With the help of Dr. Reeves and a team of mental health professionals, I began to piece together the full picture of what had happened. My alternate personality, a protective entity born from my fear and loneliness, had been trying to keep me isolated, to prevent me from experiencing the pain of potential betrayal or harm. In its twisted logic, it believed that by making me fear the outside world, it was keeping me safe. During our therapy sessions, Dr. Reeves helped me confront this other part of myself. Remember, Tom, she said during one particularly difficult session, this other personality isn't a separate entity. It's a part of you, a part that was trying to help, even if its methods were misguided. The goal now is to integrate these parts, to become whole again. The process was grueling. Each day brought new revelations, new moments of horror, as I remembered actions I had taken while in my dissociative state. The meticulous planning of the intruder's activities, the deliberate placement of evidence for my conscious self to find. It was all there in my mind, like a movie playing in slow motion. One night, about a week into my stay, I woke up in a cold sweat, a vivid memory fresh in my mind. Sarah, I called out to my sister, who had been sleeping in a chair by my bed. Sarah, I remember now. I remember why it started. Sarah sat up, instantly alert. What do you mean, Tom? The loneliness, I said, my voice shaking. After Mr. Jenkins was arrested, I was so alone. I missed having someone check on me, even if it had been for sinister reasons. My mind, it created this scenario so I would always feel like someone was watching over me. The realization was like a punch to the gut. My own mind had betrayed me, creating a tormentor out of my desperate need for connection. As the medication took full effect and my therapy progressed, the fog in my mind continued to clear. With each passing day, I remembered more of my alternate personality's actions. The guilt and horror threatened to overwhelm me at times. How can I ever trust myself again? I asked Dr. Reeves during one session, tears streaming down my face. How can I know what's real? Dr. Reeves leaned forward, her eyes filled with determination. Tom, recovery is a journey, not a destination. You're already taking the first steps by confronting these memories and emotions. With time and continued therapy, you'll learn to integrate these parts of yourself and develop healthier coping mechanisms. As I lay in my hospital bed that night, staring at the ceiling, I realized that the road ahead would be long and difficult. The trust I had lost, in myself, in my own perceptions, wouldn't be easily regained. But for the first time since this ordeal began, I felt a glimmer of hope. I may have been my own tormentor, but I could also be my own savior. With the support of my sister, Dr. Reeves, and the mental health team, I would find my way back to wholeness, back to a life free from the shadows of my own making. As I drifted off to sleep, I made a silent promise to myself. I would face this challenge head-on, no matter how difficult it might be. The sun was setting as I stood outside my apartment building, keys clutched tightly in my hand. After months of intensive therapy and medication, I was finally returning home. The brick facade loomed before me, both familiar and alien. "You can do this, Tom," I whispered to myself, echoing the words Dr. Reeves had said to me earlier that day. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the lobby door and made my way to the elevator. Each step felt heavy, laden with memories of my descent into madness. As the elevator doors closed, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the polished metal. The face staring back at me was older, wearier, but clearer-eyed than it had been in a long time. The elevator dinged, and I stepped out onto my floor. The hallway stretched before me, eerily quiet. I half expected to see Mr. Jenkins emerge from his apartment, but I quickly shook off the thought. He was long gone, locked away for his crimes. The threat he had posed was over. As I approached my door, my hand trembled slightly. I inserted the key, turned it, and pushed the door open. The apartment was exactly as I had left it that fateful night, save for the absence of broken glass and overturned furniture. Sarah had cleaned up the mess while I was in the hospital, trying to create a semblance of normalcy for my return. I stepped inside, flicking on the lights. The room came into sharp focus, every corner holding a memory of my fractured psyche's creations. "Home, sweet home," I murmured, my voice sounding hollow in the empty space. I made my way through the apartment, reacquainting myself with each room. In the bedroom, I paused, staring at the spot where the full-length mirror had once stood. Now there was just a blank wall, a physical representation of the part of myself I had confronted and integrated through therapy. As I unpacked my bags, I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to catch a glimpse of someone, or something, watching me. Dr. Reeves had warned me about this, explaining that hypervigilance was a common symptom for someone recovering from trauma. "Remember your coping strategies, Tom," I said aloud, grounding myself in the present moment. "You're safe. You're alone. This is real." The first few days back home were a struggle. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow cast by passing headlights sent my heart racing. But slowly, with the help of my therapy techniques and the support of Sarah and Dr. Reeves, I began to settle into my new reality. A week after my return, I decided it was time to thoroughly clean the apartment, to reclaim the space as my own. As I sorted through drawers and closets, I came across items that triggered flashes of memory, some real, some fabricated by my dissociated state. In the back of my desk drawer, my hand brushed against something familiar. I pulled out an old phone, one I hadn't used in months. My breath caught in my throat as I remembered the photos that had started this whole ordeal. "It's not real," I reminded myself firmly. "There were never any photos. It was all in your mind." Still, a part of me remained uncertain. With trembling hands, I turned on the phone. It came to life with a cheerful chime that seemed at odds with the dread pooling in my stomach. I navigated to the photo gallery, my thumb hovering over the icon. Did I really want to do this? What if there were photos there? What would that mean? "Face your fears," I whispered, echoing Dr. Reeves's advice. Taking a deep breath, I tapped the icon. The gallery opened and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. There were no mysterious sleep photos, no evidence of an intruder. Just normal, everyday pictures, selfies with friends, shots of my dinner, random street scenes I had found interesting. I let out a shaky laugh, realizing how tense I had become. This was progress. I had faced a trigger and come through it unscathed. But as I was about to put the phone away, my thumb accidentally swiped to the next photo. My blood turned to ice. There, on the screen, was a photo of me sleeping in my bed. The timestamp showed it had been taken just last night. The phone slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. Not again. No, 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 I muttered, pressing my palms against my eyes. This isn't real. It can't be real. But when I looked again, the photo was still there, undeniably real and recent. My first instinct was to call Dr. Reeves, to admit that I was relapsing, that my hard-won stability was crumbling. But as I reached for my current phone, a chilling thought stopped me cold. What if this wasn't a relapse? What if something even more sinister was at play? I forced myself to take slow, deep breaths, fighting against the panic threatening to overwhelm me. I needed to approach this logically, to use the skills I had learned in therapy. "Okay, Tom," I said aloud, my voice shaky but determined. "Let's break this down. What do you know for certain?" I paced the room, talking through the situation as if I were discussing it with Dr. Reeves. Fact 1. There's a photo on my old phone that I don't remember taking. Fact 2. The timestamp indicates it was taken last night. Fact 3. I was asleep at the time the photo was allegedly taken. I paused, considering the implications. Possible explanations. 1. I'm experiencing a relapse of my dissociative identity disorder. 2. Someone has gained access to my apartment and phone. 3. There's a technological glitch causing an old photo to appear with a new timestamp. As I listed out the possibilities, I felt my racing heart begin to slow. This methodical approach, a technique Dr. Reeves had taught me, was helping me regain control. I picked up the phone again, this time examining the photo more closely. That's when I noticed something odd, a small detail in the background that didn't match my current bedroom setup. "The lamp," I breathed, a mix of relief and confusion washing over me. "I got rid of that lamp months ago before everything happened." This realization opened up a new possibility, one that hadn't occurred to me in my initial panic. I quickly checked the phone settings and let out a disbelieving laugh. The date on the phone was set to the previous year. When I had turned it on, it had automatically set its clock but had the wrong year. "It's an old photo," I said, slumping onto my bed in relief. "It's from before, when I was taking photos of myself without realizing it." The wave of relief was quickly followed by a pang of disappointment in myself. I had come so close to succumbing to my old paranoid thoughts, to believing that my nightmare was starting all over again. I reached for my current phone, dialing Dr. Reeves's number. As it rang, I gazed around my bedroom, seeing it with new eyes. Yes, there were memories here. Some painful, some confusing. But it was also a space of healing, of growth. "Dr. Reeves's office," came the receptionist's voice. "Hi, this is Tom Clark. I'd like to schedule an appointment with Dr. Reeves. I've had a bit of a scare, but I think I handled it okay." As I set up the appointment, I felt a subtle shift within myself. I had faced a significant trigger and, although I had initially faltered, I had found my way back to rational thought. It wasn't a perfect response, but it was progress. After ending the call, I walked to the window, gazing out at the city below. The setting sun painted the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, a beautiful reminder of the world beyond my apartment walls. I knew that my journey was far from over. There would be more challenges, more moments of doubt and fear. The vigilant part of me, the part that still sometimes wondered if I was truly alone, might never fully disappear. But standing there, watching the day fade into night, I felt a glimmer of hope stronger than any I had experienced since this ordeal began. I had faced my fears, confronted the shadows of my past, and emerged stronger. As darkness fell, I didn't feel the need to turn on every light or check every corner. Instead, I embraced the quiet, finding comfort in the solitude that had once terrified me. One day at a time, I whispered to myself, a small smile tugging at my lips. "You've got this, Tom." And for the first time in a long time, I truly believed it. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever uncertainties the future held, I knew I had the strength and the tools to face them. My nightmare hadn't just ended. I had woken up stronger, more resilient, and ready to embrace whatever came next. As I prepared for bed that night, I paused at the spot where the full-length mirror had once stood. In its absence, I saw not a loss, but an opportunity. A blank canvas on which to create a new reflection of myself, one unburdened by the shadows of the past. With a deep, cleansing breath, I turned off the light and settled into bed. As sleep began to claim me, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. Tomorrow was a new day, full of possibilities, and I was finally ready to meet it head-on. I stumbled into my apartment, exhausted from another grueling day at the office. The silence that greeted me was a familiar comfort, a reminder of the solitude I'd grown accustomed to over the past year. Shrugging off my jacket, I made my way to the bathroom, desperate for a hot shower to wash away the stress of the day. As I flicked on the light, something caught my eye. A small plastic stick lay on the edge of the sink, innocuous, yet completely out of place. My brow furrowed as I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. It took a moment for recognition to dawn, and when it did, my heart began to race. A pregnancy test. A positive pregnancy test. "What the hell?" I muttered, my voice echoing in the small space. I stared at the two pink lines clear as day, mocking me with their impossible presence. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I lived alone. I hadn't been with anyone in months. There was no logical explanation for this test to be here, let alone for it to be positive. "This has to be a mistake," I said to myself, shaking the test as if that would somehow change the result. Or a prank. Yeah, that's it. Someone's playing a sick joke. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. No one had access to my apartment except me. I hadn't had any visitors, not even the landlord, in weeks. The test must have appeared here by some other means. I set the test back down on the sink, my hands shaking slightly. Taking a deep breath, I tried to approach the situation rationally. "Okay, Tom," I said to my reflection in the mirror. "Let's think this through. There has to be a logical explanation." But the more I thought about it, the more my anxiety grew. I began to pace the small bathroom, my mind conjuring up increasingly bizarre scenarios. Had someone broken in? Was I sleepwalking and somehow acquiring pregnancy tests? Was I losing my mind? A sudden chill ran down my spine as I noticed something I hadn't before. The bathroom window, which I always kept locked, was slightly ajar. I approached it cautiously, peering out into the darkness of the alley below. Nothing seemed out of place, but the open window sent a wave of unease through me. "Hello?" I called out, feeling foolish but unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Only silence answered me. I quickly closed and locked the window, double-checking it to make sure it was secure. As I turned back to face the bathroom, the pregnancy test seemed to loom larger than before, a harbinger of something sinister. Unable to bear the sight of it any longer, I snatched up the test and stormed out of the bathroom. I needed to get rid of it, to pretend I had never seen it. But as I stood over the kitchen trash can, test in hand, I hesitated. What if I needed it as evidence? Evidence of what? I wasn't sure, but discarding it felt like a mistake. In the end, I shoved it into a Ziploc bag and tucked it away in a kitchen drawer. Out of sight, but not out of mind. Sleep eluded me that night. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every gust of wind against the window set my nerves on edge. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the discovery of the test over and over. At around 3 a.m., I gave up on sleep altogether. I sat up in bed, reaching for my phone. My fingers hovered over the keypad as I debated who to call. My sister? My best friend? The police? How could I explain this without sounding completely insane? In the end, I didn't call anyone. Instead, I found myself Googling, "Man finds positive pregnancy test in apartment." The results were a mix of horror stories, pranks gone wrong, and medical anomalies. None of them provided any comfort or explanation for my situation. As the first light of dawn began to creep through my curtains, I made a decision. I couldn't just sit here and wait for an explanation to present itself. I needed to take action, to figure out what was going on. I got dressed quickly, my movements fueled by a mix of determination and fear. I would start by questioning my neighbors, then move on to the building superintendent. Someone must have seen or heard something unusual. But as I reached for my doorknob, a thought stopped me cold. What if whoever left the test was still out there, watching, waiting? What if by investigating, I was walking right into their trap? I leaned my forehead against the cool wood of the door, closing my eyes and taking deep breaths. "Get it together, Tom," I whispered to myself. "You can't just hide in here forever." With a trembling hand, I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. The corridor stretched before me, silent and empty. But as I locked my apartment behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere someone was watching, laughing at my confusion and fear. I didn't know it then, but this was only the beginning. The positive pregnancy test was just the first clue in a twisted mystery that would turn my life upside down and challenge everything I thought I knew about myself and those around me. The days following the discovery of the pregnancy test were a blur of paranoia and sleepless nights. I tried to convince myself it was a one-time occurrence, a bizarre anomaly that would never be repeated. But as the week wore on, a series of small, unsettling incidents began to chip away at my fragile sense of security. It started with my toothbrush. I had just returned home from work, exhausted and looking forward to a quiet evening. As I entered the bathroom to wash up, I reached for my toothbrush and froze. The bristles were damp, water droplets still clinging to them. "What the hell?" I muttered, my heart rate accelerating. I distinctly remembered using it that morning before work, and I lived alone. There was no reason for it to be wet now. I picked up the toothbrush with trembling fingers, examining it closely. It looked normal, but the moisture was undeniable. A wave of nausea swept over me as I considered the implications. Someone had been in my apartment using my personal items. "Get a grip, Tom," I said aloud, trying to steady myself. There has to be a logical explanation. But try as I might, I couldn't come up with one. I ended up throwing the toothbrush away and buying a new one, unable to shake the feeling of violation. The next incident occurred 2 days later. I was getting ready for bed, pulling back the covers when something caught my eye. There, stark against the white of my pillowcase, was a long strand of blonde hair. My breath caught in my throat. My hair was dark brown, almost black. This hair was unmistakably blonde, long and fine. I picked it up, holding it to the light as if it might suddenly transform into something less sinister. "This can't be happening," I whispered, my voice shaky. I spent the next hour searching my apartment, looking for any sign of an intruder. But everything was in its place, nothing obviously disturbed. Except for that single strand of hair, there was no evidence anyone but me had been there. The following day, I returned home to find my laptop had been moved. It was subtle, just a few inches to the left of where I always kept it. But I noticed immediately. My hands shook as I opened it, dreading what I might find. To my relief, all my files seemed intact. There was no evidence anyone had accessed it, but the fact that it had been moved at all sent a chill down my spine. "Hello?" I called out, feeling foolish but unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. "Is anyone here?" Only silence answered me, but it felt heavy, oppressive, as if the very air was holding its breath. I spent that night at a hotel, unable to face sleeping in my apartment. But when I returned the next day, I was confronted with the most disturbing development yet. As I walked into my bedroom, I noticed something odd about the laundry basket in the corner. It was empty. Frowning, I walked over to my dresser and pulled open a drawer. There, neatly folded and organized, were all the clothes that had been in the basket. No, I breathed, stumbling backward. No. I hadn't done laundry in days. The basket had been overflowing with dirty clothes when I left for work that morning. Now, everything was clean, folded, and put away with meticulous care. Panic clawed at my throat as I frantically searched the apartment looking for any sign of the intruder. But once again, everything else was in its place. No doors or windows had been forced. It was as if a ghost had come in, done my laundry, and vanished without a trace. I sank onto the edge of my bed, my head in my hands. "This can't be real," I muttered. "I must be losing my mind." Just then, a sound from outside my apartment made me freeze. Footsteps, soft but distinct, echoing in the hallway. My blood ran cold as I strained to listen. The footsteps paused outside my door. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, slowly, the footsteps resumed, fading away down the corridor. I remained frozen in place long after the sound had disappeared. My mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Was someone stalking me? Had I become the target of some elaborate psychological torture? Or was I simply losing my grip on reality? With shaking hands, I reached for my phone and dialed the police. As it rang, I tried to organize my thoughts, to find a way to explain the series of inexplicable events without sounding completely insane. 911. "What's your emergency?" A calm voice answered. I took a deep breath. "I need to report a break-in, or maybe a stalker, I'm not sure. But someone's been in my apartment." "Are you in immediate danger, sir?" the operator asked. I don't know," I replied, realizing how uncertain I was about everything. "They're not here now, I don't think. But things keep happening, things I can't explain." As I recounted the events of the past week, the pregnancy test, the toothbrush, the hair, the laptop, the laundry, and finally the footsteps, I could hear the skepticism in the operator's voice. It sounded crazy, even to my own ears. "We'll send an officer to take a report," the operator said finally. "But sir, if you're feeling unsafe, perhaps you should consider staying with a friend or family member for a few days." I nodded, then remembered she couldn't see me. "Yeah, maybe I should, thank you." As I hung up, I realized I was shaking. The idea of staying here alone, waiting for whatever might happen next, was unbearable. But the thought of leaving, of letting whoever was doing this win, filled me with a strange mix of fear and defiance. In that moment, I made a decision. I wouldn't run. I would face this head on. Whatever was happening, whoever was behind it, I would find out the truth. The decision to install hidden cameras throughout my apartment wasn't an easy one. It felt like an invasion of my own privacy, a tacit admission that my home was no longer my sanctuary. But after weeks of unexplained occurrences, I knew I needed concrete evidence. If not for the authorities, then at least for my own sanity. My hands trembled as I carefully positioned each tiny camera, strategically placing them to cover every possible entry point and main living area. As I worked, my mind raced with possibilities of what the footage might reveal. Would I catch the intruder in the act? Or would the cameras show nothing, leaving me to question my own grip on reality? "This has to work," I muttered to myself, adjusting the final camera. "Something has to explain all of this." With the cameras in place, I left for work the next morning with a mixture of dread and anticipation churning in my stomach. The workday crawled by, my thoughts constantly drifting to what might be happening in my apartment at that very moment. When I finally returned home that evening, everything seemed normal at first glance. I began to relax slightly, thinking perhaps the presence of the cameras had deterred any intrusion. But as I walked into the kitchen, my heart nearly stopped. There, on the kitchen counter, sat a cup of tea. Steam still rose from its surface, curling lazily in the air. "No," I whispered, my voice hoarse with fear. "No, no, no." I approached the cup cautiously, as if it might suddenly come to life. The scent of chamomile wafted up, familiar and yet terrifyingly out of place. I hadn't made tea. I hadn't even been home. Which meant... My hands shook as I reached for my phone, pulling up the app connected to the hidden cameras. I needed to see the footage now. Consequences be damned. As the first video began to play, my breath caught in my throat. The timestamp showed it was from just an hour ago. At first, the living room appeared empty, everything still and quiet. Then, almost imperceptibly, a shadow moved across the frame. "Oh God," I breathed, my fingers tightening around the phone. The shadow solidified into a figure, moving with eerie familiarity through my living space. It was clear this wasn't the first time they had been here. They knew exactly where everything was, navigating the room with the ease of someone intimately familiar with the layout. As the figure turned towards the camera, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Even in the dim light, even with the grainy quality of the footage, I recognized that silhouette. It was a shape I knew all too well, one that had once been a source of comfort, but now filled me with abject terror. "Sarah," I whispered, disbelief coloring my voice. Sarah, my ex-girlfriend, the woman I had broken up with over a year ago, the last person I would have expected to see in my apartment. As I watched, Sarah moved from the living room to the bedroom, my bedroom. I switched to the camera feed from there, my heart pounding so loudly, I was sure it would drown out any sound from the video. What I saw next made my blood run cold. Sarah approached my bed, her movements slow and almost reverent. She reached out, gently caressing my pillow. Her lips were moving, and I frantically turned up the volume to hear what she was saying. "Soon, my love." Sarah's voice came through, soft and loving. "Soon we'll be a family. You, me, and our little one. I know you're scared now, but you'll understand eventually. This is meant to be." A scream built in my throat, but I choked it back, unable to tear my eyes away from the horrifying scene unfolding on my phone screen. Sarah continued to stroke the pillow, speaking to it as if it were me, as if we were still together, as if she wasn't currently violating every boundary imaginable. The footage showed her eventually leaving the bedroom and heading to the kitchen, where she prepared the cup of tea I had found. She left it on the counter, a bizarre offering or perhaps a sign of her delusional domesticity. As Sarah finally left the apartment, I collapsed onto the couch, my mind reeling. The mystery of the intruder was solved, but in its place was a horror I couldn't have imagined. Sarah, my ex-girlfriend, had been breaking into my apartment. Sarah had left the pregnancy test. Sarah had been living some twisted fantasy life in my space when I wasn't here. "This can't be happening," I said aloud, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. "This can't be real." But the evidence was undeniable. The footage, the tea, the pregnancy test, it all pointed to a terrifying truth. Sarah had become obsessed, delusional, and somehow she had convinced herself that we were still together, that we were going to have a child. I fumbled for my phone again, this time to call the police. But as my finger hovered over the dial button, a new fear gripped me. What if they didn't believe me? What if Sarah somehow convinced them that I was the crazy one? Or worse, what if confronting her like this caused her to become violent? No, I needed to handle this carefully. I needed a plan. But first, I needed to make sure I was safe for the night. With shaking hands, I began to move furniture in front of the door, creating a barricade. I checked and rechecked every window, every possible entry point. As I worked, my mind raced with questions. How long had this been going on? How had Sarah gotten a key to my apartment? And most terrifyingly, what was her end game? As the night wore on, I sat in the darkness of my living room, the glow of my phone illuminating my face as I watched the camera feeds with hawk-like intensity. Every shadow, every creak of the building made me jump. I knew that come morning, I would have to face this head-on. I would have to confront Sarah, involve the authorities, reclaim my life and my space. But for now, In the quiet dark of night, all I could do was watch and wait, a prisoner in my own home, haunted by the presence of a woman I thought I had left in my past. As the first light of dawn crept through my windows, I found myself lost in a whirlpool of memories. The shock of discovering Sarah's intrusion had worn off, replaced by a gnawing sense of guilt and self-doubt. How had I missed the signs? How had our relationship deteriorated to this point? I closed my eyes, allowing myself to be pulled back to the beginning of our relationship. Sarah had been vibrant, full of life and laughter. Her blue eyes sparkled when she smiled, and her blonde hair caught the sunlight in a way that always took my breath away. We were happy, or so I thought. "You're the one, Tom," she had said to me once, her voice filled with conviction. "We're going to build an amazing life together." I remembered smiling, caught up in the romance of the moment. But now, with the benefit of hindsight, I could see the intensity in her eyes that should have given me pause. As our relationship progressed, Sarah's desire for children became increasingly apparent. It started subtly at first, cooing over babies in the park, lingering a bit too long in the baby aisle at the supermarket, but soon it became an obsession. "Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a little one of our own?" she would say, her eyes shining with excitement. I would always respond the same way. "Sarah, we've talked about this. I'm not ready for children. I'm not sure I ever will be." Her face would fall, but she'd quickly mask her disappointment. "Of course I understand. When you're ready, I'll be here." But she didn't understand, and she wasn't willing to wait. I shuddered as I recalled the night things took a turn for the worse. We had been out for dinner, celebrating our 2-year anniversary. The restaurant was romantic, the wine was flowing, and Sarah was practically glowing with happiness. Then, without warning, she dropped a bombshell. "I've stopped taking my birth control," she announced, reaching across the table to grasp my hand. "I think it's time we started our family." The memory of the shock and betrayal I felt in that moment was still raw. "You did what?" I had sputtered, pulling my hand away. "Sarah, how could you make that decision without talking to me?" Her eyes had widened, a mix of confusion and hurt crossing her face. "But I thought you'd be happy. We're meant to be parents, Tom. I can feel it." The argument that followed was brutal. Harsh words were exchanged, years of pent-up frustrations bubbling to the surface. It ended with me storming out of the restaurant, leaving Sarah in tears. Guilt and fear intertwined in my gut as I remembered the final confrontation a few days later. I had invited Sarah over, determined to end things once and for all. "This isn't working, Sarah," I had said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We want different things. It's time we went our separate ways." The look in her eyes still haunted me. There was desperation there, yes, but also something else. Something wild and unhinged that I hadn't recognized at the time. "No," she had whispered, shaking her head vehemently. "No, you don't mean that. We're meant to be together, Tom. We're going to have a family." "Sarah, please," I had pleaded. "This is hard enough as it is. We're not having children. We're not staying together. It's over." She had lunged at me then, her nails raking across my cheek as she screamed, "You can't leave me, you can't leave us." It had taken all my strength to remove her from my apartment that night. As I closed the door on her tear-streaked face, I thought I was closing that chapter of my life for good. How wrong I had been. How sitting in my living room surrounded by evidence of Sarah's continued presence in my life, my stomach churned. The extent of her delusion was becoming clear, and it terrified me. She truly believed she was pregnant with my child, that we were still together, that we were going to be a family. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead as I contemplated my next move. I knew I needed to confront Sarah, to put an end to this madness once and for all. But how would she react? The woman I had seen in the camera footage was not the Sarah I had known. She was unpredictable, potentially dangerous. I reached for my phone, my hand hovering over the keypad. Should I call the police? A lawyer? Sarah herself? Each option seemed fraught with potential pitfalls. Finally, I made a decision. I would meet Sarah face to face, but on neutral ground, somewhere public, where she couldn't make a scene without drawing attention. With trembling fingers, I typed out a text message. Sarah, we need to talk. Meet me at the coffee shop on 5th Street at 2 p.m. today. It's important. I hit send before I could second guess myself. Almost immediately, my phone pinged with a reply. Of course, my love. I'll be there. Can't wait to see you and talk about our future. The casual tone of her response sent a chill down my spine. It was as if the past year of separation had never happened in her mind. As I prepared to leave for the meeting, I caught sight of myself in the mirror. Dark circles shadowed my eyes and worry lines creased my forehead. I hardly recognized the man staring back at me. You can do this, I told my reflection, trying to summon courage I didn't feel. You have to do this. With a deep breath, I stepped out of my apartment, locking the door securely behind me. As I made my way to the coffee shop, my mind raced with all the possible ways this confrontation could go. Would Sarah listen to reason? Would she become violent? Would I be able to get through to her at all? One thing was certain. After today, nothing would ever be the same. I was walking into a storm, and I could only hope I'd emerge on the other side intact. The coffee shop confrontation had been a disaster. Sarah had shown up, her eyes gleaming with a manic light, talking about our future and the baby as if the past year had never happened. My attempts to reason with her fell on deaf ears. When I finally managed to tell her in no uncertain terms that we were not together and never would be again, she had flown into a rage, screaming about how I couldn't abandon our family. The scene had ended with her being escorted out by security, leaving me shaken and more afraid than ever. It was clear that reasoning with Sarah was impossible. She was too far gone, lost in her delusions. That left me with only one option. I had to catch her in the act. Only then would I have the evidence I needed to get the authorities to take me seriously. The plan was simple but terrifying in its execution. I would pretend to leave for work as usual, but instead of going to the office, I would hide in my bedroom closet. From there, I could watch and record Sarah's intrusion, providing irrefutable proof of her actions. As I prepared for the trap, adrenaline coursed through my veins. My hands shook as I set up a small camera in the closet, angling it towards the bedroom door. I checked and rechecked my phone, making sure it was fully charged and ready to dial 911 at a moment's notice. You can do this, I whispered to myself, trying to calm my racing heart. It'll all be over soon. At precisely 8:15 a.m., my usual departure time, I made a show of leaving the apartment. I slammed the door loudly, then tiptoed back to my bedroom, slipping silently into the closet. And then I waited. The minutes ticked by with agonizing slowness. Every small sound made me jump. The hum of the refrigerator, the distant siren of an ambulance, the creaking of the building settling. My nerves were frayed to the breaking point, every muscle tense and ready for action. An hour passed, then two. I began to wonder if Sarah would show up at all. Maybe she had sensed the trap. Maybe she had given up her obsession. Just as I was considering abandoning the plan, I heard it. The soft, almost imperceptible sound of a key in the lock. My heart began to pound so loudly I was sure it would give me away. I held my breath, straining my ears to catch every sound. The front door opened with a gentle creak, then closed again. Soft footsteps padded across the living room floor. "Tom?" Sarah's voice called out, a note of confusion in her tone. "Are you home, darling? I thought you'd be at work." I remained frozen in the closet, watching through a crack in the door as Sarah entered the bedroom. My jaw dropped in shock. Her belly was swollen, unmistakably pregnant. But how? When? My mind reeled as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Sarah moved to the bed, running her hand lovingly over the covers. She began to sing softly, a lullaby I didn't recognize. "Hush, little baby. Don't you cry. Daddy's gonna love us by and by." The sight was surreal and terrifying. This woman, This stranger wearing Sarah's face was living in a world of her own making, a world where we were still together, where we were expecting a child, where everything was as she wished it to be. As she sang, Sarah began to tidy the room, straightening items on the dresser, fluffing pillows. It was clear she had done this many times before, slipping into my life when I wasn't there to play out her fantasies. I watched, my horror growing as she pulled out a small book from her bag. A baby name book. She settled on the bed, flipping through the pages. "What do you think, little one?" she murmured, patting her belly. "Should we go with Thomas Jr. if you're a boy? Or maybe Sarah if you're a girl? Daddy will be so excited when we tell him we've chosen a name." My hand trembled as I reached for my phone. This had gone on long enough. I needed to end this now, before it went any further. But just as I was about to dial, Sarah's head snapped up, her eyes fixing on the closet door. "Tom," she called out, her voice trembling slightly. "Is that you? Are you hiding from us?" I froze, hardly daring to breathe. Had she heard me? Seen me? Or was this just another part of her delusion? Sarah stood slowly, one hand cradling her pregnant belly, the other reaching out towards the closet. "It's okay, darling," she cooed. "You don't have to be afraid. I know you're scared about becoming a father, but we're going to be so happy together, you'll see." She took a step towards the closet, then another. My heart was racing so fast I thought it might burst from my chest. This was it. In a moment she would open the door and find me. What would she do? How would she react? Just as her hand touched the closet door handle, a loud crash came from the living room. We both jumped, startled by the sudden noise. "Hello?" A gruff voice called out. "This is the police. Is anyone home?" Sarah's eyes widened in panic. She looked from the bedroom door to the closet, indecision clear on her face. Then, with a quiet whimper, she turned and fled, her footsteps quickly fading as she escaped through the front door. I sagged against the wall of the closet, relief washing over me in a dizzying wave. The police. My neighbors must have heard something and called them. I had been saved by mere chance. As I stumbled out of the closet, legs shaky from hours of cramped stillness, I knew this was far from over. Sarah was still out there, still delusional, still pregnant with what she believed to be our child. But now I had proof. Now I had a chance to end this nightmare once and for all. My heart thundered in my chest as Sarah's footsteps drew closer to the closet. The air felt thick, making it difficult to breathe. I pressed myself against the back wall, willing myself to become invisible. But there was nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. "Tom?" Sarah's voice was soft, almost tender. "I know you're in there, darling. Come out, let's talk about this." I remained frozen, unable to move or speak. The closet door began to open slowly, light spilling into my hiding place. Sarah's silhouette appeared in the doorway, her pregnant belly prominent. "There you are," she said, her eyes locking onto mine. A mixture of emotions flashed across her face. Relief, joy, and then, as she took in my terrified expression, confusion. "Why are you hiding from us, Tom?" she asked, reaching out to touch my arm. I flinched away and hurt clouded her features. "Don't you want to be with your family?" Before I could respond, a loud crash echoed through the apartment. Sarah whirled around, and I peered past her to see my front door flying open, splintering at the hinges. "Police! Don't move!" a gruff voice shouted. In that instant, everything seemed to happen at once. Two officers burst into the bedroom, their weapons drawn. Sarah screamed, stumbling backward into me. I caught her reflexively, then immediately regretted it as she clung to me. "Tom, what's happening?" she cried, her eyes wild with fear. "Tell them there's been a mistake." But I couldn't speak. Relief and horror warred within me as I watched the officers approach. One of them, a tall woman with a stern expression, addressed us. "Ma'am, I need you to step away from him slowly," she commanded. Sarah shook her head vehemently. "No, this is my husband. We're having a baby. There's been a misunderstanding. The female officer's gaze flicked to me and I managed to find my voice. She's not my wife, I croaked. She's my ex-girlfriend. She's been breaking into my apartment. The look of betrayal that crossed Sarah's face in that moment would haunt me for years to come. Her blue eyes, once filled with love, now burned with a mixture of hurt and rage. "How can you say that?" she screamed, her hands gripping my shirt. "After everything we've been through? After the baby?" The officers moved swiftly, pulling Sarah away from me. She fought against them, her pregnant belly making her movements awkward and desperate. "No, you can't do this. Tom, tell them. Tell them about our love, about our family." As the officers restrained her, securing her hands behind her back, a wave of pity washed over me. Beneath the fear and revulsion, I felt a deep sadness for the woman I had once loved. How had she fallen so far into delusion? "Sarah," I said softly, "there is no baby. We're not together. This has to stop." Her face crumpled at my words, tears streaming down her cheeks. But then, just as quickly, her expression hardened into one of determination. "You're lying," she spat. "You're just scared. But I'll prove it to you. I'll prove our love is real." As the officers began to lead her away, Sarah's screams echoed through the apartment. "You can't abandon us, Tom. We need you. Your baby needs you." I watched, a mix of emotions churning in my gut, as Sarah was escorted out of my home. The female officer remained behind, her expression softening as she turned to me. "Sir, are you all right? We'll need to take your statement." I nodded numbly, suddenly feeling the weight of exhaustion pressing down on me. The adrenaline that had been coursing through my veins began to ebb, leaving me shaky and drained. Over the next hour, I recounted everything to the officer: the pregnancy test, the strange occurrences in my apartment, the hidden cameras, and finally, today's confrontation. As I spoke, the reality of the situation began to sink in. "How?" I paused, swallowing hard. "How did you know to come?" I hadn't called yet. The officer gave me a small smile. "Your neighbor called. Said she heard a woman's voice in your apartment when you were supposed to be at work. Given your recent reports about a stalker, we decided to check it out immediately." I made a mental note to thank Mrs. Abernathy next door. Her nosiness, which had often annoyed me in the past, had possibly saved my life today. As the officer finished taking my statement, she placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. "We'll need you to come down to the station later to sign some papers. For now, try to get some rest. It's over." But even as she said those words, a nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach told me it wasn't over, not by a long shot. After the police left, I stood in the middle of my bedroom, surveying the chaos. The splintered front door, the rumpled bed sheets where Sarah had sat, the closet where I had hidden in terror. It all seemed surreal, like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. I sank onto the edge of the bed, my head in my hands. The events of the day replayed in my mind. Sarah's delusional ramblings, the look in her eyes as she was taken away, her screams about our non-existent baby. A sob caught in my throat, surprising me. Despite everything, despite the fear and violation, a part of me mourned for the Sarah I had once known, the vibrant, loving woman who had stolen my heart years ago. Where had that Sarah gone? And how had I missed the signs of her descent into madness? As exhaustion and emotional turmoil overwhelmed me, I lay back on the bed, not bothering to change clothes or clean up the mess. The nightmare seemed to be over, but as I drifted into an uneasy sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a much darker chapter in my life. The days following Sarah's arrest blurred together in a haze of police statements, lawyer consultations, and sleepless nights. I had my locks changed, installed a state-of-the-art security system, and even considered moving to a new apartment. But no matter what I did, I couldn't shake the feeling of violation that clung to every corner of my home. Night after night, I found myself lying awake, staring at the ceiling, every creak and groan of the building sending my heart racing. Even with the new locks, I'd often get up multiple times to check the doors and windows, paranoia gnawing at the edges of my mind. "You're safe now," I'd mutter to myself, a mantra that felt increasingly hollow with each repetition. "She's gone. You're safe." But safety felt like a distant concept, a luxury I could no longer afford. A week after the incident, I received a call from the detective handling Sarah's case. Her voice was gentle, almost pitying, as she delivered the news. "Mr. Thompson, I wanted to update you on Sarah Miller's situation," she began. "She's been evaluated by psychiatrists and, well, her mental state is quite fragile. They've recommended she be placed in a psychiatric facility for treatment." I felt a knot form in my stomach. Is the baby?" The detective sighed. "Mr. Thompson, there is no baby. The pregnancy was a phantom pregnancy, a delusion. Sarah truly believed she was pregnant, but it was all in her mind." The news hit me like a physical blow. I sank onto my couch, my free hand gripping the armrest. How did I not see this coming?" I whispered, more to myself than to the detective. "Mental illness can be insidious, Mr. Thompson. It's not your fault. Sarah is getting the help she needs now." After hanging up, I sat in stunned silence, guilt gnawing at me. How had I missed the signs? Could I have prevented this if I'd paid more attention, if I'd been more understanding? The next day, I began the process of removing all traces of Sarah's intrusions from my apartment. I threw away the sheets she had touched, the mug she had drunk from, even the toothbrush I had replaced after finding it wet. As I worked, I felt a strange emptiness settling over me. "It's for the best," I told myself as I tossed another item into a garbage bag. "You need to move on." But each discarded object felt like erasing a part of my own history, a chapter of my life I was desperately trying to forget. As weeks passed without incident, a tentative sense of normalcy began to return. I went back to work, started socializing with friends again, even considered dating. But the paranoia lingered, a constant undercurrent to my daily life. I found myself constantly checking over my shoulder, scanning crowds for a familiar face, tensing at the sound of footsteps behind me. Even in my own home, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. One evening, about a month after Sarah's arrest, I was having dinner with my best friend, Mike. He watched with concern as I checked the locks for the third time since he'd arrived. "Tom, man, you've got to relax," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "Sarah's getting help. She can't hurt you anymore." I sank into my chair, running a hand through my hair. I know. It's just, I can't stop thinking about it. About her. What if she gets out? What if she comes back?" Mike leaned forward, his expression serious. "Look, I get it. What you went through was traumatic. But you can't let it control your life. Have you considered talking to someone? A therapist, maybe?" I scoffed, but the idea took root. Maybe talking to someone would help. Maybe it would allow me to finally put this chapter behind me. The next day, I made an appointment with a therapist specializing in trauma and stalking victims. As I hung up the phone, a mix of relief and unease washed over me. It felt like a step forward, but also an admission that what had happened had affected me more deeply than I wanted to admit. That night, as I lay in bed, I found myself thinking of Sarah. Not the Sarah who had broken into my home, but the Sarah I had first fallen in love with. I wondered where that woman had gone, at what point she had been lost to the delusions that now consumed her. "I hope you find peace, Sarah," I whispered into the darkness. "I hope we both do." As I drifted off to sleep, I felt a weight lift slightly from my shoulders. The road ahead would be long and difficult, but for the first time in weeks I felt a glimmer of hope. Little did I know this moment of peace was merely the calm before a storm that would shake the very foundations of my world. The true test of my resilience was yet to come, and it would arrive in a form I could never have anticipated. As the weeks turned into months, I slowly began to reclaim my life. The therapy sessions helped, giving me tools to manage my anxiety and paranoia. I started sleeping through the night more often, the nightmares becoming less frequent. But just as I was starting to believe that the worst was behind me, fate had one more cruel twist in store. A twist that would force me to confront not only my past with Sarah, but also challenge everything I thought I knew about myself and my future. The day that would change everything started like any other. I woke up, went to work, and returned home, following the routine that had become my anchor in the chaos of the past few months. But as I checked my mail, a letter with an official-looking seal caught my eye. My hands trembled as I opened it, a sense of foreboding washing over me. As I read the contents, my world tilted on its axis once again. The letter was from the psychiatric facility where Sarah was being treated. The shrill ring of my phone pierced the quiet of my apartment, startling me from my morning routine. I glanced at the caller ID, my heart skipping a beat when I saw it was from the hospital where Sarah was being treated. With a shaking hand, I answered. "Mr. Thompson?" A crisp, professional voice inquired. "Yes, this is he," I replied, my mouth suddenly dry. "This is Dr. Reeves from St. Mary's Hospital. I'm calling regarding Sarah Miller. She's given birth." The world seemed to tilt on its axis. "I'm sorry, what?" I stammered, certain I had misheard. "Ms. Miller has given birth to a healthy baby boy," Dr. Reeves continued, her voice tinged with what sounded like confusion. "She's insistent that you're the father." I felt the blood drain from my face. "That's impossible," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "We haven't been together in over a year. And her pregnancy, it was supposed to be a delusion." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Mr. Thompson, I understand this is shocking news, but given the circumstances, we've taken the liberty of running a DNA test. The results, well, they confirm that you are indeed the biological father." The phone slipped from my grasp, clattering to the floor. I stood there frozen as Dr. Reeves's voice called out faintly from the fallen device. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to pick up the phone. "I'm sorry, I don't understand," I said, my voice trembling. "How is this possible?" Dr. Reeves sighed. "Mr. Thompson, given Ms. Miller's history of breaking into your apartment, we believe she may have collected your DNA during one of these intrusions. The conception appears to have been achieved through artificial insemination." The realization hit me like a physical blow. I stumbled to the bathroom, barely making it in time as I emptied the contents of my stomach into the toilet. The violation I had felt before paled in comparison to this new horror. As I rinsed my mouth, staring at my pale reflection in the mirror, a storm of emotions raged within me. Anger at Sarah for this ultimate betrayal, confusion over how this could have happened right under my nose, fear of the responsibilities suddenly thrust upon me, and underneath it all, a tiny flicker of something I couldn't quite name. Curiosity? Wonder? I called in sick to work, spending the day pacing my apartment, my mind racing. What was I supposed to do now? I had never wanted children, had made that clear to Sarah from the beginning. But now there was a child, my child, waiting at the hospital. A child born of deception and mental illness, but innocent in all of this. As the sun began to set, I knew I couldn't put it off any longer. I had to go to the hospital, had to see for myself. The drive to St. Mary's was a blur. Before I knew it, I was standing in front of the maternity ward, my feet feeling like lead as I approached the nurse's station. I'm here to see Sarah Miller's baby," I managed to say, the words feeling foreign on my tongue. The nurse looked up, her eyes widening slightly in recognition. "Oh, Mr. Thompson. Yes, Dr. Reeves is expecting you. Follow me, please." She led me down a long corridor, the antiseptic smell of the hospital making my stomach churn. We stopped in front of a large window behind which rows of newborns lay in their bassinets. "There," the nurse said softly, pointing to a bassinet in the front row. "Baby boy Miller." I stepped closer to the glass, my heart pounding. The infant was tiny, his skin still red and wrinkled. A shock of dark hair, my hair, covered his head. As I watched, he yawned, his little fists waving in the air. "Would you like to hold him?" a voice asked from behind me. I turned to see Dr. Reeves, her expression a mixture of sympathy and concern. I opened my mouth to say no, to explain that I couldn't possibly be a father, that this was all a huge mistake. But what came out instead was a shaky yes. Minutes later, I found myself seated in a rocking chair, a nurse carefully placing the newborn in my arms. He was lighter than I expected, and so fragile. I looked down at his face, searching for what? A connection? A sign? The baby's eyes fluttered open, unfocused but seeming to look right at me, and in that moment something shifted inside me. This child, regardless of how he came to be, was a part of me, innocent and helpless, needing protection and love. "Hello," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. I'm your dad." Dr. Reeves cleared her throat gently. "Mr. Thompson, I know this is overwhelming. There are decisions to be made, paperwork to fill out. But for now, take your time. Get to know your son. My son." The words echoed in my head, terrifying and exhilarating all at once. As I sat there, rocking gently and feeling the warm weight of the baby in my arms, I knew my life had changed irrevocably. The path ahead was unclear, fraught with legal, ethical, and emotional challenges. But looking down at this innocent life, I made a silent vow. "I don't know how we're going to do this," I murmured to the sleeping infant. "But I promise, I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out together." The sun had long since set by the time I left the hospital, my mind reeling with information about feeding schedules, pediatrician appointments, and social services meetings. As I drove home, the enormity of what lay ahead began to sink in. I was a father now, thrust into the role by circumstances I could never have imagined. The journey ahead would be difficult, filled with challenges I wasn't sure I was ready for. But as I remembered the feeling of my son in my arms, I felt a resolve hardening within me. Whatever came next, I would face it, for myself, and for the innocent life that now depended on me. The drive home from the hospital was a blur, my mind racing with thoughts and emotions I couldn't begin to process. As I walked into my apartment, the silence that greeted me felt different now. No longer a comfort, but a stark reminder of how unprepared I was for what lay ahead. I sank onto the couch, my head in my hands. The image of the baby, my son, kept flashing before my eyes. So small, so innocent, so completely unaware of the chaos surrounding his entrance into the world. "What am I going to do?" I whispered into the empty room. Sleep eluded me that night. I tossed and turned, my mind a battleground of conflicting emotions. Anger at Sarah for her deception warred with a growing sense of responsibility for the child. By the time dawn broke, I was no closer to a decision. The next day, I found myself back at the hospital. As I approached the nursery, a nurse I recognized from yesterday greeted me with a warm smile. "Good morning, Mr. Thompson. Would you like to see your son?" The words still felt strange to hear. My son. I nodded, unable to trust my voice. As I stood by the bassinet looking down at the sleeping infant, a wave of emotion washed over me. This child was a part of me, regardless of how he came to be. He was innocent in all of this, a victim of circumstances beyond his control. "Would you like to hold him?" the nurse asked gently. I hesitated for a moment before nodding. As she placed the baby in my arms, I felt a surge of protectiveness I'd never experienced before. He was so small, so vulnerable, and he needed me. "Hey there, little guy," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. I'm your dad." As if in response, the baby's eyes fluttered open, unfocused but seeming to look right at me. In that moment, something shifted inside me. A connection I never expected to feel blossomed, fragile but undeniable. Dr. Reeves approached, her expression sympathetic. "Mr. Thompson, I know this is an overwhelming situation, Have you given any thought to what you want to do? The weight of the decision before me felt crushing. To embrace fatherhood, to take on the responsibility of raising this child, or to walk away, to maintain the life I had always planned for myself. Both options seemed equally terrifying. I don't know, I admitted, my eyes never leaving the baby's face. I never wanted to be a father, but now that he's here, Dr. Reeves nodded understandingly. It's a lot to process, but remember, you don't have to make any permanent decisions right away. The important thing is to consider what's best for the child. As I continued to hold my son, a memory surfaced. The look in Sarah's eyes when she was arrested, the desperation and delusion that had driven her to such extremes. A surge of determination welled up inside me. This child deserved better. He deserved a chance at a normal life, free from the trauma and chaos that had marked his conception. I want to break the cycle, I said, surprising myself with the conviction in my voice. I want to give him a chance at the life Sarah couldn't provide. Dr. Reeves smiled. That's a noble goal, Mr. Thompson, but it won't be easy. Are you prepared for the challenges ahead? I took a deep breath, looking down at the baby in my arms. I don't know if I'm prepared, but I'm willing to try. Over the next few hours, I spoke with social workers, lawyers, and child care specialists. The road ahead would be difficult. Legal battles, custody arrangements, the monumental task of raising a child as a single father. But with each passing moment, my resolve strengthened. As the day drew to a close, I found myself once again holding my son. This time, instead of fear and uncertainty, I felt a growing sense of purpose. I don't have all the answers, I whispered to him. I'm probably going to make a lot of mistakes, but I promise you this. I will always be here for you. We'll figure this out together. Just then, a soft knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. I looked up to see a woman in a suit, her expression serious. Mr. Thompson, I'm Amanda Chen from Child Protective Services. We need to discuss the next steps regarding your son's care. I nodded, carefully standing up with the baby still in my arms. Of course, what do we need to do? Ms. Chen's eyes softened slightly as she saw how I cradled the child. Well, given the unusual circumstances of his birth and Ms. Miller's current condition, we need to ensure that you're prepared to provide a stable home environment. There will be home visits, parenting classes, and regular check-ins. I understand, I said, my voice firm. I'm ready to do whatever it takes. She nodded approvingly. That's good to hear. Now, have you thought about a name for him? We'll need it for the birth certificate. I paused, looking down at the baby's face. In all the chaos, I hadn't even considered a name. But as I gazed at him, a sense of calm settled over me. Benjamin, I said softly. Benjamin Thomas Thompson. Ms. Chen smiled. That's a lovely name. Now let's sit down and go over what you can expect in the coming weeks. As we talked, I felt a mix of emotions: fear, excitement, determination. The path ahead would be challenging, filled with obstacles I couldn't even imagine yet. But looking at Benjamin, peacefully sleeping in my arms, I knew it was a journey worth taking. The sun was setting as I prepared to leave the hospital. A nurse helped me secure Benjamin in the car seat I had hastily purchased that morning. As I drove home, our home now, I felt a sense of purpose I'd never experienced before. All right, Benjamin, I said, glancing at him in the rearview mirror. Let's go home and start our new life together. The apartment that had seemed so empty just days ago now held the promise of a future I never expected. As I carried Benjamin inside, I knew that nothing would ever be the same. But for the first time since this whirlwind began, I felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. This was just the beginning of our story, Benjamin's and mine. And despite the unconventional and traumatic circumstances that brought us together, I was determined to make it a story of love, growth, and healing. We had a long road ahead, but we would walk it together, step by step, day by day. The drive home from the hospital was a surreal experience. Every few minutes I found myself glancing in the rearview mirror, still half expecting to wake up and find this had all been a dream. But there he was, Benjamin Thomas Thompson, my son, securely fastened in his car seat, sleeping peacefully as we navigated the city streets. As I pulled into the parking lot of my apartment complex, a wave of anxiety washed over me. This place had been my bachelor pad, a space I'd cultivated for my single lifestyle. Now, in the span of a few days, it needed to transform into a home for a newborn. "Well, buddy," I said softly, lifting the car seat out of the car. "Welcome home. It's not much, but we'll make it work." The moment I stepped through the door, the reality of the situation hit me full force. My living room, once a testament to minimalist design and state-of-the-art entertainment systems, now looked woefully unprepared for a baby. The coffee table's sharp corners suddenly seemed like death traps, and the pristine white couch a canvas for future stains. I set the car seat down gently, careful not to wake Benjamin. "Okay," I muttered to myself, running a hand through my hair. "We've got some work to do." Over the next few hours, I threw myself into the task of baby-proofing the apartment. I moved breakables to high shelves, covered electrical outlets, and pushed the coffee table against the wall. It wasn't perfect, but it was a start. As evening approached, I stood in the center of what used to be my home office, now hastily converted into a makeshift nursery. The crib I had frantically ordered online had arrived just in time, along with a changing table and a rocking chair. The walls, once adorned with modern art prints, now bore hastily hung pictures of cartoon animals. "It's not exactly better homes and gardens," I said to Benjamin, who was awake now and looking around with unfocused curiosity. "But it'll do for now." As I placed him in the crib for the first time, a fierce wave of protectiveness washed over me. This tiny human, so innocent and vulnerable, was now my responsibility. I vowed then and there to shield him from the harsh realities of his conception for as long as possible. "I promise you, Ben," I whispered, gently stroking his cheek. "I'll do everything I can to give you a normal, happy life." The first night was a baptism by fire. Benjamin woke every 2 hours like clockwork, his cries piercing through the quiet apartment. Each time I stumbled out of bed, a mixture of exhaustion and adrenaline coursing through my veins as I prepared a bottle or changed a diaper. By the time dawn broke, I was a zombie, running on nothing but coffee and sheer determination. As I cradled Benjamin during his 6 a.m. feeding, I couldn't help but marvel at how much my life had changed in such a short time. "You know, little man," I said, stifling a yawn, "a few months ago, my biggest worry was whether I'd make partner at the firm this year. Now my whole world revolves around you." A bittersweet melancholy washed over me as I reflected on the life I had left behind. The late nights at the office, the weekends spent golfing with colleagues, the freedom to travel on a whim, all of it seemed like a distant memory now. But as I looked down at Benjamin, his tiny hand wrapped around my finger as he drifted off to sleep, I felt a new emotion bloom in my chest. Hope. The future I had always envisioned for myself might be gone, but in its place was the possibility of something I had never considered: a life filled with the joys and challenges of fatherhood. The days that followed were a blur of diaper changes, feedings, and stolen moments of sleep. My apartment slowly but surely transformed, baby items gradually taking over every surface. The sleek entertainment center now housed a collection of colorful toys, and the fridge was covered in notes about feeding schedules and pediatrician appointments. One evening, about a week after bringing Benjamin home, I found myself pacing the living room, trying to soothe his inconsolable cries. Nothing seemed to work. Not the bottle, not the diaper change, not the gentle rocking. "Come on, buddy," I pleaded, my voice tinged with desperation. "Work with me here. What do you need?" As if in response, Benjamin's cries intensified. I felt a moment of panic, the weight of my inexperience crushing down on me. What if I couldn't do this? What if I wasn't cut out to be a father? Just then, my phone rang. It was Mike, my best friend. checking in as he had been doing daily since Benjamin came home. "Hey man, how's it going?" he asked, his voice cheerful. "Not great," I admitted, the sound of Benjamin's cries clearly audible over the phone. "I can't get him to stop crying. I've tried everything, Mike. I don't know what to do." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Have you tried singing to him?" I blinked, surprised by the suggestion. "Singing? Mike, you know I can't carry a tune to save my life." Mike chuckled. "Trust me, the kid doesn't care if you sound like Pavarotti or a dying cat. It's about the rhythm and the closeness, just try it." Feeling slightly foolish, I began to hum the first song that came to mind, an old lullaby my mother used to sing to me. To my amazement, Benjamin's cries began to soften. Encouraged, I started to sing the words, my voice shaky and off-key but filled with love. "Hush, little baby, don't say a word, Daddy's gonna buy you a mockingbird." As I sang, gently swaying back and forth, Benjamin's cries tapered off into soft whimpers, and then finally, blissful silence. I looked down to find him fast asleep, his little face peaceful. "Mike," I whispered into the phone. "It worked. He's asleep." "See? Told you," Mike replied, the smile evident in his voice. "You've got this, Tom. One day at a time." As I carefully laid Benjamin in his crib, I felt a sense of accomplishment wash over me. It was a small victory, but it felt monumental. For the first time since bringing him home, I truly believed that I could do this. The weeks turned into months, and slowly but surely we fell into a routine. The sleepless nights became less frequent, and I found myself becoming more confident in my role as a father. Benjamin grew and changed at an astonishing rate, each new milestone filling me with a pride I had never experienced before. One lazy Sunday afternoon, as I sat in the rocking chair feeding Benjamin his bottle, I found myself reflecting on the journey that had brought us here. The fear, the anger, the confusion, all of it seemed to fade in the face of the love I felt for this little boy. "You know, Ben," I said softly, "your arrival in my life wasn't exactly conventional. In fact, it was pretty scary at first. But now I can't imagine my life without you." Benjamin looked up at me with his big blue eyes, a small smile playing on his lips. In that moment, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. The circumstances of his conception, the trauma of the past few months, none of it mattered. What mattered was the present and the future we would build together. As I burped him and prepared to put him down for his nap, I couldn't help but marvel at how life had a way of surprising you. From the darkest, most unexpected situations, light could emerge. "All right, little man," I said, placing a gentle kiss on his forehead as I laid him in his crib. "Sweet dreams. Daddy loves you." I stood there for a moment, watching as Benjamin drifted off to sleep. The nursery, once a hastily converted office, now felt like the heart of our home. The walls were adorned with photos of our little family, Benjamin and me at the park, at his first doctor's appointment, celebrating his first smile. As I quietly closed the nursery door, I caught sight of myself in the hallway mirror. The man staring back at me was different from the one who had first brought Benjamin home. There were dark circles under my eyes, yes, and my hair was in desperate need of a cut. But there was also a contentment in my expression that had never been there before. I made my way to the living room, sinking into the couch with a sigh. The coffee table was covered in parenting books, and a half-finished bottle sat next to a pile of clean burp cloths. It was a far cry from the meticulously organized space it had once been, but I wouldn't have it any other way. My phone buzzed with a text from Mike. "How's fatherhood treating you today?" I smiled, typing out a reply. "It's challenging, exhausting, and the best thing that's ever happened to me." As I hit send, I felt a surge of gratitude for the support system that had rallied around me and Benjamin. Mike, who had become an honorary uncle, always ready with advice or a helping hand. My parents, who had overcome their initial shock to embrace their new role as grandparents with enthusiasm. Even my colleagues at work, who had been understanding of my need for a more flexible schedule. The road ahead wouldn't be easy. There would be challenges to face, milestones to celebrate, and difficult conversations to have when Benjamin was old enough to understand the circumstances of his birth. But as I sat there, listening to the soft sounds of my son's breathing over the baby monitor, I felt ready to face whatever came our way. From the ashes of a traumatic experience, a new life had bloomed. Not just Benjamin's, but mine as well. We were a family, unconventional as it may be, and we had a whole future ahead of us to explore together. As the afternoon sun streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow over the room, I closed my eyes and allowed myself a moment of pure contentment. This was not the life I had planned, but it was a life filled with love, purpose, and endless possibilities. And for that, I was profoundly grateful. The manila envelope sat on my desk, innocuous yet foreboding. I'd been staring at it for hours, my hand reaching out to open it only to pull back at the last second. The clock on the wall ticked relentlessly, each second bringing me closer to a truth I wasn't sure I wanted to know. "Dad, are you okay?" I jumped at the sound of my daughter's voice. Emily stood in the doorway, her brow furrowed with concern. At 15, she was the spitting image of her mother, Sarah, or so I'd always thought. "I'm fine, sweetheart," I lied, forcing a smile. "Just some boring paperwork." Emily nodded, unconvinced. "Okay. Well, dinner's ready when you are." As she turned to leave, I called out, "Emily?" She paused, looking back at me. "I love you. You know that, right?" A flicker of confusion crossed her face before she smiled. "I love you too, Dad." The moment she was gone, I slumped in my chair, guilt gnawing at my insides. With trembling hands, I finally reached for the envelope. The DNA test results. A routine medical checkup had led to this moment, a casual suggestion from the doctor to undergo genetic testing for potential hereditary conditions. I tore open the envelope, my eyes scanning the document inside. The words blurred, but one phrase stood out in stark clarity. Probability of paternity, 0%. My world tilted on its axis. I read the line again and again, willing it to change, but the harsh truth remained unchanged. I wasn't the biological father of my children. Memories of Sarah flooded my mind. Her laugh, her smile, the way she'd look at me with such love. Had it all been a lie? I thought back to when we first met, to our whirlwind romance and quick marriage. She'd already been pregnant then, claiming it was a miracle given her previous fertility issues. I'd been so in love, so eager to start a family, that I'd never questioned it. Now, 15 years later, with Sarah 5 years in her grave, the truth came crashing down around me. I stumbled to the bathroom, barely making it to the toilet before emptying the contents of my stomach. As I rinsed my mouth, I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror. Bloodshot eyes stared back at me, belonging to a man I no longer recognized. "John?" My son's voice echoed from downstairs. "Dinner's getting cold." I splashed water on my face, trying to compose myself. "Coming, Michael," I called back, my voice surprisingly steady. Dinner was a blur. I watched Emily and Michael as if seeing them for the first time. Michael's blue eyes, so unlike my brown ones. Emily's auburn hair, a shade I'd always attributed to some long-lost relative on my side. How had I been so blind? "Dad, can I go to Jake's house after dinner?" Michael asked, pulling me from my thoughts. I blinked, focusing on my son. My son. Despite what the test said, he was still my son, wasn't he? "Sure," I managed to say. "Just be back by 10. Emily tilted her head, studying me. "Are you sure you're okay, Dad? You've barely touched your food." I forced myself to take a bite that tastes like ash in my mouth. "Just a bit under the weather," I lied again. The lies were piling up, threatening to suffocate me. After dinner, I retreated to my study, the DNA test results burning a hole in my desk drawer. I pulled out old photo albums, scrutinizing every picture of Sarah. Had there been signs I'd missed? Clues to her infidelity? But as I flipped through the pages, all I saw was love. Sarah gazing at me on our wedding day, her eyes shining with happiness. Sarah cradling newborn Emily and Michael, looking exhausted but radiant. Family vacations, birthday parties, ordinary moments filled with laughter and joy. How could all of this be built on a lie? I was so engrossed in the photos that I didn't hear Emily enter the room. "Dad?" Her voice made me jump for the second time that evening. "What are you doing?" I hastily closed the album. "Just reminiscing," I said, hating how easily the half-truths now came to my lips. Emily's eyes fell on the open drawer where the DNA test results peeked out. Before I could stop her, she'd snatched the paper, her eyes widening as she read its contents. "Dad, what is this?" Her voice trembled. It says you're not..." "Emily, I can explain," I started, but the words died in my throat. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? Emily's face crumpled, tears welling in her eyes. "Is this why you've been acting so weird? You don't want us anymore?" I was on my feet in an instant, pulling her into a tight embrace. "No, sweetheart, no. That's not it at all. I love you and Michael more than anything in this world. Nothing will ever change that." She clung to me, her tears soaking my shirt. "Then why did you get a DNA test? Didn't you want us to be yours?" My heart shattered at her words. "Of course I did. I do. You are mine, Emily. You and Michael are my children, regardless of what any test says." But even as I spoke the words, doubt crept in. If I wasn't their biological father, who was? And why had Sarah kept this secret? As Emily's sobs subsided, I gently pulled away, looking into her eyes that suddenly seemed foreign. "We need to talk to your brother," I said softly. "There's a lot we need to figure out." Emily nodded, wiping her tears. "Are we going to be okay, Dad?" I wished I could give her a definitive answer, but the truth was, I had no idea what the future held. Our family had been built on a foundation of love, but now that foundation was cracking. Could we survive this revelation? "We're going to get through this together," I promised, hoping I could keep that promise. No matter what happens, no matter what we discover, we're a family. Nothing can change that. As we left the study to wait for Michael's return, I cast one last glance at the photo albums. The smiling faces of our past stared back at me, oblivious to the storm that was about to engulf us. I closed the door, leaving behind the memories of a simpler time, and stepped into an uncertain future. The revelation had shaken my world to its core, but it was only the beginning. Little did I know that this discovery would lead us down a path darker and more twisted than I could have ever imagined. The morning light filtered through the curtains, casting long shadows across the living room floor. I sat surrounded by photo albums, each open to a different moment frozen in time. Sarah's face smiled up at me from every page, her eyes twinkling with a secret I now knew she'd carried to her grave. I picked up our wedding photo, studying Sarah's expression. Was that a flicker of guilt in her eyes? Or was I projecting my own doubts onto a past that could no longer defend itself? "Dad?" Michael's voice startled me out of my reverie. "We're heading to school now." I looked up to see my children standing by the door, backpacks slung over their shoulders. Emily's eyes were red-rimmed from crying, while Michael looked confused and wary. "Have a good day," I managed to say, my voice hoarse from a sleepless night of explanations and tears. As they turned to leave, an irrational fear gripped me. What if they didn't come back? What if they decided I wasn't their real father after all? "Wait!" I called out, causing them both to turn. I stumbled over to them, pulling them into a tight embrace. "I love you both, so much. Never forget that." Michael squirmed uncomfortably. "Dad, we know. We love you too. But we're going to be late." I reluctantly let them go, watching as they walked down the driveway. Emily glanced back, giving me a small, sad smile before they disappeared around the corner. The house fell silent, save for the ticking of the clock on the mantel. I wandered from room to room, each space filled with memories that now felt tainted. In the kitchen, I could almost hear the echo of laughter from countless family dinners. The living room still held the imprint of movie nights and board game battles. I paused by the bookshelf, my eyes drawn to a framed photo of Sarah holding newborn Emily and Michael, my twins. Or were they? The doubt that had taken root in my mind grew with each passing moment. As I reached for the frame, a book tumbled from the shelf. I bent to pick it up, recognizing it as one of Sarah's old medical textbooks from her days as a nursing student. A slip of paper peeked out from between its pages. With trembling hands, I opened the book. It was a letter, dated just before we met. Dear Sarah, your participation in the fertility study has been approved. Please report to the clinic on Monday to begin the procedure. Remember, discretion is of utmost importance. Dr. A. Hoffman. My knees buckled and I sank to the floor, the letter clutched in my hand. A fertility study? Was this the answer to the mystery that had upended our lives? The rest of the day passed in a haze of confusion and mounting dread. When Emily and Michael returned from school, their laughter echoing through the house, I flinched at the sound. Each moment of normalcy felt like a lie, a performance I was no longer sure I could maintain. Dad? Emily's voice was tentative as she approached me in the study. Can we talk? I nodded, gesturing for her to sit. She perched on the edge of the chair, her hands twisting nervously in her lap. I told Michael about the DNA test, she confessed, her eyes downcast. A mix of relief and anxiety washed over me. How did he take it? Emily shrugged. He's confused, angry. He wants to know why Mom would lie to us. I want to know that too, I murmured, more to myself than to her. Dad? Emily's voice quavered. Are you going to try to find our real father? The question hit me like a physical blow. I looked at my daughter, because despite everything, she was still my daughter, and saw the fear and uncertainty in her eyes. Emily, I said, reaching out to take her hand. I was surprised to find myself flinching at the contact, guilt washing over me at my involuntary reaction. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I promise you, no matter what we discover, I am your father. Biology doesn't change that. She nodded, tears welling in her eyes. I'm scared, Dad. Everything feels different now. I pulled her into a hug, ignoring the voice in my head that whispered of betrayal and lies. I know, sweetheart. I'm scared too. But we'll figure this out together. As Emily left the room, I turned back to my desk, my eyes landing on the bottom drawer, where I'd hastily shoved Sarah's old diaries earlier. I'd been avoiding them, afraid of what secrets they might hold. But now, with the weight of my children's pain and confusion pressing down on me, I knew I couldn't put it off any longer. With shaking hands, I pulled out the oldest diary, its cover worn and pages yellowed with age. I opened it to the first entry, dated just a few months before Sarah and I met. I did it. I signed up for the fertility study. Dr. Hoffman says it's cutting edge, that it could help countless women struggling to conceive. But I can't shake this feeling of unease. What am I really signing up for? My heart raced as I flipped through the pages, each entry revealing more about the mysterious study. Sarah wrote of daily injections, strange tests, and cryptic conversations with doctors who never gave straight answers. And then, an entry that made my blood run cold. I'm pregnant. It worked. But Dr. Hoffman says I can never tell anyone about the study. He says it's crucial that the children grow up without knowing. Children. Plural. How can he be so sure? I slammed the diary shut, my mind reeling. Sarah had known from the beginning. She'd participated in some kind of experimental fertility treatment, one shrouded in secrecy and ethical ambiguity. The sound of breaking glass jolted me from my thoughts. I rushed to the kitchen to find Michael standing amidst the shards of a shattered plate, his face a mask of anger and pain. Why? He shouted as I entered. Why would she lie to us? To you? I approached him carefully, mindful of the broken ceramic. I don't know, Michael, but I promise you, we're going to find out. As I helped him clean up the mess, my mind raced with the implications of Sarah's diary. This wasn't just about infidelity or a moment of weakness. This was something bigger, something potentially dangerous. That night, as the house settled into an uneasy quiet, I sat in my study, surrounded by Sarah's diaries and old photos. The life I thought I knew lay in pieces around me, like the shattered plate in the kitchen. But as I looked at a photo of Sarah holding our newborn twins, I made a silent vow. I would uncover the truth, no matter where it led. For Emily and Michael, for the memory of the woman I loved, and for myself. The imposing facade of St. Mary's Hospital loomed before me, its sterile white walls a stark contrast to the turmoil raging within my mind. I stood on the sidewalk, my feet refusing to move, as if they understood the gravity of what awaited me inside. "Mr. Thompson?" A voice startled me from my paralysis. I turned to see a middle-aged woman in a lab coat, her kind eyes tinged with concern. "I'm Dr. Evelyn Carter. We spoke on the phone." I nodded, unable to find my voice. Dr. Carter gently guided me towards the entrance, her hand on my elbow providing an anchor I didn't know I needed. As we walked through the antiseptic halls, the weight of Sarah's diary entries pressed against my chest, where I'd tucked the most revealing pages into my jacket pocket. Each step brought me closer to answers I both craved and dreaded. Dr. Carter led me into a small conference room, gesturing for me to take a seat. "Before we begin, Mr. Thompson, I want you to know that what I'm about to share with you is highly classified. You'll need to sign this non-disclosure agreement." She slid a document across the table. I stared at it, my mind reeling. "I don't understand. I'm here about my wife, about my children. What could possibly require this level of secrecy?" Dr. Carter's expression softened. "John, may I call you John? What your wife participated in wasn't just a fertility study. It was something far more experimental." With trembling hands, I signed the document. Dr. Carter nodded, then pressed a button on an intercom. Moments later, an older man entered the room, his silver hair and piercing blue eyes immediately commanding attention. "John, this is Dr. Alexander Hoffman. He was the lead researcher on the project your wife participated in." "Doctor." Hoffman extended his hand, which I shook automatically, still struggling to process the situation. "Mr. Thompson, I understand you've recently discovered some discrepancies regarding your children's paternity." The clinical way he referred to the revelation that had shattered my world ignited a spark of anger within me. "Discrepancies?" I spat. "Is that what you call finding out the children I've raised for 15 years aren't biologically mine?" Dr. Hoffman remained impassive. "I understand your distress, but please let me explain." What followed was a blur of scientific jargon and ethical nightmares. Words like genetic manipulation, embryonic enhancement, and evolutionary acceleration swirled around me, each more horrifying than the last. "Wait," I interrupted, my head spinning. "Are you saying you modified my children before they were even born?" Dr. Hoffman nodded solemnly. "Your wife came to us unable to conceive. We offered her a chance not just at motherhood, but at contributing to the next step in human evolution." Bile rose in my throat. Evolution? They're children, not lab rats. "They're more than that," Dr. Carter interjected softly. "They're the first of their kind, enhanced humans with capabilities we're only beginning to understand." I slumped in my chair, the weight of their words crushing me. "How many?" I managed to croak out. "How many other couples did you do this to?" Dr. Hoffman and Dr. Carter exchanged a glance. "There were 12 couples in total," Dr. Carter finally answered. "Including your wife, only 3 of the women successfully carried to term." The room spun around me. "The others?" "Miscarriages," Dr. Hoffman said, his clinical tone doing nothing to soften the blow. "Or complications we hadn't anticipated." I stood abruptly, needing to move, to breathe. And the other two couples? The ones with successful pregnancies? One couple moved abroad shortly after the birth. We've lost contact with them, Dr. Carter explained. The other, she trailed off, looking to Dr. Hoffman. The other couple and their child died in a house fire 3 years ago, he finished, his voice finally betraying a hint of emotion. The implications hit me like a physical blow. Which makes my children the only known survivors of the experiment, yes, Dr. Hoffman confirmed. I gripped the back of my chair, my knuckles turning white. What exactly did you do to them? What should I be expecting? Dr. Carter stepped forward, her voice gentle but firm. John, your children's DNA was enhanced to improve physical strength, cognitive abilities, and even potential lifespan. But the full extent of these enhancements won't be clear until they fully mature. They're already showing signs, Dr. Hoffman added. Exceptional academic performance, athletic prowess beyond their peers. Haven't you noticed? Of course I had noticed Emily's perfect grades, Michael's sports trophies. I had been so proud, believing they had inherited the best of Sarah and me. Now I realized with a sickening lurch, those achievements were the result of manipulation in a lab. Why? I demanded, rounding on Dr. Hoffman. Why do this? Why lie to us? For the advancement of human potential, he replied, his eyes gleaming with a fervor that chilled me to the bone. Imagine a world where disease, cognitive decline, even aging itself could be eradicated. Your children are the first step towards that future. I shook my head, backing away. They're children, not your science experiment. They deserve a normal life. Normal? Dr. Hoffman scoffed. They were never going to be normal, Mr. Thompson. They're extraordinary, and as they grow, they'll need guidance, protection. No, I cut him off, a sudden clarity cutting through my confusion. What they need is to be left alone, to live their lives without you or anyone else interfering. Dr. Carter stepped between us, her hands raised placatingly. John, please. We understand this is a lot to process, but your children may develop abilities or needs that you're not equipped to handle. We can help. I turned to her, seeing the genuine concern in her eyes, but behind her, I saw Dr. Hoffman's calculating gaze, and I knew I couldn't trust them. I think we're done here, I said, moving towards the door. You've told me enough. Mr. Thompson, Dr. Hoffman called as I reached for the handle. This isn't over. Your children are too important to simply walk away from. I paused, turning back to face him. They're important to me. They're my children, and I'll do whatever it takes to protect them. From you, from anyone who thinks they can control their lives. With that, I stormed out of the room, out of the hospital, each step feeling like I was wading through quicksand. The bright sunlight outside was a shock to my system after the fluorescent glare of the hospital. I made it to my car before the full weight of what I'd learned came crashing down on me. Gasping for air, I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white as I fought against the rising panic. My children, my beautiful, brilliant children, were the products of an experiment that had claimed the lives of other couples, other babies, and now, they were the only ones left. As I drove home in a daze, my mind raced with questions. How would I tell Emily and Michael? Should I tell them at all? And what did their future hold? Would they develop strange abilities? Would they be in danger from those who wanted to study them? Pulling into our driveway, I caught sight of my reflection in the rearview mirror. The man staring back at me was a stranger, haggard, haunted, with eyes that had seen too much. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. One thing was clear: our lives would never be the same. But no matter what came next, I would protect my children. They may not be mine biologically, but they were mine in every way that mattered. As I walked into the house, the sound of Emily and Michael's laughter drifted from the kitchen. For a moment, everything felt normal, but I knew that normalcy was an illusion. one that had been shattered the moment I opened that DNA test result. The soft glow of the nightlight cast long shadows across Emily and Michael's sleeping faces. I stood in the doorway of their shared bedroom, my heart heavy with the weight of secrets. They looked so peaceful, so blissfully unaware of the storm brewing just beyond their dreams. I lingered there, watching the gentle rise and fall of their chests, torn between two impossible choices. On one hand, I yearned to protect them, to shield them from the harsh reality that threatened to shatter their world. On the other, I knew that the truth, no matter how painful, was their birthright. As I turned to leave, Michael stirred in his sleep, mumbling something incoherent. For a moment I froze, irrationally afraid that he might wake up different, changed somehow by the knowledge I now possessed. But he simply rolled over, his face relaxing back into peaceful slumber. I retreated to my own bedroom, knowing sleep would elude me yet again. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw accusing faces. Sarah's, Dr. Hoffman's, and worst of all, Emily and Michael's. In my nightmares, they looked at me with eyes that were no longer human, their voices a cacophony of inhuman shrieks demanding answers I couldn't give. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat, the echo of those dream cries still ringing in my ears. The alarm clock read 3:47 a.m. With a groan, I dragged myself out of bed, knowing there was no point in trying to sleep any longer. In the kitchen, I mechanically went through the motions of making coffee, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. As the rich aroma filled the air, I found myself reaching for the phone before I could second-guess myself. "Dr. Winters' office," a cheery voice answered after several rings. "Hi, this is John Thompson. I know it's early, but I was wondering if Dr. Winters had any availability today. It's urgent." There was a pause, then, "You're in luck, Mr. Thompson. We've had a cancellation for 10 a.m. Will that work for you?" I agreed, relief washing over me at the prospect of unburdening myself to someone, anyone, who might be able to help me navigate this ethical minefield. The morning passed in a blur of routine, making breakfast, packing lunches, seeing the kids off to school. As I watched them walk down the driveway, their backpacks bouncing with each step, I was struck by how normal everything looked on the surface. If only they knew the turmoil that lay beneath. At 10 a.m. sharp, I found myself sitting across from Dr. Winters, a kind-faced woman in her 50s who had been my therapist on and off for years. "John," she said warmly, "it's been a while. What brings you in today?" I took a deep breath, then began to speak. I told her everything: the DNA test, Sarah's diaries, the meeting at the hospital. As I spoke, Dr. Winters' expression shifted from concern to shock to something akin to disbelief. When I finally finished, she was silent for a long moment. "John," she said carefully, it's beyond anything I've ever encountered in my practice. I can only imagine how overwhelming this must be for you." I laughed bitterly. "Overwhelming doesn't begin to cover it, Doc. I don't know what to do. Do I tell them? Do I keep it a secret? How do I protect them from people who might want to study them or worse?" Dr. Winters leaned forward, her eyes filled with compassion. "John, there's no easy answer here, but I want you to consider something. Secrets have a way of coming out, often in the most damaging ways. Your children are intelligent, perceptive young people. They may already sense that something is amiss." "So you think I should tell them?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She sighed. "I think you need to seriously consider it. But John, whatever you decide, remember this. Those children are yours. Biology doesn't define family. Love does." I left Dr. Winters' office feeling both lighter and heavier. Her words of advice echoed in my mind, but they were drowned out by the cacophony of my own fears and doubts. That evening, as we sat around the dinner table, Emily's voice cut through my distracted thoughts. "Dad, can I ask you something about Mom?" I froze, my fork halfway to my mouth. "Of course, sweetheart. What do you want to know?" Emily hesitated, pushing her food around her plate. It's just, I was looking at old photos, and I realized I don't really remember much about her. What was she like when you first met? The question hit me like a physical blow. I opened my mouth to respond, but the lies I'd been telling myself caught in my throat. How could I describe our whirlwind romance without mentioning the secret she'd been carrying? How could I paint a picture of the woman I thought I knew, when I now realized I might never have truly known her at all? Your mother, I began, my voice thick with emotion, was the most beautiful, compassionate person I've ever known. When we met, it was like the whole world suddenly made sense. Michael looked up from his plate, his eyes shining with interest. How did you meet? Another innocent question that felt like a dagger to my heart. I swallowed hard, fighting back the urge to tell them everything right then and there. We met at a fundraiser, I said, the half-truth tasting bitter on my tongue. She was volunteering and I was there with some colleagues. The moment I saw her, I knew she was special. Emily smiled softly. That's romantic, Dad. I wish I could remember her better. As I looked at my children's faces, filled with love and curiosity about the mother they barely remembered, I made my decision. They deserve to know the truth, no matter how difficult it might be to hear. Listen, I said, setting down my fork. There's something important I need to talk to you both about. Not tonight, but soon. It's about your mother and about our family. Emily and Michael exchanged worried glances. Is everything okay, Dad? Michael asked, his brow furrowed with concern. I forced a smile, trying to project a calm I didn't feel. Everything's fine. It's just, there are some things you need to know, things that might be hard to understand at first, but I promise, no matter what, we're a family. Nothing will ever change that. As I looked at their confused, slightly frightened faces, I prayed that my words would prove true. In that moment, I made a silent vow to myself and to Sarah's memory. I would tell them the truth, but I would also protect them with every fiber of my being. They may have been born from an experiment, but they were my children, and nothing, not science, not genetics, not shadowy organizations, would ever change that fact. The next few days loomed before me, filled with both dread and a strange sense of relief. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with potential dangers and heartaches. But as I looked at Emily and Michael, I knew that whatever came next, we would face it together. They were my children, my family, and I would move heaven and earth to keep them safe and loved. As I cleared the dinner table that night, the weight of my decision settled over me like a heavy cloak. The truth was a double-edged sword, capable of setting us free or tearing us apart. But as I watched Emily and Michael laughing over a shared joke, I knew I had made the right choice. Our family was built on love, not lies, and it was time to honor that truth, no matter the cost. The attic air was thick with dust and memories as I rummaged through boxes of Sarah's old belongings. Each item I uncovered felt like a small betrayal, a piece of a life I thought I knew but now questioned entirely. A photo album caught my eye, its cover adorned with pressed flowers, Sarah's handiwork. I opened it gingerly, and a slip of paper fluttered to the floor. As I bent to retrieve it, my heart skipped a beat. It was a list of names and phone numbers, some crossed out, others circled. With trembling hands, I pulled out my phone and dialed the first number that wasn't crossed out. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3. Hello? A woman's voice, tired and wary, answered. I swallowed hard. Hi, my name is John Thompson. I found your number in my late wife's things. Sarah Thompson? Did you know her? There was a long pause, then a sharp intake of breath. Oh God, you're one of us, aren't you? My grip on the phone tightened. I'm not sure what you mean. The experiment, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Your wife, she was part of it too, wasn't she? A chill ran down my spine. Yes, I managed to say. Can we talk? The woman who introduced herself as Diane agreed to meet me at a small cafe on the outskirts of town. As I drove there, my mind raced with questions. How many others were there? What did they know that I didn't? Diane was easy to spot. A petite woman with graying hair and haunted eyes that spoke of sleepless nights and heavy burdens. As I approached her table, she looked up, her gaze searching my face. "John?" she asked, and I nodded, taking a seat across from her. For a moment, we just stared at each other, two strangers bound by an unimaginable secret. "How much do you know?" Diane finally asked, her fingers nervously tracing the rim of her coffee cup. I took a deep breath. "I know about the fertility experiment, about the genetic modifications. I know my children aren't biologically mine." Diane nodded slowly. "It's the same for all of us." "Well, those of us who survived." "Survived?" I echoed, a chill running down my spine. Diane's eyes darted around the cafe before she leaned in closer. "There were complications," she whispered. "Not just miscarriages. Some of the children, they weren't right. And some of the parents, when they found out the truth." She trailed off, but I could fill in the horrifying blanks. "How many?" I asked, dreading the answer. 12 couples started," Diane said, her voice hollow. "As far as I know, only 4 of us are left. You, me, and 2 others." My mind reeled. "And the children?" Diane's eyes filled with tears. "I lost mine," she said softly. "They were born. Different. They didn't survive infancy. You're twins. They're the only ones left who made it past childhood." The weight of her words crashed over me. Emily and Michael weren't just special, they were unique. The sole survivors of an experiment gone horribly wrong. "What about the other 2 couples?" I asked, desperate for any information that might help me protect my children. Diane shook her head. "One couple disappeared off the grid years ago. The other..." She hesitated. "There was a fire. They didn't make it." My blood ran cold as I remembered Dr. Hoffman mentioning a house fire. It wasn't an accident, was it? Diane's silence was answer enough. As we talked, Diane filled in more of the gaps in my knowledge. She spoke of secret meetings, of promises of miraculous cures and superhuman abilities. But mostly she spoke of fear. Fear of discovery. Fear for their children's lives. Fear of what they might become. "Why did you agree to it?" I asked, not accusingly, but with genuine curiosity. Diane's eyes grew distant. "We were desperate," she said softly. "Years of failed treatments, of watching everyone around us start families while we remained childless. When Dr. Hoffman approached us with his miracle cure, it seemed too good to be true. And it was." I nodded, understanding all too well the desperation that must have driven them. Hadn't I accepted Sarah's pregnancy as a miracle, never questioning the suddenness of it? As our conversation wound down, Diane reached into her purse and pulled out a worn notebook. "Sarah gave me this," she said, sliding it across the table. "She made us all keep journals, said it was important to document everything in case something happened." I took the notebook with trembling hands. "Thank you," I whispered, feeling the weight of its secrets. Diane stood to leave, then paused. "John," she said, her voice urgent. "Be careful. They're still out there, the people behind the experiment. They won't let go of their success stories easily." As I watched her walk away, her words echoed in my mind. The conspiracy ran deeper than I had ever imagined, and my children were at the center of it all. Back home, I sat at my desk, Sarah's journal open before me. Her familiar handwriting filled the pages, a mix of scientific jargon and deeply personal reflections. One entry caught my eye. "The twins moved today. It's still early, but I swear I can feel them growing stronger every day. What have we done? What kind of life will they have? John deserves to know the truth, but I'm terrified of losing him, of losing everything. God forgive me, but I can't give this up. Not now." Tears blurred my vision as I read Sarah's innermost thoughts. She had been scared, conflicted, but ultimately driven by the same desperate desire for a family that had led Diane and the others to participate in the experiment. A soft knock at the door startled me from my reverie. "Dad?" Emily's voice called out. "Can I come in?" I hastily wiped my eyes. "Of course, sweetheart." Emily entered, her brow furrowed with concern. "Are you okay? You've been acting strange ever since, well, since you told us about the DNA test." I looked at my daughter, my brilliant, beautiful, genetically modified daughter, and felt a surge of love and protectiveness. "Come here," I said, patting the seat next to me. As Emily sat down, I took a deep breath. "There's something I need to tell you and your brother. About your mother. About how you were born. It's not going to be easy to hear." Emily's eyes widened. "Dad, you're scaring me. What's going on?" I placed my hand over hers. "I promise I'll explain everything, but I need you to understand that no matter what, you and Michael are my children. I love you more than anything in this world, and nothing will ever change that." As I looked into Emily's frightened, confused eyes, I knew that the truth I was about to reveal would change our lives forever. But I also knew that we would face whatever came next together, as a family. "Go get your brother," I said softly. "It's time you both knew the truth." As Emily left to fetch Michael, I steeled myself for the conversation ahead. The threads of our past were unraveling, revealing a tapestry far more complex and dangerous than I had ever imagined. But as I heard my children's footsteps approaching, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, our love for each other would be our strength and our shield. The truth, no matter how painful, was the first step towards protecting them. The living room was bathed in the soft glow of the evening sun as I sat across from Emily and Michael. Their faces were a mix of curiosity and apprehension, sensing the weight of the moment. I took a deep breath, willing my racing heart to slow. "Kids," I began, my voice barely above a whisper, "there's something I need to tell you about your mother and about yourselves." Emily leaned forward, her brow furrowed. "Dad, you're scaring us. What's going on?" I closed my eyes for a moment, steeling myself. When I opened them, I saw Sarah in both their faces, and it nearly broke me. "Your mother, she participated in an experimental fertility treatment before you were born. It wasn't just any treatment, it was genetic modification." Michael's eyes widened. "Genetic modification? What are you talking about?" I swallowed hard. "The doctors, they altered your DNA before you were even born. To make you stronger, smarter, more resilient?" A heavy silence fell over the room. Emily was the first to break it, her voice trembling. "Are you saying we're... what? Some kind of experiments?" "No," I said quickly, reaching out to them, but they both flinched away. My hand fell limply to my side. "You're my children. You're extraordinary, but not because of what they did. Because of who you are." Michael stood abruptly, his face a mask of anger. "Is that why you got that DNA test? Because you knew we weren't really yours?" His words hit me like a physical blow. "No, Michael. I had no idea until..." "Until what?" Emily interrupted, her eyes flashing. "Until you found out we're freaks?" "You're not freaks," I pleaded. "You're my children. I love you more than anything in this world." "But we're not really yours, are we?" Michael spat. "You're not our real father." I felt as if all the air had been sucked out of the room. "Biology doesn't make a family," I said, my voice hoarse. "Love does. And I have loved you both every single day of your lives." Emily stood now too, tears streaming down her face. "How could Mom do this to us? How could you keep this from us?" "Your mother." "She was desperate for a child," I explained, the words feeling hollow even as I spoke them. "And I didn't know until recently. I've been trying to figure out how to tell you." "By lying to us for weeks," Michael accused, "by acting weird and distant." I ran a hand through my hair, feeling utterly lost. "I was trying to protect you." "Protect us?" Emily laughed bitterly. From what? The truth? There are people who might want to study you, I said, realizing how insane it sounded even as the words left my mouth. The experiment you were part of, it was bigger than just us. Michael's face contorted in disgust. So we're not just freaks, we're lab rats too. No! I stood, reaching for them again, but they both backed away. You're my children. Nothing else matters. Emily shook her head, tears still falling. Everything matters now, Dad. Our whole lives have been a lie. Not a lie, I pleaded. Just complicated. Complicated, Michael scoffed. That's one way to put it. The silence that followed was deafening. I could see the wheels turning in their heads, processing this earth-shattering information. I wanted nothing more than to hold them, to assure them that everything would be okay, but the gulf between us seemed insurmountable. Finally, Emily spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. We need some time to think, to process. I nodded, my heart breaking. Of course, whatever you need, just please know that I love you, both of you, more than anything. They didn't respond. Instead, they turned and walked out of the living room, their footsteps echoing in the hallway. I heard their bedroom doors close, one after the other, and then silence. I collapsed onto the couch, my head in my hands. How had it all gone so wrong? I had wanted to protect them, to be honest with them, but instead, I had shattered their world. Hours passed. The house remained eerily quiet. I paced, I sat, I stood outside their doors, my hand raised to knock, only to lower it again, unsure of what I could possibly say to make this better. As dawn broke, I made my way to the kitchen, desperately in need of coffee. That's when I saw it. A note on the table written in Emily's neat handwriting. Dad, we've gone to stay with Grandma and Grandpa for a while. We need space to think about everything. Please don't try to contact us. We'll reach out when we're ready. Emily and Michael. My legs gave out and I sank to the floor. The note clutched in my trembling hands. They were gone. My children, my reason for living, had left. The house felt cavernous, every room echoing with their absence. I wandered from Emily's room to Michael's, touching their belongings, breathing in their scents. How had I let this happen? In Michael's room, I found a framed photo of the four of us, Sarah, the twins, and me, taken just months before Sarah's death. We were all smiling, a perfect family portrait. Now it felt like a cruel mockery of the life we'd lost. I picked up the frame, tracing Sarah's face with my finger. What do I do now? I whispered to her image. How do I fix this? But Sarah's smiling face offered no answers, and the silence of the house pressed in on me, suffocating in its totality. As the day wore on, I found myself sitting at the kitchen table, staring at the phone. Should I call my in-laws? Demand to speak to my children? But I knew that would only push them further away. They needed time, space. But every fiber of my being screamed to go to them, to hold them, to make them understand that they were loved, unconditionally and completely. The weight of secrets and lies hung heavy in the air. I had thought that telling the truth would set us free, but instead, it had torn us apart. As I sat there, alone in the echoing silence of our once happy home, I realized that the real battle was just beginning. Somewhere out there, my children were grappling with their new reality. And somewhere out there, the people behind the experiment that had created them were still watching, still waiting. I had to find a way to bring my family back together, to protect them from whatever dangers lurked in the shadows. But first I had to find a way to bridge the chasm that had opened between us. As the sun set on the longest day of my life, I made a silent vow. I would give them the space they needed, but I would never stop fighting for them. They were my children, experiment or no experiment, and I would move heaven and earth to bring them home. With trembling hands, I picked up Sarah's journal again. There had to be answers here. Something that would help me understand. Something that would help Emily and Michael understand. As I began to read, I silently prayed for the strength to face whatever challenges lay ahead, and for the wisdom to find a way back to my children's hearts. The house settled into an uneasy quiet, but my mind raced with possibilities and fears. This was far from over. It was, I realized, with a mix of dread and determination, only the beginning. The incessant ringing of my phone jolted me awake. Bleary-eyed, I fumbled for it, my heart skipping a beat when I saw it was Emily calling. "Emily?" I answered, my voice hoarse with sleep and hope. "Dad," she said, her tone urgent and scared. "Turn on the TV, now." Confused and alarmed, I stumbled to the living room and flicked on the television. My blood ran cold as I saw the headline scrolling across the bottom of the screen. "Breaking: Illegal genetic modification experiment uncovered." The news anchor's voice filled the room. In a shocking revelation, sources have come forward with evidence of an unauthorized genetic modification experiment conducted on human embryos over a decade ago. The experiment, allegedly aimed at creating enhanced humans, has raised serious ethical concerns and legal questions. "Oh God," I whispered, sinking onto the couch. "Dad?" Emily's voice crackled through the phone. "What do we do?" I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. "Where are you and Michael?" "Still at Grandma and Grandpa's," she replied. "They're freaking out, everyone's calling." "Listen to me," I said, forcing calm into my voice. "Stay there, don't talk to anyone. I'm coming to get you both." As I hung up, a thunderous knocking at the front door made me jump. I peeked through the curtains and my heart sank. A swarm of reporters had gathered on our front lawn, cameras flashing and microphones thrust forward. "Mr. Thompson," they shouted, "what can you tell us about the genetic modification experiment? Were your children part of it? How does it feel to know your kids are genetically enhanced?" I backed away from the window, my mind reeling. How had they found out? Who had leaked the information? My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "We need to talk. Not safe to call. Meet at the old factory on 5th, 1 hour. Jack." Jack. I vaguely remembered the name from Sarah's list. Another affected father. Ignoring the continued pounding at the door, I slipped out the back and made my way to my car. As I drove to the meet-up point, my eyes constantly darted to the rearview mirror, paranoia seeping into every pore. The old factory loomed before me, a decrepit relic of a bygone era. A figure emerged from the shadows as I approached. "John?" the man asked, his eyes darting nervously. I nodded. "Jack?" He ushered me inside quickly. In the dim light, I could see the toll this secret had taken on him. His face was gaunt, eyes sunken with exhaustion and fear. "They're coming for them," Jack said without preamble. "Our kids. They want to study them, contain them." "Who?" I demanded. "Who's coming for them?" Jack ran a trembling hand through his hair. "The people behind the experiment. Government agencies, private corporations, they all want a piece of the success stories." My mind raced. But how did this get out? We were sworn to secrecy. Jack's laugh was bitter. "Someone talked. Doesn't matter who now. What matters is keeping our kids safe." As we talked, Jack filled me in on what he knew. Whispers of black ops teams, of secret facilities designed to house and study genetically modified humans. It all sounded like a bad science fiction movie, but the fear in Jack's eyes was all too real. "What do we do?" I asked, feeling utterly lost. Jack handed me a burner phone and a thick envelope. "There's a network, other parents, sympathizers. We've been preparing for this day. Everything you need is in here. Instructions, contacts, safe houses." I took the items, my hand shaking. "I can't just disappear with my kids. Their lives are here." "Their lives are in danger," Jack snapped. "You think those reporters out there are the worst of it? They're just the beginning. The storm is coming, John, and it's going to sweep away everything in its path unless we act now." As I drove home, Jack's words echoed in my mind. The street seemed different now. Every shadow potentially hiding a threat. Every passing car a possible tale. When I arrived home, the media circus had grown. I pushed through the crowd, ignoring their shouted questions, and barricaded myself inside. As night fell, I noticed a car parked across the street. Its occupants made no effort to hide their surveillance of the house. My paranoia, already at a fever pitch, skyrocketed. I drew the curtains and began methodically securing every entrance. As I worked, my phone buzzed with messages from friends and colleagues, all asking about the news reports. I ignored them all, focused solely on the task at hand. In the quiet of the locked-down house, I opened the envelope Jack had given me. Inside was a veritable escape plan. New identities, offshore accounts, routes to safe houses across the country and beyond. The thoroughness of it all was both impressive and terrifying. As I pored over the documents, a new text came through on the burner phone. "They're moving. Get out now." My heart raced as I looked out the window again. The car was still there, but now its occupants were getting out, moving with purpose towards the house. With shaking hands, I dialed Emily's number. "Pack a bag," I said the moment she answered. "You and Michael. Only essentials. I'll be there in 30 minutes. "Dad, what's going on?" she asked, fear evident in her voice. "I'll explain everything soon," I promised. "But right now I need you to trust me. Can you do that?" There was a pause, then, "Okay, Dad, we trust you." As I hung up, I heard a noise at the back door. They were trying to get in. Adrenaline surging, I grabbed the go bag I'd prepared earlier and headed for the garage. As I started the car, I could hear the sound of breaking glass from inside the house. I peeled out of the garage, tires screeching. In the rearview mirror, I saw dark figures pouring out of the house, shouting and gesturing towards me. As I sped towards my in-laws' house, my mind raced with plans and contingencies. Everything had changed in the blink of an eye. Our private nightmare had become a public spectacle, and now unknown forces were closing in. But one thing remained constant: my love for my children and my determination to protect them at all costs. As I drove into the gathering storm, I silently vowed to keep them safe, no matter where this chaotic journey might lead us. The road stretched out before me, dark and uncertain. But for the first time in days, I felt a sense of purpose. The truth was out there, dangerous and frightening as it might be. Now, it was up to me to navigate this treacherous new reality and find a way to keep my family together and safe. With a final glance in the rearview mirror to ensure I wasn't being followed, I pressed down on the accelerator. Whatever came next, we would face it together. The experiment that had brought Emily and Michael into this world may have been the beginning of this nightmare, but I was determined it wouldn't be the end of our story. As the city lights faded behind me, I steeled myself for the challenges ahead. The gathering storm was upon us, but I would be damned if I let it tear my family apart. The safe house was a small, nondescript cabin on the outskirts of town. As I ushered Emily and Michael inside, the weight of our situation pressed down on me like a physical force. For 3 days we'd been on the move, staying one step ahead of, well, I wasn't even sure anymore. "Dad," Emily said, her voice tired and strained, "how long do we have to keep running?" I ran a hand through my disheveled hair, aware of how wild I must look. "I don't know, sweetheart. I'm just trying to keep us safe." Michael scoffed, throwing himself onto the worn couch. "Safe from what? The reporters? The government? Or are we hiding from the bogeymen you think are after us?" His words stung, but I couldn't blame him. In the chaos of our flight, I'd tried to explain everything: the experiment, the dangers, the need for secrecy. But with each passing hour, each new paranoid precaution, I could see doubt growing in their eyes. "It's all real," I insisted, peering out the window for the 100th time. "The experiment, the people after us. We have to stay alert." Emily placed a gentle hand on my arm. "Dad, maybe we should rest. You haven't slept properly in days." I shook my head, my eyes burning with exhaustion. "Can't sleep. Not safe." As night fell, the shadows in the cabin seemed to deepen, to move. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision, but the darkness kept shifting, reaching out with tendrils of inky black. "Did you see that?" I asked sharply, pointing to a corner where I could have sworn I saw a shadow detach itself from the wall. Emily and Michael exchanged worried glances. "Dad, there's nothing there," Michael said slowly, as if speaking to a child. I rubbed my eyes furiously. "No, I saw it. We're not alone here." Unable to shake the feeling of being watched, I began a thorough search of the cabin. As I ran my hands along the walls and furniture, my fingers caught on something beneath the coffee table. My heart nearly stopped as I pried loose a tiny camera, no bigger than a button. "Oh God," I whispered, staring at the device in my palm. "They've been watching us all along." Emily approached cautiously. "Dad, what is that?" I thrust the camera at her. "Proof. They've been spying on us probably for years. Who knows how many more are hidden in here, in our house." Michael stood up, his face a mix of concern and frustration. "Dad, stop. You're scaring us. There's no they. You're seeing things that aren't there." But I was beyond reason now, tearing the cabin apart in search of more cameras. Each shadow, each creak of the old building sent my heart racing. They were coming for us, I was sure of it. As dawn broke, I slumped against the wall, surrounded by the debris of my frantic search. Emily and Michael stood before me, their expressions unreadable. "We need to go home, Dad," Emily said softly. This isn't right." I looked up at them, and for a moment I didn't recognize my own children. Their eyes seemed colder, somehow alien. Had the experiment changed more than just their genes? "We can't go back," I insisted. "It's not safe." Michael's voice was flat, emotionless. "We're going home, Dad. With or without you." As they turned to pack their meager belongings, a chill ran down my spine. What had happened to my loving, trusting children? Had the stress of our situation changed them, or was something more sinister at work? We drove back in tense silence. As we approached our street, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Strange symbols were painted on our doorstep, glowing faintly in the early morning light. "Wait here," I ordered, getting out of the car to investigate. The symbols were like nothing I'd ever seen before, a mix of angular lines and curved sigils that seemed to shift and move as I stared at them. My mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Were we being targeted by some secret organization? Or was this something even darker beyond human understanding? "Dad?" Emily's voice snapped me back to reality. "What is it?" I turned to see my children standing behind me, their faces impassive as they looked at the symbols. "Can't you see them?" I asked, my voice rising in panic. "The symbols, they're glowing." Michael and Emily exchanged glances. "Dad," Michael said slowly, "there's nothing there. The doorstep is clean." I whirled back around, but the symbols were gone. The concrete as bare and gray as ever. My mind reeled. Had I imagined it all? We entered the house, and I immediately began checking for hidden cameras, for any sign that we'd been watched or followed. Emily and Michael retreated to their rooms without a word, leaving me alone with my spiraling thoughts. As night fell, exhaustion finally overcame me. I collapsed into bed, my dreams a chaotic swirl of shadowy figures and glowing symbols. In the depths of sleep, I heard my bedroom door creak open. My eyes snapped open to find Emily and Michael standing at the foot of my bed, their faces obscured in darkness. I fumbled for the lamp, but no light came. "Kids?" I croaked, my throat dry with fear. "What's wrong?" They remained silent, unmoving. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could make out their expressions, blank, emotionless, their eyes reflecting an otherworldly light. "We know the truth now, Dad," Emily said, her voice oddly distorted. Michael nodded. "We understand what we are, what we're meant to be." I sat up, my heart pounding. "What are you talking about?" They spoke in unison, their voices blending into an eerie harmony. The experiment wasn't a mistake. It was a beginning. And now, it's time for the next phase. As they stepped closer, I pressed myself against the headboard, terror gripping me. What had happened to my children? What had they become? "Stay back," I whispered. But they kept advancing, their eyes now glowing with an unnatural light. Emily reached out a hand, her fingers elongated and strange. "Don't be afraid, Dad. You'll understand soon. We all will." As their cold hands touched my skin, I jerked awake with a strangled cry. Sunlight streamed through the windows, and I was alone in my room. Shaking, I stumbled out of bed and down the hall to my children's rooms. I found them sleeping peacefully, looking as normal and innocent as ever. But as I watched them, doubt gnawed at me. Had it all been a nightmare? Or was there something lurking beneath the surface, waiting to emerge? I retreated to the kitchen, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. As I clutched a cup of coffee with trembling hands, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had crossed a threshold. The experiment that had brought my children into this world was far from over, and the darkness it had unleashed was only beginning to reveal itself. Outside, the world continued as normal, oblivious to the terror that had taken root in our home. But inside, in the shadows of my fractured psyche and the unknown depths of my children's modified genes, a storm was gathering. The doorbell rang, its cheerful chime a stark contrast to the tension that had permeated our home for weeks. I approached cautiously, peering through the peephole to see a delivery man holding a small package. With trembling hands, I opened the door just wide enough to accept the parcel. "Thank you," I mumbled, quickly shutting and locking the door behind me. The package was unmarked save for our address. No return label, no postage stamps. My heart raced as I carefully opened it, half expecting it to explode in my face. Inside was a USB drive and a handwritten note. "The truth you seek lies within. Be careful who you trust. A friend." Emily's voice startled me. "Dad? What's that?" I turned to see both my children watching me curiously from the living room doorway. For a moment I considered lying, hiding this latest development from them. But hadn't secrets already torn us apart? "I'm not sure," I admitted, "but I think it might have some answers about the experiment." Michael's eyes widened. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's look." We gathered around my laptop as I inserted the drive. A single video file popped up, dated just a week before Sarah's supposed death. With a deep breath, I clicked play. Sarah's face filled the screen, her eyes red-rimmed and haunted. "John, Emily, Michael, if you're watching this, it means things have gone very wrong. There's so much I need to tell you, so much I've kept hidden." She took a shaky breath before continuing. "The experiment wasn't just about genetic modification. It was about unlocking human potential, about evolving our species to the next level. The DNA alterations were just the beginning." I felt Emily and Michael stiffen beside me as Sarah went on to describe abilities that sounded more like science fiction than reality. Enhanced strength, accelerated healing, telepathic communication, even manipulation of matter at a molecular level. "Our children," Sarah said, her voice breaking, "they're more than human, and that makes them both miraculous and dangerous. There are people who will want to study them, control them, use them. You must protect them, John, at all costs." The video ended abruptly, leaving us in stunned silence. "Dad?" Emily whispered, her voice trembling. Is that true? About us?" I turned to look at my children, really look at them, and for the first time, I saw something in their eyes that I'd been too blind or too scared to notice before. A depth, an intensity that seemed almost otherworldly. I don't know," I admitted. "But your mother wouldn't lie about something like this." Michael stood up abruptly, his fists clenched. "This is insane. We're not freaks or superheroes or whatever." As if in response to his outburst, the lights in the room began to flicker. A low hum filled the air, and I watched in awe and terror as small objects, pens, paper clips, even my coffee mug, began to levitate. Emily gasped, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. Michael, are you doing that? Michael looked around wildly, his anger giving way to panic. I don't know how to stop it. I reached out to him, trying to calm him down, but the moment my hand touched his shoulder, a jolt of energy passed between us. Suddenly I could hear thoughts that weren't my own, a jumble of fear and confusion and raw power. "Oh my God," I whispered, stumbling back. "It's true. It's all true." As Michael's panic subsided, the objects clattered back to their resting places. The three of us stared at each other, the weight of this new reality settling over us like a heavy blanket. "What do we do now?" Emily asked, her voice small and scared. Before I could answer, my phone rang. It was Mrs. Jennings, our elderly neighbor. "John," she said, her voice quavering with excitement. "You're not going to believe this, but I just saw Sarah at the grocery store. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear it was her." My mind reeled. Sarah alive. It couldn't be possible. And yet, after everything we'd just learned, could I really discount anything? "Thank you, Mrs. Jennings," I said automatically. I'll look into it." As I hung up, I turned to find Emily and Michael watching me intently. "Dad," Emily said, "what is it?" I swallowed hard. "Mrs. Jennings thinks she saw your mother in town." Michael's eyes flashed with that eerie light again. "That's impossible, Mom's dead. We went to her funeral." But even as he spoke, doubt crept into his voice. After all, if they could move objects with their minds, was it really so far-fetched that their mother might have cheated death? We spent the next few hours in a daze, trying to process everything we'd learned. Emily and Michael tentatively explored their newfound abilities, moving small objects and attempting to communicate telepathically. I watched them with a mixture of awe and fear, still struggling to reconcile the children I'd raised with these extraordinary beings. As night fell, a heavy silence settled over the house. We were all lost in our own thoughts, grappling with the implications of our new reality. The sound of the doorbell cut through the quiet like a knife. We all froze, exchanging wary glances. "I'll get it," I said, moving cautiously towards the door. Through the peephole, I saw a figure shrouded in shadow. My hand hovered over the doorknob, every instinct screaming at me not to open it. But something deeper, some inexplicable pull, urged me forward. I opened the door, and my world tilted on its axis. There, illuminated by the porch light, stood Sarah, my wife, the woman I'd buried 5 years ago. She looked exactly as I remembered her, and yet utterly changed. Her eyes held the same otherworldly light I'd seen in our children's, and there was an aura of power around her that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Hello, John," she said, her voice achingly familiar and yet somehow alien. "It's time we had a talk." I stood there, frozen, unable to speak or move. From behind me, I heard Emily's shocked gasp and Michael's strangled cry of "Mom." Sarah's gaze moved past me to our children, and her expression softened. "Emily, Michael, my beautiful, miraculous children, I've missed you so much." As she stepped over the threshold, I felt a shift in the air, as if reality itself was bending around her. The truth I thought I knew was unraveling, replaced by something far more complex and terrifying. Sarah was alive. Our children had powers beyond human comprehension, and I had a sinking feeling that this was just the beginning of a journey that would challenge everything we thought we knew about ourselves and the world around us. As I closed the door behind her, shutting out the normal world we'd left behind, I knew our lives would never be the same again. The experiment that had brought my children into this world had unleashed forces beyond our understanding. And now, for better or worse, we were at the center of it all. Sarah's return brought more questions than answers, but one thing was clear. The truth had finally been unmasked, and there was no going back. The living room felt charged with an otherworldly energy as Sarah sat across from us, her presence both familiar and alien. Emily and Michael flanked me on the couch, their bodies tense with a mixture of joy, confusion, and fear. The air itself seemed to hum with unspoken questions. Sarah's eyes, glowing with that eerie light I'd seen in our children, swept over us. "I know you all have 1,000 questions," she began, her voice soft but resonant with power. "I'll do my best to explain everything." "You were dead," I blurted out, unable to contain myself any longer. "We buried you. How is this possible?" A sad smile played at Sarah's lips. "I never died, John. But I had to make you believe I did. It was the only way to protect you all." Michael leaned forward, his fists clenched. "Protect us from what? And why come back now?" Sarah took a deep breath, and I could see the weight of secrets in her eyes. "The experiment that brought you into this world, it was far more than just genetic modification. You, my beautiful children, are the first of a new species. Homo novus, new humans." Emily gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "What does that mean?" "It means," Sarah continued, "that you have abilities and potential far beyond what we ever imagined. The telekinesis, the telepathy, that's just the beginning. As you grow and develop, you'll discover powers that will seem like magic to the rest of the world." I felt a chill run down my spine. "But why? Why create a new species?" Sarah's expression hardened. "Humanity is at a crossroads, John. Climate change, overpopulation, dwindling resources. We're on the brink of collapse. The experiment was meant to create a new generation capable of solving these problems, of taking humanity to the next level of evolution." "So we're what? Some kind of saviors?" Michael scoffed, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. "You're the future," Sarah said simply. "But with that comes great danger. There are those who would seek to control you, to study you, to use your abilities for their own ends." As if on cue, the sound of screeching tires and slamming car doors erupted from outside. Sarah's head snapped up, her eyes wide with alarm. "They've found us," she whispered. I rushed to the window, my heart pounding. Black SUVs had surrounded our house, and men in dark suits were pouring out, weapons drawn. "Government agents," I breathed, turning back to my family. "They're here for us." Panic flashed across Emily and Michael's faces, but Sarah remained calm. She stood, her posture radiating a quiet strength. "Children," she said, her voice taking on a commanding tone I'd never heard before. "Remember everything I've taught you in your dreams. It's time to use your gifts." "In our dreams?" Emily echoed, confused. Sarah nodded. "I've been training you while you slept, preparing you for this moment. Trust your instincts. Let your power flow." As if in response to her words, the air around Emily and Michael began to shimmer. Their eyes glowed brighter, and I could feel the energy radiating off them in waves. A loud bang on the door made us all jump. "This is the Department of Homeland Security. Open up immediately." I looked to Sarah, who nodded grimly. "Let them in, John. It's time to face this head on." With trembling hands, I opened the door. Immediately, armed agents poured in, their weapons trained on us. A man in a crisp suit stepped forward, his cold eyes scanning each of us. "Dr. Sarah Thompson," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. "You've led us on quite a chase, and these must be the subjects." "They're not subjects," I growled, stepping in front of my children protectively. "They're our kids." The man's lip curled in a sneer. "They're property of the United States government, Mr. Thompson, the products of a classified experiment. Now, if you'll all come with us quietly." "We're not going anywhere," Michael interrupted, his voice echoing with power. The agent's hand tightened on his weapon. "I'm afraid you don't have a choice, son." What happened next seemed to unfold in slow motion. As the agent raised his gun, Emily threw out her hand. The weapon flew from his grasp, disassembling mid-air into its component parts. Chaos erupted. Agents rushed forward, but Michael raised both hands, and an invisible force threw them back against the walls. The air crackled with energy, and I watched in awe as my children, my extraordinary children, defended our home. Emily's eyes blazed as she lifted several agents off their feet, suspending them in mid-air. Michael gestured, and their weapons crumpled like tin cans. Through it all, Sarah stood calmly in the center of the room, her presence a steady anchor in the storm of power swirling around us. When an agent managed to break through and lunge at her, she simply touched his forehead. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious. "Stop!" the lead agent shouted, his composure finally cracking. "Stand down, or we'll be forced to use lethal measures." I stepped forward, placing myself between the agents and my family. "You'll have to go through me first," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. Sarah moved to stand beside me, her hand finding mine. Despite everything, despite the years of separation and secrets, I felt a surge of strength at her touch. "You have no idea what you're dealing with," Sarah told the agents, her voice resonant with authority. "These children are not your property. They are the future of humanity, and they will not be controlled or contained." As if to emphasize her point, Emily and Michael stepped up beside us. The four of us stood united, a family forged by more than just blood or genetics. The lead agent's eyes darted between us, clearly reassessing the situation. "This isn't over," he spat. "We have orders." "Your orders are irrelevant," Sarah cut him off. "You've seen what my children can do, and they're just beginning to tap into their potential. Ask yourself, is this really a fight you want to start?" For a tense moment, no one moved. Then, slowly, the agent lowered his weapon. "Fall back," he ordered his team. "Retreat to base and await further instructions." As the agents filed out, casting wary glances over their shoulders, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. But it was short-lived. I knew this was just the beginning. When the last agent had left and the sound of their vehicles faded into the distance, we all seemed to deflate. Emily and Michael slumped against each other, the glow in their eyes dimming. "Mom," Emily said, her voice small and scared. "What happens now?" Sarah gathered both children into her arms, holding them close. "Now," she said softly, "we prepare. The world isn't ready for you yet, but it will be. We'll make sure of it." I watched them, this miraculous family of mine, and felt a swell of emotions I couldn't begin to name. Pride, fear, love, uncertainty, all swirled together in a dizzying mix. "Sarah," I said, drawing her attention, "there's so much we need to talk about, so much you need to explain." She nodded, her eyes meeting mine with a mixture of regret and determination. "I know, John, and I will explain everything, but right now we need to focus on keeping our children safe." Focus. As we began to clean up the aftermath of the confrontation, my mind raced with the implications of everything that had happened. Our children were more than human, possessed of abilities that defied explanation. Sarah was alive, changed, and clearly involved in something far bigger than I had ever imagined. And me? I was still just a regular man, caught in the middle of forces beyond my comprehension. But as I watched Sarah guide Emily and Michael through some basic exercises to control their powers, I knew my role was clear. I might not have extraordinary abilities, but I was still their father, and I would do whatever it took to protect them. As night fell, we gathered in the living room once more, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken questions and uncertain futures. "We can't stay here," Sarah said, breaking the silence. "It's not safe anymore. We need to go somewhere they won't think to look for us." "But what about school? Our friends?" Michael protested. I placed a hand on his shoulder. "Son, after what happened today, I think it's safe to say that normal life isn't an option anymore." Emily looked up, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Are we ever going to have a normal life again?" Sarah knelt before her, cupping her face gently. "Oh, sweetheart, your life was never going to be normal, but it will be extraordinary. You and your brother have the power to change the world to make it better. It won't be easy, but it will be worth it." As we began to plan our next move, packing essentials and discussing possible safe havens, I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of fear and excitement. Our family had been thrust into the center of something monumental. something that could reshape the very future of humanity. Looking at Sarah, at the children we had created together, through love, science, and forces I still didn't fully understand, I realized that we were no longer just a family. We were the progenitors of a new era in human evolution. The road ahead was uncertain, fraught with dangers and challenges we could scarcely imagine. But as I watched Emily levitate a suitcase into the car with a mere thought, and Michael create a shimmering force field around our vehicle, I felt a surge of hope. Whatever the future held, we would face it together, as a family, as the guardians of a new age. And as we pulled out of our driveway, leaving behind the only home our children had ever known, I knew that this was not an end, but a beginning. The reckoning had come, and we had survived. Now, it was time to shape the world that would come after. Sarah reached over and squeezed my hand, a gesture so familiar and yet now charged with new meaning. "Are you ready for this?" she asked softly. I looked in the rearview mirror at Emily and Michael, their faces a mixture of fear and determination. Then I turned to Sarah, this woman I had loved, lost, and found again in the most extraordinary circumstances. "Ready or not," I said, "here we go." And with that, we drove off into the night, leaving behind the world we knew and heading towards a future limited only by the incredible potential of our extraordinary children.